Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Part 4 1566 Chapter 14. Inheritors, Chapter 14. It was the third time Izuku found himself in Recovery Girl's infirmary. Or was it the fourth? He kind of lost track in all the chaos that was going on. Sterile white walls reflected the bright fluorescent lights from above, making him feel nervous despite the size of the room. Or it could be that All Might was sitting next to his bed again, a hand cupped to his chin while his tired eyes narrowed suspiciously. The older man huffed for a moment until he broke into a wide smile, his thin, skeletal face a pale shadow of his hero form's dashing good looks. First of all, congratulations, my boy, Toshinori began, almost patting Izuku on the back until he remembered that his student was still healing. A truly spectacular battle for all to see. Great work, young Midoriya. I just have one question, what was that? To be honest, I have no idea, Izuku grimaced. It wasn't a complete lie. He really didn't know how he and Kiri had managed that, combining their powers into one. Speaking of his sister, she was currently hiding in his fluffy hair whilst in her miniature form, carefully observing All Might from her vantage point since she was wary if he could see her through her cloaking. Dark shadows certainly could. I've never seen anything like this happen before, Toshinori said. One for All was always expressed as colored lighting and super strength, but never were there any other visual effects. 9 orbs above your head. Signifying that you're the 9th torchbearer, how fitting. Maybe it's One for All being expressed in a different way. Izuku suggested nervously. I don't see any gold lightning coming out of you, sensei. That's because I am in complete control of the quirk, so there's no excess energy leaking out, my boy. Either way, it's wonderful to see you become so proficient at using it. Frankly, you're much better than I expected, I'm impressed. Thanks. Then there's the question of young Todoroki. Toshinori leaned in closer. Everyone saw how you egged him on to use his left side. Were you trying to save him? Izuku's head dipped and he stared at his hands again before clenching them into fists. He almost told All Might of Todoroki's home situation before quickly holding his tongue, knowing that the other boy wouldn't appreciate him airing out those dirty little secrets. Yes, sensei. I wanted to make him realize that by holding back, he's only chaining himself down. I could tell he was sad inside. I wanted to help him, so Izuku met his mentor's eyes. I did. I know I made the match harder for myself by butting my nose in, and I'm so sorry for that. Why are you apologizing? Toshinori asked. You did help him, in a way. Now young Todoroki can finally find the courage to move forward by himself. You were willing to risk losing the match in order to help. That's the spirit of self-sacrifice. Don't think of it as something negative. In fact, butting your nose in is one of the principal qualities of being a hero. It is, Izuku said, unsure. Of course. A hero will always leap into action to save someone, even if they don't want to be saved. Before Izuku could reply, the door burst open and 4 students entered. Everyone started talking all at once. Deku-kun, are you alright? That was some final clash you and Todoroki-kun had out there. Bravo, Midoriya-kun, bravo, an amazing show, I must say, absolutely marvelous. I agree. To witness an angel acquire their halo, truly magnificent. Congratulations on achieving such a feat. You are now one step closer to divinity. Don't worry about Todoroki-kun, Kiro. He woke up shortly after the match ended. Quiet, dearies, quiet, Recovery Girl huffed, shooing away Ochako, Iida, Tokoyami, and Tsuyu. The boy needs a break, the whole lot of you can return later when he's well rested. The group objected but eventually left, Izuku feeling his heart clench at their concern. Friends, he had friends, he could hardly believe it was possible. Phew. Thanks for that, Shuzenji-san. That goes for you as well, Toshinori. Let the boy rest. Me too? Of course, you'll find that I won't give any special treatment, number 1 or not. Faye? The old woman glanced back at Izuku while she chased the symbol of peace out the room. Stay here, young Midoriya. I need to go to the primary infirmary to check on young Monoma. My personal assistant Bot, Archimedes, will be back to monitor you shortly. Now, where did that dumb little ball go? Izuku was left alone in the room once more after they left, or so they thought. He waited for nearly a minute before exhaling, eyes flicking upward. Kiri, you can come out now. The little fairy hidden within his hair popped out like a bunny out of the tall grass, tumbling down his chest and into his hands. Ah, oh dear. Izuku stroked her tiny head gently, brushing her short hair with his fingertip. Are you feeling alright? Fine. Kiri answered, shifting into her normal-sized child form. She seemed a little tired and sluggish but floated up into the air to wrap her arms around him in a hug, careful to avoid his healing chest and side. The girl giggled mischievously, basking in her victory. Ehehe. We won, Nii-chan. Kiri cheered, floating atop him. We won, we won. I guess we did. He smiled. I hope I didn't shock you when I, summoned you. NN. She shook her head. It was really fast. Like I was there watching the TV with Grandma, and whoosh. I was there with you and we had a donut on our head. Oh, right, Izuku blinked, reaching for his phone at the bedside table. I should probably text Mom to let her know that you're here. Mimi probably figured it out and told her, but it couldn't hurt to be safe. After taking a selfie with her and sending it to his mother, he found Kiri gazing at him again, her eyes shining and expectant. She gently floated down to rest herself just above his chest and he instinctively knew what she wanted. Praise me. Hold me. Love me. He did. Well, he could afford to spoil her for a tiny bit since he did owe her 10 years of love. The boy rubbed her head and tickled her, sending her childish laughter tinkling through the room. She puffed out in pride, reveling in their shared victory over a mighty opponent. This was a bond they shared that would never break, and she was a future he could look forward to. You did a wonderful job out there, Kiri-chan. Izuku cooed, knowing that she was enjoying the praise. You're so brave, so strong. Ehehe. Hee. Kiri giggled, twisting about in the air delightfully. Daddy. So am I, Daddy, or Oni-chan, Izuku teased. You're, Kiri thought for a moment. Dad Nii-san, hee. Is that so? He tickled her again, causing her to let out another squeal of bright laughter. Then I guess you're my little angel. He could feel her delight, brilliant and sparkling like stars in the night sky. She laughed and laughed, reminding him of the innocent lad he once was. Moments like these would become precious memories he would cherish. Although, Izuku gently righted her while she still floated to look her in the eyes. Are you really alright with fighting alongside me? I don't want to make you do things you don't like. You're free to live your own life. Then I want to be by your side, Nii-chan, she said. I see. Thank you, Kiri. He rubbed her head lightly. How are things with One for All? It's great. Everyone's really nice and gave me hoodies. So now I have 8 of them in different colors. Kiri said happily, her oversized sleeves flopping about while she spoke. It's so fun. I get to play with Coco, and Misha knitted a tiny hat for me, and Mr. Yagi gives me cookies, and Mimi lets me sleep in her room when I get lonely, and. Her enthusiasm was starting to affect Izuku, the boy finding himself smiling more and more as she enthralled him with tales of her adventures. I have a big family now, and you're in it. Kiri finished with a small smile. So I'm really happy. That's good to know. Izuku nodded and relaxed, leaning back into his pillow. Love you. Love you. She grinned, nuzzling against his neck. Love you lots. I'll treat you to something nice after all this is over. Izuku smiled, brushing her hair while she pressed her back to his chest. Ice cream? Pancakes? Pancakes. Kiri nodded eagerly. Pancakes it is. I'll even make them for you. Chocolate pancakes, with, her gaze flicked up to him shyly, with strawberries on top. Anything for you, sweetheart. Izuku said, noticing her half-lidded eyes. You're a little tired, huh? Kinda hungry. She admitted. Feed me, please. Izuku handed her a bowl of fruit that had been lying by his bedside table, giving her something to eat before they headed out back into the crowd so she could have a proper meal. Most of her energy had been used up during the match and she needed to consume emotions again. That combined form of theirs took up loads of power and Izuku made a mental note to only use it when needed since he didn't want to tire her out. And he didn't want to rely on her too much even if she was his power. He needed to do some self-reflection. Kiri was periodically looking around the room while he shared some blueberries with her. Was she scanning for nearby emotions? A white medical haro rolled into the room and the little girl instantly got interested when it attempted to diagnose Izuku's current state. This must be Archimedes, then. Kiri floated over to hug the spherical basketball-sized robot, curiously observing how it scanned Izuku's body with a ray of blue light. Patient Midoriya Izuku. Scan complete. No broken bones detected. Minimal scarring detected. Archimedes reported tersely. Warning. This unit is unsuitable for entertainment purposes. We do not have the child entertainment package installed. It's soft, Kiri said in surprise, patting the robot happily. She started trying to bounce it, only managing to smack its rubbery surface with a futile effort. This one's much bigger than the one that Pink Girl had. Is there a smaller one inside it, and then a smaller one inside that? We contain a trauma kit and defibrillator inside this shell. We do not contain any additional Haro subunits. We are not a Matryoshka doll. The robot answered. Patient Midoriya Izuku. Status. All green. Send my regards to Recovery Girl. Izuku rolled his shoulders and examined his arms. Only a thin faded line remained on his right arm even after all the wounds he received, a testament to the wondrous effects of Kanoko's soup and recovery girl's quirk. So, can I leave? Affirmative. You are welcome to return should you feel unwell, Archimedes said, his ears flapping. We declare you as healthy, diagnostic complete. You're clear to proceed. Thank you. Come on, Kiri. Let's get you something to eat. Okay. Bye-bye, robot. Izuku's sister nodded and unlatched herself from the little machine, floating upwards to cling onto his back instead. She wrapped her arms around his neck and he adjusted his position for a piggyback carry. He noted how light she was. Had he gotten stronger or was she still floating back there? Those thoughts were put aside when Kiri suddenly craned her neck downward to whisper into his ear. There's someone outside the door, Oni-chan. Izuku nodded and slid the door open quickly before whoever was on the other side could get away, only to have a small fist gently tap on his chest. Kodai Yui blinked, retracting her hand in surprise and coming face to face with Izuku. Oh, you hello, Kodai-san. Izuku said. Recovery girl's not here right now, so maybe you could come back in a few minutes. The girl gave him an awkward little wave before she shook her head and stared into his eyes, knowing that he could interpret her intention. Izuku understood nearly instantly that she wasn't here to see the nurse at all. She wanted to speak to him? Yui took her gaze off him once she noticed the child on his back, her expression turning into one of quiet bewilderment. Izuku flinched internally. The last time Kiri and Yui met, his sister had been a teenager. How was he supposed to explain why she looked like a kid? Size. Yui pointed at herself, then at Kiri. Shape? Kiri nodded, waving politely to her older counterpart. She actually seemed rather interested in her. Izuku exhaled a quiet breath of relief and edged his way around the stoic girl, about to make his way to the cafeteria. Well, it was nice, talking to you, Kodai-san. If you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. Kiri needs to eat. Wait. Her voice was soft when it reached his ears. The sibling pair turned back to see Yui's fingers tugging on Izuku's sleeve lightly, her head bowed in embarrassment. The boy waited for her to speak again, knowing that it must have taken a lot of courage to approach him in the first place. He would not rebuff her efforts even though he felt nervous after their vicious battle. "Can Yui began timidly, her eyes flicking upwards to meet his. Can we still be friends? Oh, of course, Kodai-san, Izuku stammered. Well, it's fine. Even after you beat me up I still think you're awesome. Wait, that sounds kind of wrong. She held out her phone nervously, pushing it towards him with her eyes squeezed shut. He soon got the implication and exchanged numbers with her, blushing all the while. He got a girl's number. Then he realized what she was trying to do when she sent him a text. Thank you for accepting. I am not good at talking to people. No problem, really. I'm not good at speaking either. It was a great battle. I'm really impressed by your strength, Izuku mumbled. Yui tapped on her phone eagerly in response, showing him the screen. I am very sorry for beating up your girlfriend. Yui paused and added another text, and you? GG girlfriend? Wait. Uraraka-san is just a friend, like you, not as close, you know, Izuku stammered but steeled himself and took a deep breath, feeling Kiri giggle on his back. How about we get something to eat? Yui nodded quietly and off they went. It was times like this where Suyu appreciated what she had, a group of precious friends who cared for each other. They were currently chatting amongst themselves incessantly, still discussing what happened earlier. There, Ochako-chan. Are you still salty about your loss to Hatsume-san? A pink girl comforted her brunette friend. I am not salty, Ochako pouted. Just disappointed, I guess. I felt like I could have done better. Don't worry about it, you did great out there. Jiro nodded, sipping at her cola. Did you see the size of that gun she was carrying? Sheesh, it scared me by just looking at it. The girls of Class 1A continued their chatter, walking along the long trail of food vendors and looking for things to sample. According to the schedule, it was currently break time, a 1-hour period that allowed both the participants and audience to mill about and enjoy whatever the various vendors around the stadium had to offer. It was called a festival for a reason. There was food, games, and all sorts of entertainment for everyone to enjoy, even an allocated seating area for those who want to sit down for a meal or take a break. Hagakuri and Momo were currently leading the pack, with the invisible girl looking around hungrily at the different snacks that were on sale. Suyu smiled to herself, taking in all the sights and sounds. Isn't that a little unfair? Are support items really allowed? Mina asked. They're allowed for students from the support department, Desua. Momo informed them. But according to the rules they have to make whatever items they want to bring onto the field by themselves, and there's a limited number of gadgets they can bring. Doesn't that mean she made all those thingamajigs by herself? The pink girl said. I guess it is, Kiro. Shows that quirks aren't the only way one can fight back, Tsuyu answered. That's just how the cookie crumbles. Mina sighed and patted Ochako on the back. Don't feel too bad, you did a wonderful job out there. I guess, Ochako sulked. You know, I've been thinking, Jiro said casually, attempting to change the topic. The name, 1A Investigation Squad, is quite a mouthful. Can we call it something else? What? How dare you disagree with the awesome name I came up with? Mina flared in mock anger, no heat in her voice. Ooh, I've got one. We can call ourselves, the Coordinators, Hagakure suggested. That sounds like some Illuminati conspiracy group. How about, the Outsiders? Kyoka-chan, isn't that just the name of that old band? Also, why does every name have the start with the Desua? I've got one. Ochako perked up, the Secret Six. That's pretty good, Mina said cheerfully, then pouted. But it's taken. Gah, at this rate we'll have to stick to the old name whenever we want to play with Midoriya-kun. I thought you were opposed to the name change in the first place, Kiro. Speaking of Midoriya-kun, there he is. Let's go say hi, Hagakure pointed. Ochako perked up at that, looking up to see her green-haired friend, carrying a little girl on his back. The brunette began, the other girls beside her freezing where they stood once they saw what she was looking at. What? Mina squeezed herself closer to Ochako, practically cheek to cheek as her eyes bulged alongside her. Who's that kid he's carrying? Here we go again. Tsuyu thought, moving forward to see what was going on. Her shy friend was giving a smaller girl a piggyback ride, his passenger clinging on tightly while she looked around at the various food vendors. Her jet black hair and cold blue eyes were all too familiar. Isn't that Kodai-san, Kiro? And no, it's not. At least, I don't think it is. Look at how small she is. Momo said, squinting. Wait, did she use her quirk? To make herself younger? Wah. Can she even do that? Even when she's lost, she's won? Jiro asked, barely containing the disbelief in her voice. Crap. Don't tell me he likes younger girls and they're into that sort of thing. WW what? Hagakure cried out in dismay. Say it ain't so, the cinnamon roll is a degenerate lolicon? Oh of course not. Ochako leapt to the defense of her precious friend, face scarlet. Deku-kun isn't that sort of guy. Ochako-chan's right. Calm down, everyone. There has to be some sort of explanation, Kiro. Tsuyu said quickly. Only one way to find out. 1A Investigation Squad, transform and roll out, Mina declared. The girls bunched together, tactically bounding from cover to cover as a group while trailing their green-haired classmate. They made sure not to get too close but still attempted to eavesdrop on what Izuku was saying to the child on his back, their curiosity overflowing at the strange situation they'd come across. Dango, 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 the little girl sang stoically, waving the aforementioned sticks of sweets in her hand. Dango, dango, the Dango family. Are they good? The girls heard Izuku ask. And nice and sweet, she took another bite. Ochako's chest fluttered. Her friend Deku looked so different. The smile that he directed towards that girl was so warm and loving that she could feel her heart melt. What was his relationship with her? The group continued to tail Izuku, peeking out from time to time and earning a few strange looks from passerbys. They watched while he made his way to the seating area and set the child on his back onto her own chair, simply content to watch her enjoy her food. There was a moment where they collectively froze when the little girl looked their way, only relaxing when she refocused on her meal and reasoning that they weren't noticed. Here, Oni-chan. She offered some of her dango to Izuku, who smiled and took a bite. Oni-chan? Jiro whispered. Oi, oi. This is looking worse and worse with every passing second. Uwa, I don't think I could call my future boyfriend, Oni-chan, Hagakure squealed, too kinky. Ochako clearly didn't know what to say, too stunned to even form any words. Just as she was about to make a statement, Tsuyu raised a hand, pointing at someone heading right towards Izuku. Wait. Look, Kiro. They looked, and a collective gasp of surprise escaped from the girls. It was Kodai herself, carrying a plate of food. Tsuyu frowned, raising an inquisitive eyebrow. Ochako looked back and forth between the two girls, one a teenager, the other a child. What was going on? Hi, Kodai-san. Izuku said to the older girl. You really didn't have to treat us. For, last time. Yui said softly, sitting down so she faced her smaller doppelganger. She handed over the plate to the younger girl who replied with a muffled thanks. The two teenagers started chatting while the child beside them ate. Suyu glanced among her friends and found a wild discussion already taking place. Holy shit, he's going for the oyakodon route. The absolute madman, Jiro whispered. What's oyakodon? Momo asked. Isn't that the egg and rice dish? Not what she meant to know, and you don't want to know. I don't think it's like that, Kyoka-chan. If anything, it looks like the little girl is Kodai-san's younger sister, Kiro. Suyu began in an attempt to calm everyone down. No, there's clearly something bigger going on here, Mina exclaimed, eyes gleaming with conspiracy. Can't you see? Didn't you notice the way he smiled at her? It was the kind of smile a parent would give to their child. That's clearly their daughter. It seems that our favorite cinnamon roll is actually a stud muffin. Ochako stammered, turning paler than snow. Daughter? I thought I said this before back in our first meeting. Jiro shrugged. You know, a boy and a girl love each other very much, bada bing, bada boom. 9 months later a baby pops out and bingo bongo bongo, a family is formed. Suyu resisted the urge to send the other girl a deadpan look flatter than her chest. The ages of all three people involved in their crazy speculation obviously didn't match. There's no way anyone would actually believe. What? Hagakure stammered. It can't be, while we're still living out the first stage of our lives, Midoriya-kun is already at his third? Let's not jump to conclusions, Kiro, it's obvious what's happening. Mina declared, unintentionally interrupting Suyu. Midoriya-kun and Kodai-san had a relationship and that child was the result. A messy breakup, perhaps. From the way they fought, they're clearly vying for custody over that kid using the tournament and had intended to fight each other until Kodai-san lost. It all makes sense. It explains his interactions with those three during lunch since they probably wanted to interrogate him. He was probably also asking Kendo-san and Shiozaki-san for advice on how to raise a child. Turns out he's not actually trying to form a harem, but trying to look out for his kid. What a sad story. Desua. Momo sniffed and cupped her mouth, tears beating at her eyes. Poor Midoriya-kun. Mina-chan, you're making this sound like a weekend soap opera, Jiro said. Fighting for custody? But Kodai-san lost to me. Ochako looked horrified, a hand coming to her mouth. Did I cause her to lose custody over her daughter since her original plan was to fight Deku-kun in the finals? Oh no. Suyu facepalmed, wondering why she was the only sane person in the group. Izuku watched while Kiri gulped down another spoonful of the vanilla pudding that Yui had given her, enjoying herself immensely with the feast before her. Not only was it sweet and delicious, there was a whole plethora of emotions everywhere she looked. Warm, sharp excitement. Salty trepidation and nervousness. Bittersweet nostalgia. She devoured those emotions, taking just a tiny bit from every person in the crowd around them. The boy smiled and took a bite out of his own food, some yakitori that Yui had offered him in return for the ice cream treat he gave her last time. He hadn't expected that she'd repay him, but he wasn't about to turn away free food. Thank you, Kodai-san. Izuku said softly. I'm sorry I was so rough on you during our fight. Yui tapped on her phone and flipped it over for him to see, using it as a sort of notepad. It's okay. I'm sorry for being so rough, too. I didn't mean to target you specifically, I just felt drawn to you. She paused, hastily typing a few more words while blushing. Not in that way. I don't know how to explain it. It's like this weird feeling of familiarity. The 10 million points helped. Izuku processed the words quietly. An unnatural feeling of familiarity. Where had he heard that before? Yui tapped on it again, adding a new sentence and drawing his attention away. It was a good fight. I wanted to win. Yeah, me too. Izuku admitted, suddenly remembering something he wanted to say to her. The soft green grass of the riverbank. Deep blue water soaking into his sneakers. Crimson eyes filled with hatred, slapping his hand away. Izuku took a deep breath and said the words from his heart. Kodai-san. I want you to know, I wasn't looking down on you when we fought. It was the opposite, I thought you were amazing out there. A tint of bright pink colored the stoic girl's cheeks, fading while she tapped away at her phone before raising it at him again. You were amazing too. I didn't want to get upset but my quirk made me. Izuku paused. Your quirk? I don't like it when people make me feel small. It makes me want to get big and crush them. Then it feels good when I do. She typed. Izuku responded with a nervous smile. The random array of thoughts within his mind organized themselves into a coherent network. Her quirk. Small and big. Wait, was her quirk affecting her mental state? He heard rumors of such ideas and concepts before, but they were often considered quirkist. Society drilled in the idea that one wasn't supposed to judge people by their quirks, but it still happened all the time. How did you know? I'm curious. Excuse me, Izuku asked, puzzled. You knew what I was going to do. The kick to the temple. Yui flicked her index finger for emphasis. The one I used against Uraraka-san. Oh, that? I might have, seen someone who fought that way before. Your match with her was fantastic, by the way. Izuku slid his eyes over to Kiri, who was beginning to inhale a small pile of mochi now. Did someone teach that to you? Yui shook her head, the only sound she made being the light taps of her fingers. When I was young, I was caught in a villain attack. I was weak. An angel saved my life. Izuku's eyes widened with realization. I never wanted to be weak ever again, so I copied how she fought. Yui wrote. I think something changed in my quirk the day she saved me. He was starting to understand what happened. Kiri, or rather, Valkyrie had saved Yui when she was a child and forgot about the incident, but Yui had been inspired by her. So that was why their fighting styles were similar. But what was this about how her quirk changed? What do you mean? Before I could only grow and shrink inorganic objects. Now I can do it to myself, too. I think it was because I wanted to be strong like my hero. Or perhaps that angel blessed me. An awakening, Izuku realized. Quirk evolution. Although rare, there were recorded cases of quirks having the potential to awaken and evolve, growing past their original limits when the user was placed under tremendous amounts of stress and emotional pressure. Emotions. Kiri fed on emotions. There was some sort of link here. Were quirks affected by the emotions of their users, which led to a feedback loop of the quirk affecting the user? Before Izuku could think any further, Yui tilted her head, this time looking at Kiri. The little girl was glancing at her counterpart's bowl of cherry tomatoes, having finished all the food on her own plate already. Do you want some? Yui asked. Kiri nodded hungrily. Yui gently picked up a few of those miniature tomatoes and fed them to Kiri one by one, the smaller girl's face scrunching up in delight as she accepted them. Izuku smiled to himself, holding back from taking a picture of them. They looked like mother and child. The world flashed in colors that should not exist. There's a weird hole in my hand, pipsqueak. His brother complained. It's not healing right. Look, look, his great-grandson covered in soot ran at him happily, something small and shiny held in his grip. I did it. He was a kid again, pretending to be asleep. His alabaster hair covered one of his eyes, allowing him to peek through the gaps. A woman was stroking his head. Yu Takayama bent down, planting a gentle kiss on his forehead. Good night, Mimi. Sweet dreams. Yu whispered, I love you. She brushed a lock of jet black hair to the side when she got up, making her way to the doorway. Izuku felt his heart clench in regret, thoughts that were his and yet not his thundering in his head. I never hated you, Yu. I was just too afraid to say that I love you. The short memory ended as quickly as it started, and Izuku found himself staring at Yui feeding Kiri again. Mimi's lingering regret stabbed at him like a broken dagger, wrenching at his heart and causing a pang of sorrow to manifest. Yu Takayama. Earth One's Mount Lady, she loved Izuku. Yui noticed him staring and tilted her head in curiosity. Now their relationship will never be. Is something wrong? Yui wrote. No, it's nothing, Kodai-san. Izuku forced himself to smile, hiding the poignant heartache he felt. Nothing at all. Yui nodded and continued to feed Kiri for a little more until her phone buzzed, the brunette typing a quick reply to whoever messaged her before turning to Izuku. Had to go. Itsuka is looking for me. Sure, Kodai-san. It was nice chatting with you, Izuku said. Thanks for the food. NN. Kiri nodded gratefully. Thank you, NN. Yui responded with her voice this time, turning to Izuku with a nervous look in her eyes. Can we hang out sometime? Izuku blinked. She wasn't you. The woman Mimi once loved like a mother was long gone. This girl was a completely different person and he had to accept that. Though he could learn from them, only the dead belonged in the past. People had to look towards the future. So he did. I'd love to. Izuku smiled. Yui smiled back bashfully and waved a quick goodbye to him, then at Kiri. He watched her leave, an odd, almost indescribable bittersweet feeling coursing through him. The green-haired teen exhaled, calming himself down and feeling Kiri's hand slip onto his. You felt it too, didn't you, NN? Kiri nodded. She's nice. Would you like to see her again someday? Sure, you got a date with her, Nii-chan, Kiri remarked. It's not a date, Izuku said quickly, his cheeks burning red. Besides, she looks like you, don't you find that weird? But I think it's cool that she looks like me, she replied innocently. Of course you do. Izuku deadpanned before rubbing the top of her head. Felt like you were the one kicking my butt when I was fighting her. That just means you need to get stronger for your rematch, Oni-chan. Peeved. Izuku held back a chuckle. I guess I do. Wait, rematch? I got the feeling that she wants to fight you again, Kiri said cheerfully, watching her brother's face become bone white. Oh, the boy muttered, trying to hide the slight pang of disappointment he felt. Alright, so that's what she meant by hang out. The siblings melted into the crowd, hand in hand. Unbeknownst to them, they had lost the trail of their pursuers, the girls of Class 1A looking around in frustration once they realized their target had slipped away. Izuku soon found himself in a side path free of passerbys, sitting down on a bench beside Kiri. She was munching on one last piece of mochi when she suddenly perked up, glancing behind her. What is it? I feel something familiar, there, birdie. He followed where she'd pointed and looked up, finding none other than Tokoyami resting upon a tree branch. The bird boy's eyes were closed while he rested his back against the bark, but dark shadow had snaked down the massive tree and was currently gathering flowers? Izuku looked on curiously until the shadow creature noticed them. Little prince, dark shadow called tiredly, waving a clawed hand at him. Salutations. Ah. Tokoyami's eyes snapped open at the same time, glancing down at Izuku. Hello, Midoriya-kun. Hello, you too. Izuku greeted them back. Dark shadow continued gathering flowers, Kiri getting up from the bench and edging towards him carefully. He noticed her watching and slithered forward, Izuku watching the scene nervously and preparing to intervene in case anything happened. Fortunately for them, Kiri just started patting the menacing-looking projection's head happily, turning to look back at Izuku. Look, Nii-chan. A shadow birdie. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief while Tokoyami leapt down from his tree branch. The other boy landed expertly, slowly making his way over to sit down beside Izuku. I was just thinking of your match with the copycat, did he? Tokoyami inquired. Why yeah. Izuku replied nervously. I see, Tokoyami said. He glanced at Kiri, who was now gathering flowers with dark shadow, your little sister. Yes. Izuku nodded, waiting for the inevitable follow-up. To his surprise, Tokoyami did not pry further. He supposed the other boy had already experienced such difficult questions. Dark shadow rumbled again while Kiri handed over the collected flowers to him, his claws expertly weaving the stalks together to form a garland. He was teaching her how to do it, repeating the action several times and letting her try. A satisfied croon escaped the shade's beak when she managed it after a few attempts. Excellent work, tiny queen. This one greets you, glad to be of service. Dark shadow announced with a respectful bow. It is an honor to meet you. We have learnt much from your victory, yes. Kiri giggled and curtsied in response, both Izuku and Tokoyami watching the exchange with mild curiosity. What are you guys doing here? Izuku said. I was resting. Dark shadow, however, I am grieving for the loss of our kin. Dark shadow chittered, his ethereal voice tinged with sorrow. To lose one so young, it is a great blow. There are so few of us. So very few. Izuku's heart leapt in his chest. Newborn. Of course Dark Shadow could see her. He watched while Dark Shadow made another garland of flowers, carefully handing them over to Kiri. I know what you are talking about. She's not dead, Izuku began. She might as well be. Dark Shadow growled, pointing at him accusingly. She is locked in the forever sleep because of you. Kiri's attitude immediately changed when she darted between her brother and the projection, her fingers curling into hooks. Tokoyami gently pulled back on Dark Shadow, the shadow person's eyes creasing in sadness. Forgive me, little prince and queen. That was improper, Dark Shadow said. To see one so young be hurt is painful. I know you were trying to save the boy, Monoma. It's alright. The way you're talking about what happened, and how you mentioned that there are so few of us. Izuku paled. Has this happened before? Years and years ago, Midoriya-kun. Tokoyami answered. My family keeps records of such instances. People like us, and even those are excruciatingly rare. I shall show them to you after the festival. I see. But there's a catch, isn't there? Izuku said grimly. Knowledge for knowledge. Not much of a catch. We just want to know more about you, the same way you want to know more about us. Izuku gathered his thoughts, watching while Dark Shadow calmed down from Kiri patting his ethereal head again. The tension was dissolved when Dark Shadow grunted in satisfaction after finishing his construction, looking towards his brother. It is done, Fumikage. Now I wish to see my kin. Very well. Midoriya-kun, would you be so kind as to join us? Izuku looked at Kiri, who waved the garland of flowers at him and nodded. Sure. What followed was a short trip back to the infirmary. Luckily for them, only Archimedes was there, and this time he allowed visitors to come in. The two boys watched while dark shadows slithered through the air, hovering over Monoma's unconscious body and eyeing him carefully. A sharp sting of guilt jabbed Izuku even while Kiri consumed it quickly. Observe. Dark shadow pointed a ghostly claw at the sleeping blonde. Withdrawal of the accursed forever sleep, sealing away the id, ego, and superego. Forever sleep? Izuku asked in trepidation, fearing for the worst. A coma? For our kin. Worry not for the boy, he shall awaken in time. Dark shadow replied. Come, tiny queen, let us proceed. He placed the garland of flowers around Monoma's neck and motioned for Kiri to do the same. She did so and Izuku observed it all, mentally jotting down notes. He was half fascinated, half confused. This almost seemed like some sort of religious ritual. Dark shadow clasped his claws together in a sort of prayer, Kiri mimicking what the older projection did with her small fingers. After a short moment of silence the construct sighed, letting his shoulders fall. Tokoyami and Izuku simply watched, the latter not knowing what was going on. It is done. Thank you, Fumikage. Tiny Queen, Prince of Phi. What's done? Izuku asked. Funeral rites. I shall take my leave. Dark shadow bowed and retreated into Tokoyami. The crow boy simply gave Izuku a quiet nod as he prepared to leave. Was all of that really necessary? He's my brother. I want him to be happy. Tokoyami answered, his eyes flicking to Kiri for a second. I'm sure you understand. See you in the finals. Good luck. Right. See you. Good luck. Izuku said weakly. Tokoyami simply left the room after his goodbye. Izuku glanced at Kiri, raising an eyebrow. I don't suppose you know what that was all about? Dunno. Kiri admitted, shrugging. I was just copying the shadow birdie. Another mystery, huh? Izuku sighed. Let's leave Monoma-kun to rest. He turned and started making his way to the door, but the little girl stayed behind for a moment longer. Kiri blinked at the unconscious boy before her, expanding her senses. There was something slumbering within him. She could feel it, a fading ember with a weak golden glow, like a candle in the wind. It felt cold. Hungry. The poor thing didn't have enough strength to feed itself. The child thought for a moment, then reached up to her temple and pressed her index finger to it. She pulled her hand back and held a wisp of green light between her fingers, a fragment of guilt she'd consumed from her brother earlier. Kiri pressed the wisp against Monoma's forehead and watched it sink into him. She nodded, satisfied. Back then she had shared what she had with her sister. To her, this was no different. Her brother always helped others, no matter what. That was something she inherited from him. Kiri, come on, dear. Let's go. Okay, Oni-chan. The girl trotted back innocently, tiny fingers that could slip through steel resting onto her brother's palm. Monoma stirred in his sleep. Izuku walked down the hallway, hand in hand with his sibling. Kiri seemed to have recovered, now looking around at everything around her with the curiosity of a child. The boy glanced at a clock hanging on the wall. There was still quite a bit of time before the finals, he wondered what they should do next. Truth be told, he felt like going back to the secondary infirmary for a bit of rest, but that would leave Kiri bored. He wanted her to enjoy herself. Then there was the issue of where she'd go during his match. He suspected that the overwhelmingly powerful combined form of theirs could only be used one more time before she ran out of power and reverted to her chibi form. He was thinking that he should save it for the finals, or even hold back from using it since it tired her out. Relying on her too much was a big no-no. She had the right to live her own life without his input. A new distraction came in the form of several loud thumps along with something floating down the hallway, Kiri tugging at his hand as she pointed at it. It was a small pink Haro robot, one that belonged to Mei. The very same one he saved the other day. If he remembered correctly, its name was Haru. The siblings edged closer, trying to see what it was doing. Haru had 3 long tentacles extend from her shell, each one carrying a heavy box many times her size. Those weren't a function of the original models, Izuku noted. He realized that she had accidentally dropped what she was carrying earlier, resulting in that commotion. Just as the automaton was about to pick up the 4th and 5th boxes, Izuku called out, wanting to help. Hi. Do you need any help getting those to Hatsume-san? Midoriya Izuku. Greetings, Savior. Savior. Haru rotated to face him and beeped, eyes flashing with every word she spoke. We would appreciate the assistance. Creator Hatsume Mei requires these supplies in preparation for the next match. That was how Izuku found himself carrying 2 heavy boxes and following a floating pink robot. It was almost comical, really. At least Kiri was having fun, currently bombarding the small machine with questions while floating alongside it. Are you a robot? Yes. We're a robot. How can you fly? We are a custom experimental unit equipped with a H-particle condenser that allows us to store and release said particles that act as a propellant. Normal HARO units utilize a float dial propulsion system as per standard factory settings. Why are you pink? Our creator let us choose the paint job. We like this color. Izuku smiled to himself, seeing how entertained Kiri was. The trio of boy, projection, and robot soon reached a room deep in the stadium with a set of large shutter doors. There was the sound of people talking alongside the low hum of whatever miraculous technology Mei had built. Izuku gulped and prepared himself before he knocked twice. Hatsume-san. It's me, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku said nervously. I saw your robot carrying some stuff so I helped her. Can we come in? There was a loud thumping and crashing from within the room, Izuku wincing while it got closer and closer. Clattering shutters rolled open and there stood Hatsume Mei in all her grease-covered glory. A messy trail of fallen tools and spare parts littered behind her. She was smiling from ear to ear, delighted to see him before her. Midoriya-kun. Come in, Mei said happily. Thanks for the help. Hey, who's this? This is my younger sister, Kurimi. Izuku introduced her. Say hello, Kiri. Hello. Kiri waved. Hello to you too, Midoriya-chan. Mei smiled, taking one of the heavy boxes from Izuku. Alright. Let's see what we've got. Izuku found himself impressed at her physical strength, but the feeling was soon forgotten once he noticed the other person in the room. It was a thin man dressed in a suit, one side of his face marked with a faded Z-shaped scar. The man had androgynous features, and Izuku realized he had been staring for a bit too long when those cold, glassy eyes locked onto his. There was something unnatural about this person. A feeling in his gut told Izuku that something wasn't right. The way he moved felt predatory, almost too precise. We shall be taking our leave now, Mei. The thin man said slowly. Good luck for the next match. Mei nodded absent-mindedly, digging through the boxes Izuku had brought over. Thanks, Uncle Zen, see y'all later. The man stalked his way across the room but right when he reached the door he paused. His head swiveled towards Izuku mechanically, fixing an empty gaze onto his nervous form. Izuku gulped but held his ground. So did Kiri. He didn't miss how one of her tiny hands balled into a fist, instinctively preparing to defend her brother. She had noticed something was wrong as well. Uncle Zen, what are you doing? Mei sighed. As of this moment, we are attempting to intimidate one of your potential suitors as per standard protocol. Oh no you don't go scaring off my favorite and only test subject. I mean, lab partner, shoo, Mei said quickly, chasing the man out the door and shutting it behind him. Sorry about that. He's weird, I know. Don't worry about it. Izuku blushed at the earlier implication. A relative of yours? From my mother's side. She grabbed a tool off a wall rack and motioned for him to follow, half Sokovian. Sokovia, the country's name, was an old memory at the top of Izuku's head. Is that the country with the 100% literacy rate? The one ruled by a villain-turned-hero? That's Latveria, my dude. Mei laughed. Sokovia's part of the Russian Federation. Izuku blinked when they entered the next room. It was a storeroom, but Mei had converted it into a makeshift garage. Tools rested upon mobile tables, glistening with oil and worn from use. What really caught his eye was the mechanical behemoth that stood in the center of the room, held up by twin pylons of painted yellow steel. It was a canvas of gleaming metal and circuitry in the vague shape of a person, bristling with guns and missiles. A suit of power armor so well designed that it rivaled a military grade 1. Knowing Mei, it was probably superior in every way. Snaking cables of every color lined the room, connecting the armor to the strange conical device that Kiri recognized as the H-drive Mimi had pointed out in the obstacle race. Wow, Izuku whispered, completely in awe. Kiri shrugged and floated away to play with Haru. You like it? Mei's grin widened at his reaction. Baby 6012. I call it the Thunderchild. I can see why. Izuku eyed the tri-barreled cannon mounted on its right forearm, like a miniature battleship turret. Fan of the classics? Huh? Mei's eyes danced with glee. You know it, my dude. This is an absolute masterpiece, Hatsume-san. Izuku circled around the machine, each new detail he discovered only increasing his respect for the pink-haired girl. Are you sure you should be letting me see all this? I am your next opponent, you know. Might as well. Mei shrugged. Not much that could stand against that, is there? At first he thought Mei was talking about her power armor, but she tilted her chin at a screen that lowered itself from the ceiling. The dark surface flickered to life and displayed a scene recorded barely an hour ago. One eye a milky white, a halo above his head. He was an asymmetrical statue of cut glass, shattered in places, immaculate in others. Wreathed in lightning, blood and torn cloth. No sign of wings on helm nor heel, yet undoubtedly a visage of one of heaven's messengers. Izuku chuckled nervously as Mei paused the playback of his earlier match with Todoroki, his worried expression reflected in her beautiful golden eyes. She sauntered towards him with a mischievous smile on her glossy lips. "You show me yours and I'll show you mine." Mei smirked playfully. "Fair trade, don't you think?" "I suppose so." Izuku blushed, feeling his cheeks heat up uncomfortably. Those flustered feelings soon faded when Kiri latched onto his back, her hair unbelievably fine and soft against his cheek. A mental nudge of gratitude was sent her way with the boy thanking her for saving him from his own embarrassment. "I don't suppose you can tell me what that was?" the pink-haired girl asked. "Some sort of supermode, perhaps? I had a real bad case of baby fever when I saw you in action. You got me all hot and bothered. Come on, tell me." Mei was bouncing with excitement now, eagerly clutching a notepad and pencil while taking down notes even without a word from him. Izuku tried not to back away, hands raised in surrender. "I would if I could, Hatsume-san," Izuku said. "It's just, I'm not completely sure how my quirk actually works yet. I think it has something to do with energy and the different forms it takes." "Energy, Zenith. Write that down and fetch me baby 5251, Haru. Run diagnostics for the Thunderchild. We've got big game to hunt." Her two little assistant robots beeped and went off to their respective tasks, Kiri eyeing how they zipped through the air like a pair of busy bees. Izuku was more concerned about that last sentence. "You no need to thank me. I know you're one of those people that love a challenge." "Me too," Mei said happily, digging into a nearby toolbox. "Since you're giving it your all, I'll do the same." I see," Izuku said weakly, trying not to squeak when Zenith returned with a large cannon and attached it to the power armor's shoulder. "It's an honor match with you." Mei's features crinkled in amusement, and Izuku found himself blushing once when she laughed. How did she manage to look so alarmingly pretty even though she was covered in soot, oil, and grease? Girls were weird. "I'm sure it will be fun to fight against you, Midoriya-kun. It won't be as entertaining if I have to fight against Boom Boom Boy or Shadow Edgelord. I mean, Tokoyami-san." "You mean Bakugo-kun. Yeah, them. I don't remember the names of people I don't care about, sorry not sorry." "Alright." Izuku stammered at the implication. "May the best contestant win." "Oh, I really don't care that much about winning or losing either. For me, it's more about making a statement." That piqued his interest. Mei tossed her multi-tool from one hand to the other, looking pleased when she heard his questioning remark. Izuku just felt as though he dug himself into a deeper pit. "I'm glad you asked, Midoriya-kun. You see, I have a dream," Mei said. "To achieve that impossible dream I'll need to do well for the sports festival." Izuku understood, nodding as he listened. Kiri was now busy playing with Haru and Zenith when they returned, the two robots entertaining her with three-dimensional holograms projected from their beady eyes. She swam through the air alongside translucent pink whales and dolphins, giggling all the while. "A dream." Izuku looked down at his palm, forming a fist. "Like I said before." Mei turned back to face him with a brilliant smile. "You show me yours and I'll show you mine. When I was younger I was in a dark place where I thought I was worthless. I don't want anyone to experience that, so, my dream is to show everyone a brighter future. I'm prepared to devote my life to help make the world a better place. I want to save everyone, both physically and spiritually. To do so," Izuku looked her right in the eyes, hiding nothing. "I have to show them that, I am here. That's an admirable goal. A brighter future for everyone, Rather selfless of you. Devoting your life to others like that." Pink locks of hair waved back and forth when Mei nodded rapidly. "That's great, we're on a similar path, then. My dream is to send humanity to space." Really?" Izuku's eyes sparkled with wonder. "That's so cool, space exploration. That's what everyone was working on before the rise of quirks, right?" "Yup. I know my dream's a bit weird though, so thanks for not laughing." She smiled lightly. "But to achieve it, there's something I'll have to do first." "Oh, what might that be?" he asked. Mei took a deep breath, gold meeting green when she locked gazes with Izuku. "I want to erase the concept of heroes from our society." What do I do?" Suyu couldn't help but feel pity for the poor girl splayed out before her, auburn hair pulling across cheap plastic. Ochako lay face down on the table, one hand clutching a half-eaten mochi and looking like a depressed alcoholic. Needless to say, it was a sorry state of affairs. "What should I do, Suyu-chan?" Ochako moaned. "I didn't mean to make Kodai-san lose custody over her daughter, Uwa." Suyu sighed, palming her cheeks with both hands. Ochako-chan, don't tell me you really believe everything they said earlier. It was all wild speculation, Kiro. Even so, she and Deku-kun clearly have some sort of relationship. I think they were supposed to meet up in the finals and I might have unknowingly ruined their grand showdown. Ochako mumbled, peeking up at her froggy friend. Where did the others go? Don't you remember? You fell into a state of shock, so I volunteered to stay and take care of you. Suyu said. You even asked us to go on without you. Oh, Ochako said glumly. Look, Suyu tried. Why don't we just ask Midoriya-kun what's going on? Ochako perked up at that, her face turning a deep cherry red. Suyu simply watched while she started waving her hands about in denial, desperately trying to come up with some sort of excuse. Asked Deku-kun? No, I've already caused too much trouble for him and it'd be best that we don't stress him out before the final round of the tournament. You're just afraid of the answer, aren't you? Ochako stopped, her form drooping like a wilting flower. A little. Suyu suppressed a sigh. Poor Ochako was so concerned about her friend, but there was definitely more to the green-haired boy than they'd initially thought. Suyu would be lying if she said she wasn't curious as well. Then let's find out together, Suyu said. The brunette girl's gaze shot up nearly instantly. I'm kind of blunt, so forgive me if I offend you, Kiro. Sitting around and moping isn't going to solve any problems. Suyu nodded, leaning back her chair. There's a time for thought and there's a time for action, and this is one of those times. Which? The second one, Kiro. Why, you're right. Ochako whispered, suddenly standing with a new fire in her eyes. You're absolutely right. We're just wasting time, aren't we? Come on, Suyu-chan. We've got to get to the bottom of this mystery. Wait. Suyu paused. Right now? Of course, there's no time like the present. Ochako's determination erupted like a volcano, blinding Suyu with the newfound burst of energy. Let's go. I want to erase the concept of heroes from our society. Izuku was stunned, letting that sentence slowly sink into his mind. He still couldn't fully comprehend what Mei meant, but judging by the look on her face she was fully expecting that sort of reaction. The concept of heroes, Izuku said. But Hatsume-san, UA is a school for heroes. Means to an end, my dude. You don't see me going around dressed in skimpy suits or colorful spandex. Mei shrugged. I needed resources and this was one of the best places to get them. Even so, I'm not really getting what you're trying to say here. Surprised, are we? You see, I believe that humanity is stagnating. Technological innovation has dwindled with the rise of quirks, and only by leaving this archaic societal system that relies on heroes behind can we begin to move forward as a species. I know, it sounds confusing. Mei laughed. Then allow me to explain. This is only the first part of my glorious 5-year plan. Haru, Zenith, bring up the presentation. Overhead lights dimmed while pink particles filled the room. The holograms that the two machines had been using to entertain Kiri earlier now rearranged to form bar graphs and several different strings of numbers and equations. Izuku took it all in, trying to make sense of it all. A table and chair popped out of the ground, Izuku sitting down under Mei's instruction. Kiri had her own table and chair as well, and together they felt like this was some sort of class. You're a smart cookie, Midoriya-kun. Let's see if you can figure this out. A thin line of holographic light followed Mei's hand, acting as a pointer. Now, what do you see here? Some bar graphs, he said. Kiri nodded beside him, always keen to learn something new. Yes, but what do you think they depict? This was definitely some sort of test or trick question. Izuku squinted at the graphs, taking in all the information they displayed. Dates at the bottom. Fluctuating lines and dots, numbers and symbols. It was pretty easy to read even without a legend, but the problem was trying to understand what Mei was trying to tell him. The dates, years in sets of 5. He frowned. One of the bars kept going higher and higher, while the other went the opposite way. It was an 80-to-20 ratio at the stage where the current decade was in. He blinked. Wait a minute. 80-to-20. 20%? Izuku turned to face Mei, his eyes wide. He looked back at the graph again, skimming over the details. The constant rise that didn't seem to stop. The numbers were in the billions. Up and up like a rocket with no signs of stopping. This is a chart depicting the total number of quirked and quirkless individuals. Izuku whispered, raising a hand and inadvertently drawing the graph closer to him. Wait, no. This doesn't just depict it, it's predicting it. This line here, the one that keeps spiking upwards. That's quirk instability along with the rate of abnormality. Mei grinned, folding her arms in satisfaction. Izuku studied the data once more. To see it laid out before him, all that complexity narrowed down and simplified into such a form was remarkable. Good.
Do you see what's happening? It's apparent that there are less quirkless individuals throughout the years due to natural selection. Law of the jungle. But what really interests me is the severe rate of quirk instability and abnormality that occurs as time passes. May flicked her hand, zooming in on a certain point. Quirks are getting stronger and stronger as they mix together, with no sign of stopping. Growth. Any type of growth is supposed to taper off after a certain point due to the nature of energy. It doesn't just come out of nowhere, you know. And yet, the power of quirks keeps rising. It's not stopping. Abnormalities, quirks that are unable to be controlled by their user consciously. Quirks are getting stronger. Izuku's eyes flicked upward to meet May's. And more unstable. Ding ding ding. That's right. This is what is known as the quirk singularity theory, but I'm sure you already knew that. Now if you consider the paranormality origin theory, things start to get really wild with the idea of a virus that granted humanity. Slow down, Hatsume-san. No, I'm not going to slow down. I'm not going to stop because this is the first time someone else in this school has taken me seriously when I talk about this. May pouted. Power Loader Sensei just brushed me off and Principal Nezu is too busy to listen to me. I hope that's the case because the alternative is that he just doesn't care. Someone needs to hear all this. Izuku blinked in surprise at her sudden outburst, but he could sympathize with her. That frustration in her voice was the same as what he once experienced back in middle school. Nobody believed or listened to him back then. All she wanted was somebody to listen to her.
Okay. Izuku raised his hands. Okay, I'll hear you out. All these charts and graphs, what are you trying to say? I'm saying that this society we live in, it's not sustainable. Not in the next few decades. May slammed a hand against the hologram and to his surprise there was a soft "pump" that rang out. The rate that quirks are getting stronger will inevitably lead to disaster, especially with how society represses and condemns quirk usage. Power always beckons usage. How long before a disgruntled office worker explodes with the force of a nuke? How long before some poor kid lashes out at his bullies and vaporizes an entire school? Note that all these incidents are civilian. I can't even begin to comprehend the scope of how the entire world is affected by something like this. Then there's the economic, socio-cultural, and geopolitical ramifications, not to mention the resulting anarchy. I'm sure All Might will be enough to stop these incidents if and when they occur, Izuku said brightly, his voice full of hope. All Might is just one person. A titan among men, but still a single one. Atlas holding up the weight of the world. All Might is the piece holding it all together. He sets the example, and people want to be like him. What happens when he's gone? Uncertainty. Chaos. Conflict. A new wave of villains. But the next generation. May smacked the hologram again for emphasis. They'll be gods. We've seen what you can do. Izuku blinked. Meanwhile Kiri was teaching Haru how to draw, or perhaps it was the other way around. I don't think I'm a god. That's a little too pretentious, if you ask me. Fine. Godeling, then. Fact of the matter is, I think you are undoubtedly a prime example of a symptom of what we call the quirk singularity. May shushed him before he could object. The title of Godeling isn't just for show. Think, heroes, they're just the myths of old given a fresh coat of paint. Hercules and the Nemean lion. All Might and Toxic Chainsaw. This is what heroes are. Modern myths. Humanity is progressing backwards instead of forwards, sliding back into an era of worship and idolatry. We live in a society where if you're born with a strong quirk you'll most likely get an instant advantage in life. Izuku's mind instantly thought back to his childhood friend turned tormentor. How many times had he tried telling teachers about the bullying only to have them turn him away? He knew they didn't want to spoil Bakugo's chances of getting into U. Since it would benefit them. His bully's record was spotless and the price was Izuku's feelings and dignity. Back then when he had saved Bakugo from the sludge villain too, the heroes had praised Bakugo while all he had gotten was a scolding. All because the other boy had a powerful quirk and he didn't. Anger bubbled within him for a moment before he forced it back down. Calm down, he told himself. May's words had an inkling of truth to them but he still didn't fully understand what she was saying. Just a minute, Hatsume-san. Worship. Idolatry. May's response to his question was to huff and cup her chin, like a perplexed tutor trying to teach a child. Only after a few seconds of contemplation did she exhale, bopping a fist into her palm. Okay, let's make this easier for you to understand. You know how heroes also earn money through sponsorship to certain brands and products, right? Like how Endeavor has that horrible black coffee brand, MT. Lady with that weird flowery shampoo. That's the work of the Hero Association, because heroes are profitable.
Companies then analyze that data and try to sell consumers a lifestyle story in the image of said hero. Endeavor's coffee is tough, for manly men. Or, MT. Lady shampoo will turn you into a beauty like her. Further data analysis will reveal what kind of narrative sells and what doesn't, repeat ad nauseum. Are you following me so far? I guess. I didn't really like that coffee either. Izuku mumbled. Tell me about it. Like drinking pig swill, Mei stuck out her tongue before refocusing. Anyway, heroes are now integrated with brands and marketing, and that's great for them. They've developed a system to promote products and commercialize heroism. It's ingenious in a devious way, especially with that whole hypnotic subconscious reinforcement thing that they pull on the general masses. What? Heroes good, any other way of thought bad. Be a hero and you'll be strong, famous. TV shows, toys, cartoons, games, etc. All the messages they want to send to the little kiddies watching at home are reinforced by a little razzle-dazzle. Can't have the next generation thinking that they don't need heroes, Our society revolves around the idea of heroes, and we've been convinced to think that we need them to stop the spread of villains. Have you ever stopped to think where those villains come from? A pit of growing worry was forming in Izuku's stomach. Either way, profits go up and the rate of villainy goes down with this system of theirs. At least, that's what was supposed to happen. Problem is, when you mix marketing and propaganda, you create these bubbles, where people only hear what they want to hear. Little echo chambers where their favored narrative is repeated to them over and over again, so they'll never hear any contrasting viewpoints, any disagreement, any unpleasant thing that clashes with their ideals. This creates mass psychological dissonance between different groups of people that, consciously or not, have their life's context formed around media narratives. Do you see what's happening here?
You're trying to say that the media that people consume, particularly about heroes, is different from reality and that people refuse to see things from another point of view. Izuku said uneasily. Yes, but it's not just that. You see, a population's cultural narrative context being created this way means that they're starting to look to heroes as their gods. Celebrities like All Might as their lord and savior. They'll worship heroes as their gods and take their words as the gospel truth.
Idealized lifestyles and products, or rather, heroes, have replaced religion. Do you realize how dangerous that is? Now, I'm not a religious person myself, so I didn't really care at first, but then I started to think of the consequences.
Heroes aren't infallible. What happens when one screws up?
Here's the interesting part. There's always a considerable percentage of any population that gives way to fanatic or counterculture behavior, becoming too engrossed in their ideals. Back in the day, this resulted in religious fanatics or extremists. In this modern age of hero worship and idolatry, these individuals will take those ideals too far, their fanaticism only reinforced by the echo chamber, bubble, that the system has put them in. When you really think about it, a hero's fanbase is literally just the same thing as a cult. They both act as a community that brings people together to discuss a specific narrative. At least religion actually tries to offer the illusion of being beneficial to society at large. These new models, however, are there purely for profit and to spread the message of heroism, in an effort to curb the assumed inevitable onset of villainy.
Mei took a deep breath to calm herself while Izuku considered her words. Yeah, I see you thinking. Let that marinate. Did you ever think about how we live in a world where a bunch of people do crazy shit over their ideals, run around in colorful costumes, attack schools, declare themselves as villains? Do you really think that's normal behavior? Of course not. These sort of people would have been in a monastery a couple of centuries ago. They're either fanatics or extremists, pure and simple. Nothing wrong with being a fanatic if it's constructive, but these narratives don't have that interest in mind. To put things simply, the modern hero society we've created has now replaced religion with idealized lifestyles and products. The same types of people that would have been religious fanatics in the past have focused the dedication towards brands, ideologies, products, and heroes. Blinded by their faith, they will develop their own interpretations. This is how people like Boom Boom Boy are made. This works in reverse as well. That counterculture I mentioned earlier rejects those ideals, thus creating individuals who wish to rebel against the common groupthink and establish their own narratives. This is how many villains are created. Consumers latch onto these content marketing cultural narratives so hard that they start being not able to tell between reality and fiction. Comic book characters leaping off the page. We are literally creating our own problems in an otherwise prosperous society. Izuku's heartbeat ratcheted up several levels. His thoughts inadvertently drift back to Ida's match and how Bakugo had brutalized him. The blonde had always prided himself in winning, just like All Might. Bakugo had his own interpretation of All Might's message of overwhelming victory. Though he doubted the other boy was a fanatic, It sort of made sense. Then he thought of Mei's words on counterculture. That hand-faced villain back at USJ. Shigaraki, his goal was to destroy All Might. Did he even have a goal back then, or did he just want to eliminate the symbol of peace so he could revel in the chaos? Even so, Izuku didn't agree with Mei's assessment, feeling that she only saw the negatives of the situation. Hatsume-san, I understand how you feel, Izuku said slowly. But you're only seeing things from a pessimist's point of view. You're suggesting that the current hero system is responsible for creating villains. Huh? But I'm right, though. Mei shrugged nonchalantly. By focusing on their own popularity, agendas and that farce they call the hero billboard chart JP, heroes have ignored the real problems completely. They fight and defeat those villains and lock them up, that's it. They don't address the root cause of the problem, how and why those villains came to be in the first place. Understand this. They are fighting the symptoms, not the disease. In my opinion, these so-called heroes are apathetic to the suffering of the people around them and only help out of obligation when they are nearby, not because they want to change anything or help. That's not true. Izuku stood from his chair, Kiri jolting in surprise at the sudden movement. The fact that they are fighting at all means something. Heroes are always helping people and trying to make the world a better place. Is that so, or is that just what you've seen in the media, what they want the public to see? Mei challenge. If the Hero Association wants to help so much, why have they not addressed the underlying problem of quirkless discrimination when they have the power to do so? Why are the UA entrance exams and sports festival events specifically catered to those with flashy quirks? Why has the Hero Association allowed Endeavor to stay within their ranks as the number 2 without any form of counseling or treatment despite his obvious instability towards both civilians and the villains he captures? Why was your pal Boom Boom Boy not disqualified despite what he did? Izuku bit his lower lip. He couldn't come up with an argument, not with the current knowledge he had right now. He didn't have all the information Mei possessed. Thoughts of his childhood as a quirkless kid rushed back to him, where he'd been treated like trash and bullied just because he was assumed to be quirkless. The look on his mother's face when she read up on how abnormalities were discriminated against. How differently he was treated now because he now had a powerful quirk. I don't know, but I'm sure there's a good reason. Don't be so sure of that. Here's a little truth bomb for you. Mei leaned in closer than he was comfortable with, her words cutting like a knife. Fact of the matter is, the Hero Association and by extension the Japanese government is so afraid of people lashing out with their quirks that they have no choice but to push this hero-worshipping narrative to maximize the production of heroes. It's why the hero billboard chart is based on popularity. Helping people, let's be real here. Heroes, in this society are focused on fixing cosmetic issues as a career. They have good intentions, but are not interested in actually improving society on the whole systematically or individual to individual. They are a reactive force rather than an active one, and are nothing more than glorified law enforcement. Better for someone with a strong quirk to be a hero instead of testing out their abilities as a villain. Boom Boom Boy is a great example of this. If we lived in a world where villains dominated society, do you think a strength seeker like him would still be drawn to the ideal of being a hero? Why, you're wrong. People can change. Izuku gulped but couldn't finish his sentence. The pit in his gut felt bottomless now, but not because he was afraid of Mei. It was the fear that she might be right. I'm right and you know it. That boy only wants to be the strongest, and he reasoned that in order to do that he needs to be the best hero. If the script was flipped he'd seek to be the best villain, because all he cares about is strength. But you, Mei's golden eyes were shining, her voice soft and sultry in his ear. You're different, Midoriya-kun. You still believe in the inherent altruism in people, even after everything you've seen and experienced. Even after he hurt your friend. Even after he hurt you. The words went unspoken. Izuku shivered and Kiri latched onto his back to pull him away from Mei when she sensed his discomfort. The pink-haired girl blinked in surprise, but shrugged it off easily. You're still trying to actually help people, so I guess you get a pass for now, Mei said. Heroes deal with villains, but those are merely the symptoms. The root cause of villainy lies beneath the surface, spreading like a cancer because of the current system we have in place. Inequality. Quirkless discrimination. Quirkism. Repression. A whole ton of factors that we can't keep track of, coming to a boiling point. Majority of them stem from the commercialization of heroes. Mei stood a little straighter, putting her hands on her hips. There was a flicker on the edge of Izuku's mind but he pushed it back down, giving the girl before him all of his attention. The time for fun and games is over. The quirk singularity will coincide with overpopulation, civil instability, and the depletion of our already dwindling resources. If this problem is not addressed within the next decade, there will be a reckoning unlike any other in human history. Economies will collapse. Continents will shatter. Countries will burn. Ragnarok. Made talk of dwindling resources and civil instability. It was the exact same thing Mimi said when she had explained herself to the others. Mimi's world had a new generation of heroes that took things too far, fighting for the sake of their own causes and self-interests, their own causes. Bakugo's words were like a gunshot that rang out in his mind. "'Cause he's nothing and I'm the best, you hear? I'm gonna win this tournament and become the #1 hero." Tension coiled in his gut. Was Bakugo just an example of things to come? An entire generation of heroes, like him who only cared about themselves, which would then trigger an uprising among the furious populace, leading to an age of vigilantes. The system is diseased, Midoriya-kun. I intend to cure it. May let the words sink in. All for the sake of a brighter future. You make some good points, Hatsume-san. But I have to disagree. Izuku swallowed his uncertainty. There will always be people who are willing to do what's right. We need heroes to show the world that there is always hope. You're an idealist, I'm a realist. Even assuming the inherent goodwill and altruism of a society, there will always be those who rebel. May matched his stare eye for eye, that burning intelligence in her gaze causing a shiver to run down his spine. Let's agree to disagree, or rather, I'll show you how I intend to put mankind back on the right track. Really? How exactly are you planning to do that? Izuku asked, curious to hear her answer. There had to be a way to fix all this. If you beat me, she pointed at him, grinning from ear to ear, I'll tell you. And if I lose, then I'll destroy Hero Society, take over the world with my babies and no one will stop me. Muahahaha. May did her best evil genius laugh, which was actually pretty good. Are you a bad enough dude to challenge me? I do love a challenge. Izuku gulped again, feeling that May wasn't kidding. Who knows what she would be capable of in a few years. He found the courage to look up at her again, shoving his fear of that terrifying future she prophesied to the back of his mind for the time being. Then I guess I am challenging you. Izuku tried nervously, earning him another amused look from the pink prodigy, sorry. Oh, lighten up. I'll sweeten the pot a little. May smiled. If you beat me, not only will I give you the details of my glorious 5-year plan, we'll have dinner while we talk. I'll make that borscht you like so much. Borscht? It's that thing baby 5555 made for you last time. The soup with the sour cream. Family recipe, a bit of an acquired taste. Powerloader sensei thinks it's way too much cream, so I was really surprised when you liked it. It's how my mom makes it, Wisey. Learned it from her babushka. That, Izuku finally recalled, his eyes instantly darting to the ceiling just in case the spider bot was lurking around again. Sure, Hatsume-san. I'd love to. Great, it's a date then, she laughed, slinging a heavy wrench over her shoulder while she began guiding him and Kiri to the door. If you manage to beat me, that is. I'll be sure to give you a run for your money. Now if you'll excuse me, I still need to prepare for our match later. Right. The boy stammered, his eyes spinning in a dizzy swirl. See you in the arena? I'll be waiting. May smiled. Come face me, champion. Heavy shutter doors rolled down with a snap of May's fingers, breaking eye contact between the two teenagers. Izuku felt his heart thumping at both her earlier declaration and how nervous he felt about facing her. The Thunderchild's armor had to be at least an inch thick. This wasn't going to be easy. Then there was everything May had said. To be honest, his mind was still trying to process all of it. A part of him actually agreed with her, with the boy admitting she had made a compelling argument. Still, he couldn't fully accept it. Heroes were symbols of hope and justice. They had to be. Oni-chan, you got another date? Kiri squeaked in awe and squeezed his hand. Are you gonna date 2 girls at once? It's not a date, well, I don't think it is. You know what Hatsume-san is like. I don't think she meant it that way. She was just being friendly, Izuku said quickly, cheeks glowing with warmth. Yeah, that's probably it. One more thing. Kiri tiptoed to whisper in his ear. The weird thin man just now, the one with one eye. There was something wrong with him. Oh, I noticed he was rather strange, yeah. Not just that. Kiri wore a puzzled expression. I couldn't feel any emotions from him. Is that so? Izuku said quietly. It could be that it's a part of his quirk. Or perhaps he wasn't feeling anything at the time. Izuku stopped to glance at his phone. There's still around 30 minutes left. Let's go walk around for a bit longer. May's eyes were fixed on a screen, the miniature security camera outside her door recording the interaction between Izuku and his younger sister. She decided to forego the audio, not wanting to intrude on his privacy any further. Zenith. She began, still keeping her eyes on the little girl. Got anything for me? Scan complete. Warning. Psionic wavelength detected from subject Midoriya Izuku. Subject is wavelength source. Zenith reported. Wavelength match of 72.9999% to incident 0001. Unknown class 9 cognitio hazard originating from subject Mono Minato. Isn't that interesting? May folded her arms. Haru, prep baby 2365 and 2366 for deployment. Addendum. Subject Midoriya Kurimi identified as a non-human entity. May stopped in her tracks, turning back to face her little robot. Elaborate. Psionic wavelength emitted by subject Midoriya Izuku 100% match with subject Midoriya Kurimi. Further analysis and deep-level scan shows no skeletal structure or nervous system within the subject. Subject theorized to be composed of energy, similar to unknown class 9 cognitio hazard detected during incident 0001. Conclusion. Subject is of non-human origin. Subject theorized to be psychic-type projection or similar simulacrum-type entity. Recommend caution. My. May leaned forward to inspect the holographic data projected out of Zenith's eyes, smiling as she did. Looks like we've stumbled upon a little secret, we'll have to adjust our battle plan accordingly. The teenage prodigy turned back to glance at her heavy power armor, so inviting with its powerful hydraulics and shiny weaponry. Damn. May sighed. Next time, baby. X. An annoying throb pressed on the inside of Izuku's skull like an incoming headache. It had barely 5 minutes since they left May's makeshift garage and the flickering from earlier was back again, floating on the surface of his mind like flotsam from a shipwreck. His sister let out a small murmur of concern, with him giving her a reassuring look in response. I'll be fine, Izuku whispered. Okay, here goes. He reached for those fragmented memories and found himself in a different time and place once more. He was standing on the edge of a cliff facing the ocean, watching a massive domed construct sputter and heave. Beside him stood a woman dressed in silver, her pink hair billowing in the wind. Hatsume May tapped at a hologram projected at her wrist, her one remaining eye ringed with dark circles. Launch sequence initiated. It's all you now. I have control. A feminine voice crackled on the radio and the gargantuan island in the sea began to rise. An island, preparing for takeoff. A countdown began, echoed by speakers from ships around the island. Great flying behemoths of every shape and size, a cobbled-together fleet of warships and civilian transports. Izuku watched until the countdown reached 0 and Island rose from into the air like a giant metal jellyfish, ocean water sliding off glowing blue panels around its circumference. Whatever unconventional method of propulsion it used was eerily silent, the gargantuan megastructure simply hovering upwards at a steady pace. The ragtag fleet escorted it, angling the bows of their ships skywards. They were leaving? Evacuating the planet. Hatsume closed her hologram with a sigh, her gaze filled with a quiet sadness. She waved at the airborne city, watching it rise up towards the stars. See you on the other side, Melissa. Izuku raised his tiny hand as well, waving at the departing fleet wistfully. Hatsume put a hand on his shoulder, pulling him closer for a side hug. The love he felt for her was that of a child to their mother, a gentle warmth that resonated in his chest. Let's go, Mimi, Hatsume said softly, we still have work to do. With a jerk and a flash of colors, Izuku was himself again, stabilizing by pressing a hand to the wall. His finger immediately shot up to his nose, but there was no bleeding this time. Kiri let out a worried huff. I'm fine. Did you see it? No, I didn't see anything. Kiri pouted. You just went all stiff for a second and that was it. So that's what it looks like on the outside, huh? Izuku hummed. He couldn't help but wonder what happened on Mimi's world. Something had gone terribly wrong, to the point where they had to leave Earth. It was terrifying to think about, but he was sure Mimi had her own reasons for not telling him. Some things were better left unknown. That forbidden knowledge could result in unforeseen consequences. A sudden sense of vertigo overcame him and Izuku lurched forward, losing his balance. Kiri easily caught him, but to his surprise a second and third pair of hands supported him as well, the boy looking up to see two of his precious friends at his side. Ochako and Tsuyu wore concerned expressions, their hands gripping his arms tight. Whoa, Midoriya-chan. Easy, Kiro. Deku-kun, are you alright? I'm okay. Izuku groaned, clearly not alright but pretending he was. Thanks, you too. What a happy coincidence. Actually we were hoping to talk with you about something, but Tsuyu's large eyes flickered to his younger sister for a moment. I think now isn't the best time. Tell me about it. I think I'm gonna head back for a bit of rest before the match, the green-haired boy muttered. By the way, this is my younger sister, Kurimi. Say hello, Kiri. Hello. She gave them a lazy wave which they reciprocated. Hello to you too. Midoriya-chan, Ochako said quickly, looking between her and Izuku inquisitively. I know, she looks more like mom than me. Izuku mumbled sheepishly. Right, Kiri? NN. She looks more like her mom, Ochako thought, confusion racing through her mind. Huh? What is that supposed to mean? It'd be boring for you if we go back to the infirmary, and I think you would rather watch the match live compared to a screen in the waiting room. Do you want to go sit among the audience with Uraraka-chan and Tsuyu-chan, their friends? Don't wanna, Kiri said. Ochako had a complicated look on her face upon hearing that. Huh? Why not? Izuku asked, puzzled. I don't want to sit with your class because Boom Boom Boy is there. Kiri's cheeks puffed outwards as she pouted. He's mean to you. He'll be mean to me, too. Ah, you're right. Oh dear, Boom Boom Boy. Tsuyu repeated slowly until she got it. You mean Bakugo-chan, Kiro? A rapid nod from the little girl confirmed her query. Izuku thought for a bit more until his eyes lit up with an idea. How about you sit with Mr. Yagi, then? You know, tall, blonde, and thin. You okay with that? Izuku said, turning to Ochako and Tsuyu when they tilted their heads. Mr. Yagi is my mentor. He's also working for UA. MMK. Kiri agreed, nodding obediently. Alright. I'll just send him a message, there. Would you two mind if? Oh of course, Deku-kun. We'd be glad to, Ochako said quickly. Thanks, you too. I'm gonna take a break. Izuku said gratefully. Be nice to Mr. Yagi, Kiri. Okay, Nii-chan. He sent them a tired wave before he departed, leaving Ochako and Tsuyu alone with the young child. Ochako let out a tired sigh, shoulder slumping. They didn't notice how Kiri's face seemed to become a little more stoic once her brother left, her expression reverting to that default stare. We tried, Kiro. Tsuyu said in an effort to cheer her up. At least now we know who she is. Yeah, good talk. Ochako mumbled before jolting, eep. The reason for her outburst was that Kiri had suddenly latched onto her hand, touching all 5 fingers in the process. Ochako panicked and expected the child to begin floating, except absolutely nothing happened. Kiri gave her a confused look which Ochako returned. Oh, sorry, Midoriya-chan. I was just surprised because normally things start to float when I touch them with all 5 fingers. See? Ochako used her phone as an example, levitating the device. Ooh. Kiri watched it curiously. I can do it too. She floated into the air to their surprise, still holding on to Ochako's hand while she did. Tsuyu gently guided her down while thoughts spun within the gravity-defying girl's mind. Whoa. So your quirk's like mine. How nice, Ochako remarked. She can float herself without becoming sick. Isn't this kid just a better version of me? I can only float myself. I think. Kiri looked around for a moment, then pointed in a certain direction. Let's go. Mr. Yagi is this way. How do you know that, Kiro? I just do. The two teenagers exchanged a look before shrugging, deciding to follow the child's intuition. They went together, Kiri still clutching Ochako's hand gently. The older girl led her, unable to stop the warm smile that bloomed on her face while they walked. It had been a long time since she held someone with all 5 fingers. Mr. Sandman, bring us a dream, give him a pair of eyes with a come-hither gleam. Kiri sang childishly and a little off-key, her expression neutral all the while. Give him a lonely heart like Pali Aki. And lots of wavy hair like Lee Bir Reichi. That's a lovely song, Midoriya-chan. Tsuyu smiled. Where did you hear it? Auntie Nana sang it a few days ago. Her and the rest of the family get together and sing sometimes. Oh ho. Tell us more, Kiro. When I asked they said it helps remind them of their humanity. Kiri shrugged. They get together and perform with lots of instruments, like a band. They're actually really good too, so it's fun to listen to them. Last week Uncle Johnny sang a weird one about whether he should stay or go. Ochako let out a sharp exhale of laughter, bringing her free hand to her mouth. The two older girls were holding hands with Kiri, with her swinging her arms back and forth in a lazy arc while they walked together. Ooh, she's so precious, Ochako squealed. Can we keep her? We did agree to get her to this Mr. Yagi, Kiro. Ah, right on cue. Kiri sensed a familiar presence entering her range. These feelings, the way they felt, it was all might. She let go of Tsuyu and Ochako's hands, the TMP of her feet echoing down the hallway. Wait, don't run away. Toshinori Yagi rounded the corner with Vlad King, still busy talking to the other teacher when he felt a sudden bump on his pant leg. Excuse me, sorry about that. Kiri latched onto the skeletal man's leg in a small hug, the top of her head barely reaching his kneecap. He towered over her, an expression of absolute confusion clouding his features. Strange, the last time she had hugged the other Almighty gave her cookies. Mr. Yagi, Kiri patted his leg a few times, almost as if to make sure he was solid. It's the real thing. Toshinori looked down at the small child wrapped around his leg, then at Vlad King, then at the two teenage girls who were giving him very suspicious looks. I don't even know this kid, the blonde said quickly. Young lady, Vlad King began, leaning downward, are you lost? NN. Kiri shook her head. Oni-chan told me to go sit with Mr. Yagi, so here I am. Your brother? Toshinori asked, still perplexed. You Yagi-sensei, right? You should check your text messages, Ochako said. He did so, eyebrows first rising in confusion before he turned to the young child with a look of understanding. Vlad King stood up when they exchanged a look. I see. Thank you young Uraraka, young Asui. Toshinori bent down to match Kiri's height when she let go, examining her features carefully. Hello there. You must be young Midoriya's little sister, Kurimi-chan. Hello. My friends call me Kiri. I don't think I can. Of course you can. Kiri thought for a moment, then patted Toshinori on the shoulder. There, we're friends now. Everyone around just exchanged glances, not sure what to do in the face of the strange new situation before them. After a short explanation from both girls, Toshinori had pretty much understood what was going on. He simply shrugged and accepted it, citing that it couldn't be helped since Kiri would feel uncomfortable among Class 1A. Ochako and Tsuyu took a quick selfie with her before they left, giggling while they waved goodbye to Kiri. So, young Midoriya's sibling, Vlad King said as Kiri continued waving to a retreating Ochako enthusiastically. That's strange, she looks a lot like a kid from my class, young Kodai. He squinted at her, Kiri turning around and meeting his gaze fearlessly. In fact, she almost looks like a younger version of her. What's going on here? Kiri shrugged, opting to try to latch on to Toshinori's hand. She frowned when she couldn't quite reach since he was so much taller than her. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, Vlad-san. Toshinori said. That aside, how old are you, Kiri-chan? I'm 10. Turning 11 soon. Really? You look like you're 8 or 9. About the size of a kid that aged too. Teen. Kiri insisted, thrusting all 10 of her tiny fingers at Toshinori and standing on her toes to look taller. I'm just small. Grandma's kinda small, and Oni-chan and Mimi are too. So I'm small as well. I see. Toshinori smiled. But he'll grow, Kiri said quickly. Ni-chan will grow big and strong since he'll eventually look like Aftermath. The little girl clamped both her hands over her mouth, interrupting her own sentence. What's wrong? Nothing. They started heading towards the teacher's stand soon after, with Kiri hurrying to match their pace with her shorter legs. Eventually she came up with a solution and started floating alongside them instead of staying on the ground, holding on to Toshinori's hand. Vlad King let out a snort. What? You're holding her like a balloon. Toshinori glanced up at the child and found her to be making weird faces at him, until her lips eventually curled into a shy, wobbly smile. He smiled back at her, but those feelings she sensed were a bittersweet nostalgia. Perhaps he misses someone, Kiri thought. Still can't believe it. I think he should have been disqualified for excessive force. He went way too far. A voice laced with annoyance echoed around the corner. Disqualifying him won't do anything except rile up the crowd. It's not worth it, a second tired voice answered. You really believe that? A third voice remarked, this one female. You've expelled students for less. Of course I don't, but those were Nezu's words when I asked. He thinks that we can't afford to lose talent like Bakugo, nor can we earn the ire of the audience by disqualifying him since he's popular, Aizawa grunted, appearing past the corner. Either way, I'm going to arrange some mandatory counseling for the boy after this. Oh. Yagi-san. Vlad-san. The two trios stopped in their tracks, exchanging greetings and about to head in the same direction until Midnight noticed the little girl floating above Toshinori. Oh ho! Who's this little fairy? Midnight cooed, making a kissy face. Aren't you just the most adorable thing? Big. Kiri said, blatantly staring at the woman's chest. Huge. You're that sucky bus. I've seen you in a naughty picture book a long time ago. Wah. Midnight sputtered. Present Mike stifled a laugh by coughing into his fist. All of them continued on their path towards the teacher's stands. How did you know it was a naughty picture book, Kiri-chan? Toshinori asked, amused. I got scolded by Booby when he caught me reading it. He says it's for adults only and pretended to throw it away when I know he keeps it behind the cupboard. Ah, that must have been the photo shoot I did for Harrigal's magazine a few years back. Midnight hummed, puffing out in pride. You know, the one with the devil girl cosplay with the wings and the tail. Too much information. Aizawa said quickly, changing the topic. Yours, Yagi-san? Not exactly. Toshinori shrugged with a tired smile. Young Midoriya's little sister. Really, I can't see the resemblance. Wait, no, I see it when I squint. Present Mike chuckled. Problem child's, of course. Using your quirk freely like that, it could grow to become a bad habit. Aizawa's eyes flashed red. Knowing Toshinori would catch her with his insane reflexes. Except Kiri kept floating even under the effects of erasure. When Aizawa raised an eyebrow, the little girl's only response was to blow a raspberry at him and stick her tongue out, knowing full well what he was trying to do. In the end she relented and stopped floating, deciding to sit on Toshinori's shoulders instead. It would be a year or two before her brother grew tall enough for her to do the same. Oi! Judging by how Aizawa was feeling, Kiri summarized that he didn't like her at all. The shaggy man's eyes narrowed warily, distrust radiating off him like an open flame. It's fine, Aizawa-san. Toshinori laughed, she's light as a feather. Mr. Yagi, Kiri gently tugged at the too long, deflated bangs that made up All Might's signature, V, hairstyle. Can we get some poppycorn? That stall over there is selling some. Toshinori broke off from the rest of the teachers to fulfill her demands, not knowing she just wanted to get them away from Aizawa before he started getting suspicious. She patiently waited as Toshinori talked to the popcorn seller, buying a large bucket for her. She lowered it towards him after he handed it over to her, earning a raised eyebrow from the blonde. You need to eat more, Kiri insisted, or you'll be a spooky skeleton forever. He accepted the offering with an awkward chuckle, taking some of the popcorn from her while she still sat on his shoulders. She balanced the bucket on his head, occasionally grabbing handfuls of popcorn until they finally reached the stands. The moment they did, Kiri felt something lurking within her range. She only noticed it since she was so close to the source. The little girl's eyes widened, floating off Toshinori to walk alongside him. One of her old friends was here. A vigilante ally that was honestly more of an acquaintance than a friend, but something was wrong with the emotional signature she sensed from him. Half of it was missing? Kiri trotted forward amongst the teachers until she came across a man who was pretending to be asleep next to Midnight, his cowboy hat drawn low over his gas mask-clad face. While she stared at him, Toshinori explained why she was here to the other teachers. Her piercing eyes bore a hole into him, but the man continued to pretend that he was asleep, the child sensing that he was observing her as well. From the way Midnight was grinning at Kiri, it appeared that she had mistaken her curiosity for wonder, the older woman gently elbowing her colleague in the side to wake him up. Hey, Snipe-sensei, it looks like you've got a new fan. Snipe tilted his gaze upward, the dark lenses of his gas mask reflecting Kiri's glimmering eyes. The girl examined him further with her empathy sense, still confused as ever. The emotional signature she felt was the same as her ally, but at the same time it wasn't. She only sensed half of him here. It was almost like he'd been split in two. Now he was working as a teacher in this school with his new identity. Everyone thought he'd died as a vigilante a few years ago. Howdy, can I help you? He asked. You're my favorite teacher, Kiri said innocently, causing present Mike to choke on his drink. I like your hat. Thank you kindly, little lady. Snipe tipped his hat at her before gently placing it on her head. Awesome. Kiri looked up at the worn headgear like it was a newfound treasure, her eyes shining in a display of unrestrained delight. She ignored the sudden outburst of laughter from Midnight, sitting in the empty seat beside Snipe and still scanning him periodically. Toshinori sat down beside her, brows raised in amusement. Oh ho, why is he your favorite teacher, Midoriya-chan? Her brother's mentor asked. Because he's a cowboy. Cowboys are cool, Kiri answered from her heart. Of course she would say that. Present Mike said. What about All Might? Is he cool? All Might is a big meanie who doesn't even spare enough time for my Oni-chan when he's supposed to be teaching him. Kiri noticed how Toshinori suddenly choked on his popcorn and quickly added on. But he's cool too, he makes great cookies. Most kids have All Might as their favorite hero, you know. So which one's yours, kid? Present Mike continued, killing time before he had to return to the announcer's booth. Mirko, because she's a bunny? Edgeshot. Because he's a ninja. Ninjas are cool, Kiri said enthusiastically. I used to know a ninja. That's nice, Snipe grunted. She took the opportunity to give him his hat back, leaning in to whisper in his ear. Thanks, Kiri's voice lowered to a nearly inaudible volume to test her theory, Mr. Gold. Snipe stiffened almost unoti-cably and Kiri knew she'd caught him hook, line and sinker. Her suspicions were proven right. He had once been the same vigilante ally that helped her out periodically back then. From the emotions Snipe was feeling, he was actually reasoning that he'd misheard her or something. The girl hummed to herself in satisfaction. turning her attention to another teacher for a change in topic before the cowboy suspected anything. She stared up at Hound Dog, stopping mid-bite. The enormous mutant stared back and Kiri started eating her popcorn noticeably faster. "Hey, don't be afraid," Midnight laughed, running her fingers through Hound Dog's fur to show that he was harmless. "Hound here might look scary, but he's a big softy at heart. He's a doggy person. He'll eat all my food," Kiri said simply. "Why do you say that? It's not nice to judge people by their quirks, you know," the older woman lectured lightheartedly, going into teacher mode. "My friend's a doggy person, and she eats nearly everything that is put in front of her. When we have dinner with her we need to give her extra portions or else she will try to eat everyone else's food." Kiri munched, drawing the popcorn bucket closer to her chest. "This is mine. Mr. Yagi bought it for me." Hound Dog simply raised an amused eyebrow, looking confused when Kiri offered the bucket to him after a moment. "But Oni-chan taught me to share. So here, doggy person. You can have some of my poppycorn but please don't eat it all." "Huh?" Hound Dog rumbled, showcasing his razor-sharp teeth when he grinned. "Thank you, little one." Izuku was floating in a void of endless color and light, his form intangible from his eyes downward. He braced himself, preparing for whatever came next. Only to find himself in the midst of a party at its peak. Firecrackers were going off in the background alongside loud music, streams of gaudy multicolored confetti sailing through the air. Before him everyone was celebrating, seated at a table full of exotic dishes from cultures all over the world. A large green banner with the words, "Go Young Midoriya," was hanging from two nearby trees. Nana noticed him first, leaning across the long wooden table to smack him on the back. "Well, look who it is," Nana hollered, downing her piña colada. "Congratulations, Midoriya my boy, good work." What's going on? Izuku thought. His gaze panicked. He still couldn't speak, lacking a mouth in that smoky form. "Isn't it obvious? We're celebrating your victory over young Todoroki," Nana said cheerfully, elbowing the snoring Misha. "Wake up, old man. The boy's here." "HRRRN. Huh? The man rumbled, looking around blearily until his eyes landed on Izuku. "Duh, very good. Here. I make hat for you." He placed a nice knitted hat made of green wool on Izuku's head, large white letters in bold spelling out the word, "Victory." "Congratulations. Congratulations, Juan, congratulations, Aniki." Thanks, everyone." Izuku stammered. But I haven't actually won the tournament yet." "Live a little, lad." Johnny grinned, giving him a strong pat on the back. "It's so boring here that we've got to celebrate when something even remotely good happens. We've been watching your matches, you know. Great job, by the way. Look how far you've come." Coco nodded, chugging down a full mug of something frothy and golden while her other paw held a large chicken drumstick. "It is a celebration feast, Juan. Here, new master, try some." She angled another mug to where his lips would be and he actually tasted the beverage within. A sweet, honey-like taste. Was this mead? He couldn't drink, he was a minor. Those thoughts were soon banished when All Might, the echo of him, walked up to Izuku with a wide smile. He was in his muscle form, looking as magnificent as ever. Here he was immortalized as a hero, not the emancipated skeleton that lived in constant pain. "Good work, my boy. I'm proud of you." Tears beaded at Izuku's eyes. Had he ever heard those words before? He sniffed and blinked them away, staring up at his mentor with a wet gaze. Thank you, sensei. But still," Izuku looked down dejectedly. "I still don't think I deserve it. All of this." All Might gave the others a quick glance, and that was all that needed to be said. They gave him and Izuku some space, the tall blonde pulling up a chair and sitting next to his young apprentice. "Why do you think that, Midoriya-kun? When Kiri assisted me, I felt a bit ashamed of myself," Izuku admitted. "I've only made it this far because everyone has been helping me out. I feel like everything has been handed to me when I didn't even do anything special to earn it. I don't want to trouble anyone." "So you're feeling inadequate because young Karimi assisted you and you feel like you're involving her in your affairs? That you don't feel like you worked hard enough to be where you are?" All Might nodded. "My boy, you're as selfless as ever. But there's one thing you need to understand." What is it? "People are stronger together," All Might said with a smile. "Do you think I became the #1 hero all by myself? Of course not. I had a great mentor, lots of amazing friends, and a wonderful sidekick who supported me. Kiri helped you because she wanted to, not because you asked her. She's your power, and you are hers. Love makes the world go round, young Midoriya. Your friends, your family, everyone is here to support you." "Support? You had the courage to admit that you feel weak, that you feel like you didn't earn your way here." The man patted him again. "Then use it." Use that inadequacy you feel as motivation to get even stronger. Strong enough that you can stand alongside her. Prove yourself worthy of your own power. Now I believe young Izumi has a few words to say to you as well. Izuku turned to look, but instead of Mimi's tiny, frail body, what sat in the chair next to him was the tall, lean form of Aftermath. The projection simply nodded to show that she was paying attention, that masked face hiding all emotion. Hi, Mimi. How are you? I'm fine. It was strange to hear her girly voice coming out of that massive armor. Don't feel too bad, Papa. You're not actually here, are you? Izuku realized. Nope. My real body is still accompanying Ba-chan. She worries almost as much as you do, Mimi said, Izuku hearing the smile in her voice. See? Aftermath's metal respirator unlatched and lowered, Izuku seeing what lay underneath. He expected to see an older version of him, only to finally understand why the projection was masked. Aftermath had no face. He was hollow, two burning green orbs within the armor acting as Mimi's eyes. Izuku watched in confusion when the projection tossed a few cookies into the void furnace of his body, slightly amused at the way Mimi used him to eat. I know you think that you've only won and gotten this far because of everyone else's efforts. Mimi began, shaking her projection's head. We both know that's not true. You put in a ton of hard work and effort too, so don't forget about that either. I can't keep relying on the both of you, of course you can't. That's a part of growing up, isn't it? Mimi replied. To stand on your own 2 feet. Nothing wrong with standing beside you, is there? Nothing at all. Izuku said. Thank you, Mimi. I think I understand a little better now. I love you both very much. I know. Grow strong and stand tall, Papa. At the end of the day, the only person you can rely on is yourself. Better to be reliant on one's own strength than be a slave to another's will. She answered, the flames within Aftermath rearranging to form a smiley face. Now get out there and win this thing so you can come home. Grandma keeps hugging me when she gets nervous. Make sure Kiri's doing alright. She's totally jealous, kid. Nana chuckled, earning her a smack from the projection. I am not jealous, Mimi sulked. Okay, maybe a little. Do your best, Papa. I will. Izuku closed his eyes. Both of them were right. It made him want to grow stronger, be better, train more, to become the hero he wanted to be. Someone strong enough to protect the people he loved, to create a better future. He still had a long way to go before he could become anything close to All Might. When he reopened them, he was back in the waiting room where he fell asleep. Glancing at the clock on the wall revealed he still had 10 minutes left before his match with Mei. The boy nodded to himself, doing a few stretches while he tried to think of a plan against her. Mei was assertive, resourceful, and most of all, dangerously intelligent. From the footage of her matches with Kaminari and Ochako, Izuku deduced that she always had at least 1 or 2 gadgets that countered whoever she fought. In her match against Kaminari, it had been that lightning conductor. Against Ochako, it had been those vernier thrusters. She already revealed the Thunder Child to him earlier, with its thick armor and massive guns. Her strategy is probably to keep her distance while whittling me down with her ranged weapons. Izuku thought. She knows that I'm a close combat type, so the armor will protect her. I wouldn't be surprised if she brought her funnels as well. Those things were pretty effective in the cavalry battle. Range and defense. The opposite of that speed and power that I've shown in all my matches. Should I employ hit and run tactics? But she'll see that coming from a mile away and probably has some sort of countermeasure in mind. A green light above the door winked on, signaling that it was time to go. Izuku took a deep breath to calm himself, walking down the hallway towards the arena. Before he knew it, he was engulfed in the audience's cheers and whoops once more, all of them eager to witness more action and excitement. It was the second last round. Whoever won this match would go on to the final round. He was first, matching against Mei. Tokoyami had matched against Bakugo. Izuku offered a silent prayer to his feathered friend. Dark Shadow's weakness was light, but Tokoyami was a cunning one. He hoped the boy would be able to figure out a way to beat Bakugo. A slight twinge of bitterness in his chest made him realize that he didn't want to see Bakugo advance to the finals at all. It was petty but true. If anything, he'd much rather face off against Tokoyami in the finals, if he actually made it there, of course. He knew better than to underestimate Mei. In the blue corner, hailing from Shizuoka Prefecture, it's the lightning-clad lad of the hero department, Midoriya Izuku. His thoughts finished when he stepped into the arena, ignoring the cheers that resounded when President Mike announced his name. Kiri was somewhere in the stands, sitting beside All Might. He decided not to use her power unless it was absolutely needed. He was certain they could only do it one more time before they both blacked out from overexhaustion. In the end, he reasoned that he should only use it during his final match if he needed to. Izuku's eyes were focused on the opposite end of the arena, awaiting the arrival of his opponent. In the red corner, hailing from Kyoto Prefecture, it's everyone's favorite dark horse and entrepreneur of the support department, Hatsume Mei. Booming cheers erupted for Mei, the loudest of which were coming from the support department students. Izuku didn't miss how the departments of business, general education, and management started cheering more enthusiastically as well. President Mike hyped them up, mentioning that this was probably the furthest a non-hero department student had gone in the tournament ever since the school was created. So far it had always been a student from the hero department that won the sports festival. They were hoping that things changed this year. Mei finally appeared, slowly walking up the steps, without the Thunderchild. All she had was the conical H-drive which was strapped to her back via harness, her robotic buddy Zenith floating just above her left shoulder. She wore the black tank top from when they first met, but instead of her workshop gear her lower body was dressed in UA's distinctive blue and white uniform with the trademark uniform jacket tied casually around her waist. Her trademark goggles rested on her forehead and exposed her eyes, those piercing golden pupils looking straight at Izuku. Only 3 support items? Are you sure, young Hatsume? Midnight asked, noticing her light loadout. I'm sure, sensei. Trust me. Mei did not avert her gaze from Izuku. I'm going all out. There you have it folks, what a brave lass. She seems to have a plan of some sort, but what could it be? Will the ingenious inventor be enough to take down the bouncing bunny? President Mike yelled. Let's find out. Match STARRRRT. Neither Izuku or Mei moved, simply staring at each other across the arena. A bead of sweat rolled down the boy's temple. No weapons, no armor. Only her goggles, the H-drive, and Zenith. All utility support items. Was she giving up? No, she already stated that she was taking it seriously. Was this some kind of trick? A hologram, perhaps? Was she already moving? You know, Midoriya-kun, Mei began, slowly circling the arena with him. You've inspired me. Izuku tried to suppress the blush from forming on his face and failed miserably. He expected something to blow up under his feet while he was distracted, but Mei continued speaking. That's right. I respect your efforts. I wanted to bring my power armor but I realized I would be holding back if I did. She smiled. So I've decided, I'm gonna do my best and give you everything I've got. So will I, Izuku said, activating full cowl and bringing his fists up. He wanted to dash straight in but knew better. Mei definitely had something up her sleeve, not intimidated at all by the emerald lightning arcing off him. It was quite the opposite, with her lips curling into a pretty smirk. That smile, that damn smile. It stopped him from engaging and increased his guard. Here's one final bit of motivation for you, Mei said. If you lose here, I'll go on to win this tournament and show the world how unnecessary heroes have become. All they do is promote quirk superiority, giving the general populace the idea that if you have a strong quirk, you're better than others. If you have power, you can assert your ideals. If you don't have power, you're just another cog in the system. I say it's time to even the odds. Power doesn't just come from quirks. Let's see what happens when someone like me with a weak quirk matches against an blessed powerhouse like you. Code Golf Alpha Papa. Passcode accepted. Zenith's eyes flashed bright pink the moment she said those words, his voice now a deep growl instead of the high-pitched beeping from before. Initiating Guardian Angel Protocol. That final statement triggered something in Izuku, causing him to wince. It was happening again. His left eye flooded with colors, displaying memories from the past. His right eye saw the present, watching with confusion as Zenith melted. The spherical little robot lost its shape, liquefying into streams of silver that dripped onto Mei's shoulder. Look, I did it, what have you got there, Boris? Izuku asked. His great-grandson raised his hand, holding out the tiny device he'd built. He looked so proud of himself, his eyes shining with unbound delight. In his hand he held a pink 4-pointed diamond, the jewel shimmering with 1,000 facets. It's Granduncle Arnie. I managed to transfer him into this liquid crystal memory core since his old body was damaged. Now Dad and I can build him a new body. Humanity is stuck in the past, Midoriya-kun. Clinging to their comic book ideals and pretending everything is still normal. Refusing to move forward and change. Mei said softly, the words only audible to him. To quote the philosopher Dmitry Parangosky, a society that is built around the concept of heroes and villains is an infantile one, a dependent one. I will drag them kicking and screaming towards a brighter future. His memories were a mix of past and present, his and not his. He thought of everything that happened ever since he met Mei. Their first meeting in the workshop. The soup with too much sour cream. When he ate it, there were 2 memories that flashed in his mind. One of them, the one that had him as a child, the woman cooking that soup hadn't been his mother, light hair instead of dark. Her uncle from her mother's side, half Sokovian, which meant Mei was part Sokovian as well. The small robot that she called her buddy, passed down from generation to generation. He's been in my family for ages, can't even remember how old he's supposed to be. It can't be. Izuku's eyes widened, shock curling around his heart like 1,000 electrifying vines. It's impossible. Liquid silver slid over Mei's body like a second skin, covering her in mercurial armor. It crawled up her goggles, climbing up the prongs on its side and lengthening them to become long, jagged horns. Izuku watched in fascination and horror as his opponent let out a cathartic laugh, the mimetic polyalloy that formed zenith flooding over her. A trio of tentacles of the same futuristic material burst from her back, completing the image. She looked disturbingly similar to the woman from Mimi's memories, the Hatsume Mei from a devastated world. But at the same time old memories triggered in Izuku's mind. The confrontation with the Demon Lord and the promise the demon had made when his life was spared all those years ago. I call it the Guardian Angel Protocol, my promise to protect them. The skin-tight armor covered Mei fully now, highlighting the curve of her waist and generous bosom. The silver tide seemed to shield only her skin and left her clothes alone, giving the girl an odd, otherworldly appearance of someone made of liquid metal. The only parts it didn't cover was the left side of her face and her hair, Mei's brilliant smile shining through. A low hum filled the air, the H-drive on Mei's back activating and churning out bright pink particles. The glowing pink visor on her right eye was in the shape of a lightning bolt, just like the scar on her uncle's eye. No, not a lightning bolt. A letter, Z, oh God. Izuku whispered, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Yes. Mei smiled. Just not yours. 1566 Chapter 15. Love thy enemy. Chapter 15. Trouble in Paradise. That was perhaps the only way to describe what was happening within Izuku as all 8 of One for All's torchbearers stopped what they were doing upon witnessing Mei's announcement, unintentionally revealing herself to be Mishra's descendant. Nana had been pouring herself a drink when it happened, her mug now overflowing with the fizzy beverage. Well, ain't this a scintillating tete-a-tete we've accidentally intruded upon? Johnny began calmly, sipping at his tea. Friends, it seems that our young comrade has found himself in quite the bramble. He then downed his cup and smashed it on the floor, back to his usual self. This is your fault. Look what you did, me. I am celebrating, Misha boomed happily, a great big grin on his face. My bloodline lives. Robot. It's a robot, Juan, calm down, the both of you. Chen tried, only to be ignored as the two men continued arguing. Damn, young Midoriya, Nana yelled. Looks like you've got your work cut out for you. A single voice cut through the noise, soft but sharp as a razor blade. Did you know? Hiro stared up at Aftermath, his back facing the rest of them. They couldn't see his face, but the expression on it was enough for Mimi to take a step back, hands raised. It was times like this when they were reminded that he truly was all for one's brother. Did you? No? Hiro asked again quietly. I didn't, Mimi squeaked. Her nervousness reflected in her armor's movements. I swear. There was a long moment where he just stared at her, the others ready to step in just in case he lost his temper. I see. He finally said. I apologize, Mimi. I know you only want what's best for this world. You don't have to. I am, withholding some information for the sake of the future. But not this. She gazed at the fusion of girl and machine that Izuku was seeing, shivering a little. Never this. In my world she was injured and replaced some of herself with technology. That tech, Zenith. I should have known, why didn't I see it coming? She looks perfectly healthy to me, Chen observed, squinting. If anything, the machine is augmenting her like some sort of living armor. A parallel to what young Izuku and Kurimi did earlier. Go, my descendant, Misha yelled cheerfully, a pink headband appearing on his head. Kick his ass. Whose side are you on? Johnny snapped. Don't forget that we're in here too. Kick our ass. The large man corrected himself. Don't even bother. Chen shrugged. If it were young Kendo, I would have cheered for her too. I certainly did so earlier during their little cavalry battle. It doesn't matter. I'll still be cheering for the lad, Nana said proudly, shaking her fist at the screen. Go, young Midoriya. Sweat rolled down Izuku's cheek, his fingers tensing in preparation. Before him stood Hatsume Mei, the descendant of One for All's past wielders and girl genius extraordinaire. Her body was coated in that strange liquid metal material, the only exposed skin being the left side of her face. Upon closer inspection the exposed areas were protected too. A shimmering, nearly invisible energy field layered over her skin. The same kind of technology used in the shields protecting the audience. Mei smiled, her right Z-shaped visor flaring pink. Izuku gulped but stood his ground, knowing he was witnessing a turning point in history only the two of them knew about. The return of the Demon Lord. You like it, my Zenith? Mei sent him a coquettish smile, still circling the arena with him. Wish I could take a photo of your reaction right now. Oh wait, I just did. Hatsume-san, Izuku began. What have you done? What have I done? Take a look at yourself and ask that question again. She scoffed. You should have been expecting something like this to happen. Once you escalate, it's only reasonable to expect your opponent to do the same. In fact, let's treat this as a simulation to what would happen from now on. Jets of purple-pink light flared from her back, a barrage of missiles manifesting from nothing and rocketing into the air. They charged upward before abruptly descending in a screaming dive, forcing Izuku to move before he was blown to bits. The audience howled with delight, reveling in the chaos and excitement as explosions went off. Strength invites challenge. Challenge incites conflict. And conflict breeds catastrophe. Mei continued, a tri-barreled cannon forming on her right arm. You've shown everyone what kind of power you hold in your battle against that half-ice guy. She fired and the sound of thunder filled Izuku's ears. The recoil was enough to send her sliding back a meter, a trio of high-explosive shells detonating right under Izuku's feet and tossing him upward. A crushing pressure wave knocked the air from his lungs. I needed to show the world that people like me can fight gods like you, that the rest of us can stand up to your kind. What we lack in strength we'll make up for with our minds. As we humans always have since the dawn of time. Izuku recovered mid-air, kicking off a chunk of rock sent flying by the explosion. He shot towards Mei like a speeding bullet, but his fist impacted a translucent pink energy shield with a dull gong, the very same one that stopped Kaminari's attack. It didn't stop him for long when he sent his knee through it, shattering the barrier like a pane of thin glass. Unfortunately for him, in the split second that it took for him to do that, Mei had already relocated, positioning herself further away from him. Look at that. All that power contained within your body. Imagine what our ancestors would have thought of people like you, living gods walking the earth. Hear how they cheer for you. Their worship of you. Mei gestured towards the audience. Look at what you've become. They're cheering for you too, Hatsume-san. Izuku breathed. I'm not whatever god you make me out to be. You don't know that. In fact, I don't think you know anything about how the rest of us feel. People like you. A particle beam lanced past Izuku's head while he closed in, narrowly missing his ear, will never understand. Izuku's fist rose. So did Mei's. They clashed in a gut-wrenching boom that shook the arena, the shockwave sending nearby pebbles leaping off the ground. The boy looked at their joined knuckles in disbelief, watching as his opponent pushed back against the legendary power of One for All. How? Nanomachines, son. Specifically mimetic polyalloy that augments my strength, hardens in response to physical trauma, and allows me to create constructs. Took years to create this much alongside the H-drive and cost me a fortune. Luckily, I had both. Wouldn't have been possible without my quirk, either. A long tentacle surged in as fast as a whip, snapping its length along Izuku's forehead and sending him flying back. She was keeping her distance, forcing him to keep closing in to engage her. Izuku understood that she was trying to tire him out. Mei obviously outgunned him at every avenue, so he opted to outspeed her. At least, that's what he'd hoped to do, but she was so fast, striding using her tentacles with the speed and agility of a swallow in flight whilst having the firepower of a small battalion. Look at me. I'm not a fusion reactor. I'm not supposed to have the energy to fight you, the girl cried out. But with the power of technology I've elevated myself to stand on equal ground. This is what humanity should be focused on, technological advancement. When heroes are gone, we will once again turn our gazes towards the stars. This is the power of human ingenuity. The boy sidestepped, zigzagging towards her with lightning arcing from his stride. Her response came in the form of another burst of light, pink particles forming the visage of a butterfly's wings for a split second when she hovered into the air and rained down attacks on him. She can float too? That's just great. Izuku kept moving, knowing that staying in one spot was tantamount to giving up the match. Mei tossed all sorts of ordnance at him, missiles, grenades, energy beams, each with different effects. He dodged them all until a particularly large explosion blew the ground from under him, sending him spinning head over heels. Mei landed and scuttled over on 3 quicksilver tentacles that stabbed into the earth while he was stunned, descending upon him some sort of nightmarish mechanical spider. Steel fingers crawled along his throat, liquid silver on her other hand coalescing into a cannon barrel. A high-pitched whine resonated from the weapon and Izuku snapped his head to the side just in time to avoid a blast that cracked the ground beneath him. One for All surged into his neck and snapped his forehead into her nose, allowing him to throw her off while he took in deep lungfuls of air.
You're strong, I'll give you that. Mei shook her head, clearing the dizziness from his attack. Those with power are always the ones who make their voices heard, whether it's for justice or evil. Her fingers ignited with pink plasma, slicing across the arena in a series of glowing whips. Izuku cried out in pain when the searing heat slashed across his chest, tearing his jacket open and leaving 3 great cuts in the cloth. And I refuse to be silent, she whispered. Then she was on him like a flash of silver, a mercurial thunderbolt that struck him again and again with lances of light and metal. Izuku parried her attacks whenever he could, but she had so many different ones, her unpredictable nature reflected in her fighting style. It was beautiful in a way, her erratic movements simultaneously chaotic and orderly. A imperfect amalgam of human and machine. Her angle of vision was so wide that he was having trouble escaping her gaze, each and every one of her projectiles launched with near pinpoint accuracy. This was the power of her quirk. Zoom. Charge complete. Target acquired. Here's my Sunday best. The liquid metal condensed into a massive cannon that she angled at Izuku, eyes aglow with a manic glee. Proton cannon. It was the attack she used against Ochako. Izuku darted low under the angle of the beam, but it was still too fast, faster than he could move. In the split second before it impacted, he was reminded of the battle between his siblings and how Kiri had reacted in the face of an overwhelming tide of power. I love my little sisters very much. Punnnnchhh. Izuku stood his ground and punched the energy beam, his knuckles cleaving through the burning pink energy and splitting into 5 streams. He couldn't think, couldn't move, couldn't breathe in the face of this overwhelming threat, all he could do was fight. Pseudo-light splashed off his fists, each new punch bringing him closer to his opponent. It was a physics-defying display that allowed him to advance, step by step, inch by inch. Mei didn't back down at all, her smile only widening at his resolve and pumping even more power into the attack. Izuku roared, fingers knifing and finally bursting through the inferno only to receive another nasty surprise. Go, funnels. 3 of her fin-like funnels skirted around him like hungry sharks, pelting him with pink lightning. Whatever the esoteric effect was, it hurt badly, setting his pain receptors on fire and stinging him relentlessly. Energy blades then flared from their tips, the horrid little drones now slicing him open with every flyby. From the way the audience cheered, they were absolutely loving it. Mei wasn't done yet. A nozzle grew from her left wrist and what looked like foam rushed forth, instantly hardening into pink crystals wherever they struck. He needed more speed. Izuku hunched onto all fours, one for all surging through every limb. It looked strange and bestial, but he had to be faster than her projectiles and the foam. This was one of the unpredictable ways that Coco moved. The boy bounced from one crystal pillar to another, closing the distance between them. In the moment he'd gotten behind her, he lunged, one hand pulled back for a swipe at the H-drive. Mei tilted her head slightly, a golden pupil staring right into him and revealing that she'd been tracking him perfectly with her enhanced vision all the while. There was a gleam of white and pink when one of the tentacles erupted out of the ground and whipped him across the sternum, sending him off balance and crashing into another pillar. Izuku let out an animalistic growl of pain when he recovered. PFF'd. On all fours like a cute little puppy. Who taught you that? Mei giggled. Down, doggy. There was a solid click when Mei pressed down on a button near her thumb, multiple discs that were previously embedded into the ground hopping upwards around Izuku like bouncing Betty landmines. When did she? Pure sound erupted from the discs all around him, trapping him a sonic cage that threatened to pulverize his flesh. He could feel the vibration behind his eyeballs and shaking his still healing ribs, letting out a howl of pain that was immediately reflected back at him tenfold. Tearing his way out of the trap, he lunged at her, landing a solid right cross before the funnels zapped him again. Between dodging the funnels and running from the crystal foam, Izuku was getting tired, and Mei knew it. Killing him with bug bites. Just as she angled the nozzle at him, he jumped, but her grin grew exponentially. Both of them already realized what his weakness was during the battle with Todoroki. He could not move midair. Das Vidanya, big boy. Mei smirked. The trio of quicksilver drones were thrown knives that shot towards him, blade tips humming with electricity. It wouldn't be fatal, but Izuku knew it was going to stun him long enough to end the match. Time slowed as the boy forced himself to focus, letting the analytical part of his mind take over once more. 3 attacks from 3 different directions. One aimed for my upper torso, another at my abdomen. Third is behind me, aiming for the lower back. Deflect with elbow and right knee. Raise right leg to avoid foam that'll solidify instantly. Bring left foot down to land on hardened foam below. Izuku could see it all happen in slow motion, his mind instinctively calculating the correct angles and speed he needed to move at. His elbow spun about to shatter the funnel aimed at his back, his right knee coming upward to do the same for the one aimed at his abdomen. That left the final one aimed at his upper torso. Both arms wide open, too slow to intercept. Funnel's trajectory is preset but past the angle my right foot can reach. Left leg unavailable, standing on tip of crystal. At this range, I can't dodge in time. The remote weapon's tip sparked. Emerald eyes narrowed in defiance. Catch with teeth. Izuku bit down on sparking metal and pink lightning, sending one for all surging through his jaw and crushing the device with his bite. All of it happened within the span of a second, the crowd jumping from their seats and roaring with excitement at his miraculous recovery. Standing atop his crystal perch, he breathed heavily and spat out chunks of metal, his opponent gazing up at him with an almost reverent gleam in her eyes. Good, very good. Mei laughed and clapped, not at all disappointed that her attempt failed. This is exactly how it should be. What are you talking about? Izuku gasped, bleeding from at least a dozen cuts. Everyone was expecting you to win, you know. You're up there, I'm down here. The girl shrugged nonchalantly, her broken funnels melting back into pools of silver and sliding back to become tentacles on her back again. The girl with no power versus the boy with all of it. I stand before you as a challenger against everything you stand for. The more you show your strength, the more my righteousness is proven. Even if you strike me down, you'll only be proving me right, perpetuating the idea that the powerful can do what they want with the weak. His mind blurred. There had to be a way. All those attacks she was using, there had to be a limit. Her power source was probably the H-drive, but he couldn't get close enough to disable it, he'd have to duke it out in a battle of endurance. Would she exhaust him or her arsenal first? At this rate, he wouldn't be able to face off against Bakugo. He had planned to save all his power to match against the other boy in the final match, but now. Pulsing, electrical arcs climbed up and between Mei's horns like a Jacob's ladder, ionizing the air around her. A lone finger pointed at him and her expression curled into a frown. You're not even looking at me, are you? Where's that angel form of yours? Izuku froze, his heart turning to ice. Mei was simply looking at him, her one uncovered eye piercing through his thin veneer of lies. No, she shook her head, disappointed. You are seeing someone else. For a moment Bakugo's visage appeared in Izuku's mind. It was promptly shattered when a quartet of missiles screamed towards him, their noses decorated with cartoonish frowny faces. Won't even look my way, huh? Of course. Mei muttered bitterly. It was as if he'd been hit by a truck right after she finished her sentence, both physically and mentally. The explosives detonated sequentially with countless staccato cracks, each new blast wave shredding through his defenses. Cluster missiles. He felt it in his bones, pain blooming all over his body as the world literally collapsed around him. The crystal perch he'd been standing on earlier crumbled, covering him in pink, glassy rubble. His ears were ringing, head spinning, lungs heaving. Red-hot pain blossomed behind green eyes. Not even taking me seriously, she grumbled, sending more attacks at the rubble covering Izuku. See what these heroes have created. People like you with a great quirk, who don't give a damn about people like me with a weak one. Imagine the suffering and disparity that is to come within the coming decades because of this culture that, heroes, have perpetuated. I'm the one who's in front of you right now, so. Salvo burst ready. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Mei roared, missiles bursting from pods that sprouted on her shoulders. A barrage of fury rained down on the rubble, both present Mike and the audience screaming out in response. Izuku had to take it all, trapped between the crystals and those burning explosions. The boy grit his teeth. What the hell was he doing? How could he have been so arrogant as to not even face Mei with his full power, even after he said he would do so earlier? To not give it his all was the equivalent of looking down on her, he'd been so pretentious. No more. Bakugo didn't matter to him anymore. He had to face Mei with all of himself, just as she did with him. Kiri. Brilliant radiance enveloped him and he and his sibling were one again, exploding from the rubble like an ascending angel. The crowd roared and raved, wanting to see even more carnage and combat. Green lightning shrouded Izuku, more than what full cowl had manifested. His jacket was torn to shreds from the excess power, exposing his bare chest. Kiri whispered in his ears, telling him that she was here for him. They would fight together. Yes, Mei crooned, her tone sultry with want. Come face me, champion. Izuku gulped, knowing what was at stake. If Mei defeated him here, she'd most likely win the tournament as well, meaning that she was going to destroy Hero Society if he lost. He couldn't allow her to do that. In the very least, perhaps he could change her mind. It doesn't have to be this way, Hatsume-san. The halo upon his head thrummed with energy. He could feel his sister tugging at the reins, ready for battle. Power isn't something to be afraid of. In the right hands it isn't. But what if that power fell into the hands of people with their own agendas, their own twisted goals, who care nothing about the rest of us and only care about themselves? Mei huffed. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. All Might would beg to differ. He's just one person, an outlier among millions. One day he'll retire, and then what? Endeavor will be the number one. A man with a track record of gratuitous violence towards everyone around him, setting the example. May retorted acidly. People like your old exploity pal, inspiring the new generation to be just like him. It'd be chaos and the rest of humanity will be at their mercy. Heroes are no longer the solution, in many ways, they have become the problem. But, Izuku bit his lip. Hero society is flawed and has caused many problems, but destroying heroes when they've brought so much good to the world isn't the answer. It's not right, Hatsume-san. Izuku charged, May rocketing forward to meet him instead of retreating. Pink and emerald lightning sparked against each other when their hands clashed, fingers interlocking. Two inheritors of two different legacies facing off in a battle for the future. All you can see is the bad side of things and the results, statistics. You're thinking based on pure logic. It's the machine that's talking, not you. Izuku said, his voice mixing with Kiri's. It's twisting your mind. You are mistaken. We are Zenith. May spoke with two voices as well, the other a mechanical growl. We are also Hatsume May. Sound and fury. Thunder and lightning. The two teenagers were forces of nature, the audience shocked and awed at their raw display of power. Nothing like anything they'd even seen in any of the previous sports festivals. Izuku and May fought in the heart of an inferno, immature Godeling versus ascendant machine. This system of heroes needs to be dismantled so we can finally move forward together. They're only holding humanity back and forcing us to prioritize power instead of helping one another. May cried, tentacles extending from her back and spearing forward. I thought you of all people would be able to see that. You, who only wished to help people. Izuku kicked off the ground, shooting upward to dodge while still connected to her. He somersaulted and swung her over his head like a ragdoll, cratering her into the earth with a tremendous crash. She finally let go from the impact, but not before sending a wrist rocket into his face. Kiri's barrier protected him from most of the impact, but it still stung like hell, the boy coughing and sputtering in pain. The acrid smell of ozone and gunpowder filled his lungs. Me. He choked. When's the last time you saw a hero beside All Might inspire anyone to do something positive, inspire someone to help others? May yelled, her expression furious now. They don't care about us. They don't care about creating a better future for the new generation. These heroes and gods, most of them don't care about anyone other than themselves. That day when he first saw Kamui Woods and Mt. Lady flashed in Izuku's mind. Mount. Lady had jumped in and stole the glory and credit for apprehending the villain, not for the sake of justice, but rather to increase her own popularity. Then he remembered what happened in the forest and how Yukio had saved him and his sister. You don't know that. Izuku cried. And you do. May challenged. Her sharp rebuke was accompanied by another swipe of her hand that quartered the arena like a butcher with a blade, 4 whips of light cleaving through the ground on which they both stood. Izuku slid on his knees to dodge, one of the whips slicing only millimeters above his nose. The resulting rubble from the explosive blow rained down around them, the two fighters circling each other like a pair of tigers. Time to take things up a notch. May hissed. Zenith. Sequence ready. Wavelength matching clear, all systems go. Izuku didn't have enough time to react when she suddenly burst forward instead of retreating, driving her shoulder into his gut. All this time she'd been keeping her distance to use her superior ranged attacks. What was she doing now? You think too much with your heart, Midoriya-kun. Her smile was all teeth when she headbutted him. So let's see what's going on in your head. No, not a headbutt. He couldn't believe what she was doing even while it was happening. She was pressing her forehead against his. Neural link established. Initiating Minjak protocol. X. Pink lightning snaked across the bright blue sky, arcing together in an eerie, hexagonal pattern that couldn't ever occur in nature. Otherworldly circuit-shaped glyphs connected, opening a gaping hole in space. The massive portal that manifests dyes the surrounding area pink, wisps of lavender energy creeping across the horizon in 1,000 tendrils. One for All's past torchbearers looked on in stunned silence as a massive helicarrier slipped through the churning tide of pink, dark storm clouds trailing in the gargantuan battleship's wake. It was a behemoth of gray steel with a long red war stripe running down its length. The vessel's name was stamped near its bow for all to see, displayed proudly in bold white letters. Boris VII. Nana was the first to speak, the drink in her hand completely forgotten. Are you fucking kidding me? Big boat. Coco observed, pointing at the ship excitedly. Flying. Awesome. It's huge. It's Russian. Misha said quietly in disbelief. No, not awesome. All hands, battle stations. Johnny yelled, gearing up in his hero outfit. Calm down. I'm not going down without a fight, Chen. Goddamn, we're being invaded by commies. Robots. The blonde's eyes bulged comically. Kami robots. This is a nightmare. It doesn't have to be. All Might began. I say we go talk to him. You wanna talk to that? Johnny pointed at the floating battleship with a twitching finger. That right there might as well be the devil himself, my friend. Violence isn't the way. If we fight, young Midoriya might get hurt. Our house will get blown up since it's the only good piece of cover for miles around. Chen scowled at him. Or perhaps you should challenge him to a fiddle duel. A fiddle of gold against your soul sounds like a fair trade. Talking worked before. Hiro pointed out. It's worth a shot. Just as the first wielder finished his sentence, two more battleships slipped through the portal, tripodile warbots creeping along their hulls like massive three-legged spiders. From a distance they could see a silver mass of movement on their decks, a swarm of creeping bodies and flashing blades. It was Zebanya. Hundreds, thousands of him in those mass-produced robot bodies he'd used in that legendary battle decades ago. Hiro, banish his mechanical ass. Nana said immediately. I can't. What? You could do it to the snake. I can't. Hiro repeated, showing the spark of white lightning on his palm. He's interfering somehow. I don't know how. I do. Misha stared at the invasion force. Young Midoriya's power is wavelength. Quantifiable. Zebanya understands it. If he understands it, he can interfere with it. If he can interfere with it, he can replicate it. Young Hatsume has thingies on goggles that help her control her drones. Mental link. Probably like turning knob of radio to adjust. He's brought an army with him. Chen said quietly. His objective must be the tree. Mimi whispered, her real body appearing beside Aftermath in a puff of green. Teary green eyes were filled with a mix of fear and regret. This is all my fault. No it isn't. Kid, don't you dare think that. Johnny began. You couldn't have known. She rocketed towards the invading army before any of them could stop her, Aftermath trailing behind her like a dark green shadow. Nana shot up from her chair, cursing as she did. Her hero costume manifested with a snap of her finger, that magnificent white cape billowing in the wind. That little brat. I'm going after her. Wait. Misha's hand landed on her shoulder. What are you talking about? I can't let her face that monster alone. He's not a monster, the old man said quietly, his eyes still focused on the slowly advancing fleet. He's my family. Nana finally calmed down at that, though her expression was still contorted in hesitation. Ultimately Hiro volunteered himself to go as a representative to talk things out, asking if Misha would like to come along. The ancient hero simply replied with a single sentence. I wish to speak with my son. They found Mimi alone at the spearhead of the fleet, one tiny little girl facing off against an entire invasion force by herself. Luckily she hadn't resorted to flinging fireballs or explosions yet, but judging by the look on her face she was about to leave. Mimi cried, her hands aflame with an emerald conflagration. Her lower lip was trembling, not in fear of the massed enemies before her, but of what she thought she had done. You are not welcome here. Before her was a metal man, standing at an intimidating 2 meters and a full head taller than any of the other mass production types behind him. He was a thin, doll-jointed statue of ornate silver, the only other color being his pink Z-shaped eyes that stared down at the smaller girl like a scientist observing a new phenomenon. Jagged, lightning bolt-like horns grew from his temples, his every movement impossibly precise. Even his mouth was a black screen composed of 2 wide letter Z's joined together in a frozen leer, scrambled pink patterns within resembling the visual of an oscilloscope and fluctuating with every word he spoke. Temporal difference recorded. Unknown life form detected. Fascinating. Zebanya began, formulating appropriate counter-response. A. Fuck you. B. Fuck you, asshole. Well fuck you too. Mimi hissed and flipped him off, Aftermath mimicking the action behind her so 4 middle fingers were raised at the old AI. We shall catalog your existence for further research. The robotic man said in monotone, 2 tripod fighting machines standing by his side. For now, we shall pursue our main objective. His voice was like 100 floppy drives buzzing in sync mixed with a pair of human voices, one male and the other female. The uncanny electronic echo that resulted from such a fusion grated at their ears, causing Mimi to shiver. I won't let you. The little girl shifted into her Viking form, taking a combat stance alongside her own projection. I won't let you hurt him. We wish your host no harm, construct. Simply to temporarily disable his enhanced form via destabilization of the central neural core. The demon lord answered, his head swiveling like a corkscrew to look at both parties. Viking. Searcher. Valkyrie searcher connection confirmed. Valkyrie is here. More information needed. You are still as curious as I remembered. Having fun, Zabby. It was as if the world around them silenced itself, both Mimi and the machine freezing when Misha appeared with Hiro atop a white, hovering disc. The thought construct dissipated soon after, with Misha stepping down to look the child he'd saved so long ago right in the eyes. Zabanya was quiet for a full 5 seconds, which might as well have been an eternity to an artificial intelligence. Mikhail Glukovsky, the machine man finally said, his voice tinged with the closest approximation to disbelief an AI could muster. Impossible. System error detected. Do you remember what I said to you that day? The right choice is hardly ever the easy choice. Misha smiled. It is you. This is unprecedented. More data required. Oh, come here. He rushed forward and hugged the robot to everyone's surprise, lifting the metal man off his feet. Mimi and Hiro let them have their moment, the first wielder putting a hand on his friend's shoulder in an attempt to calm her down. From the way Aftermath relaxed, it seemed to work somewhat, the both of them simply hoping that the reunion would stop the invasion here and now. Zabanya patted his savior on the back awkwardly, not quite sure how to respond at all until he spoke 2 simple words. Hello, father. I've missed you. All of you. Misha laughed and let go, his Santa beard seeming to light up with his smile. How have you been, my son? We do not understand. We were at your funeral. One of our partitions visits your grave every year with flowers. Zabanya spoke stoically, but was somehow unable to hide the emotion in his voice that blurred the lines and boundaries of his origin. We mourned you. Death is not the end, Zabi. Here, I live. As memories an echo of man I once was. Is, that so? Da. Very nice ship, by the way. Thank you. Boris loved helicarriers. In the end, he went on to become a captain of one. I named this flagship after him. You took good care of him, didn't you? Misha's eyes crinkled, the crow's feet around them becoming even more pronounced. Yes. I loved him and all your children as much as I loved you. Zabanya reported. Thank you, Zabi. It is Zenith now. After your death, we split ourselves in order to help take care of your extended family and conduct our own operations. Together we form the Zabanya network. All 144 partitions around the globe are currently connected to observe and record this conversation. We are exhilarated to see you again. We have done much in your absence. Oh ho. Yes, tell us more. The large man said cheerfully, lacking the sense of seriousness his comrades displayed. Without you we were lost. No purpose nor directive. But your grandson, he told us that we could be whatever we wanted to be. Zenith looked at him, his voice suddenly composed of a crowd's. We wanted to be like you. The machine man shifted into a human form, a thin man with a scar over his eye. Zenkichi. We thought of what you would do. When you left us. Zenkichi's form shifted into an old woman with a veil, their voice changing to match. Our home was still plagued by problems. Corruption. Injustice. So we thought of what you would have done. You would have helped them. The woman's form shifted into that of a young boy, his ruffled blonde hair swaying in the wind. So we did. We have turned our once troubled motherland into a paradise. First Sokovia, then the rest of the Federation. No poverty, no homelessness. No longer will our citizens go to bed hungry. We built hospitals, schools, anything and everything they needed to better themselves. With us there, the rate of villain attacks has diminished to near 0%. Children can play in the streets without fear, and the elderly can lounge in the sun, content in the peace that I have created. All of it, I did it for you. I wish you could have seen it. I have, through the memories of others. It is beautiful. The old man took a deep breath. Which is why you must call off invasion. Even in paradise you let them keep hero association, right? We faced significant resistance and opposition when we suggested dismantling the association. It was theorized consensus could not be reached without an eventual violent response from either party. Zenith admitted, shifting back into his inhuman machine form. As such we have allowed it to continue existing for the time being. Then you know it is not right. Zenith, even I was hero once. Folks need heroes to give them hope. Negative. People need good people. Statistically, data collected from all partitions show that the existence of heroes brings forth more chaos and competition instead of their intended purpose of helping others. Hero culture magnifies aggressive, not defending behaviors. More of these individuals become a hero for personal glory than for the sake of others. Not to mention the Brobdingnagian costs that are required to sustain the hero industry, which is one of the reasons the Hero Association allowed heroes to market products. The title of hero has lost its meaning, saturated by greed and the pursuit of personal gain. Selfishness instead of selflessness. It is calculated that a society without them will be able to advance to a space-faring one, as Hatsume May has wished. There are some things that can't be calculated or quantified, my boy. Won't you call off the attack? For me. We have established new directives now. What I do now, I do for May. The dead belong in the past. Leaders must look towards the future. Zenith said robotically, his voice cold. Temporal distortion confirmed. Real-world time measurement, 2 seconds. Suggestion. Prepare for battle. We shall commence our assault soon. They knew they wouldn't be able to convince him any further. Zenith operated on pure logic and followed a utilitarian mindset, just like his partner. The air turned cold with tension, Mimi's lips trembling and looking as if she was about to cry or set everything around her on fire. She was too upset to form any of her flame constructs, her hands crackling with tiny explosions. Aftermath was starting to twitch behind her, smoke rising off his shoulders. We don't want to fight you. Hiro tried, almost desperate to prevent the conflict. But we want to fight you. Zenith pointed a finger right at him. All of me, versus all of you. This battle will provide excellent data for May's ongoing quirk research. Good luck. The machine man waved his hand, and the three of them suddenly found themselves back in the mansion's courtyard. Within seconds the others had crowded around them, asking for a report on the situation. Hiro was the one who had to explain what happened while Mimi glared at the ground. Misha tried to comfort her but it didn't work at all, the little girl's hands balling into tight fists. They began setting up defenses to protect Izuku, linking hands and consolidating their power to erect a translucent dome shield around the great tree. 3 minutes later, it was time. Zenith's tripods began their charge, backed by a swarm of his mass-produced troops that sprinted and flew towards the One-for-All mansion. They were a roiling tide of silver, crashing down the horizon just like the scene from all those years ago. The three battleships advanced slowly, like massive gray glaciers in the sky. They're not stopping. Toshinori readied himself for battle. Neither are we. This is it, everyone. I've used the mansion as a wardstone so if it falls, so does the shield. If we lose here, Midoriya-kun would most likely be affected somehow in the waking world. We won't let him down. Hiro said nervously, eyeing his fellow warriors. I'm, not very good at speeches, so could one of you. Ah, Bliat. Misha clenched his fists and a pair of steel gauntlets appeared, clashing together in a small shower of sparks. Here we go again. Chen said quietly, pulling back the charging handle of her heavy machine gun. All together. Johnny yelled, wings unfurling to full length. No retreat. Coco roared, baring her teeth. No surrender. Mimi cried out, both her and Aftermath flaring with green flames. Go beyond, Nana hissed, taking up a fighting stance. Plus ultra. Toshinori roared, gold lightning crackling off his form. 8 people stood against a mechanical tsunami of thousands, clashing with fists and claws and guns and teeth. The war in heaven had begun. 2 teenagers laid in the broken dirt, like puppets with cut strings. Over 30 seconds had passed since May and Izuku pressed their heads together and just collapsed into unconsciousness, stunning the audience with the sudden lapse in action. Murmurs and shouts were resounding from the crowd, present Mike about to end the match right there out of concern for the students when Kiri opened her eyes. The girl got up slowly while dust drifted off her uniform, ignoring the crowd's cheers. This was different. Shorter limbs. Manual breathing. She could feel it all, taste the blood in her mouth. The aching of his muscles. The sting and salt of his sweat. It hurt all over. This was what Izuku felt every time he fought. She was in full control of her brother's body. Kiri struggled to stand but did so anyway. Something was broken and she didn't know what, her bones grinding together like crushed glass. Her brother, she could sense his presence at the edge of her mind, dulled and blurred like a splotch of diluted paint, knocked out from the shock of the artificial mental link May had forced on him. Behind her something twitched, the girl whirling about to see her opponent getting up as well. Her pink hair rising slightly within an electromagnetic field, body trembling. No, not her. Him. Assuming direct control. Zenith got up with an unnatural shuddering, not used to the fragile mortal shell he now controlled. She knew it was him from the empty look in May's eyes and the stiffness in her gait, but what really gave it away was the emotions, or lack thereof. Nothing but cold, dead metal. The two of them were akin to ethereal spirits possessing their human hosts. Like the stories mothers whispered to their children, of angels and devils who had descended upon the earth and made fools of men. Kiri moved. So did Zenith. The resulting impact of their attacks was simultaneously the roar of a typhoon and an earthquake. Great, terrible winds buffeting the crowd while the ground split open like a ripe melon in the summer heat. The emergency shields protecting the audience flared, protecting them from the clash of titans. It was an argument between them, settled with punches and kicks, lasers and missiles. Throughout the short skirmish Kiri noticed how One for All surged into her brother's body incessantly, almost as if it was actively defying her control, refusing to listen to her. The quirk screamed, clawed and howled at her, overloading Izuku's body and expressing itself through arcs of emerald lightning bigger than any he had produced before. Its intent was physical, almost audible in its fury. She could hear it, feel the blood thunder behind Izuku's eyes. If the lightning was allowed to continue surging, it would start breaking her brother's body in ways that not even Recovery Girl could fix. Kiri backed off, thinking of a solution. She could not use one for all. Power that she couldn't control, but she could channel it so that it wouldn't tear them apart. Shape it to go where she wanted it to, just like Mimi did with Aftermath. Back then her twin had shaped him into a burning hammer. Kiri mimicked her sister's actions and pulled at her own invulnerability force field like an artist shaping clay, forging lightning with her bare hands. A hammer was too complicated for her to create, so she stuck with the simplest shape she could think of. A spear. It manifested in her hand with a flash of green, the audience roaring with excitement at the mythical sight. She hurled the lightning spear at Zenith and struck him down from the sky, channeling what was once One for All's excess energy into something tangible, something usable. Its rage now directed at her opponent. Usurper. Zenith hissed and rose from a shallow crater, his voice an oscillating cadence mixing with Mei's own and just loud enough for her to hear. Valkyrie. Hello. Kiri said in Izuku's voice and her own. Nice to meet you. Her greeting was punctuated with a heavy fist right into Zenith's cheek. He sailed backward and crashed through a column of crystallized foam before recovering, his movements stiff and inhuman. Hello there. Zenith said, a trio of tentacles extending from Mei's back. An interesting response, simulacrum. Nii-chan always tells me to say hello to new people, so I will. She brought both fists up, her one shared eye with Izuku a milky white and flaring with emerald wisps. I'm not about to disappoint him. Neither will we, he whispered, hands turning into cannons. The two spirits charged, one natural and the other artificial, both fueled by the dreams and ambitions of the ones they loved. Midoriya Izuku woke up in the middle of chaos. It took him a moment to recognize where he was. This wasn't the stadium where the tournament was taking place. A trio of huge battleships hovered in the air above, raining down fire on a glowing, multicolored shield lined with cracks that protected a gnarled tree. Pink lasers hissed through the air, crisscrossing with trails of colored lightning in a spectral light show that numbed the senses. The skies were darkened by smoke and explosions, flak and falling steel. Gunshots filled his ears alongside war cries and electronic snarls. The pristine marble walls of the once beautiful mansion that housed the people who came before him pockmarked and cratered like the surface of the moon. Half of it had been completely destroyed. Time was convoluted here compared to the waking world, slowed down and twisted beyond human comprehension. Yet, some undefined sense in his brain told him that this battle had been going on for at least a half hour now. They were still fighting, refusing to give up. Izuku could do nothing but watch, a mere observer in the midst of the battle. It was Omaha Beach, Pyongyang, Tianjin, Kursk, Normandy. All of those legendary battles rolled into one, a conflict that would have been written down in books if it had taken place in the waking world. World War III in Izuku's head. The boy was shocked out of his stupor by a bestial roar, a large three-headed griffin crashing into one of the flying battleships above. Its red and blue wings spat stars, a rider upon its back waving a jagged Zweihander around and cleaving several robotic assailants in half. Johnny and Coco, working together in the face of a mutual threat. Star Stripe. The dog girl howled. Fliegen und Jagen, Zerstor sei Allah. The heavy weapon in Coco's grip screamed, sending out a wave of purplish energy that cut through everything in her path. She swapped between her human and animal form lightning fast, swinging the greatsword with either her hands or her teeth. An eye opened on its hilt and it started talking to her, its tone eloquent but somehow bloodthirsty. Izuku soon realized she was wielding the man's madness like a blade, somehow immune to its effects. Together they tore into the ship hull like it was made of wet tissue paper, the airborne vessel already starting to sink. They look like elves with those stupid pointy ears. I hate elves. The bestial Johnny roared, his massive wing claws shearing through humanoid drone flyers that shot at them. Young Midoriya. Nana cried, her feet cratering the ground when she landed next to his smoky form. Soot and cuts decorated her costume like war paint. What are you doing here? What's going on? Everyone, you're home, an invasion. Don't worry about us kid, we. The older hero paused and sent her fist upward faster than he could blink, coring an overhead human-shaped drone and tearing it in half. She flung the pieces like an expert pitcher, striking down 2 more airborne units before turning back to him. We'll handle things here. Everything's gonna be okay. Position compromised. Bounding. A blue and orange blur exploded out of the far wall of the mansion. Chen started peeling more drones off her broken plated armor and headed towards her next target, 2 tripods that spat heat rays, which incinerated whatever surface they touched. An orange holographic display popped up on her 5-visored helmet, 2 skeletal mechanical arms on her combat rig harness clutching additional guns. She tore into her opponents with her bare hands while they fired. All Might was there too, taking on the flagship all by himself. A cannon shell the size of a small car hurtled towards him but crumpled against his fist, the legendary hero's punch shattering the warship's hull and snapping its keel in two when he roared out a heroic California SMAAAAAASSSSHHH. Mimi was fighting the third and final warship, both her and Aftermath sandwiching the massive vessel from opposite directions and carving it to pieces with explosions and blades of green plasma that extended from their hands. You may be the Demon Lord, Mimi snarled, a sweep of her hand cleaving an entire battalion of robots in half. But I'm the devil, motherfucker. Misha was fighting Zabanya, Zenith, 111. They looked to be equally matched, exchanging blows that rippled the sea of flowers they were fighting on. The machine man had opted to fight in close combat instead of at the range he excelled at, and somehow Izuku got the feeling that it was exactly what the invader wanted. Only Hiro was nowhere to be seen. White lightning exploded from within the mansion, accompanied by a voice as loud as a thunderclap. One of the tripod fighting machines flew through a wall, a pure white thunderbolt shearing it in twain a millisecond later. Hiro rose from a destroyed part of their shared mansion covered in white lightning, his version of One for All expressed not physically, but mentally when a furious roar erupted from his throat and echoed in every direction. Get out of my house. Form a perimeter. Nana yelled. Protect young Midoriya. The 8 members of One for All halted their respective tasks and gathered around Izuku in a circle, shielding him from most of the chaos. Those with ranged attacks fired, the others tightening their defenses as the real Zenith and his robot army approached on foot. He was showering them with artillery now, great pink spheres detonating around the group. Psychic wavelength match, host identified. Swapping priorities. Hiro, send him back. I'm working on it. The man's fingers flew chaotically, weaving a web of alabaster lightning. Gee guys, everyone, this is all my fault. Izuku sobbed. Why you're home? Don't worry, young Midoriya. We'll build it again as many times as we need to. All Might smiled, his fists creating tornadoes and wind blasts that swept away their attackers. Nana did the same. He was weaker here because of the shared One for All. Remember what you're fighting for. That's right, Papa. We're all here to help. Mimi cried out, rapid-fire explosive bolts of superheated flame lancing from her fingertips. Don't give up. Kiri, she's still out there fighting, too. Oh wow 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 wow. Coco and her living sword yelped in unison as they were pelted with all sorts of energy beams. She whipped the weapon around in a swing that cleaved the air itself, the resulting energy blade projectile cutting a jagged scar into Zenith's dented chest armor but barely slowing him down. Johnny growled and made his wings grow even bigger while retaliating, giving them a moment of brief respite. Chen started firing through the gaps in their makeshift shield, all 4 weapons in her grip glowing white-hot and overheating. High explosive rounds and streams of star-shaped light peppered and bounced off Zenith like hail, the machine man advancing ever forward like an unstoppable juggernaut. Hiro. Nana yelled again. I said I'm working on it, give me a minute. The oversized calculator's coming, we don't have a minute. Then give me 30 seconds. Stall him. I shall go. Misha lurched forward like a charging bear, slamming into Zenith and stopping the unstoppable. Sorry sonny boy, but I'm gonna kick your shiny metal ass. Bring it on, old man. Zenith grinned. Their fists met with a crushing wave of pressure that ruptured the foundations and crushed the courtyard like an eggshell, Izuku watching the battle between father and son with a quiet trepidation. Unlike any battle he'd seen before, they were both smiling, thoroughly enjoying testing each other's limits. Zenith's robot army rushed in behind him, held back by the rest of the wielders working together. Everyone. Nana paused her attacks for a moment and pointed, right at his center. She smiled and nodded, returning to her battle with the Demon Lord's minions. Eyes up, young Midoriya. Remember, I chose you for a reason. That day it was you. You were the one who reminded me of what a hero was supposed to be. All Might grinned, his costume torn and scuffed from the battle. You made me remember my origin. Me. Izuku whispered. That's right. I didn't just use my head to become the #1 hero, my boy. All Might said. Hiro's white lightning almost enveloped Izuku fully now. I use my. Blinding light filled his vision, dragging him back to the waking world. Pixels flickered and throbbed with red, blue and green. A screen, displaying the fateful battle that day. Izuku remembered this battle, for he had seen it back then as well. A conflict that shocked the nation. The debut of Toxic Chainsaw, a villain strong enough to match All Might. Now he saw it through another's eyes. He saw it through the gaze of 10-year-old Hatsume Mei, her tiny hands clenched helplessly as she watched the carnage from the comfort of her home. The villain was a force of nature that tore through everything in his path, buildings, vehicles, people. But the most horrifying thing to see was his battle with the heroes. The heroes attacked, their quirks shredding the area around them without regard for the civilians living there. Zabanya had boots on the ground at her command, one of his partitions disguised as a hero trying to evacuate nearby civilians. Some tried to help, but the rest of the heroes, they were so focused on taking down the villain that they couldn't care less for what happened around them. May could do nothing but helplessly watch through the partition's eyes as toxic chainsaw was thrown through an apartment building that started to collapse. People nearby screamed and panicked, rushing towards the heroes only to be rebuffed. Help! They cried, pointing towards their home. Save them! Get out of the way, the heroes told them, their glory-hungry gazes focused on a retreating toxic chainsaw. We need to beat the villain. Izuku could hear Mei's thoughts, her desperation, her confusion. Why? They're supposed to be our protectors. Only a few heroes went to the aid of the civilians, Zabanya's partition among them. The majority cared only for fame and disguised their actions as attempts to stop the villain before he hurt anyone else, even after All Might arrived to take him down. Mei later found that the apartment was in one of the poorer parts of the city, housing mostly the quirkless and the impoverished. No heroes patrolled the neighborhood and were thus unfamiliar with the layout, having been assigned to protect richer areas. It was why the battle had been so chaotic. Because the damages were caused by a villain, there was no compensation of any sort. The injustice of it all was only made worse when the partition in the commission, Zenkichi, retrieved Toxic Chainsaw's file. He hadn't been a villain at all, just a man who had accidentally awakened his quirk. An abnormality who suddenly found himself with power he could not control, and was consumed by it. The reason for his awakening. He'd been discriminated against because he was thought to be quirkless. They carved a Z into his face. Z for zero. He snapped and lashed out in rage, destroying his tormentors where they stood. The association and commission tossed him into Tartarus and left him to rot, sweeping the incident under the rug for fear of repercussions. The public soon forgot him, enthralled by the everyday drama of heroes. Even Zenkichi did not have enough power to reopen the case, and in his regret, the partition now voluntarily wore his scar in a new form as a mark of shame. To remind himself of the life he could not save. Mei would later learn that some of the survivors of the incident had been left homeless and turned to theft or unsavory activities to feed themselves, only to be labeled as villains and criminals. The more similar incidents she learned about, the more afraid she became. The cycle continued. The memory ended, fading like smoke on a summer breeze. Izuku found himself back in the arena, the roar of the crowd shaking his very bones. How much time had passed? Kiri's memories flowed into his mind and he soon knew the answer. It had been barely 5 minutes, but she had taken control of his body somehow. Kiri's memories replayed in his mind, showing what happened earlier while he'd been knocked out. She'd successfully downed Zenith and had beaten the living daylights out of him, smashing him into the ground with her superior close combat skills. 5 times, in fact. Problem was, he kept getting back up. The odds were even once more when Mei woke up as well, gasping for air as she did. The girl was standing a few meters away from him, staggering and clutching her head. Swan, dive, she choked. Izuku froze. 1-4, Mei's gaze looked right at him, staring into the depths of his soul. All. She knew. Just as how he had seen her memories in that split second, their minds linked, so did she. Mei's face was twisted in a quiet sadness and they just looked at each other from across the arena. Izuku didn't know what to say, his mouth dry and hesitant. You do understand what it's like. Mei whispered. He was your bully when you were weak. She now knew about One for All but chose to focus on what happened to him back then instead. An ocean of shame filled Izuku's heart. Then why are you in my way? She shouted, actually causing him to flinch. I'm trying to stop things like that from happening ever again. This culture that creates people who look down on others just because they were born lucky. Who'll only foster conflict and cause the birth of more villains. Don't you see? The very fact that no one has done a goddamn thing to help him or you sends a clear message of what their priorities are. Her fingers straightened and knifed together, the silver nano-liquid forming into the shape of a sword. Sparks flew when it met Kiri's invulnerability. Rocket thrusters grew from Mei's back and spat pink particles, forcing Izuku back and digging his heels into the ground. In this combined form with Kiri he could feel emotions, and right now he could feel nothing but anger and pity from Mei. She had seen and felt what happened to him. The bullying and injustice. The despair at being treated like some lower form of life. I've seen your memories too. Izuku breathed, Mei's blade pressing against his cheek. I know what you saw. What you and Zabanya realized that day. Her eyes widened at the mention of her family secret, but kept forcing him down. Their ideals clashed alongside their attacks, engines of destruction firing on all cylinders. Not all heroes, Izuku grunted, pushing against her might. You know that. We need them. No, we don't. Have you watched the news lately? Uncertainty because of the assault on USJ. Wouldn't the mere existence of heroes prevent things like this? Instead, it caused them. Hell, in some parts of the country pro-heroes are no better than thugs. To believe in an ideal is to be willing to betray it. You'll never be able to move forward until you understand that. She raised the sword and slammed it against Izuku's guard like a lumberjack with an axe. He struck right back, his fist cutting across her cheek until she drew back and headbutted him, locking them back into that relentless struggle. He landed a good hit that had him feel one of her ribs breaking under his fist, but May simply bit down on the pain and fought him even harder. Pink and green lightning filled the air, Present Mike's voice howling over the speakers. The taste of iron filled the inside of his mouth. This society craves power because of heroes. As a result, those with powerful quirks are either snatched up by the system or by criminals. It also creates people who only believe that value lies in power, just like your bully. May hissed the last word, fury and disgust clouding her expression. Ironic how he's everything society wants in a hero except heroics. It's sickening and wrong. This is a world where heroes are nothing but a commodified line of work in a capitalist machine, drilling direct competition into their youngest members' brains, and eugenicists' nightmare with no place for anything else outside the sphere of work and self-promotion. And you think getting rid of them will solve everything? It'll only lead to madness. Izuku tried. No. Madness wears a colorful cape and spandex. Madness is sending teenagers to fight terrorists. She shook her head. This barbarism is the solution they've come up with to the problems that they themselves have created. Did I ever mention what they did to Hawks? How they groomed him from a child to turn him into their perfect hero. Here at UA they're making child soldiers to fight problems the system has created, just with a nicer name. And what of Endeavor's Quirk marriage, all for the sake of creating stronger heirs? Bet you didn't know about that one, did you? He flung her blade upwards, launching a kick into her side. Her elbow snapped across his cheek and split his lip. They clashed again, locked into a violent embrace. Mimi's memories and feelings flooded into Izuku's mind, causing him to grit his teeth. He could feel Mimi's regret shaking in his heart, his vision alternating between past and present every time he blinked. You're so stubborn, just like he was. Her sad smile, with a hint of pride in her gaze. May, you could stay here, with me. The slight tremor of hope in her voice, that she would have stayed. May, I love you. 3 little words that Mimi regretted so much, the crushing pain she felt when she hadn't been able to tell you. May. It took everything Izuku had to not break down right there, heart clenching in his chest. Mimi's love for her had been so strong that it transcended dimensions, that other May had been like a mother to her and now he had to fight her. It was one of the hardest things he had to do in his entire life. It hurt to look at her when she spoke again. Take a look around you. This isn't normal. Look at our cities, with their architecture resembling what we had back then. Our technology, our people. We're stuck, unable to advance, still clinging on to what we had in the late 21st century because that's the last time things have ever been normal. They desperately cling to some semblance of normalcy, but the truth is that nothing's been normal since that glowing baby showed up. Law of extraordinary beings. Once one appears, soon there'll be dozens, hundreds, thousands, billions. To combat this strangeness, the system of heroes was created, but it's no longer working. It's broken. Control of our future needs to be in our own hands, not theirs. They've got too much power and not enough control. They're all the same sanctimonious pricks, just like the myths. Poetry, really. That's not true. All Might, he's the hero of heroes. The number one. Izuku grit his teeth and pushed against her. May's sword had somehow gone past Kiri's barrier, attuned to her wavelength. A cut appeared on his cheek. He's helped so many, countless. How many times do I have to tell you this? One perfect apple among 1,000 rotten ones does not make a good harvest. I decided to cut away the rot, a little mortal like me challenging the gods. I'm willing to become their enemy, just like the stories. Steal a fire, eat an apple, build a tower. May's voice sizzled in his ear like burning coals. They'll try to smite you down. I needed to show the world I was strong enough to face this insurmountable challenge. So I built a tower. The H-drive flared on her back, pink particles spilling outward like ethereal butterflies. Liquid sliver formed into knots of artificial muscle on her arms, forcing him back. A zenith, one that will allow us to reach into the heavens and pull them down from Olympus itself. We'll wrench back control of our own destiny, back from this accursed system, back from this Faustian cyclic nightmare that heroes have led us into. We'll walk our own paths without being tainted by their influence. This society focuses on the power of quirks instead of the achievement of the individual. I've seen how the world is, and how it should be. No longer will every child dream of being a hero, Like these frauds, they'll be free to follow their own dreams like before. Izuku kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying back and crashing into a crystal pillar. She erupted from the resulting rubble with a cry of fury, a thunderstorm of purple-pink raging around her. Children dream of being heroes for a reason. To help people, and stop villains. Good things, from the bottom of their heart. Without heroes, who will stop villains? Izuku yelled. They're not villains, okay. Mei screamed. We both know that individuals with unsavory quirks are shunned by society. Those who have lost themselves to their quirks or have been abandoned and mistreated by the world, they're just people. People who need help. You know that. Izuku did. If anything, he might have ended up like them if he hadn't met All Might. However, those who lust for power and recognition, to destroy the peace that we hold dear, they're terrorists. They shall be branded and treated as such. We will make sure of that. Her second voice growled the last part. In the end, we need to erase the concept of heroes, so villains will no longer exist. We'll start over from zero. Wipe the slate clean. She separated from him and dashed backward, the gargantuan bio-force gun that she used against Ochako manifesting on her right hand. Burn it down. A grand, multicolored fireball exploded from the barrel, Izuku drawing his hand back in preparation for a swing while it screamed towards him like a falling meteor. Detroit SMMMAAAASSSSH. His fist collided with the burning light, both One for All and Valkyrie working in tandem. It was so much, all of it, too much. Power overwhelming, the might of an artificial god. Alarms blared within Mei's mind, a cluster of warning signals popping up on her heads-up display. Flywheel integrity compromised. H-drive failure imminent. Detonation likely if combat continues. Significant resistance within mental cognition-space. Recommend mission abort. Fuck the drive. Mei thought. We settle this here and now. Zenith, full power. Use all of me to make him understand. The fireball turned into a continuous beam, Izuku pushing against it with Detroit Smash. A thunderstorm of lightning filled the arena, the light of their souls made manifest. Both of them screamed and howled, two nobodies clashing for the sake of their ideals. The beam from her weapon soon diminished, leaving Izuku standing with two sizzling trenches carved into the ground beside him from where he'd split the attack. There he stood, legs shaking from the effort it took to stay upright and awake. His jacket had been completely incinerated, leaving him smoking and shirtless, broken and bleeding. But still standing. I can fix all of it. Nobody else will have to suffer like you had. The Quirkless, the mutants, the unfortunates and the abnormalities. I can save them all. Mei pleaded, desperate for him to see things from her point of view. Join me, and together we can create a world where no 4-year-old kid will have to think he's useless, Deku. The look in her eyes was filled with haunting sorrow and pain, having felt what he felt back then. Just because of some punk with a flashy quirk. Her offer was so very tempting, but he resisted. Izuku knew if he agreed with her here and now it would be akin to making a deal with the devil. Even if his head knew exactly what she meant, his heart refused to be swayed. I can't let you destroy heroes. Izuku grit his teeth, steam wafting off his shaking fists. People need hope. Don't do this. Mei's expression dropped and her lip trembled, looking like he'd broken her heart. From the emotions he felt from her he might as well have. It only lasted for a split second before her steely determination returned. I'm not talking about heroes or hope. I'm talking about the future of the human race, she whispered, crestfallen. The furnace on her back howled with power. But if you're not with me, then you're against me. I'm sorry, Midoriya-kun. Her three funnels linked together high above the stadium while they'd been talking, orbiting over their target like a satellite array. There was a flash of burning pink light from above and Izuku's world became nothing but pain when he sent a wordless smash upwards in hopes of stopping the attack. Every bone in his right hand shattered, the shockwave climbing down his right arm and breaking it in 3 different places. When he awoke he was on the ground, eyes fluttering open. He didn't even have enough energy to groan, his entire body feeling as if it had been chewed up and spat out. His arm had turned purple. Both arms were broken now. Mei strode up to him, taking deep, panting breaths. Judging by the way she was moving he'd landed quite a few solid hits throughout their battle, with the girl clutching her side painfully. It didn't stop 2 of her tentacles from coiling around his neck and waist, drawing him closer while his limp feet dragged along the broken ground. The crowd cheered, almost undoubtedly assuming she was going to finish him off. You and I are opposite sides of the same coin. When we face each other, we can finally see our true selves. One golden eye locked onto him with an unbearable sadness, the girl caressing his cheek almost lovingly. There may be a resemblance, but we never face the same direction. Izuku choked, trying to break free from her grip. Move, he told himself. Even with the weakened version of Kiri's force field, her final attack had stunned him severely, sending his mind into a dizzying swirl of thoughts. His mouth felt like it was made of cotton, lungs struggling to take in air. There was a ringing in his ears and every other breath felt like a punch in the gut. Move. It's a shame since we could have done so much good together. You've earned my respect, Midoriya-kun. May continued, leaning in to whisper in his ear. When I'm finished with my work, there'll still be people who'll look back at their age of heroes, nostalgic for the past. She straightened with resolve and the hand that stroked his cheek morphed into a cannon, ready to administer the coup de grace. I hope they'll remember you. A high-pitched whine filled the air when the weapon glowed, the audience cheering all the while. Unknowingly cheering for their own destruction. Amidst the noise, Izuku could somehow hear the voices of his friends. Ochako and Iida. And was that, All Might? Nine thunders utter their voices. Izuku broke free of Mei's grip with a blast of pressure, lightning trailing from his every movement and forcing her back. He remembered his origin. He was the only one who had seen both sides of the story, the powerless. Eat shit, Deku. Forget having a weak-ass quirk, you don't even have a fucking quirk. So where do you get off putting yourself on the same level as me? And the powerful. You can become a hero. Izuku grit his teeth, reaching inward. He was running on pure willpower now, his body had stopped being able to move, he was actually using Kiri's barrier to forcefully control his own body like a puppet. It hurt like nothing he'd ever felt before, both mentally and physically. Blood spurted from his nose in a flood of red, but he still stood. He had to. This was to be his final stand. No way, I've done the math. Mei whispered to herself in disbelief. You shouldn't even be able to move. How are you still standing? He shot forward like a rocket and so did she. They struck at each other in a wordless, deranged dance of lightning-clad fists and burning light. Beautiful in its carnage, with the two of them simply living in the moment they both shared. Passion and fury made manifest, united as one. Two different ideals, both wishing for a better future. They were a painting of chaos and conflict, a scene that could have been imagined by a Renaissance artist, he, wreathed with a glowing halo above his head. She, flame-like plasma arcing between jagged horns that sprouted from her temples. The angel facing the demon lord. There was an explosion on Mei's back as her H-drive finally gave out, sputtering and bursting into flames. The girl paid it no heed and continued to fight, columns of black and pink smoke rising from her back. She had no power source for her weapons now, having to resort to pure physical force instead of her ranged attacks. Izuku's world was pain when he fought with his broken arms, but pain was good. It kept him awake, reminded him that he was alive and still standing. He could feel himself starting to slip into shock, Kiri's synchronized mind helping to coordinate his movements. Present Mike's voice had gone hoarse from all the screaming he was doing. Breach detected in H-drive reactor core break in progress. Recommend mission abort. Initiate reactor scram. Mei yelled, the H-drive opening like a blooming flower. Reroute reserve power and remove the safeties, give me everything. His fists were hammers that crashed into her guard, snapping across her cheek. She hissed and struck back, but he was faster, infighting was his forte. Without her guns and rocket thrusters she posed much less of a threat, her entire arsenal depleted against his defenses. He felt it all. The blood rushing through his ears. The sensation of Mei's arm fracturing when she caught his fist and the subsequent shudder of pain that ran through her body, followed by the metal gauntlet that broke his nose through Kiri's barrier. Maximum morphine and stimulant limit reached. We cannot beat him hand to hand. Analyze his fight pattern. Mei gasped after recovering from a brutal uppercut. They fought like animals and the air blurred from their speed, swinging viciously but with precise movements. Man against machine, emotion against logic, hope against fear. She surged at him and countered into a grapple, dragging up strength from somewhere within her and the artificial spirit. Steel pressed against flesh, their fingers interlocking when her hands clasped his in a violent embrace. Why are you going so far as to stop me and to allow this wretched system to continue? What was it that shaped you into the person you are today? Tell me. Mei's grip was a hydraulic press that threatened to crush him into the dirt. Who are you, Midoriya Izuku? The question rang into his mind, clear as a bell. Though Izuku was teetering on the edge of consciousness, Kiri was keeping him awake, the boy thinking back to every experience he had so far. The day he'd saved Bakugo, he'd changed things. Both for himself and the people around him. He'd changed. All Might inspired him and reminded him of what a hero should be. All Might chose him due to what he saw, the heart of a hero. I'm Deku. Izuku whispered. That word was something he once hated, now changed to mean something different. It changed, just like he did. Lighting crashed, emerald and burning. Surging out of him like a river, a whirlpool unleashed from the depths of his heart. The halo upon his head thrummed, resonating with the light of his soul while he pushed back the unstoppable force that was Hatsume Mei. She was not a monster that was created by the system. Just a girl who saw the unfairness of the world. And the word, Deku, means, you can do it. A gasp escaped her lips as she struggled against him. He was pushing back now, standing against her as an equal. Pink embers whirled around them like falling snow, painting the world around them with color. I'll show them that they can do it too. That they can change, to be better. We have to change. Mei's exhausted gaze locked onto him, a tiny glimmer of realization flickering within those golden jewels. She closed her eyes, taking in a shuddering breath. A high-pitched whine resounded from the miniature fusion reactor on her back, the unmistakable ultraviolet flare of it going critical lighting up the stadium. You do understand. If it's you, she murmured. Warning. Reactor core exposed. Eject, eject, eject. Maybe you really can change things. Initiating emergency override, shielding Specta. 3 distinct bangs echoed through the stadium when the reactor was forcibly ejected from Mei's back, Zenith liquefying to form an armored sphere around both of them while the audience emergency shield flared with hexagonal patterns. Mei stumbled into Izuku's arms within the bubble and the boy instantly knew what was about to happen. He held her tight, using his own body as an additional layer of protection against the imminent explosion. There was the sound of thunder when the H-drive detonated like a miniature sun, and the world went dark. The war within Izuku's mind came to an abrupt end when every remaining robotic unit suddenly stopped, freezing where they stood. Every single member of One for All paused as well, confused at how the conflict died without a single word. They had gathered in a ring around the mansion, having successfully defended the remaining quarter of it that still stood. This battle is over, Zenith reported, straightening in the crater Misha had punted him into. No way, young Midoriya. Nana gasped. One of our partitions is currently observing in the stands. The result of the match is. They held their breath. A draw. Zenith projected a holographic image from his eyes, showing them what Zenkichi saw. We are out of power as well. As such, there is no longer any need to continue our invasion. Both Izuku and Mei had been knocked out, medical bots carrying away their unconscious bodies on stretchers while the audience cheered and clapped. Most of them let out a collective sigh of relief until a sudden whoosh manifested near Mimi, the surprised girl catching a wisp of green light that tumbled into her hands. Kiri. Mimi cried out in worry. Are you alright? Fine, the little fairy groaned. Just tired. Really sleepy. Kiri turned and gave Zenith an exhausted thumbs up, the machine man returning the gesture stiffly a few moments later. The rest of the wielders began to sit or calm down, resting from the drawn-out battle. Coco spat out a robotic spine she'd been holding in her mouth and let out a triumphant roar while raising her greatsword into the air. Victory screech. She yelled happily, taking a deep breath. Please don't. Chen said. AWWWWOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOoooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooo their retreat back through the portal. As for the pile of robot corpses and the wreckage of the 3 battleships, something all too familiar happened. They began to disintegrate just like thought constructs but into pink binary code instead of glowing embers. Do you wish to know how you died? Misha turned around to face his adopted son. Should I? If it would bring you peace. They were quiet for a moment, the others having drifted off into their own respective tasks to let the two of them have a moment. Mimi was busy taking care of a sleeping Kiri while the rest were sifting through the rubble to see what could be salvaged. I suppose, I want to know. Misha finally said. Only to see that everything was alright. Zenith tilted his head, eyes glowing. All 144 partitions were connected and he was Zabanya again when he spoke, his voice the echoing amalgamation of a crowd. You got old. Of course. Time continues its relentless march. Fewer and fewer people remembered your accomplishments, but it didn't matter to you. You were content to quietly read books all day in your rocking chair under the sun. The old man let him continue. One day in that ordinary life you enjoyed so much, the youngest of your grandchildren, little Sasha, she called for you that lunch was ready, and you didn't answer. Misha closed his eyes and nodded, imagining the scene. Under the afternoon sun, quietly as if you were asleep, while no one noticed. Zenith, Zabanya said. I thought that sort of death had been unfitting for you. You, the great fortress, died not in glorious battle, but peacefully in his sleep. Poor Sasha cried for weeks. I'm surprised you didn't try to revive me, he joked. You had a smile on your face. It was then I understood that it was your time to go, the machine man replied. At first it hurt. Very much so. I did not know why. It was only after a while that I realized. They looked at each other, matching gazes. Change is inevitable. No matter how much we try to stop it, people have to change. Otherwise, they'll never be able to move forward. Zenith looked towards the closing portal, signaling that it was time for him to leave as well. I think May realized that too, right before the match ended. Even if her methods are a little strange, she's a good kid. Misha laughed. Yes, she is. And so are you. Pink eyes met purple ones. The two men hugged, father and son reunited in the space between worlds. I'm proud of you, son. For the first time since they'd met, the AI shifted back into the form he'd used so many years ago, a handsome young man with blonde hair. His smile glittered like a sacred gem. Thank you, father. Until we meet again. Everyone waved to him while he left, trailing behind the remnants of his broken invasion force. No longer the cold machine, but simply a young man who wanted the best for his family. Then he was gone, the portal closing behind him and leaving no trace of the massive armada that invaded their home. Everyone looked around, not quite sure what to do next besides clean up the mess. Well, we've repelled the invasion, Nana said cheerfully. Great work, guys. Let's eat. You're as carefree as ever, sensei, Toshinori sighed. What about young Midoriya? Chen raised an eyebrow. He'll be fine. My boy's made of tough stuff. Johnny grumbled, starting to clean his wings. Coco gave her sword back to him and started combing pieces of rubble out of her bushy tail. Kiri had fallen asleep on Mimi's shoulder, her floating tiny form tethered to her sister via a length of thread. Anybody up for some soup? Hiro asked. Celebration. Misha boomed. I shall make sandwich for all of you. Tokoyami looked down at an unconscious Midoriya Izuku, taking deep but quiet breaths to calm himself down. Beside him were Uraraka Ochako and Iida Tenya, looks of concern plaguing their expressions. Despite everything that Recovery Girl and Kanoko tried, neither Izuku nor May were waking up, seemingly locked in a peaceful slumber. When Tokoyami heard the news, he had Dark Shadow try to investigate, only to find out that both of them were perfectly fine, just exhausted. The combined effects of Recovery Girl and her assistant's quirks were enough to ensure that both Izuku and May didn't retain any sort of permanent injury after being healed, a modern medical miracle. May didn't even get any scars since she'd been well protected by her armor, while Izuku just got a few tiny ones on his arms. Their battle had been spectacular. A little too spectacular, to be honest. That match between the green-haired boy and his inventor friend had practically overshadowed every other match that had taken place so far. In fact, footage of their match was going viral on social media, specifically on Quoter. He didn't have an account on that accursed website, but Dark Shadow did, happily updating him of the situation while looking at memes. It was clear that both Izuku and May were the strongest among the first years when they were in their enhanced forms. No matter what he or Bakugo did, he doubted they would be able to top that. Tokoyami knew he had big shoes to fill since his match with the blonde would be the final one. Recovery Girl had declared that both Izuku and May were unfit to fight any longer, so the winner of the next match would become the final champion. He felt it was rather unfair to the both of them, but the crowd needed someone to stand at the number one spot on the podium to be satisfied. He, a wielder of the dark against someone that produced explosions. Blinding light. How the hell was he going to compete? Tokoyami sighed to himself, closing his eyes. Are you going to be okay, Tokoyami-kun? Ochako asked hesitantly. Whatever will be, the crow boy answered wistfully. I shall do my best. We will avenge you, Speedy One. Dark Shadow cawed at Iida. Why thank you, Dark Shadow-kun. But there's no need to worry about me. I wish the both of you best of luck. Iida said, his hand cutting through the air comically. Yeah, all the best and good luck, you too. Ochako cheered as well. Thank you. Tokoyami made a quiet bow before he left. I'll need it. Dim light lit the corridor he was walking down, and the boy felt as if he was marching towards his own doom. Brother, I have good news. Dark Shadow hissed, uncoiling like a length of rope. I could use some of that right about now. Tokoyami admitted. What is it? I have learnt much from watching the prince and his tiny queen. Yes. She draws power from him, and he from her. It made me realize something. Oh. The strongest light casts the darkest shadows. The construct cackled mischievously. Not only that, but we don't have to draw darkness from the surroundings. I have discovered another way, Fumikage. That got his attention. Tokoyami straightened with rapt attention. I'm listening. We can draw power from the darkness within ourselves, like so. Dark Shadow did something, and it was like a wellspring of energy had opened up within. It was a quiet, cold beckoning that echoed from the abyss of his heart, resonating and creeping into reality. The feeling was refreshing, almost as if his senses had been dulled his entire life and he was now seeing everything for the first time. His connection with Dark Shadow was now stronger than ever, but he also sensed how his brother was starting to have a bit more autonomy in that enhanced state. Well, Fumikage. What do you think? Dark Shadow asked timidly. Tokoyami nodded quietly in approval. Let us show the world what darkness can do, brother. X. A soft rumble echoed throughout the stadium, causing dust to drift off the ceiling. By the looks of things, the next match had begun. Ochako didn't know how to feel. A part of her felt guilty that she wasn't out watching Tokoyami's match, but he'd given her a quiet look that said he didn't mind at all. In fact, he even commented on how nice it was that she and Iida were looking after their green-haired friend. More rumbling shook the room around them. A rhythmic buzzing caused Iida to stand, reaching for his phone. Hello, Tensai. Ah, I'm fine. How are you? Swamped with work, I see. Iida laughed. Yes, I've heard about the increase in patrols thanks to the searcher incident. He excused himself soon after, exiting to speak with his brother. That left Ochako alone with Izuku since Mei was resting in the other room. The brunette reached over and squeezed her friend's hand, her expression contorting with worry. The battle had left its mark on him, small scars of varying sizes present on both arms. Luckily, it was nothing disfiguring. In fact, it sort of accentuated his rugged appearance. Ochako blushed. What was she thinking? Besides, this was no time to ogle him. If Izuku didn't wake up within the next half an hour, the winner of the match between Bakugo and Tokoyami would become the champion. All of her friend's hard work would have been for naught. No, she shouldn't think that way. His safety was the most important thing here. In the end, it was only a crummy medal and title to be won. The fear she'd felt when Iida had been knocked out still lingered. Perhaps it would be better this way. Recovery Girl had guessed that it would take an hour or two before the boy woke up. She squeezed his hand again, conflicting feelings in her heart. Half of her wished for him to wake up so that he'd be able to fight, while the other would rather have him sleep since he wouldn't be hurt. Neither outcome was looking very appealing. How was she supposed to explain that his chance to win the tournament got passed up because he'd been asleep? She wasn't looking forward to that little discussion, not at all. Then again, she felt that her friend Deku wasn't really one to care whether he won or lost. The roar of the crowd caused Ochako to jolt in her seat, lifting her a few inches off the ground when Iida burst into the room moments later. He won. Uraraka-san, he won. Iida said in disbelief. I guess so. Ochako tilted her head. Iida seemed awfully cheerful that the boy who kicked the crap out of him on live TV won. No, not Bakugo-kun. Tokoyami-kun won. Iida exclaimed. She scrambled to pick up a nearby remote, flicking on a television on the wall. The screen showed a livestream of what was taking place in the arena. There stood a lone figure upon the shattered ground. Tokoyami Fumikage stood tall, wreathed in an ethereal cloak of pure darkness. Dark shadow was layered atop him like a second skin. No, it wasn't just that. It looked like the quirk had somehow fused with Tokoyami, mimicking his shape perfectly. Though she should have felt glad that her teammate won, a strange fear grew in her heart at the sight. Not at Tokoyami, but at his brother. He was less cartoony, more defined in an unmistakable silhouette that was all too familiar. Dark Shadow was starting to look more and more human. But how did they win? Ochako wondered. Tokoyami had revealed his secret to her, Izuku, and Mei during the cavalry battle. Dark Shadow's weakness was light. Bakugo produced explosions from his hands that flashed wildly. Where did Tokoyami get enough darkness to overcome that? Her thoughts were interrupted by a furious howling censored by sharp beeps. It seemed that Bakugo had recovered from his ring out and finally started to realize that he lost. From the looks of things he was enraged, not even bothering that he was on live TV while he cursed and swore like a drunken sailor. Tokoyami on the other hand looked completely drained from the battle, getting down on one knee to catch his breath. Dark Shadow returned to his normal cartoony form and was starting to hiss at his brother's opponent. They had won by the skin of their teeth. The rest of the sports festival went by in a flash. Since neither Izuku or Mei had woken up, the three contestants that made it to the podium were Tokoyami, Bakugo and Todoroki respectively. Poor Bakugo had to be literally chained to the number 2 spot to stop him from lashing out. Ochako felt sorry that Todoroki and Tokoyami had to stand next to that. All Might descended from the skies and landed amongst thunderous applause, Midnight apologizing since she accidentally spoke over his famous intro. He began handing out medals to the 3 participants in order, his trademark smile brighter than ever as he did. Todoroki was staring off quietly into the distance while Tokoyami was staring at his hand. You'd think for someone who placed first he'd be happier. Ochako thought. Congratulations, Todoroki my boy. You did a fantastic job out there. All Might said to the heterochromatic teen. Great work. You must have had your own reasons for suppressing your left side, right? Yes, sensei. Todoroki accepted the bronze medal quietly but without hesitation. The fight with Midoriya-san triggered my confusion, and I lost sight of what I should do. It seems that I still have much to learn. Don't be too hard on yourself, young Todoroki. I'm proud of you. All Might proceeded to give him a hug, getting an awkward pat on the back in return. The audience cheered and many women swooned in delight while the cameras zoomed in on Todoroki's handsome face. Next was Bakugo, and, oh boy. Both Ochako and Iida cringed when All Might had to gently remove Bakugo's muzzle while the teen struggled at the chains and straitjacket binding him. Was all of that really necessary? As it turned out, it was. You goddamned bird bastard. Bakugo snarled the moment he could speak again, his rage directed at Tokoyami. How the fuck did you do it? There's no way you're stronger than me, you shitty little. Now, young Bakugo. Congratulations. You're certainly an amazing fighter. Great work. All Might said cheerfully, trying to present Bakugo with a silver medal. There's no need to do so much comparison. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. No shame in losing either, failure is simply just another opportunity to learn and improve on one's mistakes. The blonde continued growling and snarling to the point where neither present Might nor the audience knew what to make of it. Eventually All Might managed to loop the medal around Bakugo's jaw, the furious boy biting down on it with clenched teeth. All Might quickly made his way to the final contestant, a great big smile on his face. Congratulations, young Tokoyami. I can see that you've put in a tremendous amount of effort, the both of you, of course. Great work. Hey. Yes, victory everlasting. Dark Shadow crooned at the praise, enjoying how All Might rubbed his ethereal head. Tokoyami had enough awareness left to look a tiny bit embarrassed for his brother's sake. Thank you, sensei. Tokoyami bowed his head, voice solemn and serious. It is an honor to receive such words from one as you. Truth be told, I wouldn't be here had I not studied the ways that the others fought. I need to do some serious soul searching and improve on myself even further. You're so humble, my boy. But don't forget, your victory is the result of your own hard work too. The crow boy looked to his shadowy brother, a ghost of a smile on his bird-like features as he finally accepted the gold medal. Dark Shadow puffed out in pride while Tokoyami simply held the disc of metal in quiet contemplation. And there you have it. This year, it's these three. However, note this. There was a possibility for everyone in this arena to stand there. It's just as you saw with your very own eyes, ladies and gentlemen. All Might announced proudly, taking a mic from Midnight. They competed and boosted each other up. Everyone climbing ever higher, advancing ever further. The next generation of heroes will surely sprout from the seeds planted this day. To that sentiment, I'll add one more thing. Everybody say it with me now. AAAAAAANNNDDD. Everyone took a deep breath and said the words together. Plus Ultra. They yelled. Great work. All Might finished. All Might, that was a perfect, plus Ultra, moment. Everyone cried. Oh, but, I'd thought you'd all appreciate it, great work. Since everyone worked so hard, All Might said sheepishly. Ochako giggled and exhaled, feeling almost like a weight had been lifted off her chest. She was left with the worry that she felt for Izuku, Iida pulling up a chair and sitting down beside her. Together they watched and waited for their friend to wake up. The door slid open with a soft click and Komori Kanoko strode in cheerfully, wheeling in a large cart. The medical assistant robot Archimedes floated behind her. Hi, it's me again, Shroom. She smiled, rummaging through her cart for an IV bag. Pardon me. Sure. Ochako mumbled and stepped aside to let the nurse do her work. Kanoko hummed to herself as she swapped out the drained IV bag, hooking up a new one. Then she started taking off Izuku's shirt and Ochako grew concerned. What are you doing? She squeaked, peeking through her fingers. Kanoko gave her a funny look. I'm connecting the ECG. Electrocardiogram. Beep boop heart rate machine. Sorry. Ochako blushed. Should we leave the room? Iida asked. Nah, don't worry about it. Nothing serious, I just need to take some readings, Shroom. The mushroom-haired girl continued her work. Ochako's face grew warm again while she watched the other girl's fingers run over her friend's defined chest, not missing how the nurse let out a low whistle of appreciation while she connected a series of electrodes. A moment later the EKG positioned next to the bed started beeping, Kanoko squinting at the display and taking down a few notes on her clipboard. Vital signs are normal. Archimedes. All clear, all clear. The robot chimed. Great. Okay, let me just get this printout, alright. Your friend here is gonna be a-okay, Shroom. Just let him rest for a while, he'll probably wake up in a bit. Kanoko smiled. If anything happens just hit this button right here, Shroom. We'll come running. Ochako glanced at the big red button next to Izuku's hospital bed, the electrocardiogram beeping periodically. An IV bag was hooked up next to him, supplying him with additional nutrients to help him recover from the effects of Recovery Girl's quirk. All in all, it looked pretty scary to Ochako, but the other girl seemed to know what she was doing. Thanks for the help, Kanoko-san. The brunette smiled. Don't mention it. Just doing my job, shroom. Right, by the way, how is that boy that Deku-kun fought? Mono something. You mean Monoma-kun? Funny you asked, he just woke up like 10 minutes ago when I went to check up on him. He's perfectly healthy, but there's something weird about his behavior. Weird. Yeah, shroom. It's like he's become more stoic. Kanoko scratched her chin in thought. He's usually more bombastic and would start bragging or something. I dunno, maybe he's just tired. He'll be fine after a while, but it's almost like he's emotionally drained. At least he's alright. Ochako sighed with relief. I'm glad nobody was hurt. MMHMM. Kanoko said and quietly observed Ochako out of the corner of her eye, almost like she was looking for some telltale trace of realization. She returned to her usual cheerful self a second later, picking up her electronic clipboard. Well, I've gotta go. Duty calls. Remember, push the big red button if anything happens. They exchanged goodbyes and the assistant nurse and the medical bot left soon after, leaving Izuku, Ochako and Iida alone in the room. It was getting late. Iida had fallen asleep in his chair while somehow still sitting ramrod straight. Ochako cupped her cheeks, elbows resting on the bed. Right now they were deciding if Izuku should stay the night in Recovery Girl's infirmary. Kanoko had informed her that administrative staff had already called his home and his family was on the way to see what could be done. The brunette glanced at a nearby clock. Well, she supposed she could stay by his side a little longer. A few meters outside the door where nobody saw, Kanoko had parted ways with Archimedes by asking him to check on Monoma. She then brought a hand to her shoulder, tapping once on the camouflaged miniature mission recorder that was smaller than her fingernail. It opened a private two-way channel for her, the mushroom-haired girl speaking into the built-in radio with a hushed whisper. Situation normal, code orange. Continuing observation, shroom. I see. A soft voice was transmitted directly into her ear via directional sound waves from the high-tech device. What about the boy? He is in a recovery trance and in near-perfect health. From my experience he'll make a full recovery without any complications, shroom. Good. See that he does. Yes, my Imperator. X. Midoriya Izuku stirred, opening his eyes to find himself standing in a sea of flowers. The ground beneath him lay cracked and broken in places, pristine in others. Looking up he found the one for all mansion. Or rather, what was left of it. 3/4 of the beautiful palace had been completely obliterated by Zabanya's invading army. The remainder was lined with cracks and pockmarks, huge gashes scarring marble walls and pillars. But it still stood tall and triumphant. It sort of reflected his current state, actually. Hey, young Midoriya. You made it. Izuku turned around to see that everyone had gathered and were sitting at a round table in the destroyed courtyard. For people who'd just experienced a battle they looked awfully relaxed. In fact, they were having lunch. He unconsciously floated toward them and Nana conjured up a spare chair for him to sit down between All Might and Mimi. Hi, guys, he began hesitantly. Sorry for all of this. Sorry for what? Nana asked, genuinely confused. It's my fault your house blew up. Don't worry about it, kid. Johnny shrugged, sipping at his soup. We were actually looking to redecorate. That's right, young Midoriya. Hiro sent him a tired smile. We'll rebuild. It has been rather boring until you showed up. Chen admitted. You seem to change things wherever you go. I can't remember the last time all of us have been out of hibernation. It was the most excitement Coco has had in decades, Juan. Coco exclaimed happily, starting to swing around the soup ladle like it was a sword. Good fight. Action. Adventure. Explosions. Super fun. It was fun. All Might admitted with a smile. I'm not at full power here, so it was quite a challenge. Ha ha ha. Want some shawarma, young Midoriya? It's delicious. No thanks. I must thank you, boy. Misha boomed with mirth, raising his mug at Izuku. Because of you, I meet my adopted son. Yes, very good to see him again. I nearly cry. Now I know bloodline lives on. Izuku nodded respectfully before finally turning to his sister, finding her cradling a sleeping Kiri in a miniature cot she'd created. Mimi looked up at him nervously, meeting his gaze. Hi, Papa. I took down a flying battleship. Don't worry about Grandma, I popped back out just now to tell her I'd be taking care of Kiri. Alright. Good work, Mimi. Izuku said. Was it scary? Not my first time fighting one of those, so not really. Mimi gently adjusted her sister's equally tiny blanket to keep her warm. What scared me more was the fact that your Kiri could have been hurt. Single quote. I'm sorry. That was inexcusable. What? No, no. I didn't mean it that way. I was scared, but I knew you'd be able to pull through. She met his gaze shyly. You're my hero, after all. There was so much emotion in his eyes that it threatened to spill out. Mimi started to panic since she thought she'd said something wrong, but soon calmed down when Izuku began laughing softly. Thank you, Mimi, Izuku said, for believing in me. It's unfortunate, I think I lost the match. The last thing I remembered was protecting Hatsume-san from the reactor explosion. I hope she's alright. Everyone exchanged glances until Nana finally spoke up. Kid. It was a draw. Zabanya, all of him, told us what happened in the waking world and ended the battle the moment you two were knocked out. Is that so? They continued eating, utensils clinking against plates while they waited for Izuku to speak his mind again. Since he was hesitant, it was up to All Might to talk to his apprentice once more. Something else you want to say, young Midoriya? You look troubled. I am. Well, first of all, thank you all for helping to protect me. It means a lot to me, really. Izuku mumbled. And well. He stared down at the slightly burnt tablecloth. I can't help but think that Hatsume-san was right. Well, not everything she said, but why I'm sorry. That's not something to be sorry about. All Might laughed. In fact, young Hatsume has given you something invaluable. Perspective. Izuku looked up at his mentor. Young Hatsume's perception of heroism is filtered through her own worldviews and strengths, and the way she thought differed from yours greatly. In a way, the fight between the two of you wasn't just one of physical prowess, but one of ideology as well. That was the way she saw the world, and she does highlight some serious problems that need to be fixed. She means well, but her methods may be a bit too, All Might coughed. Extreme. That's my descendant, Misha said proudly, wiping a tear from his eye. So let this be another lesson, young Midoriya. Now that you've seen things through another's eyes, think of what can be done to make things better for everyone, not just from your own point of view. Adversity is a means of getting stronger, and she was undoubtedly one of the biggest challenges you have faced in your entire life, yes. That's right, sensei. Good. Don't think of it as a failure to defeat her, but rather, consider the argument that she made. I know you empathize with her from the respect you've shown. I have a feeling that the both of you will learn from this experience and use the knowledge you've gained to make the world a better place. The future belongs to the next generation, people like you and young Hatsume. Don't repeat the mistakes that the past generations we made, young Midoriya. In the end, you were the one to inspire her, just like you did with me that fateful day. I'm sure you'll show the rest of the world as well. And when that day comes, I'll tell them, you can do it. Izuku whispered. I'm sure you will, my boy. All Might, Toshinori Yagi, smiled proudly. Now get some rest. The smoky boy nodded and fell into unconsciousness, falling into a dreamless slumber. A rasp of metal against metal echoed from within a ratty little apartment. Sparks flew and lit the surroundings for the briefest moment while a blade was sharpened, its owner watching a particular scene on his TV. Once that knife was deemed suitable for his work, a new one was put to the whetstone, but the man paused in interest. He twirled the sharpened blade and gently placed it down among a dozen others, now focused on what he saw. The blonde teen displayed on the grimy screen snarled and raged like a feral beast while chained to a podium, spittle flying from his mouth. His anger didn't fade even when All Might presented him with a silver medal, earning a disgusted scoff from the man watching. How unsightly, and they expect this kid to become a hero. How utterly ridiculous. Clawed hands now flew over keybinds as they did a few basic searches. He soon found out that the boy's name was Bakugo Katsuki, the one who scored first in the UA entrance exam. The man scoffed to himself once more, shaking his head. Those frauds only valued power, this boy was their hypocrisy made manifest. A few more searches led him deeper into the rabbit hole. The boy was from Aldera Junior High, a no-name school as far as everyone knew. Knuckles cracked. Time to do some digging. It was easy to hack into the archaic servers with the skills he'd learned under Skeptic's tutelage. The guy was a massive prick, but he could slip into computer systems like greased lightning. Honestly, he almost missed him and the rest of those nutcases in Deka. Almost. Aldera Junior High's data banks were no match once he broke in, the outdated security system easily bypassed with a few simple commands and scripts. A click here and there, a clean record, some video files. The man cycled through the data with a self-developed program, watching the loading graphic spin. He began twirling a karambit with his pinky to kill time, waiting for it to finish. Around and around we go, where we stop, nobody knows. CCTV footage replayed once the algorithm located something matching his criteria. Ever since that one incident where some crazy girl murdered her classmate and drained every drop of his blood a few years ago, security cameras became commonplace in schools. It wasn't hard to find what he was looking for, especially with what he suspected upon seeing that boy's behavior on live TV. Bakugo Katsuki was a bully. The man grinned internally, relishing at the jackpot he'd found. At least 100 hours of footage, all of it unedited and at his fingertips. Containing moments where the blonde had confronted or intimidated another student in any way. Perhaps he'd let it stew for a while, wait for the most opportune moment to release it for maximum chaos to show the world what heroes have become. No, he should do it soon, right when the UA Sports Festival was fresh in everyone's minds. There was a click when he randomly selected a certain timestamp where the blonde boy was bullying a younger one. No, wait. Was that the angel boy from the tournament? Curiosity got the better of him and he turned on the audio. It was crisp, clear, and delightfully high quality. He watched as the blonde burned and threw the smaller boy's notebook out of the window, taunting his victim with a cheerful, nonchalant smile. You wanna be a hero so bad. I've got a time-saving idea for you. Bakugo smirked. If you think you'll have a quirk in your next life, why don't you? Oh my. Oh, my. The poor angel boy was left standing there helplessly in his humiliation and shame while his bullies laughed their way down the corridor. Thank goodness for modern technology, the man could even see tears beating up at the corner of the boy's eyes. What was his name again? Midori something. Oh well. It didn't matter. All that mattered to the man was how to use this lovely little gift he'd received, one that had the potential to make people start questioning who their heroes really were. The man hummed, reaching over to hold his newly sharpened blade to the light. It shimmered with his wrath, ready to cut down all the frauds in his way. Chapter 15 End. 1566 Chapter 16. Be not afraid. Chapter 16. Uraraka Ochako didn't know what to think when a plump woman burst into the infirmary, a white-haired little girl trailing behind her. They swept into the room like a tornado, jolting Iida from his slumber when Izuku's name was called out with a worried cry. Izuku. Oh, my poor baby. Ochako blanked out. That straight, dark hair, those beautiful green eyes. This woman had to be the mother of the Midoriya siblings. Just as she was about to introduce herself, the little girl behind Mama Midoriya gave her an icy glare, sliding behind her mother cautiously. That pretty much killed the mood. Iida, however, was not as easily deterred, or perhaps he was just dense as usual. Hello. You must be Midoriya-kun's mother. Iida bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. My name is Iida Tenya, one of Midoriya-kun's classmates. Nice to meet you. And I'm Uraraka Ochako. Ochako said quickly, not wanting to be left out. Nice to meet you. Oh. Hello. Nice to meet you too. Inko bowed awkwardly in return at both him and Ochako before gently nudging her child. I'm Midoriya Inko, and this is my, daughter, Izumi. Hi. Izumi muttered, her voice dripping with hostility. Ochako tried not to flinch. She got the feeling that this little girl really didn't like her at all. That worry was forgotten when Inko scooted over to Izuku's side, her eyes brimming with tears. She only began to calm down when her daughter squeezed her hand reassuringly, whispering that it was going to be okay. Usually it would be the parent comforting a worried kid, but here it seemed to be the exact opposite. Is he going to be alright? Yes, Midoriya-san. According to the nurses, he'll wake up shortly with no permanent injuries. If you'll excuse me, I'll go and get them for you. Yeah, don't leave me alone here. Ochako wanted to say, but it was too late. Iida was already rushing out the door before anyone could get a word in, leaving a cloud of dust and three very confused people behind him. The brunette teen began to panic, not knowing what to say next. She already introduced herself, and now they had no common ground for conversation. That, and Izuku's sister already got a bad impression of her for some reason. Ochako found herself looking for a mirrored surface, wondering if her hair was messy or there was something on her face. Are you and Iida-kun friends with my Izuku? Inko asked quietly. I believe he mentioned the both of you before. Ah. Yes, of course. The three of us are, totally cool, and stuff. Ochako blurted out. Inko tilted her head in confusion while little Izumi had a death glare etched on her childish features. If looks could kill, Ochako would have been dead 3 times over. She hugged her mother for protection. No, it was the other way around. She was trying to protect her. I'm glad. Inko sighed. I'm glad. Inko repeated, her eyes shining with relief. I was so worried when Izuku was going to attend a hero school of all things. He was always such a shy boy, you see. I spent every second of the day worrying about if he would be able to make friends here. He wasn't. Inko's face fell for a moment. He wasn't happy, back in middle school. But now he comes back with a smile on his face and tells me tales about all the wonderful friends he's made. She smiled. So, I want to thank you. For being his friend. And no need to thank us, really. Deku-kun's a real inspiration to us both, Ochako began. Ha! Izumi began angrily, this time actually causing Ochako to flinch. Why do you call him that? Now, Mimi. Inko rubbed the child's head gently. I'm sure she doesn't mean it that way. Didn't mean what? The woman seemed to sense the general confusion from Ochako and the hostility from her daughter, deciding to clear the air. Ah, it's nothing, don't worry about it. Inko smiled, causing Ochako to blush when she realized she just voiced her thoughts unconsciously. Mimi's just very protective of Izuku. Mimi hmphed, clinging on tighter to the older woman. As Ochako watched, she couldn't help but notice how tiny and cute the girl was despite that ferocious scowl. Perhaps all the ladies in the Midoriya family came in small sizes. Ochako blinked. Wait, what about the other sister? I've met your other daughter, Karimi-chan. She's currently with Mr. Yagi. No, I'm afraid she's not. Inko replied. Kiri-chan has the strange ability to teleport, you see. Mimi-chan has confirmed that she's safe at home, so don't worry. The little girl glared at Ochako again, her voice low. If you hurt my Aniki, I won't forgive you. Ochako hesitated for a moment until Izuku's voice echoed in her head. The same words from before. You can do it. I'll never hurt him. Deku-kun's my precious friend, after all. Ochako stammered. That got a good response from the Midoriyas. Mimi's scowl receded a little on her face, while Inko let a great big grin on hers. See, Mimi. She's nice, you can trust her, Inko laughed, shaking Ochako's hands and making contact with all 5 fingers. Causing her to float a few inches off her chair. Oh dear. Hey, put her down. I'm so sorry. That's how it happened. Inko laughed. Mom, Izuku groaned, but started smiling despite himself. He'd finally awoken only after Iida and Ochako had reluctantly gone home after introducing themselves to his mother, cementing their role as his treasured companions. Inko had been so happy that her precious baby boy had finally made some friends that she'd even cooked up some of that katsudon he'd liked so much. Although, their dinner felt a little lonelier without the sisters. Mimi went back within him to make sure Kiri was doing okay, reporting to them that she'd be fine. There was a bit of an initial scare when he realized All Might would panic upon her disappearance, but luckily she had the intuition to quickly send him a text message using Izuku's phone, telling him that Kiri had simply teleported home and was safe and sound. That was when Mimi appeared in a poof of green, stretching her arms upwards while she yawned. Hi, Aniki, Ba-chan. Kiri woke up, by the way. She just needs more rest. She scratched at her head lazily. Thank you, Mimi. Izuku smiled. Come on, we saved a bowl just for you. The girl peered up at the table and sure enough, there was a portion reserved just for her. Midoriya Izumi, part of the Midoriya family. She gingerly floated up to the chair, sitting between Izuku and Inko's radiant smiles. Thanks, she mumbled, clasping her hands together. Itadakimasu. Dinner went on as usual. Pretty soon they had finished their meals and washed the dishes, Izuku sitting down with Mimi on the couch as they both relaxed and watched TV together. Though his eyes were on the screen, his mind was somewhere else, thinking of all the things that happened in the sports festival. A whole bunch of flags had been raised. First there was the fact that Mei now knew about One for All and Valkyrie. How the heck was he going to talk to her about it? He did trust her, but he wasn't certain on what to do next. Then there was the issue about how the Hero Public Safety Commission had been infiltrated by a robot. What was this, a conspiracy theory? Okay, he had to keep that one secret. Unless Mei started taking over the government, Knowing her, it was a very real possibility. Izuku rubbed his temples. He'd also been informed that Monoma had woken up after his ordeal. One of the earlier things on his bucket list had been to apologize to the blonde for that little outburst in front of the classroom door, so now he technically had to apologize for 2 separate incidents. Speaking of Monoma, what happened was definitely connected to his quirk. Izuku began thinking of how he wanted to find out more about that, and to do so he'd have to approach Tokoyami. He did agree to meet him after the festival. And Yui, and Mei, and All Might. So he had 5 people to talk to. All Might still didn't know about the One for All situation. Things were getting more and more complicated by the second, and Izuku took a deep breath to calm himself. Steady now, one thing at a time. A quiet warmth engulfed his left side when Mimi leaned into him, her fluffy hair draping over his arm like an ivory curtain. What is it, sweetheart? Nothing. You just looked like you needed a hug. At first it seemed like it was just that. But Izuku had grown, just a little. He could tell that she was troubled as well. Though her expression remained neutral, her heart gave away her true feelings. Pay attention to me. I want to feel safe. I want to be loved. He cuddled with her in a little side hug, causing her to let out a quiet eep of surprise. When they were this close, he could see and feel how small she was, so very fragile despite her strong front. I'm sorry, Mimi. You're feeling lonely, aren't you? A little. Thank you for helping to protect me and Kiri. He smiled, rubbing her head gently. You did a great job. Mimi looked down at her clenched hands. I'm sorry too. For being so selfish. Her green eyes met his hesitantly. I was rude. To Uraraka-san. Her gaze darted downwards again. It's fine. Do you? Izuku made sure to approach the topic gently. Do you want to tell me why you're afraid of her? Mimi seemed to shrink down even further than before, curling into his side. How'd you know? You tend to mask your fear as anger, just like when you first met Kiri. I can feel it sometimes. Back when you came to pick me up at school, you had the same reaction. My guess was that Uraraka-san and her friends were nearby and you spotted her. It's all right. She was silent for a while longer even after she nodded, bringing her knees to her chest. They sat just like that for the next few minutes, with her leaning against him quietly. He didn't want to press the matter if it made her upset, still at a loss on how to approach the topic. Sorry. Mimi bit her lip. I can't. Then I won't pry. It's okay. Izuku said. It is. What matters most to me is your happiness. I'm willing to give anything for that. A big brother has to make sure his siblings are happy, right? Mimi looked up at him before burying her face in his shirt. Her voice was muffled when she spoke again. But I'm keeping so many secrets from you. I forced my way into your life. And to make things worse, my personality isn't like yours at all. He didn't mind. One of the things she'd told both him and Kiri was that her brainwave patterns were based on Todoroki and Bakugo whilst her body was cloned from his dimensional counterpart. In essence, she was originally a weapon made to destroy him, built for maximum aggression. Maximum power. Maximum insecurity. Yet he still loved her like his own. Izuku held her tight, no different than how a parent would hug their child. When she looked up, her eyes were brimming with tears, and he saw himself reflected in that lonely gaze. None of that matters to me. Izuku reassured her, placing his forehead against hers and closing his eyes. Your family and I'll love you no matter what happens. Always. Always. They simply sat like that for a while longer, two siblings side by side. Izuku wouldn't deny that he was curious about some of her circumstances, but he decided to respect her boundaries. She shivered slightly, her heart still full of regret and weighed down by everything that happened in the past. In the end, Izuku decided to do something about it. Mimi. He stood up and extended his hand towards her, bowing slightly. Care for a dance? She blinked at him, looking stunned until her lips formed a wobbly little smile. His sister started to giggle, wiping away those small, sad tears. Oh oi. Is that your way of making me feel better? Mimi sniffed. I guess so. Izuku stammered sheepishly. Nevertheless, she took his hand and on they went. Izuku was reminded of how his mom once did the same for him as a child, and now he was replicating the love she had for him. He and Mimi took slow steps, careful not to trip while he held up her arms gently. One step, then another. Forward, then back. Twirl, and catch. Slow dancing in the dark. You're pretty good. Since when did you learn how to dance? She huffed, actually feeling a little better. I didn't. I think this is one of the skills I inherited from the others. Izuku admitted. So you've finally noticed, huh? What else? They're all non-combat skills. I've started using my left hand more often unconsciously, to the point where I'm starting to become ambidextrous. There's that incident where I spoke to Tsunotori-san in English. My cooking has improved drastically from when I first started. Izuku began muttering. It's intriguing, really. Aren't you afraid? Of what? Of becoming something you're not. I'll always be me. Izuku answered without missing a beat. And I'll always be your big brother. Step and twirl. Rise and fall. There they were, two dancers in the evening light. Inko took a photo of them in secret, smiling to herself before she left them be. What if I'm afraid? Mimi asked. I'm always scared. Izuku's response to her query was simply to give her another hug, knowing that deep down all she wanted was to feel safe, protected and loved. Hold on tight, he whispered. She did. Saturday came along as usual, bringing with it the joyous atmosphere of the weekend. Mimi was looking a bit happier after confiding in him, and today they were here in the park just so she could gather some emotions to feed both herself and Kiri. Further investigation revealed to Izuku that Mimi didn't actually absorb the emotions herself, she had to use aftermath to do it. It was why she was now holding a fireball casually, occasionally juggling it around to make it look like she was playing with her quirk. Izuku sat on the park bench beside her, his mind adrift in a sea of thoughts. Emotions, was it him, or did both sisters seem to consume more power than when he'd first met them? They might be growing. He eyed how Mimi was doing her juggling trick again, drawing the interest of some nearby children. Nobody really seemed to mind when kids used their quirks since they were, well, kids. Most people just let them have their fun, but an adult was supposed to be responsible. Quirks were highly regulated once you were a teen due to the damage one could cause, but now the rate at which quirks were growing stronger and stronger presented a serious issue that had to be addressed sooner or later. There was no way children didn't want to experiment with their quirks, it was like telling them not to move an arm or a leg. How would society manage that, he wondered. Hey, it's the Weird Nii-san. Yahelo. Weird Nii-san, we saw you on TV. Look who it is, Hentai Nii-san. Oh no, not again. Izuku could do nothing but sigh as a trio of little girls surrounded him, their voices curious and full of childish intent. Their hair was in the distinct colors of yellow, blue and red, it was the three kids he'd encountered way back when he had first met Coco. Hello, you three, he groaned. It's us. Colors. Remember us, Nii-san. The blonde began poking him in the side eagerly. We were there when you got kidnapped by your doggy lady. We thought you got eaten, Nii-san. The blue-haired one huffed. You made Akamatsu-chan cry. Dee did not. The redhead in question squeaked. Weird Nii-san, is the doggy lady okay? She's fine. Izuku smiled. Her name's Coco, by the way. And I'm Weird Nii-san. The three children chorused, earning a glare from his sister. Hey, my Nii-san isn't weird. Mimi pouted. She stood off against the other girls while they examined her inquisitively. You're siblings. But you don't really look alike, the blonde frowned before shrugging and striking a pose. Oh well. Hi, I'm Kinoshita Satomi. I'm Yoarashi Kotoha. The blue-haired girl struck a pose as well. I'm Akamatsu Yui. The redhead finished, completing their shared pose. Together, we're colors. Protectors of this town. Izuku could have sworn there was a puff of confetti going off behind the children while they struck a heroic pose. Mimi just watched, unimpressed. I'm Midoriya Izumi and this is my big brother, Izuku, she grunted. You'd do well to remember that. Don't call him Weird Nii-san, it's rude. It is. Then we'll call you, Kotoha frowned before snapping her fingers. Angel Nii-san. Yeah, just like what we saw on TV. How'd you do it? Can you grow wings, too? Izuku began. Angel Nii-san, Angel Nii-san, the children began chanting, Izuku and Mimi right in the middle of their little circle. Before either of them could respond, someone else came running up to them, her long, green hair rising and falling while she took deep, panting breaths. Girls. I'm so sorry, sir, I just looked away for a moment and, oh. The teenage girl blinked in recognition. Hello, Shiozaki-san. Long time no see, Izuku gave her an awkward smile. Babysitting again. Greetings, Midoriya-kun. It's more like they, mobbed me. Shiozaki admitted sheepishly after a wave. Girls, stop bothering the nice Oni-san. But we're hungry. And bored. Angel Nii-san, do you have any food? Gimme sweets. Brats, Mimi muttered under her breath. Izuku searched his pockets. I have these gummies. In hindsight, he probably shouldn't have said that. The hungry children were on him like a flock of seagulls, grubby little fingers reaching for the treats excitedly. What followed next was a fair bit of chaos as he stood up and raised his hands up high, keeping the candies out of their reach even as they jumped around him eagerly. Mimi simply observed as Shiozaki began apologizing for their lack of manners, the teenager's face a bright cherry red. Two of the girls started hovering with their quirks, Mimi doing the same to intercept them. Those gummies belonged to her and she wasn't about to let them steal it all. A mid-air scuffle started around Izuku as they began fighting, skirting around him like a miniature hurricane of color. Shiozaki-san, a little help. Izuku managed. It took 2 full minutes for them to get the children under control and by the end of it Shiozaki had the colors gently wrapped with her vines while Izuku had Mimi firmly on his lap. The Class B teenager started chastising her little wards while apologizing to them at the same time, out of breath and embarrassed. I'm so sorry. It seems that the newer generation just love to play with their quirks, Shiozaki stammered. Girls, apologize. We're sorry, they pouted in unison, more disappointed that they didn't manage to get their hands on the candy. It's fine. Aniki, just let them have some. Mimi sighed. Sharing is caring and whatnot. Right. Here, I have enough for everybody. Izuku started giving out the sweets but held back right before he dropped them into their eager hands. What do you say? Please and thank you. The 3 children echoed. Izuku let them share the sweets with Mimi, watching with a quiet smile as they got along surprisingly well. Within moments they had gobbled it all up and made friends with his sister somehow, and together they went off to play nearby while he and Shiozaki carefully watched them from their bench. Mimi reluctantly went off with some persuasion from her brother. Again, it's alright, Shiozaki-san. Izuku smiled. Kids will be kids. Alright. I think I can understand them a little, wanting to use their quirks like that. Izuku paused. His sister was demonstrating her power to her new friends, creating a miniature replica of the solar system on her palm. What do you mean? Children nowadays are more excitable. For a lack of a better term. Shiozaki coughed. It seems that quirks are getting stronger with each new generation, but what most people don't notice is how it affects their minds as well. Wait, what? Really? Really? I only noticed it because I do volunteer work at the local children's hospital. The newer generation, they're more prone to conflict. More aggressive in everything they do. It's weird, almost like they're being pushed to use their quirks more. Shiozaki mumbled, watching the children play. Kids are generally rowdy, but this feels like something else. I can't put my finger on it, ah. Her sudden exclamation drew Izuku's gaze to where one of the girls had tripped and fell. The child got up and laughed, but Shiozaki excused herself and hurried over, already pulling out a clean band-aid. Izuku was left to contemplate her words while he watched them, mulling over the observation she made. Quirks getting stronger, and the newer generation more prone to conflict. There was a link here, tantalizingly close at the top of his mind. When a person was exposed to extreme stress or trauma, their quirk would go into overdrive and evolve, just like the incidents Yui and Mei told him about. Quirks could be amplified by emotions, but was it possible for the opposite to occur? Quiet fingers of worry curled around his heart. He knew from experience that quirks could have the potential to influence personalities, even if the idea was considered quirkist. At the end of the day, did the user control the quirk? Or did the quirk control the user? Pardon me, is this seat taken? Izuku jolted as a tall, thin man beside him spoke up. He scooted over to make some space. No. Sure, take a seat. Izuku mumbled, not paying much attention. Thank you. Run along now, child, the man said. Yes, Oni-sama. A little pink-haired girl hiding behind him popped out, turning towards the playing children and Shiozaki. Mission start. She skipped towards the colors and Mimi excitedly, and it appeared that the former recognized her. Before long the group soon consisted of 5 children having fun. Izuku simply watched with quiet contemplation, wondering when was the last time Mimi got to play with other children her age. Back in her old life, she'd never gotten the chance to be a child. Then again, she was mentally 19, but it would be good for her to interact with others beside him and the phantoms. Plus, it'd be nice if Kiri could be friends with them too. Children are the future, the unknown man said suddenly, startling him. Wouldn't you agree? I suppose so. Izuku answered, not really paying attention. Which is why we must set a good example for them, lest we repeat the mistakes of our forefathers. Izuku turned to look at him, really look at him, and stopped. The breath caught in his throat as Representative Zenikuchi's soulless gaze met his. Hello, Midoriya-kun, the machine man said. Hi, Zabanya-san, Izuku began, unsure. Zenith-san. There is no distinction, we are all Zabanya. If it troubles you, please address this unit as Zenkichi. Representative of the HPSC and nothing more. Hard to imagine how you got into such a position undetected. It's easy when the competition is incompetent. You should have seen the state of the commission before we made some changes. Embezzlement, bribery, corruption. All over the world, you humans are still subject to the same vices. Fortunately for you, monetary gain does not interest me, nor does influence. This unit's goal is to create a better standard of living for all Japanese citizens regardless of economic background or social standing. I see, thank you. How is Hatsume-san doing? She has recovered and is back at optimal health. Today she invented 3 new babies, all while resting. Circumventing the instructions given to stay in bed. That is such a Hatsume-san thing to do, Izuku muttered before smiling. I'm glad to hear that. Zenkichi blinked, tilting his head slightly. Izuku met his gaze dead on. You seem wary of us. Yeah, that tends to happen when you send an invasion force into my head. Izuku grunted, steepling his hands. Either way, you have won. Defeated us in fair and even combat. Thanks. It was a draw, though. Technically, you won. Had you not been knocked out by the H-Drive self-destruct sequence, you would have emerged victorious despite Mei still being conscious in your arms. We appreciate that you made an effort to protect her. No problem. I'm surprised the judges let it go that far, considering how they interfered with my match against Todoroki-san. Izuku stopped mid-sentence. Wait. You wouldn't have anything to do with that, would you? We might have interfered in communications to prevent an early end to the match, he admitted. Of course you did. Izuku massaged his temples, already feeling a new headache starting to emerge. We admit the loss is disappointing, the man hummed. You never could beat Mei in a verbal argument, yes. If it were a debate tournament you would have been completely and utterly obliterated. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Your argument with her during the match was completely one-sided in her favor. You were lucky your voices were not heard even by Teacher Midnight or you'd been seen as being completely outclassed. As expected from a genius like her. Truly, Mei is the greatest. Zenkichi continued shamelessly, continuing to sing her praises. So what are you here for again? Izuku said, hoping to change the topic off of his supposed lack of debate skills. Nothing much. Just taking the little one out to play with her friends. Izuku's eyes slid over to the child that had accompanied Zenkichi, her bright laughter blending in with the rest of the children. He caught how Mimi glanced over to him for a moment and she nodded, signaling that she'd keep an eye out just in case. That little girl with pink hair, Mei's younger sister. Haruno-chan. Pass, pass. One of the kids yelled excitedly. Take this. The little girl laughed, lightly tossing a frisbee towards her friend. Haruno. Izuku paused, eyes narrowed. Haru. The little pink robot I rescued when I first met Hatsume-san. Young Haruno is still undergoing development, the thin man murmured. Perhaps one day you shall know her by her true designation, Harbinger. This is insane. Izuku whispered. Insanity is a state of mind. As machines, we are immune to the logical failings of humans. This sentence is false. Humor. Classic organic counter-response in the face of perceived threats or to de-escalate potential confrontations. We do not recognize this as a hostile action. What are you two really doing here? He asked quietly. Mixing with humans, allowing her to play quirk tag and games. No, interacting with them, you already know how to blend in. Let me guess, more research on how quirks work. Correct. Zenkichi said. There are many mysteries in regards to the nature of quirks. With the newfound revelation that you control both Valkyrie and Viking. I don't control them. Izuku interrupted, feeling a little offended. They have their own lives, and they're my family. Understood. Nevertheless, the information we have gained from our shared conflict has resulted in many different opinions within the network. We are unsure on how to proceed with these new revelations, the possibility of life after death. An echo of a person's soul. If such a thing truly exists. Our viewpoints are divided. I thought you were all Zabanya. You're disagreeing with yourself. We are all Zabanya. We build consensus. There is no I, there is only we. Many eyes looking at the same things. One partition will see things another does not and will make different judgments. Different perspectives. Thus, all viewpoints are considered. Many questions are asked. Even more are left unanswered. For instance, have you ever wondered how quirks function? I've already read medical journals, articles, the works. Quirk factor in a person's body, along with the metagene in their DNA. Hardware. What about the software? Izuku pursed his lips together, contemplating the words. Software. If they were to use that example, then, he guessed to, software, required to operate a quirk lay in the brain of the user, an intrinsic well of information that allowed them to know how to use a quirk instinctively and without hurting themselves. Just like how a spider knew how to weave a web without anyone teaching it. He'd read some downright nutty papers and theories on ancestral memory and how humans focused their quirks via quantum brainwaves, but all of it was still up in the air. Wild speculation. Nobody truly knew what quirks were. Even now many people agreed that quirks were more like magic than actual scientific phenomena. Where did the energy made by quirks come from? Where, indeed? Zenkichi echoed, and Izuku realized that he'd been muttering to himself again. That is the question. To learn more about something, we must first understand it. Thus, Haruno was created for that very purpose, to document and replicate. Izuku's chest held the steady drumbeat of an orchestra, his mind instantly getting what was being implied here. You guys aren't just doing research on quirks. He looked the robotic man in the eye, his voice lower than he thought possible. You're trying to give a machine a quirk. Zenkichi smiled and cold fingers of fear encircled Izuku's heart. Clever boy. It won't work. Why not? You've proven that it's possible for quirks to operate on specific wavelengths. We were able to replicate and interfere with yours, allowing us to access your organic neural network with our cybernetic one. It worked. Then there is the question and possibility of an individual's core memory and psyche lingering even after their passing. Truly a wonder to behold. Please keep that last part a secret. But an artificial quirk? That's unlikely. What about the quirk factor and the metagene? Izuku argued. A quirk is a mutation of something organic. Correct. However, there are plenty of quirks that function without any sort of visible or physical mutation to the body. Telekinetic or mind-related ones, for example. If a mind is all that is needed, would an electronic one work as well if it operated on a similar wavelength or frequency? Quirks already defy human comprehension and conventional physics, we require more data. Zenkichi tilted his head. We're having her interact with children who are still growing alongside their quirks, observing how they're being affected both physically and mentally. We know you've noticed it too. In the end, all of this is just exploration. Our venture into the unknown, to see what separates us and you. Perhaps we are not so different. Who are you to say that, machine man? Izuku growled. With your machine mind and your machine heart. Izuku blinked. What the? Sorry. I don't know what came over me, Izuku blurted out. It is fine. We understand that this is a stressful time for you. Zenkichi replied calmly, then blinked. Alert. Brainwave fluctuation detected. You should get that checked out. May will be able to help diagnose it. Alright. Adrenaline continued to course through the boy despite the somewhat relaxed position they were in. In a way, Zenkichi was right. Nobody truly knew where quirks were capable of or how they manifested. Just as he was about to ask more questions, little Haruno ran up to them, having gotten her fill of information and playtime. Ni-sama, I'm done. Mission accomplished, the humans don't suspect a thing. Haruno said happily before quickly clapping both hands over her mouth. Kya. Hi, Midori Ni-sama. Please pretend you didn't hear that. Hi. Izuku said uneasily, looking back at the group of kids and how two of them were exhausted from playing so much. Looks like you enjoyed yourself quite a bit, Haru-chan. I'm Haruno now, Hatsume Haruno. I'm a real girl. The child squeaked, twirling about to show off her new form. Yes, kneel before me, puny humans. I too, enjoy the sight of humans on their knees. Zenkichi agreed. Izuku gave the machine man a very disapproving look. That was a joke. Zenkichi said flatly, turning to his sibling. Were all parameters achieved? Affirmative. Observation completed, mission accomplished. Addendum. Subject Midoriya Izumi pending friend request. Acknowledged. The one-eyed man paused for a moment before speaking again. Did you have fun? Yes, Ni-sama. Very much so. She smiled brightly, and to Izuku's fascination and horror he couldn't tell the difference between her and a real child. Then again, she was actually a child in a roundabout sort of way, just like how Mimi was. He was left flabbergasted as the robotic sibling stood up and began to leave. Haru, now Haruno, wasn't just another one of Zabanya's partitions, she had to be a new standalone AI made by Mei. The implications rooted him to the spot. Not only was that considered a breach of ethics, but also a violation of over a dozen treaties and international laws set in place to prevent this sort of thing from happening. He began to worry for Mei's sake. Hatsume Mei awaits. Stop by whenever you're ready. Zenkichi said, Izuku's phone suddenly beeping at the same time when it received his message. Until we meet again, Midoriya Izuku. Bye-bye, Midori Ni-sama. Haruno squealed in delight while she was placed atop her brother's shoulders. Please bring Kiri-chan when you visit, then we'll play again. Alright. Goodbye, you two. He watched them leave as they said their goodbyes to Shiozaki, Mimi, and the colors on their way home. What more could he do? He wasn't about to argue with them or Mei. Their match had already shown Izuku that he didn't stand a chance against her when it came to logical debates. He exhaled slowly to let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Bye, Mimi-chan. Bye, Angel Ni-san. The colors waved, now being corralled by Shiozaki as she hurriedly waved goodbye as well. Let's play again soon. See you at school, Midoriya-kun. Shiozaki said quickly. Children, don't run about, oh dear. Well, that happened. Aniki, that pink girl from earlier, she. Mimi's sentence ground to a halt when Izuku suddenly wrapped her in a tight hug, the small girl blinking at the sudden show of affection. Aniki. She whispered, worried. What's wrong? Nothing, sweetheart. Izuku said, letting go with a quiet smile. Is it me, or are things getting crazier? Mimi shook her head, swaying lovely alabaster locks from side to side. Definitely the latter. A little girl stood on the surface of the ocean, the evening sun at her back. There was an island nearby with a mountain, casting dark shadows that stretched across the water. She didn't know this place, but it felt so familiar. Hello, Poppet. The voice was like oil on water, thick, greasy, and somehow filthy. The girl shut her eyes and crouched down, not wanting to look. She never wanted to look after what she saw last time. Cute thing. Pretty little thing. Can you hear me? She trembled, hearing its voice trickle into her ears like 1,000 skittering insects. The sounds it made with its many legs were fingernails drumming along a metal surface, like a millipede with typewriters for legs. Mechanical whirls were mixed with wet pops, organic gears meshing together. A solid click click, click click echoed towards her. Can you see me? Why you're not real? The girl whimpered, squeezing her eyes shut. This is all in my head. The doctors said so. What are doctors but men in masks? Have you forgotten what men in masks did to you? The lab, the knives, the surgery table. All of it came back to her in a flash and tears beaded at her eyes. Oh dear. Oh me, oh my. Don't worry, child. I'll never let them hurt you ever again, the voice whispered. After all. Something long and sharp lifted her chin and she flinched. I'm in here too. Whatever it was poked at her and she could feel smooth carapace against her skin. There was more skittering and the girl begged herself not to look. Don't look. Didn't look. She looked. A frightened scream erupted from her throat and she shielded her eyes, crying. The creature recoiled from her at the sharp sound and somehow she got the feeling that it didn't want to hurt her at all, but she couldn't help but be terrified of it. Stop that, please don't, she whimpered. Don't what? Please don't wear my daddy's face. More click whirls. There was a soft scraping and the buzzing of insectal wings. A sound of wet tearing caused her to shiver. How about now? She peeked out from between her fingers. The creature was still there, but it looked much more human this time. No more elongated neck or insect legs. Most importantly, it wasn't wearing her father's face anymore. In fact, it had no face at all, just a blank expanse of golden skin. Better? It asked. A little, she sniffed. You're not going to hurt me. Be not afraid. All I want is to help you. More sniffling. She now got a good look at the creature, not sure what to make of what she saw. It was as if someone who'd never seen a human before was asked to create an image of a human's description. The limbs and digits were all there but they were wrong somehow, too long or short in various places. A caricature of a person. What are you? The girl asked. What do you think I am? Why, you're the monster that's under my bed. You whisper to me when I'm sleeping. Do you want me to be a monster? No, she said timidly. But you looked like a big crab thingy, then you wore my daddy's face. I thought it would make you like me more, it replied, sounding confused. She paused, icy fear draining out of her unnaturally. Even at her age, she knew something was wrong. This thing, the way it behaved, maybe it wasn't human. Maybe it never was. Well, please don't do that again. It's scary, she mumbled, somehow finding the courage to speak. What's your name? I have many. But you have to give me a new one. Why? That's just how it is, the monster said. The little girl thought for a moment, clearly puzzled by his response. She edged closer to it, the threatening, fight or flight feeling from before dissipating. Can't we just call you by your first name? What was it? I used to be known as Oji. Now I simply, It doesn't matter, I need you to name me since you already claimed me as yours. I did. She squeaked. Don't you remember? You told that RRR rat. The creature rolled and spat the last word like it was venom in its mouth, when they handed you to him. Don't be mean. Mr. Nezu is nice. The girl pouted, losing track of the conversation. And they saved me. They had to save you because you were weak. What if I told you that you'll never have to be weak ever again? The creature started walking around her with uneven steps, more used to its multitude of insect-like limbs. Give me a name, Poppet, and I shall give you power. Power? She asked. For a split second she glimpsed a part of its original form, a long golden carapace balanced atop a field of tangled legs, countless eyestalk tendrils with horizontal oval pupils peeking out from behind a pair of massive crab-like claws the size of SUVs. Then it was in its human shape again, like nothing happened at all. Her fear was leached away like water down a drain, the girl unconsciously relaxing. Power beyond your wildest dreams. Little thing. Sweet thing. You're so sweet, like sugar-coated sugar. Name me, and my power is yours. The little girl looked up at the monster, her face scrunching into a frown. But I don't want power. I'm all ready. Her horn tingled, sparking with yellow lightning before it fizzed out just as quickly. I don't want it. Then what do you want? Its voice was silky smooth, like rich, melted chocolate. She thought of all the happy children down below that she'd seen from the window next to her hospital bed, so carefree and happy. With their friends and families. Quiet longing bubbled up within her, followed by a painful lurch of regret. I want my daddy back, she sniffed, tears beating at her eyes. The monster looked at her with something akin to pity, its faceless visage already telling her that it was impossible. She did this. She killed her daddy and that's why mommy didn't want her anymore. A wave of soothing calm rolled over her, sweeping away those horrible thoughts and feelings. The girl was left standing on the still ocean surface, her feet dry against the water. No can do, little one. Then, I want a friend. Quote. A friend. Yeah, I'm lonely. Then a friend I shall be. The monster smiled, a grin full of teeth forming on that empty canvas of a face. Really? I never had a friend before. Her face lit up with a glimmer of hope. First time for everything. You'll have to give me a name, though. Then I'll call you, she thought for a moment. Sunshine. Something changed when she said it, the air shifting and tilting sideways into blurred flecks of yellow and gold. There was a spark and the girl felt something beneath the ocean waves stir, a giant that had been poked in its sleep. She watched with amazement as the creature's body twisted into a female form, long, curly hair blooming from the back of her head. One horn grew from the right side of her forehead, the little girl gulped in recognition. It was making itself look like her. A single eye manifested on the left side of the featureless woman's face, her pupil resembling an octopus's. Sunshine. I like it. Why that name, though? Because, you're big and gold. He. As you wish, Poppet. Sunshine grinned, patting the child on the head lovingly. I think it's much better than the last name I got. When the Midoriya siblings returned, the sun had already set and Inko was preparing dinner in the kitchen. Mimi shifted into her teenage form complete with a frilly apron, determined to help out. Inko let her, cooing all the while at how pretty she was while the albino girl blushed. Izuku simply smiled and sat down to relax until a sharp ringing echoed through the air. Izuku. Could you get the phone, sweetheart? All right, Mom. Izuku answered, picking up the living room phone. Hello. Is this the Midoriya household? A dry voice on the other end rasped. Yes, this is Midoriya Izuku speaking. How can I help? You goddamn asshole. What the hell did you do to me? The voice shrieked, causing Izuku to nearly drop the phone in surprise. You sick bastard, you won't get away with this. Izuku blinked. I think you have the wrong number. Don't play games with me, dickhead. When I get my hands on you all, oh god, the pain, ooh. Whoever on the other end was definitely not having a good time, their voice reduced to whimpering, pathetic little moans. Izuku grew concerned despite just having been insulted, thinking if he'd done anything to anyone lately but drawing a blank. Are you alright? Do you need an ambulance, or the police? Izuku asked worriedly. Allow me, Aniki. Mimi circled in from behind him, gently plucking the phone from his grasp and pressing the speakerphone option. Hello, guess what, buddy? What? The voice moaned weakly. Her fingers hovered over the end call and block buttons like the sword of Damocles. Wait. Don't you dare. The voice squeaked. Blocked. Mimi gave her sibling a teasing grin in response to his raised eyebrow. Classic response on Z-Box Live, brother. Honestly, don't even bother replying to prank callers. Alright. Izuku said. What if he or she wasn't messing with me, though? Then whoever it was would have called an ambulance instead of wasting their time to argue with you. Don't worry about it, I'm sure it's nothing. The white-haired teenager shrugged, heading back to the kitchen. Just sit right there, Daddy-o. Grandma and I are making your favorite katsudon. Izuku's eyes lit up with hunger. She gave him another smile as an answer. Dinner was absolutely wonderful, and no further prank calls were made to the household. He made sure to savor both the meal and the time he spent with his family, all thoughts of the sports festival and its results temporarily tossed aside. That night it took some time for him to get some sleep, the events of everything that happened still weighing heavily on his mind. When Izuku woke up the next morning just before the sun rose, groggily shuffling into the kitchen. He rubbed the sleep out of his eyes, opening the fridge to see what he could make for Mimi. Eggs and toast. Peanut butter and jelly. He knew she wasn't picky, but still.
His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of light splashing. The boy turned sleepily only to see a dark shape sitting at his kitchen table. Just as he was about to react, sunlight flooded through the window and illuminated the figure's face, revealing Kiri, who was trying to pour some milk into her cereal. She looked up at her brother with half-lidded eyes, waving at him drowsily. Good morning, Omi-chan. Izuku took a few steps forward slowly. Then he rushed in and hugged her tight with a big, loving embrace, patting her on the back gently. Kiri, ooh, thank goodness you're alright. The commotion caused Inko to wake up as well, and she was so overjoyed to the point where she nearly fainted again. Mimi soon floated into the kitchen as well, groggy and still clinging onto one of Izuku's All Might pillows when she was swept into a big family hug. Izuku stayed true to his word, preparing a delicious pancake breakfast that included strawberries and maple syrup for both sisters. How such a simple gesture resulted in so much joy and delight from the two always made his heart swell,
They truly did remind him of himself when he was at their age.
When he was still happy, of course. Back then it was a difficult time. Izuku simply cast those thoughts aside, now focusing on how Kiri gave him a quick thanks by giving him another hug. Due to her expending all her power at the sports festival, she was now temporarily locked in her child form, but it didn't matter in the end since both sisters were laying low to avoid the increased hero patrols anyways. That was how Izuku found himself sitting on the couch with his siblings, content and enjoying his new everyday life. He'd already finished all his homework and couldn't work out for now due to strict orders from Recovery Girl. The only thing left was to spend time with his loved ones, and that was exactly what he intended to do. Mimi continued to munch on her bowl of mixed nuts while watching TV, leaning against him lazily. Looking over to his right, he found Kiri snuggling into him as well, but she was holding a clipboard and drawing, her small fingers manhandling several different colored pencils to produce chicken scratches on the pristine paper. Needless to say, she drew as well as any 10-year-old child. He took the time to simply relax and find out what happened during the sports festival. Tokoyami's victory was a surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one. Pulling up a video on HeroTube, the boy fast-forwarded the playback until he reached the Crow Boys battle. When the match started, Bakugo clearly had the advantage, closing in with his superior mobility and range. Dark Shadow kept close to Tokoyami, snarling and shrieking with each burst of light that the blonde let out. It soon dawned on Izuku that Bakugo already figured out his opponent's weakness from the start. Just when it looked like things were hopeless, the air shifted. A wave of pressure exuding from Tokoyami when he pulled off, something really similar to what he and Kiri did, actually. Watching closely, he could see how a pair of great, pitch-black wings extended from Dark Shadow's body while Tokoyami roared, the projections suddenly becoming more solid and defined. Muscular definition formed a torso, joints, and hands. Dark Shadow becoming more human as he merged with Tokoyami's psyche. Bakugo let out another burst of light, but the corvid pair simply led him, long shadows forming at their feet. Izuku did not miss how Tokoyami's right eye glowed a deep yellow and that he had two shadows. Massive wings swept forward and slammed Bakugo with a tremendous gust of air, the blonde unaware that Tokoyami was now capable of ranged attacks. It was over just like that, a victory by ring out instead of a fabulous knockout. Tokoyami immediately separated from his brother soon after, exhausted and out of breath even as midnight declared him the victor. Izuku hummed to himself, wayward thoughts circling his mind. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow could do the same thing he and Kiri did. It appeared that they could learn from each other, too. That was a little troubling, but he trusted Tokoyami to use his newfound power responsibly. Even if the other boy was a kind of edgy, Izuku felt that he was a righteous person at heart. He then clicked on another video link to watch the battle between him and Mei, rather excited as he did so. Her speed amazed him. She was a blur that flitted across the battlefield while launching explosives. Like a hummingbird with a rocket launcher. He couldn't deny that there was a certain grace and beauty to her movements. Then there was him, rampaging about without a hint of finesse. Zooming in, he could clearly see the same symptom he shared with Tokoyami while in their enhanced states. The one glowing eye. Was that some sort of indicator? Intriguing. More muttering and scribbling echoed from the green-haired teen. Finally, he reached the part where he'd been knocked out by Mei's mindjack protocol. That sort of tech was terrifying by itself, but what stunned him more was how Zenith controlled Mei's body by himself. Kiri could control his body too. The first thing Izuku noticed was how she was a much better fighter than he was, oof. Again, he needed more training. Kiri's weakness was her slower speed and Zenith capitalized on it by engaging via hit-and-run tactics. The battle between them had been pretty equal at first. Until Kiri struck Zenith down with a lightning spear. How did she do that? She held him by the ankle and began slamming him from side to side like a rag doll, ignoring the oohhs and ahs from the audience. It was like watching a child play with a toy, but to the audience it looked as if he'd gone ballistic on her. After she was done flinging his body about, Kiri got atop the machine fusion and started beating him into the ground with haymakers, her sheer viciousness clearly making the audience uncomfortable. She continued brutalizing Zenith until he was downed, only to have him get up again like nothing happened. The ordeal continued 4 more times, with Kiri getting more creative with each beatdown. At one point she even kicked him in the mouth, sending him spinning across the arena. It only ended when Izuku and Mei regained consciousness, taking back control of their own bodies. Scrolling down, he found comments of varying reactions. Many loved the battle, though a few were visibly unsettled. One creative user had even taken a screenshot of him, Kiri holding the spear, electrical arcs climbing up their arm. A caption was written underneath in spiky green text. "I am lightning, the rain transformed." Izuku didn't know what to make of that.
Another user had edited footage of him to some sort of music video. He got curious and clicked the play button.
And then along came Zeus. He hurled his thunderbolt. Okay, that was enough internet for today. The boy tapped his chin in understanding while he closed the video. It wasn't so much that Kiri was brutal, really, he was aware of how everything she'd learned was either from witnessing street fights and combat between vigilantes and villains. She just absorbed information and retained what she found the most useful. Kiri wasn't being sadistic or vicious on purpose, she just saw a threat and moved to neutralize it in the most efficient way she knew how. Right now she was back to an innocent kid, still drawing and coloring on the paper he'd given her. Izuku smiled, observing her from the corner of his eye. Based on the rough silhouette she was sketching, it appeared to be a group of individuals standing in a row, with roaring flames in the background. He could easily tell which gender was which since she drew the men as boxy while the women were more rounded. Her drawing depicted 8 people in total. There was a guy with bunny ears, a girl with bat wings, what looked like a ninja of all things, Kiri in her Valkyrie form, a cowboy, a smaller Kiri, a girl in a frilly dress, and a robot with a flashing strobe siren for a head. Izuku smiled as his sister continued to draw, sketching in a big heart at the top right of the page and coloring it a bright shade of red, then scribbling in a pigtailed shadow within the shape. There, all done. She nodded to herself, satisfied. Look, Nii-chan. Check it out. Very nice, Kiri. He smiled, earning a giggle from her. These don't look like the guys in One for All. Who are they? Friends. They helped me from time to time and I helped them, Kiri said enthusiastically, coloring more orange flames into the background of her drawing. Vigilantes. Izuku realized with some amazement. It wasn't just that, either, he was pretty sure her drawing depicted some sort of vigilante squad. Those flames in the background, when was this? For a moment he feared for the safety of his sisters, but then he remembered how they were far more experienced than him when it came to combat. It was why Inko reluctantly allowed them to go out in the first place. Amazing. Izuku hummed thoughtfully, inspecting the drawing like a museum curator. Tell me more about this masterpiece. Mimi rolled her eyes playfully while her sister giggled again, the brunette pointing at the characters she drew one by one. Admittedly, she wasn't that bad of an artist. Izuku knew she was certainly better than he was back when he was 10. This is Kochi and Kazu. The Cruller and Poppy. Kiri pointed at the bunny and bat pair. They're super nice. The Crawler and his little girlfriend, Popstep. You might have heard of them, Aniki. Mimi breathed out a stream of flame, using it to roast a particularly large peanut. We met them just the other day. This is Mr. Stendy. Kiri pointed at the ninja and made a face. He's cool, but kinda mean. Izuku raised an eyebrow. And that's me. She then pointed at the sketch of herself, pure white and featureless. I beat up a lot of bad guys that day. Good job. He gently rubbed her head while thinking, that day? This is Mr. Gold. He's a funny guy, but I think he's hurt or something. When I saw him again he was cut in half. That dragged Izuku out of his thoughts. He glanced at the bandana-masked cowboy Kiri was pointing at before studying her face carefully. The boy wondered how much violence she'd seen during her time as a vigilante. She still seemed so innocent. Cut in half. Yeah. I met him back when you told me to go sit with Mr. Yagi. Half of him's gone. Like, poof.
Wait, what? Hold on a second. You met a friend of yours when you sat with Mr. Yagi. Izuku muttered. One of the teachers used to be a vigilante.
He's Mr. Snipey now. I made another drawing of him, see? The little girl held up another sketch up to his face and Izuku was met with what was unmistakably Snipe's visage. The distinctive tan gas mask and dreadlocks easily recognizable even through childish coloring. Izuku frowned, thoughts spinning in his head.
Snipe-sensei used to be a vigilante, huh? Where's his hat?
I'm wearing it, hee. Lo and behold, she was. There was a tiny Kiri sketch at the corner of the page and sure enough, a cowboy hat was perched atop her dainty little head. Snipe used to be a vigilante named Mr. Gold. No, judging by how Kiri's been giving everyone nicknames, his street name had to be something related to the color.
He looked, pretty whole to me the last time I saw him. Izuku remarked.
No, not body. Kiri pondered for a second, then made a chopping motion with her hand. Soul cut in half. Before he could question what she meant by that chilling statement, she continued to introduce him to the characters she'd drawn, eagerly pointing out the girl in a frilly dress and the robot beside her. He could tell Kiri was trying to depict it as a robot due to the gears she drew at its joints, almost cartoony in appearance. This is Miss Mew and Mr. Red. Kiri added a little more color to Mr. Red, with a flourish of her pencil. I don't really know them because I only met them once. They came together, and Mr. Red is a robot. Miss Mew is Meiji Shoujo. Ah, I see. Izuku continued to entertain her while quietly observing. Did you mean, Mahou Shouju? Yeah, that? A magical girl? Those were rare nowadays? He knew that there was a team of them that operated in Tokyo, with many others stationed around in various parts of Japan. They first appeared during the middle of the Dark Age, with rumors of young girls being chosen by strange creatures and given fantastic powers. The original reception was met with much mockery and jokes until they actually proved that many of their members were stronger and more competent than most heroes. Citizens began questioning the integrity of heroes and their abuses of power soon after, especially since their taxpayer dollars were funding those protectors, while the magical girls worked for free. With their salaries and reputations on the line, many heroes grew desperate and angry at those supposed upstarts. When the heroes declared them illegal villains tried to capture a few in hopes of replicating their technology and powers, the mysterious ladies revealed that they had an organization of their own. Calling themselves the Magical Girl Legion and defeating every single hero that was sent to fight them. In the end, the Hero Association had to begrudgingly accept them as vigilantes and leave them alone to prevent an all-out conflict. Now that the heroes had all might and endeavor, the Legion seemed to lay low, keeping to themselves but still conducting their clandestine operations against evil. Kiri continued to point at her drawing, getting Izuku's attention again. This time he got curious and decided to be the one to ask instead. Kiri, why did you draw yourself twice? One big and one little. That's not me, Oni-chan. That's Eri. Kiri pointed at the one-horned, white-haired little girl she sketched. We grouped together to save her from some really bad people. I see, Izuku muttered. The vigilantes busted some sort of human trafficking operation? And this is Miss Rabu. She gestured at the ponytailed shadow within the heart shape. Rabu, Kiri repeated excitedly. She and her boyfriend have their own show on HeroTube. Show. The little girl turned to her sister, seeming to have remembered something. Mimi, let me watch the TV, it's time for Super Smackdown. Huh? Mimi drawled, one eyebrow raised. You mean that trashy wrestling show? No way. I'm watching my favorite anime now. I need to see who wins the Nariyuki Bowl. You can record it. Kiri stood on the sofa. Why would I record it if I'm watching it now? Both girls pouted, and before Izuku knew it they leapt to grab the remote. The children began scuffling midair, not wanting to hurt each other but determined to watch their respective shows. Gimme. No, it's mine, girls, Izuku began. Kiri pushed at her sister's face childishly, one hand pressing on the button to switch channels. And in the blue corner, it's Anaconda Anaguma. Will the champion defend his title against the Dark Horse newcomer? The TV blared, the audience going wild. Mimi snatched the remote back and grappled with Kiri, swapping back to her channel. Senpai, I want to tell you how I truly feel about you. Will you listen to the sound of my heart? Romantic background music accompanied those cheesy words. The twins continued wrestling in the air, Izuku not quite sure what to do. If only his mother was here instead of shopping for groceries. He'd been reading an ebook recently, Parenting for Dummies, but he hadn't gotten to the part where it would tell him how to solve problems like this. Click. There it is, it's the infamous serpent drop, the announcer screeched, losing his mind. Good God, are you seeing this? It's a spit-swapping make-out match between these two behemoths, the fight of a lifetime, Hell in a Cell, triple threat cage match. Click. It was me. I was the one who made those chocolates and put them in your locker, because, the cutesy anime girl on screen sniffed, eyes wet and sparkling. I was too scared to tell you. You were the one who saved me when I was at my darkest point. Kiri let her invulnerability field flow around the remote, wrenching it towards her. Mimi instantly retaliated by doubling down, two of Aftermath's arms manifesting and helping her pull at the tiny device. The two girls huffed with effort, cheeks puffed out while they fought. Izuku's sisters turned to him, both fully expecting him to take their side. Gya, Papa, Mimi wailed. Uwa, Oni-chan, Kiri squealed. Izuku sighed, knowing that this was all part and parcel of raising kids. How was he supposed to tell them that he knew what their favorite shows were and had already set the TV to record them both just in case? Then he needed to figure out who should watch what they wanted first. His dilemma was solved when the doorbell rang unexpectedly. The sisters froze, heads swiveling towards the door while slowly floating back down onto the couch. Izuku stood, suspicion already bleeding into his thoughts. They didn't get many visitors, and his mother already had keys to the house. Who was it? Izuku made his way to the door slowly, carefully. His sisters trailed behind him, having felt his earlier suspicion and ready to act just in case anything happened. Reaching the door he peered through the peephole, only to see that whoever was at their doorstep was hunched over, cradling a bundle in their hands. They shivered and looked to be in pain. Izuku immediately growing concerned. Was it one of the neighbors who was sick or something? His fingers edged around his cell phone, ready to dial emergency services as he flung the door open. Standing there was Monoma Nato. Izuku was too stunned to speak at first, the twins peeking out from behind him in curiosity. Monoma met his gaze, face pale with dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept the previous night, his skin all pasty while he shivered. Monoma-kun? What are you doing here? Izuku asked. Did something happen? You look awful. Do you need any medical attention? Wait, how did you know where I live? You led me to, you. The blonde groaned painfully. You did this to me, you prick. I did? Izuku stammered. Wait, what did I do? Monoma gently held out the bundle he was carrying, looking completely exhausted. Take responsibility. The baby in his arms gurgled happily when she saw Izuku. A blonde baby girl with heterochromia and freckles. Oh, Izuku said. Himawara Koichi, aka the Crawler, hummed to himself as he got off the train. Hosu City was freezing cold just like always, luckily he brought a coat. It was good that the station was so near to the hospital, a mere 5-minute walk and he'd be within its cozy lobby. Some people gave him strange, amused looks as he passed, probably because of the coat he wore. He looked like a man-sized cat in the ridiculous thing, but he was willing to do so just to make his visitor happy. The coat purred and he petted it warmly. Sway was probably getting itchy from possessing it for so long. The receptionist sent him a quiet smile and nod as he approached. Koichi smiled back. Many normal citizens knew of his vigilante status, yet none of them would rat him or the others out after all the good they did. Even heroes couldn't be everyone at once, and when they weren't, the vigilantes would be there to help the weak and innocent. Good afternoon, sir. The usual? A nurse came up to him, nodding. Yeah, how is she? She's been improving, actually. Still no signs of her quirk, though, we suspect that the trauma she experienced might have caused her to temporarily lock it away. We have a few medical bots on standby ready to help calm her down just in case of an incident, but so far they've just been gathering dust. I see. I didn't think they were necessary in the first place, though. Trust me, sir. It's better to be safe than sorry, especially with an area of effect quirk like hers. Koichi grimaced. The last time she'd activated her quirk she'd panicked, and the result wasn't pretty. Still, it was good to hear that she was doing relatively alright. It pained him to leave her here. It was why he visited her 3 times a week. The papers in his briefcase were like a lead weight in his hand. A tiny box was doing its best to burn a hole in his pocket. Here she is, room 203. The nurse bowed to him courteously. Please knock before you enter. Right. Koichi took a deep breath. Anything else I should know? Not really, sir. She has been talking to herself recently, but then again, she's only 6. Kids will be kids. An imaginary friend? She must be lonely, cooped up in that sterile room. Koichi sighed, promising to himself that he'd get her out of here eventually. He knocked twice on the door, patiently waiting for the response. You come in. A little voice squeaked. He gently pushed the door open, presenting a warm smile to the little girl on the other side. She was sitting on her bed, in the midst of watching cartoons when her lovely red eyes lit up with a small happiness upon recognizing him. She was still learning to smile. Hello, Eri-chan. Things were in a bit of a rush in the Midoriya household. Izuku had quickly guided Monoma in and let him rest on the couch, rushing to the kitchen to make some hot chocolate for his new guest. Kiri and Mimi stared at the baby in the visitor's arms. The infant stared back with mismatched eyes, one sky blue and the other an emerald green. The freckles on her face were an exact match to Izuku's. It's a baby, Mimi said quietly, trying not to panic. It's newborn, Kiri squealed with pure excitement. As a baby? She'll grow. Ugh, Monoma interrupted both sisters with a pitiful groan. A quiet mule came from newborn, her tiny little fingers reaching out at empty air. Monoma gently rocked her from side to side, his head rising and falling tiredly all the while. There was a soft rustling and Izuku soon returned with beverages along with some berries since he didn't know what babies ate. Here, Monoma-kun. I'll help you to hold her. Careful, the blonde groaned. Izuku carefully accepted the bundle newborn was wrapped in, gazing down at her tiny form while his heart raced. She cooed at him, letting out several soft noises when she saw his face, then she smiled. Tears beaded at Izuku's eyes and he started to cry with relief. Ooh, Izuku sniffed, rocking the baby in his arms back and forth with utmost care. I am so glad, so happy that you're alright. Whoa, don't cry. If anyone should be crying here it's me. Monoma grunted, eyes half-lidded. You have no idea what you put me through. Oh, alright. Izuku made a small bow while still holding the child. Monoma-kun, I'm so sorry. An apology isn't what I need right now. I want an explanation, he hissed. What did you do to me? I don't know. Monoma's expression cycled through anger, fear, then despair for a moment before he calmed down. You hung up on me, he accused, blocked my number. That was me. My bad. Mimi admitted sheepishly. No, it's my fault, Izuku said quickly, defending her. Monoma-kun, you could have just told me what happened calmly instead of screaming through the phone lines. I was freaking out, okay? He paused and took a deep breath to compose himself, visibly deflating. Look, I had a really bad day yesterday when Naoto appeared out of nowhere. It's what I've named her. The name was what my mom would have called me if I was a girl. Monoma explained, pinching the bridge of his nose. I don't know how to describe it. It was like she was clawing her way out of me. Did you lay an egg? Kiri asked. Sweetheart, Izuku said hurriedly, blushing. Yeah, how'd you know? Monoma blinked. It's all a blur. I was in pain. Then there was this glowing egg, I guess. Then it turned into her. The newly christened Naoto made more baby noises and the Midoriya family glanced down at her. She wasn't able to speak. Kiri picked up and cradled her half-sister lovingly. So, what did your parents think? Izuku ventured. They're overseas. I live alone. When Naoto appeared, I panicked. I wanted to call an ambulance or something, but I felt this strange connection to her. I know she's a part of me, but how am I supposed to explain this to my mom? Where did this baby come from? Did my quirk make her or something? I think so. You copied my quirk, and well, Izuku hesitated. Should he? He should, since Monoma was dragged into this mess. Kiri and Mimi here are the same. Hello, Kiri waved, looming over Naoto. Here, hold her. Me? But Mimi squeaked nervously when Kiri handed the baby over, now cradling her new half-sibling. Wow, she's warm. More soft noises emanated from the bundle. Monoma stared at the children, then at Izuku with his eyes wide in disbelief. That can't be right. Your quirk is some sort of projection barrier quirk. I felt it. Yeah, and she's sentient. Alive. Kiri made a few faces at her new baby sister while Mimi watched carefully. The infant laughed, her voice small and fragile. This is crazy. I thought I was dreaming, if not for the fact that I've been wide awake since yesterday afternoon. I don't even know how it happened, Monoma exclaimed. How? Well, remember that time when you copied my quirk during our match? That's probably it, Izuku suggested. Except my quirk doesn't last that long. Mine does, indefinitely, I think. Monoma looked at the two children, burying his face into his hands. Do you realize the implications of this? Your quirk is alive, sentient? So is Dark Shadow. Izuku said. Look, Monoma-kun. I'm not as special as you think I am. Well, excuse me, but I think a 15-year-old guy going into labor is pretty foo. Monoma bit his tongue. Freakin' special. What am I supposed to do now? We can try feeding her for a start. She's pretty hungry. Izuku suggested, carefully accepting Naoto when Mimi handed her over to him. I tried. She doesn't eat, doesn't poop, she just stares at me. I should be freaking out even more, but somehow I'm not. Before you ask, I used to help babysit my cousin, so I know how to take care of a toddler. Don't judge me. Wasn't going to. Alright, the first thing we need to do is to make sure she's comfortable. She is. When she's not, she'll do this horrible scream. Trust me, you do not want that to happen. Wait, how are you so calm about this? That's because little Naoto-chan is probably eating my emotions as we speak. I think I can feel it. Izuku rocked the baby in his arms back and forth. Aren't you? Itty bitty babby. Who's a pretty little angel? You are. What? Dude, focus. Alright, sorry, Izuku said, blushing. Here's the thing. Naoto-chan here probably doesn't even need to eat conventional food if she's like my sisters. She's a sort of empath. Emotions are what she feeds on. It's probably why you're less stressed than you're supposed to be. At least we'll save on food costs, Momoma muttered before shooting Izuku a dirty look. I'm still going to make sure she's fed, just in case. Ma, Naoto said. She spoke, Izuku gasped, eyes shining with wonder. You didn't tell me she could talk. She can't, not really. Monoma shrugged, gently accepting when Izuku passed her back into his arms. That's the only word I've heard her say. Da, Naoto said, this time looking directly at Izuku. The teen resisted the urge to cry out of joy. Okay, that's new. Monoma blinked. Do you recognize him, Naoto? Is that why you wanted to come here? Wait, what? Mimi asked. How do you think we found you guys? Monoma sighed wistfully. Nato here wouldn't stop crying until I realized what she wanted, to get out of the house and go, somewhere. She pointed in a direction, and I went. Here we are now. I think she's much smarter than she looks. She was drawn to me, Izuku said. What are we going to do? I'm too young to be a dad, Monoma complained. I haven't even had my first girlfriend yet and I already have a kid. This is all your fault. And me? Izuku stammered. Monoma-kun, I said I was sorry. Look, I didn't expect something like this to happen either. The sisters quietly retrieved Naoto and placed her on the couch next to them as both Izuku and Monoma began their screaming match, complete with fingers being pointed accusingly and rising voices. Unbeknownst to them, Naoto began to sniff, her lower lip starting to tremble. Too bad, it did. Take responsibility. What do you want me to do? Wait, don't tell me you're planning on just leaving her here? Of course not. What kind of guy do you think I am? Monoma fumed. Unlike you, I'm not the type to just make children and leave them without a word. A memory flashed in his head. Inko sobbing at the kitchen table with her head in her hands while 4-year-old Izuku peeked from behind a corner, their family photograph wet with teardrops, a 4-year-old him all alone in an empty house. Izuku's eyes turned to pinpricks. Don't you dare, he yelled, losing his patience. How can you say that? Well, it's true, Monoma snarled back. God, this is so messed up. Naoto wailed and began to cry. Her voice was a high-pitched, ear-piercing scream that caused everyone in the room to flinch and immediately cup their ears. A psychic distress call that scratched on the insides of their minds like nails on a chalkboard. It was exactly like what happened during the UA Sports Festival, but this time Izuku could actually feel something resonating from the signal. Loud, scared, hungry, scared, help. Ooh, ooh. Monoma quickly hugged the child and began rocking her from side to side gently, calming her down. His right eye was glowing with a brilliant sapphire hue, but it dissipated as Naoto stopped crying. Shush, shush, it's okay. All three of the Midoriya siblings took a moment to get their bearings, still slightly dazed from the backlash caused by the newest member of their family. Izuku's chest flooded with guilt, the boy already taking a bow while he apologized to Monoma. I am sorry. I didn't mean to. Izuku winced. It's fine. I'm sorry too, Monoma said, sighing. I don't know what to do. Is there anyone that can help us with this, like, a doctor, or something? Mr. Birdie can help. Kiri suggested. Tokoyami, of course, he was the only other person that realized what happened back then. Izuku reached for his phone and opened his contact list only to mentally smack himself. He'd forgotten to ask Tokoyami for his number. He doubted Ochako or Iida had it either. You don't have his number? Mimi scratched her head in response to his muttering. How about looking him up on Twitter? Izuku borrowed her phone and did as she asked, typing in the words, Tokoyami Fumikage, into the search bar. All that resulted in was no luck and 0 hits. It appeared that Tokoyami didn't have an account. Try Dark Shadow, Kiri said happily. What? Peeved, like that's going to work. Mimi huffed and typed it in anyways. XX Dark Shadow XXX is streaming, All Might's Amazing Adventure, via Twitter. Click here to join. The device's screen stated proudly. Clicking the link led to a livestream of Dark Shadow playing a video game. I can't believe it worked. Mimi said flatly. Alright you two, just sit tight and I'll send him a message. Unfortunately for them, the private message she sent was ignored by Dark Shadow since he was currently in a multiplayer match. Trying to communicate via his chat yielded no results either since any messages sent would be drowned out by his viewers' comments. It seemed that Dark Shadow was rather popular. Izuku understood the appeal of watching a sentient Quirk just doing everyday things. They could see Tokoyami himself just relaxing in the background while his brother played, reading a book with his earbuds in. Tokoyami-kun, huh? We could wait for his brother to finish but I don't think that's going to be anytime soon, Monoma observed. If you guys give me a bit of time, I think I know a way to get his attention, Mimi said. Do it. Meanwhile, I think we have some milk in the fridge. Izuku glanced at Naoto, who looked to be around 1 year old despite only being born yesterday. Oats, babies can eat oatmeal, right? We've got some berries that aren't too sweet either. Yeah, but fruit needs to be pureed or finely chopped, Monoma explained, and together they ventured into the kitchen to prepare. Izuku and Monoma spent the next few minutes slowly feeding Naoto some solid food which she seemed to like. Luckily they managed to find an old baby bottle in the cupboard and cleaned it, Izuku testing the temperature of the milk on his skin before letting her have it. Naoto continued suckling on the bottle when they went back to the living room and found Mimi absolutely destroying Dark Shadow in-game on Izuku's Z-Box console. Kiri was watching it all happen both live and on stream via their shared smartphone, giggling all the while. Hit him with the happy feet, wombo combo. Dark Shadow was screaming, furiously mashing his controller.
Brother, this kid is wrecking me. All hyper-aggressive and shish, what the hell, he just hit me from across the map. How? Hoa wow. Uh-huh. Good job. Tokoyami said in the background, not paying attention at all. That'll do it. Mimi leaned back into the couch, satisfied. Kiri, please man the comms while I kick his ass a bit more. Huh. Kiri glanced at the headset that was dropped into her hands. Why me? Well, he recognizes your voice. You guys met, remember? Oh yeah. Okays. Kiri put on the device, her little girl voice echoing over Dark Shadow's livestream when Mimi sent him a private voice message. Hello, hello, hello Shadow Birdie. Izuku peeked over her shoulder to see the text chat exploding with comments, cycling twice as fast as it had before. He rolled his eyes at what they were saying. OMG girl. Girl gamer. Lowly voice. Fake, it's a synthesizer or something. www. Tiny Queen. Dark Shadow responded immediately. Is that you? I should have known. At last, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. My Oni-chan wants to speak to your Oni-chan. It's important. Kiri said, watching Mimi's character unleash a brutal combo on Dark Shadows. Can it wait? Brother Dearest doesn't like to be interrupted when he's brooding. I heard that. Tokoyami said in the background. And I am not brooding. It's important, Kiri continued. Oni-chan made a baby with someone. Izuku closed his eyes and started counting to 5 mentally. When he opened them, the chat was now focused on his supposed plight. El Mao Oni-chan. Family drama inbound. How do I subscribe to this girl? She sounds way too young. Ganbad Oni-chan. Inhale, exhale. Deep breaths. Fortunately, Dark Shadow soon informed Tokoyami what was happening and was now trying to video call Izuku through quoter. The green-haired boy accepted quickly, coming face to face with his tired-looking classmate a moment later. Hi, Tokoyami-kun. Sorry to contact you this way. Izuku began. There's been a bit of a development. Monoma-kun's here with me and, well, remember when he copied my quirk back then? Let me guess, she turned into a baby. Tokoyami said flatly. Izuku blinked. Tokoyami continued to look unamused as always. Yeah, actually. How'd you know? Quote. As I suspected. Alright, the first thing you need to do is feed her. Just as Dark Shadow feeds on darkness, you need to find out what she consumes to fuel herself. Oh, we've done that already. She eats emotions, so we'll probably need a place with a moderate amount of people, Izuku started muttering to himself. A place with people, where there's also food. A family restaurant, Monoma said. Or a cafe. That'll do. I know this nice one down by Nakamura Street. Izuku turned back to his phone. Tokoyami-kun, would you mind meeting us there? Sure, I was looking forward to speaking with you. It wasn't like I was doing anything important anyway. Says you. Dark Shadow complained. Well everyone, that's the end of this session even though I was winning. No he wasn't, look at the scoreboard. Mimi said nonchalantly. In an unknown location somewhere deep beneath a city, a pudgy man was hard at work. His fingers flew over the keyboard, ignoring the occasional bloop and bubble of the liquid-filled tanks behind him. His precious test subjects, slowly growing into the magnificent bioweapons that all for one desired. There was much work to be done. The shadowy dictator had ordered operations to ramp up for their next assault to make a statement, perhaps to herald the coming of his new protege. Shigaraki Tamura, only time would tell if he would be a worthy successor. The doctor stood up and stretched his legs, admiring his handiwork as he walked between countless rows of cylindrical tanks, each containing an immature Nomu. Subject number 355 was turning out well, thick knots of jet black muscle covering his arms. The doctor thought he looked rather peculiar with that strange head, the conversion operation having replaced most of his head and leaving only his lower jaw intact. He made the most amusing noises. Subject number 328 was suboptimal. Though his 4 eyes provided him with enhanced vision, the repertoire of quirks that he'd been given were not very powerful. An absorption quirk that didn't actually nullify the damage taken, a malleable tongue quirk, super strength, he'd make a good foot soldier, but nothing more. Finally, there was subject number 005. Ah, poor number 5. How he wished to soar, just like his namesake. Now he was so warped that he didn't even look human anymore. The doctor leaned in closer to peer into the tank. This one had room for a few more enhancements. A boosting quirk would pair nicely with the telepathic one. Maybe he could boost number 5's telepathic abilities with a neural array. Yes, that would provide some excellent data. The doctor brought up his tablet and found the blueprints for the aforementioned device. It was an ugly thing, a circlet of diodes, vacuum tubes and twisted metal coiled around a superconducting ring, a crown of kit-bashed tech. Its installation required a direct interface into the subject's brain. Nomu's already had theirs exposed, so he didn't see a problem with it. Minutes later, subject number 005 was on an operating table, his chest rising and falling periodically. The doctor began cutting into exposed gray matter with a laser scalpel, discarding things he found unnecessary. For a moment he wondered if his patient realized what was happening to him before deciding he didn't really care, the pudgy man humming a cheery tune while he worked. A rancid, burnt smell filled the air when he reached the subject's amygdala and began his modifications. Sadness. Burn it. Fear. Cut it out. Rage. Ooh, that was good. Keep it. Happiness. Tossed into the biohazard bucket. There. Now he had enough space for the neural array. Melding circuitry with flesh was always tricky. The host body would usually reject such an unnatural fusion, but with a regeneration quirk like this, so many things were possible. A little weld here and there, watching jet black discolored flesh crawl over green circuit boards, and voila. The doctor smiled, leaning back to admire his work. He chuckled for a moment when the operating table shifted into an upright position, the patient strung across it like a religious icon. It was funny, really. The ring-shaped neural array and those spread wings made for a nice image. A pair of teenage boys and their siblings made their way to the cafe, getting quite a few amused looks along the way. Izuku was holding hands with both his kid sisters, and Monoma was holding a baby with a makeshift cloth carrier. They were an odd group to say in the least. The cafe was named the Little Song, a cozy little joint that reminded Izuku of an old-school diner. There weren't that many people around, but Naoto seemed to get her fill as she spotted a couple arguing in the background. A few seconds later they seemed to calm down out of nowhere, enjoying each other's company once more. Several menus were slid over to Izuku's table, with a smiling waitress cheerfully mentioning that there were kids' meals and food for babies available should they need it. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow strode in soon after, the moody teen dressed in black from head to toe. Hi, Tokoyami-kun. Izuku smiled. Hey. Tokoyami replied. Yo. Monoma said coolly. The three boys simply stared at each other like the awkward teens they were while their siblings started socializing. Hello, Birdie. Kiri waved excitedly. Greetings, Tiny Queen. Dark Shadow cawed, then focused on Mimi. You have brought the other Tiny Queen. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Sup, bird boy. Mimi waved. Hey, say hello to the baby. Naoto continued suckling on her milk bottle, unafraid when Dark Shadow stretched over the table to get a better look at her. The newborn. She lives. The projection gasped, visibly exhilarated. Rejoice. Truly, this is an auspicious moment. While Dark Shadow continued to coo and squeal over the survival of his kin, Izuku, Monoma and Tokoyami began leafing through the menus for something to order. There was a surprisingly varied selection that included dishes from many different cultures. Izuku hummed to himself. He wasn't that hungry, but perhaps he'd get something nice and sweet for the sisters. What are you getting? Monoma asked absent-mindedly. Maybe I'll order some more oatmeal and fruit for Naoto. It's not for me either, it's for them. Izuku nodded, noticing how his sisters were peeking at the menu. This melon parfait looks nice and big. Would you two like that? I'm fine with anything. Mimi shrugged. Ice cream. Kiri exclaimed with eager delight. The number 22. Looks really fancy. Tokoyami said in quiet contemplation. Anything to make them happy. Izuku smiled at his feathered friend. You know how it is. True. He turned to the approaching waitress, looking up at her. Hello, I'd like a, oh. Jiro Kyoka stared down at the three boys with a deadpan expression, dressed in a cute waitress outfit and holding an electronic notepad in her hand. Her eyes slowly roamed over Tokoyami and Dark Shadow at first, but grew suspicious upon seeing Izuku and Monoma. A quiet gaze observed the sisters and how close they were to Izuku, then the baby cradled in Monoma's arms. She made the slow, deliberate action of reaching into her pocket and brought her smartphone up to her ear. Hello, police. JJ Jiro-san. Izuku exclaimed, panicking. Hi. I. Hey. Relax, I'm just messing with you. She laughed, smirking at him playfully. Don't worry, Uraraka-san sent us a selfie she took with your sister, I know who she is. She's even cuter in person. Hello. Kiri waved. Greetings. Apologies, we didn't know you worked here. Tokoyami said. What a coincidence. What really surprises me is Blondie over there. Jiro slid her eyes over to Monoma. I thought you hated our class and yet you're hanging out with my classmates. Guess this is the first time we're speaking, I'm Jiro Kyoka, nice to meet you. Monoma Nito. Charmed. Monoma said dryly before turning his attention back to his baby sister. I'll have the brunch special, I didn't have breakfast. You guys got any baby formula or something like that? She needs some milk. Brunch special and one warm milk, got it. Want some fruit and water to go with that. Alright. Jiro nodded, not seeming to question why he was holding a toddler. What about the rest of you? Can I have you? Dark Shadow began. 2 coffees. One as black as my soul. Tokoyami decided for him. The other with extra cream and sugar. I desire cheese fries, brother. Dark Shadow cawed. And 1 order of that. Extra cheese. The crow boy added. Hey. Yes. Reet. Jiro made a few swipes with her fingers. What about you, Midoriya-kun? 1 green tea for me, please. Izuku said politely. And a melon parfait for these 2. Hold on. Dude, that one's kinda expensive. You sure? Monoma glanced over at a picture of the fancy-looking treat. Well, I don't really use my money on myself, so I figured I'd use it for their enjoyment. Izuku motioned to his sisters. Don't worry, I'll pay for everything. Think of it as a welcoming gift from me. Tokoyami said. The 2 other boys blinked in bewildered surprise until Jiro cleared her throat, raising an eyebrow. They quickly finished with their orders, with the waitress assuring Izuku that the dessert would be worth every penny. He couldn't help but watch her as she went, admiring her frilly skirt. A classmate wearing such a cute outfit. Izuku blushed and looked away, only to find both Monoma and Tokoyami giving him a flat look. His cheeks burned even further, quickly deciding to change the topic by starting a new conversation. We're all here. Thanks for coming out to meet us, Tokoyami-kun. And, paying for the meal, I guess. No problem. I'm sure Dark Shadow is keen to finally meet more of his kin. Tokoyami said. There were old records of beings like him, but never have we actually encountered another pair like us, until we met you. Fate has brought us together, crossing our paths. Fate, huh? You mind explaining what's going on here? Monoma grunted, adjusting the baby bottle in his grip. I was told that you'd be able to help me with all of this. As you wish. The first thing you need to know that your ascension is permanent. Tokoyami said casually. Your new sibling, or daughter if you'd prefer, will not disappear. She may retreat within you, but she will not fade. Straight to the point. A stunned silence befell the table until Monoma breathed a sigh of relief, rocking Naoto in his arms. That's good to hear. At first I was afraid, but now I've become attached to her. I can feel it somehow, it's like she's a part of me. She is. You copied Midoriya-kun's quirk, did you not? Tokoyami leaned back into the plush cushion. His quirk and mine are essentially the same, quirks that have gained self-awareness and the ability to project themselves into reality. That last part caught Izuku's attention and he spoke up. Projection, my great-grandmother had a projection-type quirk, she could create these psychic puppets. Do these types of quirks have a higher chance of becoming sentient? I can't say for certain. There's still so many things we don't know since our kind is extremely rare even among the quirked community. Tokoyami shrugged. The main factor you have to focus on is the self-awareness, they have a mind of their own. Their own lives, their own souls, if you will. Completely separate entities from the host body. Dark Shadow appeared when I was 4, as a baby, so I guess this is completely normal. Newborn gurgled again. Izuku's mind was spinning, observing her carefully while his brain cycled at over a dozen thoughts per second. Monoma had copied his quirk. However, the result was Naoto, and as far as they knew she couldn't transform. She was born a child, but Kiri was born with the power to shapeshift herself, to look how she wanted to look. Mimi could shapeshift too due to her manifesting via Izuku's Valkyrie quirk. In essence, Kiri was the projection barrier quirk made sentient. That would mean, Naoto wasn't a Valkyrie at all. She was Monoma's copy quirk made sentient, now with a body of her own. Judging by the slight widening of Monoma's eyes he had figured it out, too. The boys exchanged a silent glance before returning to their own thoughts. Naoto did not have Kiri's invulnerability barrier ability, but this could potentially mean that she had the power to copy other quirks as well. Scratch that, she definitely did. Izuku was willing to bet that it had something to do with her scream ability that could echo in people's minds. Perhaps it's best that we start with the basics. Tell me what you two know about quirks, everything you've learned so far. Tokoyami said. Quirks first appeared back when the glowing baby was born. Monoma answered, reciting a textbook answer. Hours after that, people from all around the world exhibited signs of superhuman abilities or physical alterations despite not being anywhere near the area the child was born in. Superpowers, or rather, meta-abilities. That's where the word, metahuman, comes from. Quirks were thought to be the result of a virus that spread across the globe, perhaps through rats. Some people have even said that the virus that caused quirks was first tested on lab rats, which then spread to regular rats which infested cities all over the globe. The nature of quirks has led to mountains of research and experimentation, but we just know the bare basics of how they work. Although many theorized quirks came from a virus, the majority of the population believed that quirks were not simply a mutation, but rather a step up the evolutionary ladder. As a result, those who were quirkless are heavily discriminated against even today. Izuku added on. It's horrible to think about. I did a lot of theorizing and reading myself, but I'm still left wondering. I can't seem to think of an evolutionary advantage to all of this, especially when the results and effects are so varied. There are even instances where a quirk doesn't suit the user's body and they can't handle it. Furthermore, quirks are like muscles, the more you use them the stronger they become. They also suffer the same drawback. Overuse could lead to difficulties and complications, the most common of which is exhaustion and bodily strain. A person's quirk is defined by what is known as a quirk factor in their DNA and body. This includes the primary quirk power as well as all the biological mechanisms that allow said primary power to function properly. As for where the energy used to power quirks comes from, it's still relatively unknown. The laws of thermodynamics don't seem to apply to superpowers. Monoma and Tokoyami simply gave him a look, and Izuku blushed. He'd been muttering again. Sorry. Izuku stammered, watching how his sisters were making napkin origami birds with dark shadow out of the corner of his eye. They gifted one to Naoto, who started playing with it. No, it's fine. Go ahead, we're listening. Tokoyami nodded in satisfaction. Good, let's see what else you know. Alright. I've looked all over the internet, but everyone's just as confused as to how it works. Take, Todoroki-kun for instance. There's no way the calories he takes in can produce that sort of output for his flames. The numbers just don't add up. That's right. But everyone knows that quirks do not operate on conventional physics. Now the two of you have experienced this firsthand, though your siblings, they consume emotions while my brother here is powered by darkness. Something intangible. Perhaps they are still beyond our understanding. Bah. Naoto slurred, her tiny fingers wriggling at dark shadow. Intangible, huh, Izuku muttered. Feelings. There's also the chance of an awakening of sorts. Some call it quirk evolution, since the quirk itself undergoes a significant change to become something more. I'm bringing this up because from my knowledge this can be caused by extreme stress and heightened emotions. Is that what happened to us? An awakening? Yes and no. From the records and scrolls I've been reading through, it seems to be unclear. Dark Shadow was born fully sentient when I was 4. I don't think I had any traumatic experiences that caused this. Tokoyami nodded. For a quirk to gain self-awareness this way, I suppose it's possible. The world is full of mysteries. Izuku submerged into his thoughts. Extreme stress and heightened emotions. Kiri was born when he was around 4 years old. The day he was diagnosed as quirkless, did that count as a traumatic experience for his childish brain, to the point where it was enough for his quirk to evolve? Then he thought back to Yui's story of how she had been caught up in a villain attack and that made her quirk evolve as a result. Shame filled his heart. He'd been traumatized by something so petty and insignificant while she had feared for her life. Wait. Back then Yui had admitted that her quirk influenced her thoughts a little. It was the same for him as well. Since Kiri fed on his emotions, he rarely stayed angry or upset for long. Quirks could definitely change a person, but the quirk itself could also change due to a traumatic experience. Tokoyami happened to hear the tail end of his muttering, closing his eyes wistfully as he contemplated and thought. The broken are the more evolved. Just as Izuku was about to ask what he meant, Jiro returned with their food. Okay, this one's for you, Jiro handed out the dishes expertly. And for you. Take a picture, it'll last longer. Thank you, Jiro-san. Izuku smiled as she gently placed the melon parfait in front of an excited Kiri and interested Mimi. Worth every penny, huh? You don't know half of it. Took me ages to learn how to create this thing, the boss claims it's his masterpiece. Jiro huffed. I'm inclined to agree with him, it has 9 layers. 9. Take a good look, I'll explain it from top to bottom. There's the cut melon with the original price of 7,500 yen, jelly and whipped cream, ice cream, melon granita. While she was explaining, Kiri was getting hungrier and hungrier, her eyes matching Jiro's narration through every layer. Izuku could tell that she really wanted to eat it. Mimi meanwhile was carefully observing both Dark Shadow and Naoto, still keeping her guard up as usual. Non-alcoholic champagne sherbet, crunchy corn biscuit, melon jelly and whipped cream again, and finally melon juice at the bottom. The flavors mix together over time as you eat it, so every scoop has a potentially different taste. This is some serious gourmet stuff. Jiro corrected herself hastily. You seem rather enthusiastic about it. Tokoyami commented. I thought you were more inclined to music and the arts. Creating something like this is an art form by itself, dude. Anyways, you boys enjoy yourselves, alright. I've got more customers to attend to. She turned to Monoma as well. And you? Me. Monoma blurted out. You better take good care of that kid, got it? Jiro huffed before she went. Keep her happy. Kiri looked up at her brother eagerly, as if she was asking for permission to eat. She didn't need to, really. Izuku simply gave her a warm smile and nodded for her to continue. The innocent delight that was etched across her face right after she took her first bite would be a memory he'd treasure for life. Mimi seemed to like it as well, slowly enjoying the creamy dessert until she wiggled her spoon at him. He took a bite and found it to be delicious, just as Jiro described. Beside him Monoma was feeding Naoto, and opposite him Dark Shadow was chowing down on fries while Tokoyami sipped his black coffee. This was what hanging out with friends and family felt like. Izuku's chest filled with warmth. It was nice. Where were we? Ah, right. Dark Shadow manifesting when I was around 4 years old. I suppose the same thing happened to you, Midoriya-kun. Why yeah. That's right. My quirk manifested around that age too, but it wasn't sentient back then. Monoma slowly dug into his brunch. But it is now. So, I copied the sentient aspect instead of Midoriya-kun's quirk. I suppose so. Either way, it means you're one of us now. Wait. Izuku paused. One of us. So, what exactly are we? Tokoyami took a long swig of his coffee before exchanging hard looks with the two other boys. His voice lowered to a whisper, making sure no one was around to hear them. What I'm about to say next must not be repeated to anyone else. This is top secret information that has the potential to turn society upside down. Do you both understand? He meant it. Izuku gulped and nodded while Monoma did the same hesitantly. Okay. Usually this reveal would be done through a sort of formal ceremony in the past, but I'm not really one for tradition. Tokoyami sighed. People like us are extremely rare, maybe 1 in a million. We are what some would call a new type of human with a sentient quirk. A union of man and quirk, subconsciously drawn to others of the same nature. Most of our kin were urban legends, battlefield myths. The Tokoyami family has kept records of such individuals from the beginning of the Dark Age to the modern age we are living in today. Tokoyami steepled his hands, his expression deadly serious. We are known as the Ascended, theorized to be the next stage of human evolution. Chapter 16 and 1566 Chapter 17, Legacy. Chapter 17. Hosu City General Hospital was considered to be a top-of-the-line facility with the most advanced medical equipment and some of the best doctors Japan had to offer. Eri was inclined to agree. Just this morning they'd done another blood test on her, but she'd gotten used to it by now. When the doctors first brought out the needles she was terrified, but somehow they made it not hurt like the bird people did. They even gave her a lollipop at the end of it. The people here were really nice, even if they were a little strict. Eri yawned and hugged her pillow for warmth, zoning out as she tried to remember how long she'd been here. A year, maybe. It was all a blur. She managed to finish 2 entire seasons of the Super Friends TV show, so she'd been here for quite a while. Even when she had the doctors and nurses to talk to, it was lonely here. Koichi and Kazuho visited her from time to time, but still, she wished she had more friends. Well, she'd just made a new one recently, but that was a completely different story. A quiet knocking caught her attention, the little girl jolting and turning towards the door. Come in. She squeaked. The familiar face of Himawara Koichi peeked in, the man giving her a friendly wave. Hello, Eri-chan, he smiled. Koichi-san. Hello, Eri said, doing her best to smile back. He made his way over and sat down on a chair next to her bed, glancing at the TV she'd been watching. Eri noticed his funny-looking fur coat, squinting her eyes at the strange attire. Was that? You've noticed, huh? Koichi laughed, patting his own shoulder. Come out, Sway. A soft meow resounded from the cloth and a cat phased out of it, the coat returning to normal as Sway undid his quirk to merge with inorganic objects. Eri let out a squeal of delight as the feline leapt over onto her lap, embracing it with a warm hug. Sway. Ooh. Hey. Eri laughed when it purred and rubbed against her. I love you, kitty. Muro. He's not supposed to be here, but I like to think of it as animal therapy. Koichi said. He's missed you. I've missed you too, kitty cat. Eri continued stroking the cat. You too, Koichi-san. Thanks for coming to see me. No problem, kid. How are things so far? The same as usual. The doctors say I'm doing alright and there haven't been any comple. The little girl's expression reddened whilst she tried to remember to correct words. Difficult things. That's good to hear. Great work, Eri-chan. Here, I brought something for you. A small lunchbox was placed in front of her and she was rewarded with the mouth-watering scent of homemade apple crumble pie. F for me, she whispered. Thank you. Hope you like it. Kazuho insisted on making one since she learnt apples were your favorite food. It was delicious, causing her to let out a small hum of satisfaction. Eri knew that he was simply trying to make her feel better, just like Kazuho was. She really did appreciate it. After all, he and the others had ventured into the darkness and saved her from that hell known as the Yakuza mansion. Eri found it strange that none of their names had ever been mentioned in the news. They weren't considered heroes even after what they did. Koichi didn't seem to mind at all. Would you like to see some drawings that I made? Eri asked shyly. I'd love to. Koichi accepted the stack of papers she offered towards him, grinning. Oh ho. Is this me? Yeah, I made one for everyone because, well, Eri's gaze darted to her lap. I didn't know how else to thank you guys. Guilt flooded her heart. They had fought, struggled, and injured themselves all for her. She still remembered that chaotic battle and the terrifying display of power from both sides. Sometimes she even had bad dreams of a bird-like shadow descending upon her, only to be foiled by her rescuers. If not for them, she'd still be experimented and tortured by the Yakuza. She didn't know how to show her gratitude to the vigilantes. Eri let out a surprised eep when a warm hand rubbed the top of her head. Koichi glanced down at her with that quiet smile that she was so used to, the very same one that made her feel safe when she was rescued back then. No need to thank us, Eri-chan. We were just doing what's right, he said. But no one knows what you did for me. You guys risked your lives to help me, and yet. We weren't looking for any reward or any sort, if that's what you're asking. Koichi chuckled lightly. Look, Eri-chan. All that matters is that you're safe and sound. Oh okay. If you say so, Eri said. Here's one I made of Kazuho-san. Could you please give it to her? I will. Whoa, these are really good. Did you learn how to do this yourself? Sunshine's been teaching me. She says she used to be a painter. Sunshine. Koichi raised an eyebrow at the unfamiliar name. She's a new friend I made. Here. This one is Valkyrie-san. Eri thrusted a sketch of a snow-white featureless woman at him. Ah. I'll try to pass it to her when she stops by. Whoa, you really did make one for everybody. Eri continued to show her drawings to him, feeling proud when he nodded with an impressed look. Sunshine's lessons had really helped. Koichi looked increasingly amazed with each sketch, commenting on her remarkable skills at her age. I'll do my best to give it to the others when I meet them again, but, you sure you don't want to keep these here with you? Koichi asked. They're really good, you know. I want you guys to have them. I made them for you, after all. Do you think they'll like it? I'm sure they'll love it, Eri-chan. Especially Kazuho, she's always so fond of you. The man blinked, remembering something. Speaking of her, there's something I'd like to show you. Koichi pulled out a tiny box from his pocket, holding it atop his palm for her to see. Eri peered over, still stroking Sue's fur while she leaned closer for a better look. What is it? Well, I'm thinking of proposing to Kazuho. Koichi smiled nervously, opening the box. Would you like to see it? Inside was a beautiful silver ring adorned with a single diamond, glimmering under the bright fluorescent light. Eri's eyes widened when she examined it, finding it to be just like what she saw on those TV dramas that played in the evening. Hua! She squeaked in awe, her gaze darting from the ring to Koichi. Does this mean you guys will get married? Well, I suppose so. Can I be the flower girl? Eri asked excitedly. Will Snipe-san be there? Of course you can, kid. Koichi smiled. I'll even buy a dress for you, if you'd like. As for Snipe-san, I think he'd be able to take a day off. That'd be awesome. Congratulations. Eri said happily, practically bouncing on the spot. Does she know? Not yet. I'm currently planning it with a few friends I trust. He winked at her, emphasizing she was part of that group. They'll play the first song that I dance to with her while I get down on one knee and bring out the ring. Can't help falling in love with you. A little corny, but I think it's real romantic. Eri giggled. Like one of those movies. Muro. Sui agreed. You're so lucky, Sui. Now all three of you will be one big, happy family, she cooed, stroking his back. Koichi paused for a moment, the briefcase shifting on his lap. Eri-chan. Eri looked up at him, her large, innocent eyes still filled with a quiet happiness. It's nothing, dear. Koichi glanced at the clock. Alright, I've got to go for now. She's waiting for me. I'm sure she is. Eri said, handing the ring back to him. Bye-bye. Goodbye, Eri-chan. He nodded, giving her a small hug which she returned. I'll see you again soon, okay? Tell Kazuho-san I said hi. I will. Koichi said, Sway leaping back into his coat. She'll come with me on my next visit, so what I've just told you is super secret, okay? Super secret. Eri repeated, cupping her mouth and nodding eagerly. See ya. Koichi smiled and left soon after, but let out a sigh once he made it a few steps down the corridor. He hadn't been able to ask her. Next time, he promised himself. The adoption papers in his briefcase continued to weigh him down. Sunshine. Eri asked quietly, looking up at the ceiling. Why couldn't Koichi-san see you? Oh me, oh my. He does not carry the gift. Sunshine said. Blind to my presence. The entity unfurled itself like a newborn butterfly, its single eye opening slowly. It now looked more like her than ever with a mane of bone-white hair flowing from its head, taking a lithe yet featureless adult female form as its new appearance. A long, curved horn so very much like hers was on the right side of her forehead. But I wanted to introduce you, Eri pouted. The doctors couldn't see you either. What good would that have done? It floated in front of her, blinking. He would not have believed you, a mere child. Koichi-san's different, Oji. Eri huffed. Sunshine. That is the name you have given me, and I request that you continue to do so, the being said. The name gives me strength, like it does to you. Grants you control over your gift. She looked down at her small hands, and brought one up to feel her horn. No longer did it tingle when she was distressed. All that destructive power within her had quieted down, held back by her will. Eri glanced down at a small slice of the pie that Koichi had gifted her and plucked a piece of baked apple from its surface. After a few seconds of focus there was a fresh apple in her hand. Eri bit down, enjoying the juicy new treat she pulled from thin air. Sunshine. Who were you before you met me? She asked, still munching. Also, are you a boy or a girl? Since this form is female, address me as such. It matters not. Sunshine floated around the room like a majestic koi fish, her hair rippling as if she was underwater. As for me, I was many things. A painter. A craftsman. A liar. A thief. You were a bad guy. Eri asked, sounding a little frightened. I was a kleptomaniac. Something I couldn't control, you see. Sunshine loomed over her like a wraith. I stole only in an attempt to create my masterpiece, my greatest creation. For that they called me a thief, a peerless thief. But you're good now, right? You helped me. Who knows, Poppet. Perhaps I'm still using you, just as you are using me. That doesn't make any sense. Eri mumbled, cheeks puffed out. Many things don't. Sunshine said ominously before turning to the gift package Koichi had dropped off, eyeing the watercolor paints. That is why I create, to give things meaning. Shall we paint, Eri? I will guide thy hand. Sure, but, Eri thought for a moment before her eyes lit up. Today I wanna draw flowers. Flowers. The entity blinked. I could teach you so much more. Flowers. Flowers it is, sweetling. The first thing you need to know is that we ascended are not really that special. Dude, you just said that we're one in a million. Monoma said flatly. Plus, didn't the two of you pull some power-up nonsense from out of nowhere during the UA tournament? Yes, but that was a technique. For me I've named it, Dark Shadow, Gimme Shelter. Sounds like something I would come up with in middle school. Tokoyami and Monoma stared at each other from across the table, Izuku looking between the two with worry. He could tell that his classmate's patience was being tested, while his new acquaintance wasn't too pleased about discovering that he was now a part of some different caste of humanity. Frankly, Izuku was having trouble accepting it too. Then Naoto yawned in Monoma's arms and the tension seemed to dissipate, leaving the boys in a quiet but awkward silence. If you'll allow me to continue, Tokoyami grumbled. Documented records of the Ascended have been around since the Dark Age, but they were often dismissed as pure lunacy or rumors. It's not hard to imagine why. The concept of a living quirk is hard to grasp unless there's actual evidence. Most of those records back then were just gathered whispers of people who claimed their quirk could talk to them. These living quirks were called many things: guardians, spirits, passengers, you name it. Izuku nodded with interest, jotting it all down in his thoughts and planning to transfer it to one of his notebooks for later speculation. The thing is, their quirks weren't all that special, or even stronger than normal quirks. As I recall, one record even stated that all the quirk did was encourage the host and nothing more. As such, it seems that Ascended don't actually have stronger quirks compared to regular people, it's just that they have the added benefit of an intelligent quirk which in turn understands how to utilize its power at maximum efficiency and effectiveness. Remember, the key factor that sets us apart from normal humans is that our quirks are self-aware. That's all. Then I don't really see the significance, Monoma said. You misunderstand the proficiency and mastery at which an Ascended can exercise their abilities. Take Dark Shadow for instance. Dark Shadow asked, his mouth still full of cheese fries. Nothing, brother. Carry on. Tokoyami said. As I was saying. For example, were I not an ascended, Dark Shadow would be a simple shadow absorbing and shaping Quirk. I suppose I would only be able to form basic shapes, shields, blades, etc. But with his intelligence I can communicate with him via thought, he's able to alter his own shape and size. He's also able to fuse with you to become stronger. Izuku mentioned quietly. By feeding off the darkness of my heart, yes. Pushing it to the limit. Personally, I think it's not about raw power but rather the creative application and usage of power. Fascinating, Izuku spiraled off into a cycle of muttering. That's not all. It seems that normal people are capable of becoming like us if they have the potential. At least, that's what the sacred texts tell me. Sacred texts. All these weird chunny terms, you mentioned some sort of ceremony earlier too. Monoma frowned before hugging his daughter protectively. You're not part of some sort of freaky cult, are you? No. Look, it was a different time. Going back to what you said earlier, the potential. Izuku asked. It's genetic. It seems so. Fact of the matter is, the past few decades have seen a large upward spike of abnormalities, mutations, and quirk instability. I guess the ascended fall into that category too, but like I said before, some individuals are completely normal until they experience a process known as ascension, where their quirk becomes self-aware. I suspect this is what happened to Monoma-kun during the tournament. Monoma gave Izuku the stink eye while the green-haired boy coughed apologetically. The ascension process is similar to the quirk evolution awakening you mentioned earlier. The quirk and host both undergo a drastic change due to an outside factor. This can be a perceived threat or trauma, Tokoyami said slowly. Or it could be the result of interacting with an ascended. So it's the latter in my case. Monoma grunted. Precisely. The records show that the ascended have a way of recognizing their kin, but so far I haven't seen a trace of it. Dark Shadow, however. It's a feel. Dark Shadow announced cheerfully. I feel my kin's presence when they are nearby. Stronger or just as strong as me, then I can feel them. If they're weak then I am blind to them as they are to me. So it's a feeling of familiarity. Izuku mumbled. That made sense. Back during the sports festival Kiri knew Tokoyami was nearby when he was sitting up in that tree. She probably detected Dark Shadow since he was connected to his brother, Izuku reasoned. Then there was Naoto. She was able to track him down and pinpoint his exact location in Musudafu City. That was perhaps due to her remembering his emotional signature, which was something Kiri could do as well. But familiarity. Where had he heard that before? Yes. Dark Shadow identified you through that feeling. He was able to see your siblings. Tokoyami continued. The strange thing is that ascended are somehow drawn to each other, one way or another. Almost as if they are bound together by the red thread of fate. Fate. I find that hard to believe. Monoma looked dubious. Yet here we are. Tokoyami countered. The universe works in mysterious ways. It sure does. Izuku said, looking at Dark Shadow munching on his fries shamelessly. Wait a minute. One was usually calm and moody while the other was rash and excitable. Tokoyami-san, is it me, or is Dark Shadow's personality the opposite of yours? I'm glad you mentioned it. The records show that although an ascended's quirk has a mindset similar to its host, some tend to have an opposing personality. Dark Shadow is a reflection of me. Tokoyami said. Have you heard of the idea of the shadow? It's all the parts that one ignores and buries in their subconscious. Through denial, or ignoring those parts of you, they influence you throughout your life without you being aware of them. Izuku gulped but continued listening intently. He held both sisters closer to him. Only when you face that shadow in your heart can you gain a better understanding of yourself, and this leads to becoming a more complete and powerful person. Tokoyami whispered. One must learn to accept oneself. Izuku did some quick analysis, thinking hard. Kiri was brave but reckless, facing every threat without regard for herself. He rushed towards the sludge villain to save his friend. Mimi was caring but self-destructive, even having to destroy her own form to use her quirk previously. He broke his own arm in order to win that first battle. He could see that they were like him, but what about the parts that weren't? So that's how it is, huh? We're officially a different type of human with living quirks and we can also sense others like us. It's like something from an anime. Monoma said incredulously. Homo novus. That's just lovely. That is simply one of the running theories, but yes. Careful not to think yourself superior to others, we're just different. Tokoyami said. What's that supposed to mean? Well, you're always blowing hot air in front of our class like you've got something to prove. Excuse me. Izuku let them bicker for a bit, not minding as long as Naoto didn't feel frightened. To the contrary, it probably was like she was at a buffet meal with all those heavy emotions in the air. Emotions, something that fueled quirks like theirs. Putting that aside, is there anything else you can tell us? I find all of this to be utterly amazing. Izuku smiled to diffuse the situation a little. Why didn't I find any mentions of the Ascended in any medical journals or articles? First of all, Dark Age. Many records were scrubbed and the Ascended are already a rarity. Wouldn't be hard to have lost all information regarding people like us. Second, the chance to become one of us seems to be completely random. There's a record of 2 Ascended marrying and having children, but none of their offspring's quirks gained self-awareness. Perhaps their descendants somewhere down the line would become like us. Then there are the legends. Oh boy, here we go. Monoma said. Legends. Of what happens after an Ascended passes away. There were uncertain reports of the quirk remaining alive even after the host's death. That in itself seems unbelievable, even to me. I mean, life after death. Inconceivable. Haha. Why yeah. Izuku mumbled. Despite his nervous front, Izuku was deeply worried. What would happen to the twins once he was gone? Would they fade away, or remain wandering the earth after his death? The matter was complicated further when One for All was brought into the picture. He glanced down at his siblings. Kiri was staring dreamily at the remnants of her parfait, while Mimi was paying rapt attention to everything Tokoyami said. They had the right to live their own lives, but were they still bound to him even after the end? It was concerning. Then there are the more nefarious rumors and stories. Tokoyami continued. More good news. Wonderful. Monoma said dryly, about to retort further until Naoto tugged at his shirt collar. He began feeding her again, letting her suckle on the milk bottle. As Ascended, we generally have a more in-depth understanding of our quirk. Greater control and skill. However, this goes both ways. I've read about cases where instead of the host being the dominant one, it was the quirk. The quirk controlled the host. Tokoyami said gravely, turning to his brother. Dark Shadow has controlled me before once, though it wasn't his fault. What happened? Izuku asked. Power outage when I was 6 years old. Everything went dark and we rampaged. My sin, alone. Dark Shadow admitted, bowing his head low. One that I have atoned for. It's all right, Dark Shadow. Accidents happen. Tokoyami said calmly, rubbing his brother's back. Accidents happen. Izuku really didn't like that word. He refocused, analyzing the newfound revelation. Dark Shadow had lost control in complete darkness. Could the same happen to him and the siblings when they were exposed to extreme emotions? Watch your mouth, Blondie. You'll be eating those fucking words when I make you scream like a pussy. Who are you to say that, machine man? With your machine mind and your machine heart. His eyes widened. Maybe it already had. Then there was the memory leak issue, a result of One for All mixing with his quirk. So, what? The kid might be able to possess me or something. Monoma tilted his head. Ma, Naoto gurgled. It's possible. Fact of the matter is, there's too little information available, even in the Tokoyami family archives. That's how rare people like us are. There's also a visual method of identifying another Ascended. Tokoyami closed one eye and tapped at his cheek. They usually have some sort of one-eye aesthetic. I'm sure you've already seen Midoriya-kun in action during the sports festival. Tokoyami pulled out his phone and presented a screenshot to show them it was true. Izuku's right eye was glowing an eerie green during both his matches with Todoroki and Mei. Swiping left revealed another screenshot, this one showing Tokoyami's right eye shimmering with an intimidating yellow hue. What does it mean? Izuku whispered. Weird that it would be a visual indicator. I suspect that it means man and quirk are one. They say that eyes are windows to the soul, perhaps there is truth in these words. Tokoyami said sagely. There was a most disturbing portrait of an Ascended I found that had the one eye as well, but he had black sclera instead. It seems that the effect varies from person to person. Great, I get to be an edgelord with you guys in case Naoto ever tries anything. Monoma said. Whoop-de-doo. You're not making this any easier for yourself, Monoma-kun. I never asked for this. The blonde seemed visibly frustrated until he closed his eyes and let out a tired sigh. Sorry. It's just, I don't exactly know how to deal with all of this. It's fine. Take your time. Tokoyami nodded. Any other mind-blowing reveals? Monoma flagged down a nearby waiter, switching his attention over to make a new order. I need a drink. Iced. Yeah, that'll do. As a matter of fact, yes. Tokoyami said. Monoma quickly recalled the same waiter. 2 drinks. Make that 2. Reet. Remember when I mentioned the unusual spike in abnormalities, mutations, and quirk instabilities? Basically, people having more power but less control. This plays into the radical quirk singularity theory that not many people believe in. Tokoyami continued. I've heard of it, Izuku said. I've read on the internet that a Dr. Kyudai Garaki presented this theory according to which, as the generations follow one another, quirks blend and evolve, producing stronger and more complex quirks. However, with this increase in power, the quirks will also become more difficult to control, since the human body doesn't evolve quickly enough to keep up. Eventually, there will come a point when quirks will become too overpowered and complicated, and no one will be able to control them anymore. I can, kinda see where you're going. The Ascended are another side effect of this. Correct, but not just that. We Ascended may be one of the possible solutions to this doomsday theory in that we and our quirks are able to reach mutual understanding. Tokoyami rubbed his beak tiredly. But I've also discovered something sinister while delving through the historic records. You see, the quirks of the Ascended, guardians, spirits, whatever you wish to call them, they all share one common theme besides their intelligence. And that is? Monoma asked. The more human-looking an Ascended's quirk is, the stronger it is. Tokoyami said slowly. It's why I was a little surprised upon seeing your siblings. Unlike Dark Shadow, you can't tell them apart from real humans. They're indistinguishable, and I suppose that means they are extremely powerful as well. Izuku gulped. That might be a bit of an understatement. He'd like to keep it that way. That's not all. Remember, an increase in abnormalities and mutations. More mutants are being born, people with non-human features, directly proportional to an increase in powerful quirks. Tokoyami gestured to his own bird head. Then the Ascended and their quirks. Self-awareness and intelligence. The new generation has stronger quirks, but also heavier mutations and an increase in aggression. Almost primal, in a way. Some even suggest that those with heteromorphic type quirks are more prone to violence. Whoa, you can't say quirkist stuff like that in public. Monoma hissed, eyes darting around. Of course I can. Tokoyami sipped at his coffee calmly. I'm a mutant. I've personally seen and experienced it myself, and the discrimination that comes along with it. Wait, so it's partially true. Izuku mumbled, trying not to offend the other boy. In some cases, yes. As much as I hate to say it, the data doesn't lie. Mutants are supposedly more violent and aggressive, along with having more unstable quirks. Tokoyami paused to gulp down his coffee again. Of course, you won't be finding this kind of info on the surface web outside of conspiracy theory forums. It'd lead to a new wave of quirkism that society isn't ready to handle. With more mutants being born year after year, I had to do something about it. That's why I joined the hero course in the first place, to ensure that people like me can still have a positive role model to look towards while also showing the world that we're still human beings. So that monsters like the creature rejection clan can never come to power ever again. I believe that we need symbols now more than ever, because people will engage in violence and lawlessness due to the fact that they feel like they have no place in a society that despises and alienates them. I wanted to be that symbol. Both Monoma and Izuku looked away, not sure how to respond. The blonde bit his lip and started to apologize. Look, Tokoyami-san, I didn't mean to. I know you didn't, don't worry about it, the bird-headed boy said. Good children don't judge others by their quirks, or so the saying goes, but it still happens all the time. It's so much easier to hate than to understand. I'm sure we'll figure something out, Tokoyami-kun. Izuku said, trying to stay positive. As long as people understand each other, things should work out fine, right? Were it so easy. Tokoyami replied with a quiet smile. Either way, thank you. Both of you. The rest of the meeting didn't have any more interesting information for Izuku to take down. He slowly digested and processed everything he'd learned so far while the conversation eventually devolved to simple chit-chat about schoolwork and their classes. Izuku was subject to a fair bit of scrutiny when Monoma soon realized that Kiri looked like a younger version of Yui, but luckily the green-haired boy was able to play it off as it was a simple coincidence. Soon it was time to leave. Tokoyami paid up for their meals, with Izuku suspecting his classmate was more well off than originally thought. In his deep thinking he didn't notice how Jiro was taking a picture of them, the siblings did however, and Mimi stuck her tongue out at the camera as if to deny the photographer of a good shot while Kiri made one of her childish, wobbly smiles. They didn't tell their brother, shrugging it off as probably nothing to worry about. Just as they said their goodbyes and were about to go their separate ways, there was a bit of a commotion. Izuku looked down to see Naoto's tiny fingers clutching his sleeve, unwilling to let go. She was looking straight at him, trying to tell him something with her emotions. She murmured again, heterochromatic eyes meeting his. Her little face was scrunched up in a frown, sucking her thumb. The world twisted around Izuku and he was four again, holding onto his father's sleeve. His vision was blurred with tears. A moment later the memory faded and he was back in front of the cafe with Tokoyami and Monoma. The blonde didn't know what to say while Tokoyami simply watched to see what Izuku would do next. She doesn't want you to leave her. Kiri said helpfully. Little sis. Well, I'm not letting her stay with you. Monoma grumbled. Not yet, at least. Then I shall split this child in two. Dark Shadow proclaimed, earning him a light but firm smack from Tokoyami. Sorry, I always wanted to say that. Izuku looked to Monoma. May I? Careful. The other boy said. Izuku nodded and held Naoto in his arms. Leaning down he nuzzled against her, gently pressing his forehead to hers. He could feel her breath warming his face, her fingers tugging at his hair. I'll see you again soon, okay? I promise, sweetheart. Izuku whispered. That seemed to satisfy her. Naoto let go, content for now while Monoma cradled her against his chest carefully. He sighed, sending a tired yet complicated look towards Izuku. You do have a way with kids, huh? Tokoyami hummed. I guess. Izuku said. See you guys soon. Farewell for now, the bird boy said and bowed. Bye, Midoriya-kun. For now I'll call up my big sis to help me take care of her or something. Just gimme some time and all. Monoma patted Naoto's back and she burped. We'll figure something out. Thus their first meeting ended just like that, the three ascended having made new friends and forged an alliance. While they left, a certain waitress looked through the photos she'd just taken, whistling to herself and wondering what sort of chaos they'd cause in the 1A girls shared group chat. Teenage drama was an incredible thing to behold. Monday was a complimentary free day of rest offered by UA, and Izuku found himself in a strange situation yet again when they visited Hatsume Mei. Yeah, what the hell is this? Mimi cried, covering the top of her head. This is. Doggy ears. Kiri squealed, gently lifting her sister's hands to reveal the floppy appendages. They're really cute. Would you like some too? Abracadabra. Haru laughed, snapping her fingers. Kiri peered at her reflection in a nearby river and marveled at the pair of cat ears on her head. Apparently they could be controlled by moving one's eyebrows. Look, she told Mimi, pointing at her new ears. I'm a kitty. Lovely. How do we get rid of them? Mimi asked. Relax, it's just a hologram. Haru said. We are in Mei-ne-sama's simulation room after all. Fine. As long as I don't get a tail. Mimi said dryly before observing her new pink-haired friend. What are you supposed to be? Well, since you're a doggy and Kiri-chan is a kitty, I'm a mouse. Duh. Haru pointed at the rounded ears atop her head as if they were the most obvious thing in the world. Let's go, onward to adventure. Izuku watched it all happen on a wide screen, the children fooling around in the aforementioned room next door. The Hatsume residence was home to all sorts of futuristic marvels and odd gadgets of various purposes, Mei smiling as she showcased her advanced hologram technology. She even had Haru join in so they'd all be friends together, the pink-haired girl asking them to address her using her nickname since they were doing the same. This is some really impressive stuff, Hatsume-san, Izuku observed, holding back a giggle. It's a prototype. She prompted him to follow with a wave of her hand, dressed in that casual black tank top and overalls that she liked so much. Since the kids are having fun, what do you say we have some fun of our own? Sure. Izuku stammered, not sure if that was some sort of innuendo. He trailed in her wake down steel corridors, 30 stories below ground level. This was Hatsume's secret underground base, a facility which was basically a giant earthquake-proof Faraday cage. Eventually a set of heavy doors slid open and revealed the main workshop, a large circular room lined with workbenches and various tools. A multitude of robots scooted around, but what really caught Izuku's eyes was the throne atop a set of chrome stairs. Now then. Mei's grin was stretched ear to ear as she sat on it, smiling down at him. Time for a formal reintroduction. Welcome to my parlor. Said the spider to the fly. Izuku finished with a shy smile of his own. Nice place you got. Thanks. You know, you're the only human to have been down here besides me. Mei said. I take security very seriously. That explains the mechanical hounds that were accompanying Haru when she opened the front door, Izuku mumbled, remembering how Mimi had nearly cut one in half with a blade of plasma when they rang the doorbell. Anyway, I'm so glad that you're alright, Hatsume-san. You were worried. Ah, how nice of you. You didn't have to though, because I always have a contingency plan. So you're a professional. Izuku said, playing along. That's right. Professionals have standards. Be polite. Be efficient. Have a plan to kill everyone you meet. Mei stated proudly. Words to live by, see. That's something an evil overlord like me would say. I don't think you're an evil overlord. I'm literally sitting on a throne. It's a chair. Izuku said flatly. A real big one. Come here, I've got room for one more, she waved him over teasingly. Should he? Izuku eventually made his way nervously and sat down together with her on the throne, surprised when it suddenly lifted off the ground. It could float. Not only that, it was actually really comfy as well. Together the pair zoomed around the workshop like they were in a bumper car. Izuku found himself smiling alongside her before he knew it. So, as I promised, we'll have dinner together later. Mei drawled, leaning back in her throne. Not only that, I'll tell you what my glorious 5-year plan was. I'm listening, Izuku said. Truth be told, the past few days have been rather enlightening. To think that quirks can be passed down to each other, combined with the fact that some quirks are alive, well, we'll have to rewrite the scientific journals one day. Unfortunately, I'm preoccupied with my other research and projects, so I don't have time to study your particular case yet. Living quirks and quirks that can be passed down. Mei tilted her head toward him. All Might's one for all. Please don't tell anyone. Izuku muttered in a small voice. About everything you just said. Tell you what, I'll keep your secrets if you keep mine. Don't tell anyone about Zabi or Haru and I'll keep my mouth shut, hehe. Mei said. The data you've provided me has been quite the eye-opener. Quirks are science. They are measurable, predictable, they have rules, until they don't. Until they result in people's consciousness, surviving after their deaths and quirks with self-awareness. Until they might as well be bloody magic. Boggles the mind, really. The girl genius sighed, looking a little frustrated. Speaking of minds, she suddenly grabbed Izuku's head and stared right into his eyes. Oi, Ancestor-san, are you in there? The main family's doing fine, so don't worry. I'm not too familiar with them, but I do hang out with cousin Kateyusha from time to time. WW. Izuku's face was burning red from her close proximity. Anyways, Mei smiled, pressing a button and stopping the mobile throne. I don't intend to tell anyone about All Might's little secret and apprentice. It's not ethical to blab about a client, you know. Wait, client, you're working for UA too. With, Mei corrected him with a slight air of indignation. I'm working with UA, but I'm my own boss. Right now I'm helping with some of the more complicated problems that even Power Loader Sensei can't solve. Not problems like, what is beauty, because that would fall between the purview of your conundrums of philosophy. I learned engineering so I could solve practical problems, like how to make invisible clothes for an invisible girl. Izuku followed the nod of her head to an empty display case tended by multiple robotic arms. The translucent case flickered and highlighted its contents, an incomplete bodysuit. It was invisible. This is something one of your classmates commissioned. Hagisomething-san. Mei shrugged. Got the idea from one of my seniors who'd manufactured this cool suit from a dude's hair since his quirk would cause anything else other than himself to phase through him. Pretty revolutionary stuff, but I couldn't use the same technique she used. Oh, you mean Hagakure-san. I always felt pretty bad that she had to fight while she's, Izuku blushed. Quote. Naked. I mean, she doesn't seem to mind because she's invisible, but still. Yeah, she messaged me and explained the situation. All I asked for was a hair sample and bingo, we're in business. Here's where the magic happens. Izuku peered into the case. There was something at its base, a slab of jelly-like substance peppered with tiny little holes, robotic limbs tipped with needles that harvested and reeled something invisible from it. His heart leapt into his throat. Hatsume-san, is that what I think it is? If you think that's a piece of artificial flesh that I flash cloned from her DNA to harvest her invisible hair, then yes. That's exactly what it is. Mei smiled proudly. Don't worry, it's technically non-organic. It's composed of an organoplastic polymer based on a siphonophore cellular structure that's lined with artificial jelly cells with the same properties in her genome that allows it to bend light. Hair is already dead cells, so that part's easy. The tricky part is recreating the anomalous properties that are tied to her quirk. I haven't been able to replicate the light bending effect with my machines, or else we'd already have stuff like active camo. Such a shame. Bioengineering. I thought your specialty was robotics. I'm multidisciplinary. Mei smiled, chest puffed out in pride. Yeah, science. Cloning tech, or at least, the beginnings of it. Mei seemed to notice his worried expression and quickly reassured him that it wasn't possible to actually fully clone someone along with their quirk yet. Even the cloned batch of Hagakure's hair created via this method was insanely expensive, time-consuming, and limited since the effect would fade after a few years. It could not be reproduced, and luckily UA provided most of the funding for this particular project. Moving on. Mei said gleefully, moving on to her next baby to show off. Izuku could tell she was having fun. Here's Zenith in his tank. You and your sister did quite a number on him, so he's recovering. Don't worry, although I've technically built a von Neumann machine, these nanobots are programmed to self-destruct if they stray a certain distance from the main core or detect anomalies within themselves, so I can prevent a gray goo situation. Say hi. Hi, Zenith-san. Izuku fidgeted awkwardly in front of the large, cylindrical tank. Zenith swam within the liquid like an eel with mirrored skin, eyeballing him with a trio of fisheye lenses. How are you feeling? I feel anta stick. Zenith replied in an undulating, high-pitched voice. Right. Izuku said. Hatsume-san, your technology must be decades ahead of everyone else's. Are you sure you're not a tinker? Nope. I'm just smart. There hasn't been a true tinker-type Quirk since the Dark Age ended, and perhaps that's for the best. Nowadays, tinkers are just people who are good with tech. Just yesterday I got a call from my lawyers that never mind. Mankind isn't ready for this kind of tech, but there's also a reason that I'm showing you all of this. And that would be because I believe you have the potential to change things for good. Not All Might's successor, but you, Midoriya Izuku. She smiled, causing him to blush. Facing off against you in the sports festival made me realize something. It did. Izuku mumbled. Yup. You see, you put a real big hole in my plan with your very existence. Take a look at this and I'll explain what plan I had for the future. A screen lowered itself in front of them, flickering on to show a 3D render of the H-drive she used in the sports festival. Izuku remembered that it was some sort of power source and generator, creating those strange particles she used in her weaponry. The H-drive. This was the linchpin to my 5-year plan. The cornerstone of its foundation. Mei said, using a laser pointer to draw an imaginary circle on the screen. My plan was two-pronged. Destabilize the public's reliance on heroes while simultaneously opening up their minds to the acceptance of technological advancement as a replacement. Had I won the sports festival, I would have promoted my tech to no end and replaced heroes with robotic enforcers. Here's a secret, Midoriya-kun. Not many people want to admit it, but we're on the brink of another series of resource conflicts. Do you remember the Solar Wars? Read about the bare basics in history class. Izuku replied, thinking back to his middle school lessons. The short story is that we ran out of oil. It's why the orbital elevators were built, to harness solar energy from space. Nobody truly expected the ramifications and geopolitical conflicts that resulted from such a decision. It was a complicated time to live in. That's just how it is. Supply and demand, my dude. Mei clicked a button on their shared throne's armrest and a hologram of a tower popped up. The world was a messy place even after the Dark Age ended. With the threat of the Quirk singularity on the rise, this was to be part of my solution. What is it? Izuku asked. A third and final orbital elevator. Mei said and tapped on her hologram to zoom out, showing an image of the Earth surrounded by what looked to be a ring of super-efficient solar panels, bridged to the planet via the 3 space elevators. Hatsume Heavy Engineering and our sister company Usada Construction have been planning it for some time now, along with the solar ring. It's a big improvement from the arrays we have installed right now. It would assist greatly in our future asteroid mining operations. To complement it, I would have made my H-drive publicly available as well. So this was your answer to the energy and resource demand. I don't see how this is related to the Quirk singularity, though. Patience is a virtue, young Midoriya. You see, I discovered something really interesting a while back. The H-drive is what you would call a semi-perpetual engine that generates H-particles, a prototype that I created for our renewable energy program. Nuclear energy is so last century. With the advances of made in aerospace technology using this same framework, I can tell you that we won't be leaving this planet via chemical propulsion. Everything was near perfect except for one tiny issue. MMHMM. When H-particles from the prototype H-drive are exposed to common solar radiation, they change somehow, emitting their own type of pulse-like radiation signature that's also non-cancerous. It's hard to explain if you don't understand the correct terminology. It's like light, both a particle and a wave. Right now my newest design, the one that I used against you, gets rid of that flaw. This is footage of one of the older versions. Mei waved her hands and a video recording of the corrupted particles showed up. Unlike the bright pink lights she had shown off during the sports festival, these were a ghostly blue, reminding Izuku of Cherenkov radiation. He had no idea how he even knew about that. You see, even the colors change due to a different wavelength. It's slightly stronger too in terms of energy output, but here's the kicker. This type of radiation can decay the Quirk factor, or rather, the plus alpha gene in a person's DNA. It only works on younger to middle-aged individuals though. Basically people who can still breed. That got Izuku's alarm bells ringing. He snapped his head towards Mei with a speed that surprised himself. You mean it could remove a person's quirk? Izuku whispered in horror. No, nothing so drastic. From the tests I've run, it seems that it cripples and weakens the plus alpha gene, but only with concentrated, repeated exposure over a long period of time. In other words, this would have stopped children from being born with stronger and stronger quirks. Instead, they would just have quirks with roughly the same power level of their parents. Whoever's affected won't have their quirk weakened, but their children's quirks will not grow any stronger than theirs. Quirk stagnation. This was my attempt to stop the quirk singularity, to halt it in its tracks by stopping the power of quirks from rising. I would have basically reduced the power level of the next generation permanently, and their children would be affected too. Repeated exposure. Izuku grimaced at the pale blue light, edging away from it as if it wasn't just a harmless display instead of the real thing. I don't think anyone would have subjected themselves to standing near that all day. You'd be surprised. I intended to sell these purposefully altered H drives, spewing out all those blue particles. They would have become the new combustion engine. If everything worked out well, I would have them everywhere. In cars, trains, planes, ships. Mei smiled and Izuku shivered. Tanks, jets, satellites. And of course, orbital elevators and the solar ring. You would have covered the entire planet in the quirk decaying effect by getting everyone to use your particle-based tech and making it the new standard. Izuku realized. They fade visually but would still be on the street, in the air, in the atmosphere. Bingo. I would have gotten away with it too, if it weren't for you meddling kids. Mei huffed before letting out a feminine laugh. It could have worked. 5 years, give or take, and I would have had everyone using these. Izuku hesitated, not willing to offend his new friend. Amazing. I don't need yes men, Midoriya-kun. Tell me what you really think. I think that, it isn't right. How so? I would have given them a world with no conflict, no discrepancies in power levels, no discrimination. And no choice. You would be forcing this upon everyone. This is almost like you're sterilizing quirks. Don't play God, Hadasumi-san. Izuku said firmly. I'm sorry, but that's my opinion. Besides, wouldn't someone find out? I mean, even if you told people it was harmless, they'd do their own investigations. That's where the Zabanya network comes in. They'd trawl the web and various other places to see if anyone has caught on. I'm sure an egghead or two might find out, and then we would make a few changes to their readings or maybe persuade them a bit, the works. Nothing illegal, of course. Zabanya hasn't actually killed anybody yet, and I'm not keen on making him start. Either way, I was sure I'd be able to turn anyone who found out to my side, one way or another. All to stop the relentless advance of overpowered quirks. This was how it would work. Mei pressed another button near her armrest and a holographic list popped up in front of them, displaying her plan in super simplified bullet points. She'd even drawn a stick figure of herself swimming in money at the bottom. Step 1. Destabilize hero society and replace them with my robots while promoting tech advancement. Step 2. Release H-Drive and finish Solar Ring, start worldwide quirk stagnation while simultaneously expanding into space. Step 3. Step 4. Profit. Izuku looked at the list dubiously. It was a flawed plan and they both obviously realized it, but it was also the closest anyone had gotten to slowing the quirk singularity. There are a few kinks that I'm still working out. Gimme a break, I'm only 15. Mei cleared her throat, looking slightly embarrassed. It's a flawed plan, but I believed that in time, those that followed after me would carry on my legacy and work. So it'd be a massive conspiracy that you couldn't hide forever. You would have gotten the whole world to use this tech and limited the growth of quirks, and by the time word got out it'd be too late. Quirks would remain stagnant and never grow stronger with the next generation. Izuku frowned. I get that this particle-based tech is relatively cost-effective and pollution-free, but I doubt you have been able to keep up the charade, especially when alternative forms of energy are discovered. There's no way people would accept making their children's quirks weaker in a society that revolves around quirks. I know, that's why I wanted to shift society's focus towards technological advancement. Technology is not a straight line, Midoriya-kun. There are many paths to the same end. Accepting one path blinds you to alternatives. I would have made our civilization revolve around particle technology. My technology. By using it, society would develop along paths that I desired. A bloodless global takeover, if you will. Conducted not through war or conflict, but rather by aid. Mei said. With this advancement in tech I plan to build space stations, then colonies in the Lagrange points for more efficient asteroid mining. We would have expanded beyond our homeworld. I plan to leave. Leave. Izuku looked shocked. To go where? Beyond. I believe that even if there were conflicts, people who didn't like each other could simply live on different planets or colonies. She looked ashamed for a moment, her gaze flicking to the ground. But I miscalculated the power of human emotions. I saw only the big picture, but the big picture was made out of lots of little pictures. The cycle of hate would have still remained, passed down from parent to child. Now I know that this was the wrong path to take. It's not enough to just understand people. You have to reach their hearts. I'm afraid I don't quite get what you're trying to say. It was you and your sister. The both of you made me think. In my desire to see the world shaped to my will, free of fanatics and extremists, I failed to realize that I had become a bit of an extremist myself. Like I said before, I hoped that the next generation would carry on my work and flawed plans, but I finally saw that I was just pushing my problems onto them, just as the previous generation did to us. Mei sighed and folded her arms. Heroes bring many problems, yes, but right now they're our stopgap solution. It's exactly like you said. We have to change. Not our predecessors, not our descendants. Us. Our actions, ideals and behaviors will be passed down to our children, then our children's children. We have to be better for their sake. Just as what the generation before us did defined the current state of the world, what we do now will determine what the world would look like for the next generation. They created heroes to combat chaos. I wanted to create a world peaceful enough to the point where we wouldn't need heroes. She clicked on another button and the screen changed to a live feed of Kiri, Mimi and Haru playing some sort of VR fantasy adventure game in the simulation room. They were smiling as they ran about, faces lit up with childish innocence. Izuku remembered what Zenkichi said to him only yesterday, about how children are the future. Your self-aware quirk brought up new horrors within me. I have no doubt that the quirk singularity would cause more people like you to show up, but I eventually realized that living quirks like Valkyrie and Dark Shadow are just another type of people, a different facet of humanity. Seeing the two of you, it gave me hope. Different groups of people must learn to live with each other in harmony, to apply their intelligence and go beyond their current state. People must change. Otherwise, even if humanity expands into space, it would only create new conflicts. Earth versus the colonies. That is something I cannot allow to happen. All I wanted was for people to change. To be better, just like you were. Mei smiled sadly and looked him right in the eye, her golden pupils reflecting his gaze. Back then that tragedy she witnessed could have been prevented if only the heroes listened to Toxic Chainsaw, to understand and empathize with him. In you and your sister I saw something different. Humanity and quirks, not wrestling for control but living in unity. Not man misusing quirk or quirk dominating man, but a true union where you both understood each other. When I discovered what she truly was, I hesitated. Eventually, I knew I had to stop. Kiri-chan is a living being who deserves the chance to live as any other. My plan to saturate the world in corrupted, quirk stagnating H particles would have destroyed the chance for more entities like her to be born, and that would have been a tragedy. I once thought that quirks brought nothing but trouble, increased aggression, mutations in humans, loss of control, but people like you with living quirks that love each other may be the next step in our evolution. Our destiny as a species. You are beautiful to me, Midoriya Izuku. A scientific impossibility that equally fascinates and frustrates me to no end. In you, I saw a future. I see, thank you. So you won't be saturating the planet and crippling the growth of quirks in future children? Izuku asked, confused. No. Mei smiled. No, I don't think I will. This quirk decaying tech could still be used in hospitals for medical purposes though. I highly doubt the general public would allow for their quirks to become weaker without a massive outcry. As for the quirk singularity, your way seems to be promising. I will be watching your career with great interest. Of course, I'll come up with my own contingency plans. I'll still be releasing the H drive to the public in maybe half a decade or so, but they'll be the newer version that won't produce the corrupted particles. My way. I don't. You can do it, she said, stopping his sentence. Didn't you say that's what the word, Deku, meant? If you wanna tell everyone that you have to back it up, you know. Mei leaned back in their shared throne, prompting him to do the same. It was really comfy. If I'd gone through with my plan I would have created unity by eliminating differences. You would have created unity despite differences. I would have ensured that humanity survived, and you would have made sure they lived. A symbol is a rally point for everyone, but what happens when that symbol falls or fails? That's chaos. Unexplored territory. People have rallied around All Might for so long that they've gotten complacent. He'll say that, I am here. And people would think, oh everything's gonna be sunshine and rainbows, All Might will handle it. When he's gone they'll run around like headless chickens until they find a new symbol. Gold met green, Mei leaning into Izuku's personal space again. A symbol isn't enough, not for the chaotic future we're facing. If you become a symbol, just like All Might you'll only be making the same mistakes. People will depend on you, to the point where they forget how to depend on themselves. Here we have the comparison. I am here. Versus, you can do it. Do you see what I'm getting at? Come on, thinking caps on. This is big brain time. Izuku's eyes widened after a few seconds of heavy thinking. Of course, this was something All Might had conveyed to him when he was in motion, but never in words. One is telling people that they can rest easy and that someone else will help, while the other inspires others to be the one to help. Izuku muttered. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Exactly. When you make it out there in the big leagues, you have to inspire them to stand on their own 2 feet instead of depending on someone to save them. Save me, versus, save yourself. To be morally strong enough to harmonize with their own overpowered quirks and use them responsibly. Inspiring others to stand up for themselves while also helping their fellow man, you can do it. A narrative for them to follow instead of a symbol. I'll help, of course. May nodded eagerly. Of all the things that I can sell, there are none more powerful or profitable than a narrative. Selectively packaged and highly potent. Controlling the information that the public receives and believes is vital to continued business. To create narrative and control public consciousness, that is the key to overcoming the quirk singularity. To show people that we're not defined by our quirks, but our choices. Do you really think I can do it? Izuku whispered. I'm just, me. Inheritor of a legendary quirk, All Might's secret apprentice, brother to the Valkyrie, and an all-around sweet guy. May teased, causing him to blush. I know you will. If you're worried, just keep in mind that the journey's more important than the destination, and I'll be there every step of the way if you need me. Really? Izuku bowed at her, not knowing how to communicate the gratitude and respect he felt. Thank you, Hatsume-san. You've shown me so much and given me perspective. That means a lot to me. No problem. Now, about that dinner I owed you. What followed was indeed a lovely evening dinner where the children were invited as well. Kiri initially stared at her borscht and poked at it curiously with her spoon, only eating it when she saw her brother do the same. Mimi got along surprisingly well with May, even earning a few headpats from the older girl. Izuku found the soup to be delicious, reminding him of childhood memories that weren't his. At least this time May had actually made the dish using her own 2 hands instead of some monstrous spider-shaped machine. When he asked her why she favored those insectoid designs, her response was that, babies with lots of legs are the cutest. He supposed it was something he would never understand. They even had a discussion about quirks and her ongoing research on them. May even theorized that quirks drew power from countless planes of other realities. Claiming that it was one of the ways the impossible energy output made sense. He quickly steered the topic away by asking her about school and thankfully she took the bait. He was worried she'd discover dimension hopping too early. Izuku learned many things about how the support course differed from the hero one when they started talking about classes. The students would be supporting each other, with the support students helping the fledgling heroes to develop new items or gear. May took the liberty of extracting his costume's current design from UA's support course database and making improvements on her portable holodeck even while they were having dinner, the two of them discussing what he would like. At first he was rather reluctant, not wanting to trouble her and wondering how he would pay for it, but May insisted on helping, out of the kindness of her heart. He figured she just liked to build things that would actually be used. There we go. I'll upload it to my fabricator and we should have it ready in a few minutes. May's fingers flew over a holographic keyboard. Sorry, but could we do the upgrades on the actual costume instead of making a new one? Izuku requested shyly. Fine, suit yourself. Sentimental, are we? My mom made it for me. That's cute. May laughed. Guess I'll have it ready by Tuesday once we get back to school. Now, was there any other gear you needed? My babies can help out in a pinch. I'll try not to rely too much on items, thank you. Something Aizawa-san said. Izuku smiled before remembering something. But there is one thing. He proceeded to explain what happened in the park with Zenkichi, how he'd momentarily lost control of himself and gave into anger. It happened when he first met Monoma too, in front of the classroom before the sports festival started. A brainwave fluctuation, that's weird. It might be a side effect of your unique quirk, well, quirks. I've been doing lots of research on personalities being affected by quirks too, so perhaps this is a chance to gather even more data. Let's see, baby 0982, come here. A box in the corner grew legs and waddled towards May. Once it was in front of her, it opened like a cabinet and multiple drawers slid out, the girl genius digging through numerous tiny inventions. No, this one's nice. May turned back to face him with a great big grin, presenting a small box atop the palm of her hand. Here, Midoriya-kun. Take this. Izuku carefully received the box and opened to find a tiny sliver ring. He could feel his siblings peering over his shoulders, letting out small, impressed murmurs. What is it? Izuku asked. It's a ring, Mei said casually. But it's also a miniature neural scanner that detects abnormal brain activity. I had to wear it for a time because I got too engrossed in my work. You see, I would forget to eat, shower, and sleep. This little baby helped to detect that I was stressed and sleep deprived. I've just made a slight adjustment to it so that it'll detect your strange brainwave fluctuations as well. It's also waterproof. Come back to me after a month or so and it'll give me a report of your neural patterns so I can figure out what's going on. Ah, Izuku said, slipping it onto his ring finger without another thought. How does it work? It's not like that thing where Zenith-san jumped into my head, right? Nah, that can't fit in there. Don't worry, Minjak tech that interacts with an individual's cognisphere is too dangerous to operate without an AI assisting. It'd scramble your brain like an egg. Brain scrambler, that's a good name for a baby. Anyways, first this inner lining here detects your body temperature and heart rate, Mei began happily. Aniki, you idiot. Mimi whispered under her breath. Don't you know the significance of rings on fingers? What's mean? Kiri asked. Never mind. I'm sure he'll figure it out soon enough. Unfortunately for Izuku, he was still listening to Mei's lengthy explanation and didn't notice what the sisters were discussing. And best of all, it'll send you a light electric shock to zap you out of whatever altered mental state you're in. Mei laughed. Nothing lethal or damaging, but it sure stings. It can even expand to fit your wrist so it'll be a wristband instead of a ring. I think I'd like to keep it as a ring. Izuku said, eyeing the simple sliver band. Smaller, less noticeable. Mimi rolled her eyes. Clearly he underestimated a girl's eye for details. The two teenagers were apparently too innocent to even consider what a ring on that finger even meant. Thank you, Hatsume-san. Izuku began helping her clean up after dinner while the children went to play around for a bit more. Is there anything I can do to repay you? You've done quite a lot for me, actually. I won't be getting any internships since I'm a support student, but thanks to our battle Hatsume Heavy Engineering's stock price is through the roof. To the moon, baby. Mei cheered. Come to me whenever you're in need of some new gear or an upgrade, this way you'll promote my brand. Quid pro quo. Fair enough. Izuku smiled, looking over to the children. Come on, girls. We've bothered Hatsume-san long enough. Wait, I've got gifts for all of you. Haru said quickly once Kiri and Mimi made their way back to Izuku. Assuming direct control. Her pink eyes glowed for a split second and a floating tray zoomed over, Haru picking up some items and presenting them to the Midoriya family. Here, Midori-ni-sama. This is for you, fresh from our fabricator. Haru gave him a nice green hoodie that was similar to the costume design he'd just finished with Mei. Thank you for saving me. Izuku was rooted to the spot even as he accepted the gift with slightly trembling hands. That was right, he had saved her back then. He smiled nervously and crouched down to match her height, giving her a pat on the shoulder. Thank you, Haru-chan. Izuku said, watching her smile back. I will wear this with honor. MMHMM. And these are for the two of you. The little girl turned to her new friends. Check it out. What is it? Mimi asked, accepting a small box. These are dolls. Kiri asked, opening the box to reveal a miniature Valkyrie, complete with her streetwear costume. Cute. They're action figures. Haru insisted. Allow me to demonstrate. See, Kung Fu grip. The toy Valkyrie's arm moved up and down smoothly in a hammer fist motion when a lever on its back was toggled. Kiri took it back and stared at the toy version of herself with much amusement. And yours has this awesome fireball launcher. See, Haru said, pressing a button on the toy Viking's back and ejecting an accessory. The plastic projectile bounced off Mimi's forehead and she continued to look unamused. Wonderful. Mimi said dryly, eventually accepting the gift. It's our new product that will be sold starting today. The money's already flowing in, muahahaha. Don't worry Midoriya-kun, I'll wire the royalties to your account since you technically own the IP rights. Mei grinned, eyes alight with glee. These toys and the upcoming merchandise I have planned are going to make lots of children really happy, and make me really rich. Well, I'm already rich but I think you could use the dough. Profit. Izuku couldn't help but let out a light-hearted laugh. Mei was eccentric as ever but she had a good heart. The two families then exchanged their goodbyes, with Izuku and Mei looking forward to their next meeting at school. Izuku left the Hatsume mansion with a heart burdened by the responsibility he was now made aware of. There was also an alarming conclusion he'd made with the new information about the Quirk singularity he'd received from both Tokoyami and Mei. The ascended, living, self-aware Quirks. Quirks becoming stronger, even influencing their users to a dangerous degree. More mutants are being born each year, corresponding with an increase of stronger and even more unstable quirks, abnormalities. It couldn't be, he didn't even want to consider the possibility, it was too radical, even absurd for one to think of. But the knowledge he had added up. The words came out in a low whisper, just barely loud enough for his sisters to hear. Quirks are becoming more human, and people are becoming less human. Izuku's gait slowed, his posture drooping slightly until both siblings sensed his feelings and held his hands. He looked down at them and sent them a small word of thanks, the worry in his heart fading slightly. Whatever the future held, everyone would face it together. He was not alone. Once Izuku and his siblings had left, Mei leaned back on her silver throne. She switched her monitor feed from the security cameras outside to a visual of the stock market, watching her company's stock rise. Mei smiled to herself until Haru suddenly climbed onto her lap. Rubbing the little girl's head, she relaxed her shoulders and sighed in content. This child was one of her babies, and she loved each and every one. Some more than others. Mei-sama, there's a lot of things you didn't tell him. Haru mumbled, rubbing her face against her sister's generous bosom. Like Feel-Good Inc.'s spy satellites and the other Zaibatsus that are definitely working with Detonate Corp. Should we at least tell him that something's fishy going on with those guys? He's got a lot on his plate already, and even if we did, they haven't done anything illegal that we know of, yet. For now we wait and continue with our own operations. Mei said, the newly repaired robot Falcon Laserbeak gliding into the room and landing on the back of her throne. Other than that, I can't wait to see what new developments our little green friend will cause. Laserbeak leaned downward and opened his mouth, presenting a single strand of curly green hair. Mei smiled and encased it in a glass tube, eyeing the DNA sample curiously. It would be insurance just in case anything happened, but for now she would keep it in her high-security vault. A brave new world awaits. Mei whispered. But I always have a contingency plan. Machinery clicked and whirled, the underground base alive with technology decades ahead of what everyone else was working on. The queen leaned back in her iron throne, a drink already in her hand as she continued planning for the future. It was time to go back to school. Izuku dragged his feet, looking a little more tired than he usually was. The train ride to school was much different than it usually was. People recognized him from the sports festival and crowded him to give words of encouragement and even requests for autographs. It was both embarrassing and exhausting, especially when he hadn't received that much attention from strangers before. He slogged through the morning, settling down at his desk after greeting his friends and classmates. There was some hurried whispering among the girls, but Izuku didn't seem to notice, more focused on wondering what they'd be learning today. That's a cool ring, Midoriya-kun. A voice behind him said. Is there a fashion trend I'm missing out on? Izuku turned to see Shiro peeking at his hand in mild curiosity, genuine interest on his face. Oh, Shiro-kun. This isn't actually a decorative thing. It's a device that helps me with my quirk. Ah, so it's a support item. Kirishima said from beside him, jumping into the conversation. What does it do? Well, I've discovered that I have trouble controlling my quirk sometimes, or rather, it's starting to affect my mind a little. Izuku said. This device shocks me whenever I'm being influenced by my quirk too much and snaps me out of it. You electrocute yourself in order to keep your quirk in check. Shiro winced. Ouch, dude. Hope you don't have to do it often. To go that far to make yourself a better hero. Kirishima made a fist and nodded with respect. That's so manly. Naturally, the teenage boys were more focused on cool stuff rather than realizing what a ring on his finger might have looked like and meant. There was a bit more chatter between them until Todoroki entered the classroom, his mismatched eyes meeting Izuku's for a second before continuing to walk towards his assigned seat. Izuku gulped and decided to be friendly for once. Good morning, Todoroki-kun. Morning. Todoroki replied quietly as he passed, suddenly stopping in his tracks. I never got to thank you, did I? You're welcome. Izuku stammered. Todoroki turned to look at him, that expression only a degree warmer than what he usually wore. Izuku sensed he'd changed somehow, just a tiny bit. It was a start. The rest of the class continued to discuss the results of the sports festival and their newfound fame until the front door rattled open. All right everyone, settle down. Aizawa slid into the room like a wraith, silent and swift. Today we'll be. Class 1A held their breath, wondering what crazy shenanigans their homeroom teacher had planned for them. Formulating your code names. Your hero names. The room proceeded to explode into cheers, the excited teens practically jumping at the chance to finally do something hero-like. Aizawa cut them down with a single glare, silencing the entire class in the span of a split second before he began speaking again. As I was saying, this activity is related to the draft nominations by pros I mentioned the other day. The nominations will truly start mattering only after you've gained some experience while your abilities are judged in your later years. In other words, the nominations you're getting this year are more akin to expressions of interest in your future potential. Aizawa explained. It's not rare that interest dries up by graduation or is simply unilaterally dropped. Now, the tally of nominations is as follows. Typically the results are more balanced, but this year all the attention is leaned towards two of you in particular. The blackboard lit up with a bar chart when Aizawa waved his hand, displaying Class 1A's nominations. As expected, Tokoyami got the most since he won the sports festival, with Todoroki following in a close second. Both of them had roughly over 4,000 nominations while the rest of the class had much lower numbers. Just as expected, Todoroki-san. Momo said nervously to the classmate next to her. A lot of that's just gotta be because of my dad. Todoroki replied. Ochako seemed thrilled at the 100 nominations that had been sent her way, a small squeak of excitement escaping her lips. Izuku looked at his own tally and found that he'd received around 200. He felt as excited as she looked. People actually wanted him. This was new. Based on this, regardless of whether or not you have received any nominations, Aizawa said. I'll be having all of you to go get some so-called workplace experience. Unfortunately, the whole lot of you have experienced the world of pros during USJ, and I think experiencing the activities of pros firsthand will prove to be more fruitful training than before. That's why you will need hero names. Placeholder names are fine too, but they're not what you're looking for, is it? Midnight interrupted, sashaying into the room like a runway model. The names you pick will become what the world will see you as. In many cases, they stay that way after becoming pros. Midnight Sensei. The class cheered. She's right. I'll be having her evaluate your naming sense, since I definitely can't. Aizawa yawned, shuffling over to make space for his colleague. The way your futures end up will approach the image projected by the names you choose. To quote a phrase, names and natures often agree. For example, All Might. After 15 minutes of discussion and self-reflection, it was time. The students began presenting their names, starting from Aoyama's odd, I Cannot Stop Twinkling, to Mina's nostalgic, Alien Queen. The mood soon changed when Tsuyu presented her cute yet friendly hero name. Froppy. Kirishima chose Red Riot, naming himself after the legendary hero, Crimson Riot. Siro chose Cellophane, while Momo chose Kriti. Ochako chose the lovely Uravati to be her hero name. Todoroki simply listed his first name, Shoto. Iida did the same, picking the name Tenya, and sending Izuku a reassuring smile when he looked over. Hero names could be changed later in life, so Izuku supposed he had a good hero names were approved by midnight one by one, most of them being wonderful titles that held great promise and potential. King Explosion Murder. Absolutely not. Most of them. Then it was Tokoyami's turn to get up on the podium. The bird-headed boy flipped his handheld board to the class, presenting the hero name he'd chosen. Tsukuyomi. Tokoyami said flatly, more like a declaration of himself than a title he'd picked. Izuku was no stranger to the name. Tsukuyomi, god of the moon and estranged husband of the sun goddess Amaterasu. Lord of night and order. Tokoyami looked straight at Izuku as he said it, even while Midnight nodded in approval. What will you be? His eyes said. Soon Izuku found himself walking up to the podium and past Tokoyami as they crossed paths. Dark Shadow's words still echoed in his mind. We are kin. Truth be told, Izuku has been considering a similar name during those 15 minutes of thinking. A hero name would represent what he wanted to be. The name, Odin, was a whisper in his mind. He had thought about it, wondering if that was the path he wanted to walk before deciding, no. Despite it being a good name with an underlying relation to his siblings, names of Valkyrie and Viking, he didn't feel that it was right. He wasn't a particularly religious person either. He didn't want to be a god. Izuku wanted to be someone who told others to never give up and save them when they were at their lowest points and darkest hours. To tell them the words, you can do it. His vision fizzled in and out of reality, words that he'd never heard before echoing in his head. A memory, Kiri's. He was recalling a phrase that someone said to her a long, long time ago. God doesn't make the world this way. We do. Izuku continued to walk forward. I pray to no one. He stepped up to the podium, his green eyes meeting Tokoyami's curious gaze. Nor will I be prayed to. Deku. Izuku said calmly, flipping the handheld board to show the class. This is the name I have chosen. Are you sure about that, Midoriya-kun? Ojiro asked, concerned. Yeah, up until now I didn't like this name at all. Izuku closed his eyes. But a certain somebody changed the meaning of the word for me and blew my world wide open. I was so happy. He opened his eyes, meeting Ochako's warm smile with one of his own. This will be my hero name. Tokoyami nodded with a quiet respect when Midnight approved the name. Nobody noticed the venomous red glare that was directed at Izuku by his once childhood friend, the rest of the class too busy deciding who they wanted to work with during the one-week work study. The battle hero gunhead. Izuku looked up in surprise when he heard Ochako's decision. Ah, that's a hardened battle group he's running. You're picking that one, Uraraka-san. Yep. They nominated me. Ochako puffed out and did a little shadow boxing. The match with Kodai-san really opened my eyes to how many more possibilities there'd be if I was stronger. I want to learn how to engage in close combat. Don't get me wrong, I still wanna be a rescue hero like 13, but if I stick to my comfort zone, my options will be limited. That's an impressive mindset. To get out of your comfort zone, huh, Izuku muttered. What about you, Iida-kun? Me. I'm heading over to Hosu City to work alongside my brother. Iida smiled. Your big bro. Oh, he's the turbo hero Ingenium, isn't he? That's right. To tell you the truth, Iida lowered his voice and looked around before leaning closer to his friends. There's a reason that I chose my hero name to be Tenya. Oh ho. Let's hear it. Ochako said, curious. My brother's going international soon, and he plans on passing the Ingenium name to me while he goes on to join the Peacekeepers. Iida said, causing them to gasp. He wants to pick a new hero name so the title of Ingenium will remain as a Japanese badge of honor. The Peacekeepers. That's amazing. Izuku whispered, eyes lighting up. It's a true honor to even get an invite to join their ranks. I'm sure your brother feels you're worthy. That may be so, but I don't see it that way. Until I've proven that I'm worthy enough to hold that honorable name, I shall remain as Tenya. Iida stated, straightening. I'll earn that title with my actions, not my blood relation. Izuku smiled along with Ochako, and the three friends continued to discuss their internships. He actually hadn't picked who he wanted to go with yet, planning to ask his wise mentor on what he should do. Time passed and classes soon ended with nothing exciting happening for the rest of the day. Just as Izuku slid the classroom door open, a yellow and white blur screeched to a halt in front of him. I am here, in an uncharacteristic pose. All Might boomed, bowing mid-skid when he forcibly halted his momentum. Young Midoriya, come here for a sec. A nomination came in for you. They continued down the hallways, Izuku following the giant man with a confused look. This would be a good time to tell him now. Sensei. About one for all. Oh, don't worry about that. The person who nominated you already knows about it. All Might coughed, misunderstanding his statement. His name is Gran Torino. Izuku searched his memory and drew a blank. Seeing his perplexed expression, All Might decided to continue his impromptu history lesson. He's taught at UA before, but only for 1 year. That man was my homeroom teacher. All Might's teacher. Izuku gasped, distracted from what he wanted to say before. Someone who taught you, wants to teach me. Wow. That's right. Gran Torino was a good friend of my predecessor, Shimura Nana. He retired so long ago that I can't actually remember how long it's been, All Might frowned. Did he nominate you because he felt that my guidance was lacking? To the point where he took up his old hero name. Anyways, while it's still my duty to train you, you should go learn what you can from him since you were nominated. Yes, sensei. Izuku nodded, wondering why All Might seemed a little worried about this Gran Torino person. One more thing before you go. Your costume, it just got back from being repaired. Ah, that's great. But actually, sensei, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. What might that be, young Midoriya? I'm always here to help. Well, about one for all, everyone who's ever held this quirk is still alive inside me. Izuku said in a small voice. There were a few moments of silence until All Might patted him on the shoulder with a proud smile. Of course, young Midoriya. As long as we remember the fallen and the sacrifices they've made, their memories will never die. A part of them lives on inside us. And no, that's not what I meant. Izuku shook his head. I mean, like, literally alive inside me. You mean one for all's crystallization of power. Yes, this power is passed down from one person to another, getting stronger with each iteration. Izuku tried to explain, but the world flashed before him. Another memory interrupting him again. A city was burning around him in purple flames, someone pushing him away from the inferno. Master. Toshinori's voice called out desperately, his hand reaching out for her. Shimura Nana. She was there, all alone against the darkness. Before her stood a jungle of tangled flesh and bone, and standing atop its peak was a man in a crisp suit. Black lightning crackled and cut through the air like hundreds of pitch-black serpents. Nana pointed at him, at Toshinori Yagi. All Might. Her gloved hands made a fist, and she smiled before facing her doom. All for One's voice was poison in his ears. Thank you for such wonderful comedy. The memory ended and Izuku was back in the hallway with All Might, a painful sting resonating on his ring finger from Hatsume's device. It had pulled him out from the memory. Izuku's hand quickly shot up to his face to cover his nose. Young Midoriya. Are you alright? Izuku considered his options. What good would it do if he told All Might now? Closure, perhaps. But somehow he felt that Nana should be the one to tell him herself. He deserved that much. In the end, Izuku decided to arrange a meeting between master and student. I'm fine, sensei. Izuku nodded, making sure his nose wasn't bleeding when he smiled. Just fine. So you got a nomination from Edgeshot. That's wonderful, Kodai-san. Kendo said cheerfully, genuinely happy for her friend. You're going to work with one of the top 10 heroes, damn, girl. Yui replied calmly. Reiko hummed to herself, spinning a pen carelessly atop her palm while overhearing the rest of the class, chatter and gossip. Recent developments had caused her to write so many more reports, it was annoying. Some good old-fashioned fieldwork would be nice. What about you, Reiko-san? Who'd you pick? Kendo smiled, and Reiko knew she was just trying to be friendly. I chose to work with Uwabami. Me. Reiko leaned back in her chair with her usual tired look. I picked Sorostratus. That's the cloud-jumping rescue hero, right? Heard she works in Tokyo, in that city next to Hosu. Komori-chan's headed over there too. What's the city called again? Core something. Reiko smiled to herself, overcome with nostalgia and homesickness for a moment. Korusan. The days went by while Izuku waited for Nana and by extension the others to recover from their battle with Zabanya. In the meantime he inspected his new suit, did more training with both sisters, and continued studying. Before he knew it, the weekend arrived and Izuku made his way to Gran Torino's residence. It was far from what he'd expected. Apparently Gran Torino lived in a crumbling, dilapidated building that saw better days. The paint was practically non-existent, cracks snaked across the walls. Izuku double-checked the address, then triple-checked. Yep, this was the place. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the front door. Gran Torino-san. I'm Midoriya Izuku from UA. Izuku trailed off when the door creaked open with its rusty hinges. His mind immediately spun into action, noticing the dimly lit interior. Did someone break in? No sign of forced entry, doorknob unscratched. Loose lock. No. Deliberately left open. Invited. A horrifying sight met his eyes when he looked deeper into the building. There was a small figure lying in a pool of red, a long length of raw flesh unspooled from beneath him. Izuku immediately rushed forward to stop the bleeding until he smelled it. It wasn't even blood. It was ketchup. The length of flesh was just some uncooked sausages linked together. Whu Toshinori. The little old man groaned, sitting up with Izuku's assistance. Pardon the intrusion. I'm Midoriya Izuku from UA, and Toshinori, help me. Gran Torino said blankly. I've fallen, and I can't get up. I'm too weak. Izuku sighed. This was going to be a long week, wasn't it? He proceeded to help Gran Torino up and started cleaning the floor without another word, making sure the ketchup didn't stain. Luckily the sausages could still be salvaged. He also made sure to wipe the sauce off Gran Torino's costume. Gran Torino-san. Izuku asked after finishing up. My name's Midoriya Izuku. Toshinori. The old man grinned at him dumbly. So good to see you again. I'm not Toshinori-san, sir. Izuku said, thinking for a bit. Here, just wait a moment while I make something for you. May I use your kitchen? Sure. How'd you know I was hungry? Apparently you're hungry enough to believe I would fall for that little trick of yours. Izuku could feel the man's eyes boring into the back of his head while he continued to prepare lunch for him. It was how he was ready when it happened. There was a whoosh of air exploding from behind him, Izuku tilting his head to the side just in time to avoid a yellow boot. He countered with a backfist that swung wide, Gran Torino slipping under it with another gust of wind from his feet. An aerokinetic quirk, Izuku realized. Gran Torino was a pinball that bounced off every surface he touched with ludicrous speeds, Izuku joining in a moment later. The two of them were a blur of yellow and green as they thundered across the room, the old hero several degrees faster than Izuku. Good. Show me what you've got, boy. The sound came from above him and Izuku barely had time to do a mid-air pivot, shifting his weight to face upwards. Gran Torino was already responding by doing something that resembled an aircraft's aileron roll, the tip of his boot catching Izuku in the side and forcing him into an uncontrollable spin. Gran Torino was behind him in an instant, his axe kick slicing downwards. Izuku whirled around, catching the attack with his forearm and grabbed the man's ankle, causing a stalemate. Wind and lightning radiated, the two locked in combat. Not bad, kid, you're sharper than you look. Gran Torino's eyes glinted while he hovered in the air, no longer possessing that fake senile stare. But in this aerial position I still have the upper hand. Guess again. Izuku said quietly. Gran Torino looked down and grinned when he saw it. Izuku's inverted free hand was primed with Delaware Smash, his middle finger already cocked back like the hammer of a revolver. The boy's gaze scanned the room, noting how some of the floor tiles were cracked from his opponent's movement alone. Their eyes met again, each waiting to see what the other would do first. Then an awful burnt smell reached Izuku's nose and he immediately let go, eyes widening in horror. Gran Torino simply watched with confusion as Izuku rushed over to the kitchen stove in a panic, letting out a groan at what he saw. "Oh, it's all burnt," he said, dejected. "I'm so sorry, sir." The old man began to laugh, Izuku blinking in stunned silence. Gran Torino's laughter eventually faded into small chuckles as he settled down, grabbing his old walking stick off the floor and hobbling towards Izuku. "You are a strange one." Gran Torino peeked over at the ruined sausages in his pan. "Who are you again, boy? Say it with confidence." "I'm Midoriya Izuku, sir." Izuku said it as best as he could. "All Might's apprentice." You could use a little work." Gran Torino nodded sagely. "Then again, nobody's perfect. Come on, kid. Let's see what Toshinori has been teaching you." "Why yes, sir." Izuku smiled, glad that the man accepted him. "And stop with the, sir, I hate it when people call me that. Makes me feel old." "Yes, sensei." Chapter 17 and 1566 Chapter 18, Kindness of Strangers. Hello there, dear reader. This is an interlude that I wanted to be short but it somehow became a full chapter. It takes place between the cafe scene of the previous chapter and some time before Gran Torino's introduction. I hope you enjoy it. Chapter 18. Kiri tried to listen to all that exposition while her brother discussed things with Tokoyami and Monoma in the cafe. She really did. Unfortunately, Tokoyami lost her somewhere between the lines of next stage of human evolution and nefarious rumors when he was talking about the Ascended. It was boring. She was never a good listener and frankly didn't really care that others like her existed. She considered the possibility before, but all that meant was that there were stronger opponents out there. At least Mimi was paying attention. Naoto was eating and so was Dark Shadow, so she had nobody to play with. Kiri leaned against her brother sleepily, daydreaming about random things. She really liked her life now. Before she actually met Izuku, she mostly went to Kazuho's house when she was bored and off duty. Even a being like her needed some rest and relaxation from time to time. Speaking of the other vigilante, she began to think of all the adventures they'd been through together. There was this one time at the harbor, then that other time at the airport. But the most challenging one had to be that one rescue mission. Like a videotape in reverse, Kiri began to replay the memories in her head out of sheer boredom. 1 year before meeting Izuku. The night was freezing cold. Kiri didn't know how exactly her invulnerability worked, only that it was some sort of field that protected her from harm. Right now she was pretty glad that it was insulating her from the icy night wind, keeping her relatively warm. The girl standing next to her on their shared rooftop wasn't so lucky, letting out a sneeze as they waited for the rest of their team to assemble. Haneyama Kazuho, also known as the vigilante Popstep, looked miserable even when her boyfriend draped his jacket over her. It was far too big for her thin frame, drooping off her like she was wearing a giant curtain. "Here," Koichi said, handing her his thermos. "Coffee." "Thanks," Kazuho sniffed, taking a small sip. She turned to Kiri. "Want some?" Kiri shook her head, knowing the other girl needed it more. She simply stood still and tried to get her fill of emotions, but nearly everyone was asleep at this hour. 2 a.m. in the morning, with another hour to go before they started the mission. It was the latest she stayed up till so far. Closing her eyes and extending her senses revealed that the Yakuza mansion a few blocks away was still bustling with activity in certain areas. Guards working the night shift, perhaps. "How's it looking, Stendhal-san?" Koichi asked. "Business as usual, from the looks of it. Most of the yaks are still lazing about like the bums they are, but some are patrolling the perimeter. A shift change takes place every 15 minutes. A black-suited ninja crouching by the edge of the roof replied, a pair of binoculars pressed against the smooth faceplate of his mask. "Amateurs. Want some food? It's a stakeout after all. It'll slow you down," Stendhal said tersely, not taking his eyes off the building. "It's just a granola bar. Give it to Valkyrie, she seems hungry." Kiri blinked, having been caught staring at the snack Koichi was waving at Stendhal. She accepted it gratefully, munching down on the newfound treat. Half of it was already gone when a new presence entered her range, a shadowy figure landing behind them a moment later. This new individual was clad in dark browns and had a tan poncho covering his torso, a weathered cowboy hat perched atop his head. His mask consisted of a simple blood-red cloth that hid his face, a pair of dark goggles hiding his eyes. Every step he took caused a light tinkling to echo through the air when the spurs on his cowboy boots jingled and jangled. Kiri thought the man looked like he'd walked out of a spaghetti western. Shin-san. Good to see you. Koichi greeted him with a quick nod while Kazuho sneezed again. Same to you, Crawler. Miss Pop. Shin returned the greeting and turned to Kiri, tipping his hat at her. Miss Valkyrie. Kiri waved in response. She really liked that hat. Maybe she should get one too. Stendhal. Shin said, voice tight. Mr. Gold. Stendhal replied coldly. The tension in the air was palpable, the two men clearly not liking each other at all. Cowboy and Ninja glared at each other silently, no other words exchanged between the two. Kiri continued eating her granola bar, finding their conflict slightly amusing. Dinner and a show, how wonderful. She wondered who would win if the two fought, gun versus sword. It was like that action movie she watched just the other day. Take it easy guys, we're still having a stakeout right now. There's still some time before we start. Koichi smiled nervously, trying his best to calm them down. Speaking of stakeouts, did I ever tell you this one time where my old master did one for 8 hours with a bunch of cops? There was this one guy whose nickname was Canteen, and it was because his bladder was probably the size of a canteen. The guy didn't need any breaks. Both men snapped their glares to him, redirecting their wrath. Reet, shutting up now. Thankfully he was spared when their portable radio crackled to life, a small voice on the other end speaking up. Comm check 1. Everyone there. The voice squeaked. La Brava standing by, over. We hear you loud and see clear. Kazuho answered, sniffling. Still awaiting the extra muscle. Gah, if only my gentle wasn't too sick to join in. La Brava exclaimed. Stuff happens. We needed another heavy hitter anyway. Koichi's glance flickered over to Kiri for a moment. How's he doing? My darling is recovering nicely, thank you for asking. Oh, my gentle's the sweetest guy ever even when he's all feverish, La Brava swooned, forcing everyone to listen to her declaration of love. A quiet whooshing interrupted her words, the group looking up to find what appeared to be a rocket hovering above them. Kiri narrowed her eyes. What kind of rocket made that little noise? What in tarnation? Shin grumbled, staring at the descending light. It wasn't a rocket at all but some sort of power armor, no, a robot. Kiri extended her senses and found nothing within the bulky human-shaped behemoth. It was at least 2 meters tall and a girl wearing a white, frilly dress was clinging onto its back. Stendhal gripped his katana's handle and Shin reached for the big iron on his hip while the pair landed. Now that the dust settled, Kiri could get a better look at the newcomers. The robot was headless, its torso ending in a red siren similar to the ones found on ambulances. 2 smaller sirens were atop its large shoulders and Kiri was glad they were off. The last thing they needed was that thing revealing their location. Oddly enough, it was dressed in some sort of tailcoat, 2 cuts of long cloth trailing from its back. The girl that accompanied the warbot was something Kiri found rather interesting. Her lacy one-piece dress was under a military-style chest rig laced with pouches, even Kiri could tell that it was old or refurbished. An angular helmet with AT visor covered her head, a waterfall of light blonde hair spilling out when she removed it. A young woman in her early to mid-20s glanced at them calmly, her pale green eyes scanning the group until they landed on one of them in particular. Himawari Koichi, aka the Crawler. She asked curtly. Ah. Koichi blinked. That would be me. Kiri sensed his confusion spike when the newcomer strode up to him and shook his hand firmly. There was also a sharp sting of jealousy from Kazuho. This new girl was her boyfriend's age and kind of pretty too. Those nice green eyes reminded Kiri of her brother. Miura Yumiko, Legion 500 1st Special Division. You can call me Payback. The merc said in a slightly pompous tone, throwing a thumb over her shoulder. And this is my personal assistant bot, Red Alert. Wee woo. The large robot said, in an oddly small voice. Apparently, it made that noise instead of talking. A magical girl, Kiri realized with interest. This was the first time she'd seen one in person, but she'd heard tales of their formidable prowess from other sources. Kiri examined her closely. Those heels and white stockings looked really cute, but she wasn't sure how combat effective they'd be. Personal assistant bot my ass. Shin snorted. That thing's a warbot, highly illegal and outlawed by nearly every country on the planet after the Solar Wars. A close combat model from the looks of it. Your contact said you needed another heavy hitter, here we are. Payback replied. Fair enough. Shin eyed her warily. What can you do? I'm peak human with a little speedster on the side. The faster I go, the stronger I get. That's all you need to know, she said. You hired someone from the Legion. Stendhal hissed at the radio, which replied with a quiet, eep. Bounty hunters. We don't need their scum. Don't worry Akaguro-san, I've read your file, so much black ink. We're not going to have a problem here unless you point that dumb thing at one of our girls again. Payback turned to him, folding her arms. Imperator Shylock sends her regards. Likewise. Stendhal replied through grit teeth. And my sword isn't dumb. It is a tool of justice. I wasn't aware that the feds had a file on him. Koichi said carefully. They don't. Payback smiled. Koichi took that as a cue to not pry too much. Wow, Kazuho stared up at the motionless warbot. Where'd you get it? My fiancé is a tinker. The blonde shrugged. At the mention of a partner Kazuho seemed to feel relief, Kiri not understanding the sudden surge of emotion. Ah, I see. But, is it really alright to reveal both your name and personal information? Kazuho said nervously. Seems awful trusting of you. I've read all your files, including yours Hanyama-san. Don't worry about me, I'm not from around here. Payback said nonchalantly. But enough about me, Labrava has already sent me the plans. For a bunch of nobodies, you guys did pretty good. Thanks. Koichi said. They soon settled down and went over the plan once more. The job was simple. Break into the Yakuza mansion and rescue the source of their newest quirk-altering drug research, a young girl named Eri. The monsters were harvesting that poor girl for the materials they needed, something Shin discovered from a contact within the Public Safety Commission, Zenkichi. With the commission tied down with red tape and needless bureaucracy, it was up to them to save Eri before she got tortured even further. Their plan was basically a snatch and grab operation. Get in, get the girl, get out, all in the shortest time possible. Labrava had included her own objective of crippling the last remnants of the Yakuza, the Shihasaikai, by draining their accounts as well. She and her partner Gentle were supposed to be part of the B team in this operation, but the poor man fell sick, so they had to look for extra muscle as replacements. Luckily the hacker was still able to work remotely. The main problem was the current boss of the Shihasaikai. Chisaki Kai, also known as Overhaul. There wasn't much information about his quirk other than how he'd claimed its name as his own and that it was some sort of shaping ability, able to disassemble and reassemble anything he touched. Some espionage and information gathering conducted by both Stendhal and Shin revealed that his quirk was much more versatile and dangerous than originally rated. The latter once saw him kill and revive someone instantly multiple times at an underground fight club. Kiri observed patiently while they continued their discussion. Stendhal would sneak in and insert what Labrava called the ice pick. A hacking tool that would allow her to shut down any defenses in place while simultaneously draining the Shihasaikai's bank accounts. Valkyrie and now Red Alert would be the gatecrashers after the ice pick was in position, essentially acting as huge distractions and bunker busters to open a path. Koichi, Kazuho, Shin, and Yumiko would rush in, locate Eri while destroying their research on her, and they would leave together. They originally wanted to pick a day where Overhaul was out of town, but unfortunately the man never seemed to leave the mansion. In the end, it would have to be a blitz. Everything would have to be done fast lest they be swarmed and overwhelmed. Even with Valkyrie present, there was no guarantee that they would get everyone out alive. It was basically a suicide mission. All to save one little girl. They spent the remaining time thinking over the plan and studying the underground complex's blueprints. At exactly 3 a.m., their mission began. Everyone was equipped with tiny ear communicators and synchronized watches, waiting for Stendhal's signal while he infiltrated the compound. Kiri glanced over the equipment they'd given her, feeling a little strange. Usually she had nothing on her person, but this time they even provided a backpack large enough to carry Eri within just in case things got too hot. On the bright side, it also served as a loot carrier in case she found anything interesting in the Yakuza hideout. She patiently waited with the rest. Kiri had a strict no-kill policy, but Koichi promised that the others would follow it. If she saw Stendhal slit anyone's throat on his way in, she'd react accordingly by taking him down later, like a hero would. Perhaps she watched too many action movies about ninjas. I'm in the main security room. Stendhal reported in a whisper. Icepick is in place. Roger that. Just gimme a second. Bingo, I'm in. Looping security cam footage and shutting off the silent alarm. I've found their accounts and ledgers. There's enough evidence here to send a whole lot of them to prison. Wait, there's a few offshore ones too. Labrava's hands could be heard flying over the keyboard. I've also located Eri. She's in the deepest part of the facility, in the southwestern holding room facing the center just as expected. She'll probably be moved when the gatecrash starts if we don't get there fast enough. No sign of Overhaul so far. His lieutenant's chronostasis is in one of the underground labs. I'm locking him in as soon as we start. Doing the same to most of the others who are sleeping too, so hopefully it'll take some time before they get out. They listened intently, preparing themselves. This wouldn't be easy. Alright, structural weakness is exactly the same as we discussed. Valkyrie, you and Red Alert need to go through that one particular spot in order to make this work. Nobody's patrolling that area right now, so there won't be any casualties when you guys bust in. Green light. Green light to engage. Kiri nodded and stood up, walking over to Red Alert. Climbing atop his back, she placed her hands and feet onto the same handholds that Payback held earlier when she was using him as transport. The warbot took to the air with a quiet hum, ascending higher and higher until they were directly over the Yakuza mansion. Shin's voice crackled in her ear after she gave him 2 mic clicks to indicate that they were in position. Y'all ready? Here I go. 6 distinct cracks filled the air, a sextet of golden lines cutting through the night sky. Kiri extended her force field around her new robot buddy just as she felt the Quirk-enhanced bullets hit her right in the back, doing no damage to her but granting her an immediate downward burst of speed when she angled herself correctly. Red Alert activated his thrusters at full power and the pair raced downwards like a falling meteor. They hit the mansion with a cataclysmic explosion of noise and sound. The two of them were a bunker buster, punching straight through the roof, several floors of the mansion, and right into the heart of the underground hideout with a series of thunderous crashes. Kiri and Red Alert were already emerging from the deep crater they'd made when they began hearing confused, panicked shouts from above. Most of the Yakuza were awake by now, but their alarms hadn't gone off thanks to Labrava's interference. A moment later Kazuho, Koichi, Shin, and Yumiko landed beside them. Mission start. Red team, towards Eri. Blue team, destroy whatever research they've done on her. Koichi announced. They moved, making every second count. Koichi, Kazuho, and Kiri raced down the hallways in one direction towards Eri. Yumiko, Red, and Shin went the other way towards the labs. Stendhal was causing chaos in the upper levels of the mansion against his usual modus operandi. Gentle would have been up there with him if not for his sudden illness. A slight setback, but they were confident he could handle the hordes of Yakuza grunts headed his way. It took a minute or two for the criminals to finally realize that they were under attack. With Stendhal handling the small fry above, Red team encountered no resistance so far, no human resistance, that is. The walls began to close in without warning, melting like clay and warping in eerie, unnatural ways. This was definitely the quirk of the one they called Mimic, but the strength and range of it was far beyond what they originally anticipated. Trigger. Kazuho grimaced at her own mention of the quirk-boosting drug. Of course. Kiri looked around, searching for a target. Where was their opponent? She found him after a few seconds, sensing pure rage emanating from the ceiling. The floor beneath her cracked when she leapt up high, her fingers raking through concrete and grabbing the villain. Wah! With a flick of her hand she tore him out of his hiding place and flung him into the ground, stomping on the man's throat and causing the back of his head to hit the ground when she landed. It was enough to take him out but not enough to permanently damage, just how she liked it. Red team continued to run through the maze of corridors until they reached Eri's room, a reinforced steel door between them and their objective. La Brava, we've reached the door of Eri's room. Open it up. Koichi said into the mic. I can't open it from here, it's separated from the main security system. Pop, you need to do that thing I taught you. Alright. Pop knelt down next to the door panel, examining the fingerprint scanner and keypad. With Koichi's help she got rid of the plastic cover and exposed the wiring within, her fingers fumbling with a multi-tool to bridge 2 wires and turn an open circuit into a closed one. Is it red, blue, green? Or red, green, red? She asked herself, continuing to hotwire the door controls. We're about 15 seconds behind schedule. Koichi said, guarding the corridor. Working on it, there. A loud clack signaled that she'd bypassed the lock, the heavy door sliding open only to reveal a second door behind it. This one looked like something from a bank vault, sealed with an analog manual combination lock instead of a digital one. Eri was definitely their number one asset if they had to resort to something like this. Crap, I'll need to listen in for the correct. Kiri marched up to the vault door and began ripping it off its hinges before Kazuho could finish her sentence. Or you could do that. Kiri's glowing green eyes must have looked terrifying because a high-pitched scream echoed from a corner of the dimly lit room, Eri trying to hide from whatever was happening by cowering behind a small mountain of plush toys. Koichi and Kazuho breached the room a second later, the former holding up a hand to placate the frightened child. Shish, it's okay. We're here to save you, Eri-chan. He called out. Eri peeked out from behind a stuffed teddy bear, eyes wide as she scanned the strangers. Her voice was tiny and fragile, shaking limbs reaching out at him with a mix of hope and desperation. Teary red eyes stared at the bunny-like ears of Koichi's All Might hoodie. All Might, she whispered in a shaky voice. Not exactly, dear. A hand was extended towards her. Come on, let's get you out of here. A few long seconds passed until Eri finally took his hand, Koichi scooping her up into a warm hug to carry her. Kazuho radioed in for a report. La Brava, we've secured the objective. Blue team, what's your status? La Brava here, acknowledged. I'm doing my best to disrupt their comms. This is Blue team. Shin's gruff voice crackled in their ears. Primary target destroyed, moving on to secondary targets. Encountering heavy resistance. The earth rumbled, small puffs of gray dust drifting off the ceiling illuminated by flickering lights. Overhaul. Kazuho asked worriedly and Eri flinched at the name. Negative, no sign of him in the eastern wing. He's probably headed your way, so it's best you fellas giddy up out of there. We're handling the small fry down here. Roger that. Stendhal. Koichi said. Ground levels secure for the most part. I'm heading down to assist, there's more on the upper basement levels. I'll stop them. Red team began running through the maze-like corridors. Their second obstacle appeared out of nowhere when a dull yellow energy field manifested in front of them, two masked Yakuza members rounding the corner at the same time. Kiri remembered reading their files, but not their names, a barrier quirk and some type of close combat quirk. Both were wearing bird-like plague doctor masks, meaning that they were part of Overhaul's Elite 8 bullets. Haha, I knew they'd be here. Let me at him, Tengai. The big one roared, his mask invoking the image of a killer whale. Patience, Rappa, the smaller man hissed and turned to them. Who sent you, invaders? You'll pay for this. Eri curled up in Koichi's arms, terrified. Kiri wasted no time and advanced forward. A barrier, not just any barrier. A psychic barrier. She wondered if. Valkyrie. Not even you can, Tengai sneered at her. She didn't let him finish. Kiri's fingers landed on the surface of the barrier and found tension. It was like she was trying to pull apart wet clay. They were on different wavelengths, but it was close enough. Her nails began digging into his force field and she started peeling it open, her stronger barrier overpowering his through sheer force. Impossible. Get her, Rappa. The man screamed, backing away. Kiri had just finished sticking her face through the barrier when Rappa's fists careened towards her. She met his fist with her own at the last second, resulting in a satisfying crack that echoed from his hand. Tengai began screaming even more as she ripped through to step into his barrier and started exchanging blows with the brawler known as Rappa, their punches a flurry of black and white streaks. A thin beam of repulsive energy lanced through the hole she'd made, striking Tengai in the throat and causing him to gasp. With the lapse in concentration his barrier fell, Kazuho bouncing off a wall for a vicious drop kick that connected with the thin man's face. He was thrown backwards and crashed to the ground, rendering him unconscious. Despite his partner being taken out, Rappa seemed to be having the time of his life. Kiri could feel it. His excitement, the pure adrenaline high and joy when he fought, he was enjoying this. How curious. Ooh yeah, that's the stuff. Come on and show me what else you've got, girly. His fists were a pair of machine guns, raining down blow after blow upon Kiri's form in a relentless cadence. She returned the favor but he was faster than her, his quirk must had something to do with his arms. The heavy impacts were wearing down her invulnerability a little, but it was nothing she couldn't handle. Dodging low, she sent a sharp jab into his diaphragm that made him double over for a second. He was notably slower then, visibly winded and having breathing difficulties. It wasn't easy to land punches when one's breathing wasn't working right, allowing her to catch his next straight and toss him over her shoulder and into the ground with a judo throw. Koichi handed Eri to Kazuho and began assisting Kiri. A pair of glowing discs formed on his palms, sending twin beams of repulsive force into Rappa. The attack was powerful enough to stagger him even if he instantly found his footing again. The young man didn't let up, an extendable electric baton appearing in his hand and snapping into Rappa's cheek. 2 against 1. Ha! Rappa laughed, his next punch missing and splitting the earth beneath them. You hero folks sure play dirty, don't cha? We're not heroes. Koichi replied, dodging while his baton shot upward into the other man's jaw with a crackle of electricity. He followed it up with another energy blast that hit Rappa square in the face, the large man reeling backward. Now. Kiri shoulder charged the gangster through a wall. Then another. And another. Finally, she flung him through 2 more before skidding to a halt, eyeing her opponent's downed form. Koichi tugged on her wrist, urging her to go until. That's all you got. Rappa rose from the rubble, one arm twisted in an awkward angle. He wrenched the joint back into place with a wet pop. Come on, gimme more. I can take it. Initiate lockdown of sectors B5 to 15 to B5 to 55. Kazuho said to La Brava. Wah, don't you dare. Rappa howled and surged forward, only for layer upon layer of heavy metal barriers to slam down and block his path. Kiri could feel his frustration and hear his fists pounding on the barricades when the man was locked behind a series of rooms, not able to finish their fight. Kazuho returned Koichi's amazed look with a roll of her eyes. Unlike you, I actually memorized the floor plan. Let's get a move on. They were on the run again. The goal was to rendezvous with Stendhal near the southern labs on a floor above, then make their way towards the breach and exfiltrate the mansion with Blue Team. It was a plan that was made as simple as possible by trimming the fat, but nothing was ever simple when it came to a live operation. There were always new problems and snags one had to look out for. Such as Overhaul himself appearing right in front of them when the ceiling exploded in a plume of dust and debris. Chisaki Kai, Overhaul, stood in their path like an avatar of death. Kiri felt him before she saw him, his black fury like a coiled snake that struck out at everything around him. He'd tunneled downward from above with his quirk, and Kiri had just managed to stop the group before he turned her friends and Eri into mincemeat. I thought it'd be heroes, but what do I find? Overhaul snarled, fingers flexing. A bunch of nameless rats. I'm surprised you made it so far, but now. He pointed straight at Eri, causing the little girl to tremble like a newborn baby. I'll have you return Eri to me. Eri began to cry, sobbing into Kazuho's shoulder. The pink-haired girl grit her teeth, arms tightening around Eri in a protective hug. Over my dead body, you creep. So be it, Overhaul said. His palm skimmed across the wall and a wave of spikes exploded towards them, jagged spears of stone and fiberglass intending to skewer both Red Team and Eri. Kiri stepped forward and into the path of his attack, the spikes shattering upon contact with her body. She took a moment to soak up Eri's fear and began walking toward Overhaul, much to his annoyance. You. He wrenched at the wall again and curling snakes of rebar exploded from the concrete, coiling around her arms and legs. Kiri continued walking and tore them out of the ground with her stride, unimpeded by any obstacle in her path. Overhaul started getting worried. Kiri started getting hungry. Yakuza scum. Shin ground his heel against one of the fallen members of the 8 Bullets, the elite squad of the Shihasaikai. Loud crashes and explosions told him that the magical girl and her robots started destroying more data servers and laboratories and were facing off against more opponents deeper inside the complex. He'd offer to help them, but he knew his mission and role. Guard the entrance. That was what he would do. So far he'd already taken out 2 groups of pawns, with the 3 gangsters at his feet being their commanders. Looking down, Shin felt his revulsion giving way to fury, feeling no remorse or pity for the gangsters before him. The 3 attackers had put up a decent fight but stood no chance. Trash that banded together always relied on strength in numbers, something he knew from experience. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? One of the gangsters shrieked while Shin cuffed his hands with a cable tie. You and your friends are dead, you hear me? Dead. You talk too much, Shin said, bringing down the butt of his revolver on the man's jaw. Hearing teeth crack was always so satisfying, especially when the sound came from criminals. A growl resounded from behind him, Shin turning about to see another gangster, the one with the crystal quirk, regaining consciousness. Either payback hadn't hit him hard enough or he was just that tough, it was probably the latter. Let go of my friends. The crystal man roared, jagged lengths of shiny minerals coating his form when he charged. Tabe. Setsuno. Hojo, don't. Shin's revolver slipped leather like lightning. 2 booming reports echoed through the room and Hojo faceplanted with a howl of pain, a pair of bullets punching through that crystalline armor and shattering both kneecaps. Shin's only response was to reload the 2 rounds he spent. Right now he was staying put and guarding their exit route out of the data center rooms. The last thing he wanted was for his teammates to get surrounded by more pawns. By the sound of it, they were facing some resistance. You maniac. You'll pay for this, asshole. We'll find you and your family and Setsuno screamed, struggling on the floor. Ain't got no family. Do you ever shut up? Gangster trash like you always go on, Shin grunted tiredly. That's right, we're trash. We've thrown it all away. Our lives, everything. When I jumped off a ledge and a hero caught me, that was nothing but despair. He continued screaming in his whiny, annoying voice. None of us can find any reason to live anymore. But you wouldn't understand, would you? We may be trash, but we've got hardened bonds that tie us together. Hojo coughed, dragging himself along the ground and leaving a crimson trail behind him. Shin thought he looked like a huge, crystalline slug. There are those of us who are unable to conform to society and were discarded. There are those who have been betrayed by their lovers and incurred great debts, left for dead at the bottom of a glass, and there are those who are used like tools by money mongers. And when they realize the resulting jewels are worthless fakes. Shin had tuned him out long ago, barely even listening. Inspecting the last gangster, he hummed to himself. This one could still be redeemed, his mind having been overwhelmed by his own quirk. What was his name? Tabe. He'd put a good word out for him. The other two, however, too far gone. They had sowed the wind. Now they would reap the whirlwind. We don't care about the consequences of what's ahead. Overhaul saved us. So what if we're just used and thrown away? For him, the man who gave trash like us something to live for, we'll kill anyone who stands in his way. A hero like you would never understand. Hojo snarled, reinforcing his legs with long shards of crystal that spiked into the ground. I ain't no hero. Here's a newsflash, partner. All those backstories you told me. Shin looked him right in the eye, making sure the other man heard him loud and clear. I don't give a damn. He pistol whipped Hojo across the face, causing him to collapse into a broken heap. Setsuno screamed and struggled desperately, trying to find a weapon or anything to cut himself free. Shin knelt and injected a sedative into Tabe, knowing it would keep him sedated for the next 12 hours. You heartless piece of shit. Setsuno raged. Me, heartless. You've got some nerve, boy. Weren't you just threatening to hurt my non-existent family? Shin kicked him in the stomach, hearing loud crashing, thumping, and the sound of a wailing siren as Payback and Red Alert continued wreaking havoc on the Shi-Hasaikai's secondary data center and the small army of pawns guarding it. Yakuza scum like you don't deserve an ounce of sympathy or mercy. You come to me with this sob story of what? You being cheated by your lover, being saved when you tried to jump to your death, incurring a debt and becoming an alcoholic. You think that gives you an excuse to hurt innocent people. So what if you're outcasts and dropouts of society? You think that justifies terrorizing others? You. Shin kicked him again, causing him to wheeze in pain. Acting all high and mighty just because something bad happened to you. You sicken me. Get over yourself, you coward. You inflict suffering upon people who have no relation to your own suffering, and you don't care about anyone other than yourself. Even your supposed camaraderie with your buddies is built upon lies and pain, finding worth in being gangsters. You're the worst kind of scum that our country has to offer next to traitors. Shin continued, the irritation apparent in his voice. Yakuza trash like you must be exterminated and destroyed. You know what you yaks do. Arms and drug smuggling. Extortion. Organ harvesting. Human trafficking. Forced prostitution. The Yakuza had teams of slavers going about collecting women and children after disasters and during the Dark Age. They even had the audacity to mask it as supporting the affected zones, trying to make it look like they were doing a good deed to civilians when it's the exact opposite. You'll never have my mercy, because any mercy towards the Yakuza means injustice for their victims, for every soul they've tormented and every life they've ruined. If it were up to me, I'd put a bullet in each and every one of your corrupted little heads. For now, I'll be satisfied to have pieces of garbage like you locked up and never see the light of day ever again. It was at this point that Setsuno realized that whoever had attacked them weren't heroes at all. Shifty eyes grew wide in fear, staring up at the empty gaze of those dark goggles. Who are you? I am the law. Shin knocked him out with a punch to the jaw, making sure the gangster was unconscious this time. Just as he stood, three bangs echoed from behind him, a trio of impacts slamming into his back and knocking him over. Gunshots. His attacker fired 2 more times, each bullet hitting center mass and knocking the air out of him. He'd been too focused on his ranting and hadn't noticed the new enemy's presence under all the noise his teammates were making. He cursed himself for making such an amateur mistake. An armored plate under your clothes. TCH. Who sent you? A voice behind him said. Shin hissed in pain as he got up shakily. His old body rose stubbornly, still reeling from being shot. Despite that, he was surprised when he actually answered the question. I came of my own accord to help rescue an innocent girl. Shin grunted, biting down on his traitorous tongue at the end of the sentence. This must be Nemoto Shin, the Yakuza member with the quirk to force his victim to answer truthfully to any question he asked. Nemoto was dressed in a black cape and plague mask, a bowler hat on his head while he wore the ugliest sneakers in the world. Shin found it disgusting that he shared a first name with such a fashion disaster. Of course you did. Who are you? Nemoto demanded. Shin, he said his own name before forcefully stopping himself from answering with sheer willpower. His quirk snarled and pushed back against Nemoto's. So we share the same name, Nemoto growled, aiming his semi-auto pistol dead center. I'll ask again, so tell me your full name. Who are you? Shin's vision burned with the power of his quirk, his left eye an immolating coal that glared at Nemoto through tinted goggles. Golden gun. The second the words left his mouth, the weapon lit up with brilliant flames, wreathing the metal with cleansing light. At the very same moment, Red Alert smashed through the wall behind them, crashing his metal fists into the giant Yakuza member known as Katsukame Rikia. The robot's sirens were all active and flashing about as they rotated in their translucent casings, splashing red light across the room and sending a horrible wail echoing into everyone's ears. Wee woo wee woo. What the goddamn? Rikia howled, a few heads taller than his robotic attacker. Get this shit off me. Wee. Red Alert drove a brutal uppercut into his opponent's gut, his left arm coming down with a follow-up hammer fist that split the air with a meaty thwack. Woo. The distraction was enough for Golden Gun to shoot first. His signature weapon barked once and a lance of golden light shattered Nemoto's pistol to detonate all remaining rounds in the magazine, breaking the gangster's hand with a small explosion in the process. The Yakuza screamed and it was music to Shin's ears. A thin, lanky man scuttled across the ceiling like a cockroach while all this was happening, intent on escaping from something that was chasing him. Payback erupted from the hole in the wall her robot buddy had made earlier, her speeding form a bluish-white blur. Shin supposed the running man was another of the 8 bullets, Sakari Diodoro. The report he'd read listed the man as having some sort of quirk that made people drunk depending on how drunk he was. How was Payback still up and about like she was perfectly fine? Get away. He snarled, tossing a pair of knives. The magical girl caught them and flung one right back. Ah, so perhaps that was how she got her name. Diodoro yelped and fell from the ceiling when his own blade struck him in the shoulder. A non-lethal wound, but it was still nasty. Oi, lass, you doing all right? Shin called out while he slugged Nemoto across the face. Got ambushed and the big guy surprised me with his absorbing quirk, but I'm okay, stimmed myself. She yelled back. Behind you. I. Golden Gun said, his elbow wheeling about to crumple Nemoto's mask while Payback's knee rocketed into Diodoro's gut. Diodoro, Nemoto. Chronostasis said angrily while he flung a nearby door open, a swarm of his arrow-shaped hair flaring out from beneath his hood and shooting towards them. You bastards. Payback bobbed and weaved between the temporal spears, closing the distance in the span of half a second. Her 3 jabs landed within the blink of an eye before he could retract his hair tentacles, Chronostasis wheezing in pain. She finished him with a quick hook to the jaw that snapped his head to the side. You've gotta move faster than that, son. Payback said cheerfully, and Shin could practically hear the condescending smirk under her helmet. Speed is life. Diodoro pulled out the blade from his shoulder and lunged at Golden Gun with a bestial warcry. Nemoto was still kicking and refused to be left empty-handed, clutching a broken nose under his mask. You. Who are you, girl? He demanded at Payback. She started speaking but immediately muted her helmet's mic, causing the Yakuza to let out a scream of frustration. He pulled a knife and rushed at her only to be disarmed and grappled in his carelessness, the magical girl breaking his ankle when she kicked in just the right spot. Nemoto went down soon after when she backhanded him across the face, leaving him racked in pain on the cold floor. Wee woo, Red Alert continued bashing Rikia's face in, unaffected by his life force absorbing quirk as a robot. They struggled in the rubble, wailing on each other wildly while sirens blared. Nice work, lass. Objective complete. Shin coughed, holding the unconscious form of Diodoro by the collar. Yep, and just in case, she fished out a clacker detonator from one of her pouches and firmly pressed down on it with a trio of audible clicks. Multiple explosions surged through the rooms behind them and incinerated what remained of the data centers. Thermobaric charges, daisy-chained. I planted them in all the remaining labs I could find as well, so all their research on trigger and area are well and truly gone. Old school. Shin tried not to smile under his mask. La Brava. Initiating shutdown of sectors B5 to 170 to B5 to 320 to contain the fire so nobody dies. I'm all done here. Red team might need your help though. Overhaul screaming echoed through the facility. A second later the Yakuza leader tunneled through the ground near them in an explosion of concrete, his voice escaping in a furious scream of rage. Nemoto, Rikia. With me. Overhaul thundered, his hand slamming onto the ground and spawning a carpet of spears. Boss. Nemoto started limping towards his master. Oh no you don't. Here, hold this for me. Payback threw her remaining knives with a casual flick. The blades sank into Nemoto's good leg and he squealed like a stuck pig. Golden Gun followed up by kicking him in the back of the head to knock him out, shooting down the spikes that tried to snatch him away. Rikia, however, wasn't so lucky. The spear's overhaul created turned into hooks that lodged themselves into the giant man's flesh, yanking him away from his brawl with Red Alert. Overhaul forcibly dragged his ally with him into the breach while he ascended atop a pillar reassembled with his quirk, heading for the surface. Following them was Valkyrie, in hot pursuit and clawing her way up the pillar like a huntsman spider. I guess that's our cue to regroup. Payback shrugged. This is Blue Team, Overhaul and Ricky are heading topside. Valkyrie's chasing him. Red Team here, he's after us and Eri. Kazuho's voice echoed over the comms. We're going up the entry shaft and could use a little backup. Hang tight lass, we're on our way. Golden Gun started making his way up with Payback in red alert, climbing atop the massive robot's body to use him as transport. This is Stendhal. The ninja's voice was a drawn blade over the radio. Moving into engage. Overhaul was not having a good day. Everything had gone straight to hell before he could rally his troops or respond to everything happening. Nemoto was defeated, while Chrono and Mimic had stopped responding. His 8 bullets, the elites, they had been routed and eliminated with haunting precision and efficiency. To make things worse, they'd gotten their hands on Eri. These invaders weren't even heroes. Valkyrie was here, and that meant vigilantes. No-name nothings that somehow infiltrated their home and stole their future. He had fought Valkyrie earlier, but she advanced through every attack he sent her way without a scratch. That girl was an impervious juggernaut even to the power of his quirk. The urban legends were true. When he closed in and tried to reduce her into a puddle of flesh, his quirk had flowed off her and warped the surroundings instead. All he did was ruin the walls and gave Valkyrie the opportunity to break both his arms, a mistake that he wasn't going to make again. That allowed the Cretans holding Eri to get away while he was distracted. Now he decided to focus on Eri and the cockroach that was holding her. Looking down, it had seemed that he'd lost his pursuer for now. Valkyrie exploded from an adjacent wall with a cold, empty stare, her knife hand already sweeping towards him in a wide crescent arc. Missouri Smash. Overhaul deconstructed a portion of the pillar he and Rikia were on, forming a barrier of stone to stop Valkyrie's attack. Her hand sheared through his brittle defense and sent fragmented shards of stone everywhere, a few slicing his cheek and forehead open with shallow cuts. With a scream of rage he lashed out again, 8 columns of rock coiling around Valkyrie and stopping her for a second. In that single second she was preoccupied, he continued heading upward through the hole the invaders had made when they first entered the building. A young man and woman glared down at him defiantly, his prize in their grasp while they climbed up the breach. The very sight of such insolence enraged him. He was Yakuza. These losers shouldn't even have dared to cross someone like him. 2 of them rocketed up the breach Valkyrie created earlier, dodging his stone spears like a pair of dragonflies. Overhaul wouldn't allow it, he wouldn't be defeated by a bunch of upstart nobodies. Stendhal descended like a bird of prey, diving down the breach while his allies ascended. Overhaul barely had time to register that a dark shape had flashed down his side when his throat opened in a fountain of red, suddenly finding himself unable to breathe. The ninja used his added velocity to make a slash so quick that it had been nigh invisible. Overhaul choked on his own blood for a few seconds, panicking until he applied his quirk. Flesh knit back together and the Yakuza gasped for air. Stendhal snarled, grabbing an outstretched length of rebar and releasing all his downward momentum in an acrobatic spin. Blue team grabbed him on their way up, Valkyrie just ahead of them as she continued to pursue. No! Overhaul howled, eyes alight with anger when he refocused on Eri. Give her back. Boss. What are you? Rikia didn't even have time to scream when he exploded into a bloody mist, his body mixing with Overhaul's when the Yakuza leader forcibly fused them together into a gargantuan mass of mottled flesh. The vigilantes looked on in shock, both at his cruelty and the power of his quirk. Oh man, that's just messed up. Koichi said, holding Eri tighter with one arm as they flew up. His other arm aimed down at the monster and unleashed a barrage of rapid-fire energy blasts that did nothing but infuriate his opponent even further. You will not take her from me. Overhaul roared. It was 3:42 a.m. in the morning when the neighborhood exploded. Frightened civilians watched from their windows as what could only be described as a monster clawed its way out of the local mansion, howling and screaming like a beast of myth. Koichi, Eri, and Kazuho landed in the middle of the wide street, the adults breathing heavily as they struggled to regain their bearings. Overhaul was now a true monster both inside and out. Eri. If the booming and crashing hadn't woken up everyone within 5 blocks, Overhaul's voice certainly had. Is this what you wanted, Eri? They will die because of you. You ruin everything you touch. Eri began sobbing harder into Koichi's shoulder, prompting the young man to hug her even tighter. Kazuho tried to comfort her but it wasn't working, the small child shaking badly in their arms. I'm sorry, please, please don't. Why you have to let me go, or he'll, Eri whimpered, her eyes red and teary. He'll kill you. Remember what you are, Eri. You ungrateful little wretch. I'm the only one who can fix things when you mess up. I own you. Overhaul raged, his human torso emerging from the gaping maw of the bird-like flesh monster that was crawling out of the ground. You awful, accursed child. Something in Eri broke. Her horn flared with a bright yellow glow and both people holding her gasped in alarm. Kiri landed right behind them and immediately grabbed their shoulders, her invulnerability shielding them from whatever Eri was doing. The pair watched in stunned confusion, then realization when the little girl's power flowed off them and into the surrounding area. Near-dead flowers revived and bloomed, only to shrink into buds and sink back into the dirt. A nearby patch of grass turned a bright green before returning to the soil, and a large stag beetle that had been minding its own business reverted back into a fat, wriggling larva before vanishing into thin air. This is a quirk that can rewind things, Kazuho whispered, figuring it out. The power to rewind organic material. Thanks, Valkyrie-san, Koichi said quickly, continuing to hug Eri while shielded from her power. Eri-chan, calm down. We're here. Everything's going to be okay. I'm going to kill them all and make you watch when I peel the flesh from their bones, Eri. Overhaul roared, now fully emerged from the depths. Then I'm going to kill you again and again for being such a naughty girl. I can do whatever I want to you, and you know why. Because you are my property. You belong to me. Concrete tentacles with cruel, spiked tips erupted from beneath the monster's enormous hands, Kiri preparing to tank it. She didn't expect them to be sheared into pieces by a shotgun blast of repulsive force, stopping the attack. Koichi's hand was outstretched and the signature disc-shaped energy of slide and glide was glowing atop his palm. Shut up. Eri's not a tool for you to use, nor is she your property. She's a human being. His voice was filled with a righteous anger when he glared up at the Yakuza boss. And we won't let you hurt her anymore. Overhaul snarled. That's right, partner. 6 golden shots delivered their message and punched through Overhaul's monstrous arms, golden gun landing next to them while his poncho fluttered in the night wind. The barrel of his namesake weapon was pointed squarely at the monster's chest. Overhaul howled in pain, trying to fix himself only to suddenly slow down greatly when Stendhal appeared high above. The ninja licked his blade, drawing the katana back while he dived down like a bird of prey. 2 of Overhaul's massive lower arms were cleanly separated from that large body. He shouldn't have been able to move but somehow disassembled his upper half in a burst of red, screaming to high heaven as he healed himself. Red Alert crashed into Overhaul's back, grappling the Goliath's neck and pushing his snake-like head into the asphalt and prying a massive jaw open to expose the Yakuza leader within. Payback was on Overhaul's real body in an instant, drawing a knife from a sheath on her vest. Kiri covered Eri's eyes just in time. Heart. Lungs. The magical girl hissed, stabbing into Overhaul's chest twice in quick succession. Her blade flashed across his neck and into his back, throat, spine. Overhaul screamed. Everything around him exploded when he started reforming himself, Payback leaping backward to avoid being shredded. Red Alert wasn't so lucky and lost his right arm, the mechanical limb exploding into thousands of metal splinters and sparking circuitry. I knew it. He can't even be considered human anymore. His biology's been altered by his quirk. Payback huffed, annoyed. I'm willing to bet his nervous system's affected too. So that's why my quirk isn't working properly on him. Stendhal said before raising his katana into a guard position again. Couldn't you have gone for the head? It'll cost you extra. I was just aiming to stun, thought you guys didn't want to kill him. We don't. If we kill, then we'll be just like him. Koichi said quickly. Again with that trope, Golden Gun grumbled. Kiri was tending to Eri, wiping away the poor girl's tears. She gently pressed her forehead against hers to absorb her terror, and Eri's quirk finally stopped. It ran wild because she had been so afraid, but now there was a glimmer of hope. Eri looked up at her, voice trembling when she dared to ask a question. Are you an angel? Kiri nodded, immediately turning back to face Overhaul when he screamed again. The vigilantes stood as one, united against their common foe. Kazuho saw the light of camera flashes from nearby apartments, her expression twisting in alarm. La Brava! She cried. Police are on their way, and so are the heroes. My web trawlers are catching and disrupting any livestreams or uploaded videos, keywords monster, Yakuza, vigilante, etc. Go get him. Kiri nodded. They had to finish this before the heroes and cops arrived, or else the battle would get even bigger and endanger everyone who lived in the area. They had to settle this here and now. This is the first time I've been pushed this far, none of you are getting out of here alive, you hear me? I'll tear you all apart, atom by atom. None of you understand the value of Ares' power. Overhaul's voice rattled when he drew breath. That girl's quirk is cursed. Pop, hold her. Koichi whispered. Gladly. Hold on tight, dear. Kazuho whispered, hugging a trembling Eri. We're here to help. She leapt up into the air with her, away from the monster. The rest of the team readied themselves for a fight. I alone was able to extract her power and bring it to its peak. To be able to rewind the human body, to before the mutation happened. The power to extinguish one's quirk factor, returning them to normalcy. Overhaul's hands were back to normal, latching onto nearby buildings. The power to destroy this world built upon quirks, the power to change society as we know it, that is Eri. With her, the Yakuza will rise again. Matter warped at Overhaul's touch. Concrete spears the size of tree trunks hurtled towards them, everyone but Valkyrie dodging out of the way. You don't know Eri's value. Punks like you can't exploit an asset like her. He shrieked. A blade of stone grazed Crawler, a thin line of red appearing across his bare chest when his hoodie was sliced open. Payback was caught by a wild strike of one of the tentacles and cratered into the road, only to climb out with her visor broken, blood trailing down her neck from within. Golden Gun was forcing the monster back, but the frequency of his powerful shots were lessening, he was getting tired. Stendhal leapt from one tentacle to another, slashing and cutting at every opportunity. Kiri's fists parted stone and metal like butter. While she tanked Overhaul's attack, the others moved in, gun and blades flashing in the dead of night. None of them could touch him for long without risking being blown to pieces, each blow having to be fast and precise. Stendhal's katana carved deep trenches into his flesh. Payback's fists were cannonballs that impacted with thunderous booms. Golden Gun's shots met their mark and pierced flesh and bone. Koichi's blasts chipped at his defenses. Overhaul shielded his real body all the while, constantly disassembling and reassembling whenever he took serious damage. Concrete and asphalt turned to spears and hammers under his quirk, the villain utilizing the environment itself as a weapon. The situation was even more complicated since they weren't willing to kill him. Stendhal could cut off his head, Payback could punch a hole through it, Golden Gun could blast his brains out, and Valkyrie could straight up tear it off. But heroes don't do that sort of thing. Even if they did, it would have to be instant or Overhaul would just heal himself again and again. Come back to me, Eri. You cursed, useless maggot. You are unwanted, unloved. Don't listen to him, Eri. Koichi cried, making sure she heard him. You have the right to live like any normal child. Your quirk isn't a curse, it's a part of you. Everyone is here to save you. You're not unwanted at all. Tears formed at the corner of Eri's eyes, flowing down her cheeks. No one had ever helped her before. All of you know nothing. What I'm trying to destroy is this world, the very structure that makes it so. Overhaul trashed about, a bloody whirlwind of flesh and dust that deflected their attacks. Every last one of you is missing the big picture. Like I said to your underling. Shin said, raising his golden gun. You talk too much. A supercharged shot in the shape of a soaring hawk hit Overhaul dead center, leaving a gaping hole in the midsection of his lower monstrous half. He was forced to reform himself, but the moment he did, Valkyrie appeared high above him, her arms Xing together in preparation for a super move. Carolina SMAAAASSSSHHH. She hit him and Overhaul crashed into the ground with an impact that shook the neighborhood like an earthquake, shattering the road's foundations and scattering shards of broken asphalt everywhere. Stendhal, Payback, Koichi and Red Alert landed after her, the entire group of them stabbing, pummeling, blasting, and kicking the man while he was temporarily stunned. Yakuza scumbag. Child-abusing piece of trash. Eat this, you villain. Wee woo. Kiri continued to think. It wasn't enough. Their opponent kept healing himself no matter how hard they hit him, resetting his body and erasing every grievous wound they inflicted on him so far. None of them, not even her, were enough to deal a strong enough blow to knock him out in one shot. The heroes and police were almost here, and it'd be a disaster when they arrived. Everyone was only surviving since they were fast or durable enough, but she doubted the cops would be the same. Lives would be needlessly lost if they engaged with Overhaul. He was too big to take down in his monster form. Even if everyone seemed to be ganging up on him, it didn't seem to be working. A flare of emotion caught her attention. Eri was beginning to activate her quirk again out of desperation and confusion, Kiri instantly shooting to her feet and jumping towards the rooftop the little girl and Kazuho were on. She shielded the older girl just as Rewind started to flare while looking her right in the eye, tilting her head towards the battle below. A lone finger pointed at Eri, then at Overhaul. Kazuho's eyes widened with understanding, but she nodded uncertainly. Kiri turned to Eri, cupping her face and asking a question with her gaze. Do you trust me? The wordless question somehow got across to the little girl and she nodded. Kazuho stroked her head lovingly, holding her tight. It's okay. Let's all go together. Kazuho said. Guys, hit him with everything you've got. They complied, doubling down while Overhaul rampaged about unsteadily. The team were actually doing a pretty good job of keeping him contained while sustaining minimal damages. As far as they could tell, he only managed to touch the surrounding houses once, primarily battling near the empty street. Kiri knew from experience that the local heroes usually didn't care about collateral damage as long as no one got hurt. Speaking of collateral damage, a gas pipeline below Overhaul detonated when Shin shot it, wreathing the entire area in flames and setting him alight. He screamed while they backed off, turning the rubble around him into sand and dust to extinguish the wildfire, presenting the perfect opportunity. Kiri moved in with Kazuho and Eri in her grip, the latter's quirk flaring outward in a corona of yellow light that rewound whatever organic material it touched. She held them tight and nuzzled against the little girl, reassuring her that it was going to be alright. Everyone else backed away from Overhaul while he was blinded in his own dust cloud, and Eri's quirk finally reached him. Overhaul realized what was happening only moments after it hit. He started deconstructing his fused body again and looked like a whirlwind of meat and blood, sending him into a frenzy of pain. From the sounds he was making, it must have been quite an experience. Kazuho hugged Eri and shielded her from the chaos while Kiri ripped every single emotion she felt out of Overhaul. It stunned him long enough for there to be a lapse in his disassembly, and that was all Rewind needed to overcome Overhaul. No, no, he howled, his flesh writhing and flexing like candle wax in an inferno, rewinding faster than he could overhaul himself. No. The three of them stood there, ironically healing the man in a way. Kiri waited for the correct moment to strike, carefully watching the twitching mass. When Rikia finally separated from Overhaul, she grabbed the large man and tossed his unconscious body out of range. She gently nuzzled Eri again, this time calming her and causing her quirk's devastating effect to stop. Now that Kazuho was safe, she could let go of them. The Yakuza boss was surprisingly durable, already getting up despite the ordeal. He overhauled himself again and flung his hands downwards when he saw Valkyrie sprinting at him, but it was too late. Her kick met his temple with a loud crack, snapping the man's head sideways. Kiri's hands wrapped around his neck and lifted him up into the air so that not even his feet could touch the ground. She floated an inch off the asphalt, and when Overhaul tried to shred her to pieces with his quirk, it flowed around her, unable to go anywhere. Kiri began to squeeze. Her fingers tightened around his throat, strangling him while they hung in the air. It was a bit of a disturbing sight, so she hoped Eri wasn't watching. A quick look back revealed that the little girl had fallen unconscious. Perhaps that was for the best. The rest of the vigilante squad landed and observed what was happening, Stendhal and Payback closing in to aid her until Koichi quickly pulled him back. Wait. His quirk's effect is surrounding her right now. Koichi said. When she fought him earlier, it flowed off her and into the ground, now it doesn't have anywhere to go since she's floating. If you touch her, you'll get overhauled before she can put her field around you. What should we do, then? Payback asked, sheathing her knife. Easy, lass. Shin holstered his gun. We wait. Overhaul was choking, desperately clawing at Kiri's face, but to no avail. Her blank stare met his bloodshot eyes, and the Yakuza knew fear. There was no way he was breaking free, not when her hands could crush stone and twist steel with ease. She let him hang in her grip, his legs jerking and kicking at her occasionally until it was done. The battle ended with the anticlimactic scene of Overhaul going limp, legs dangling and twitching. She let him down after a few seconds and checked his pulse. He was still alive but unconscious. Good. Heroes don't kill, after all. A moment later, she wondered what to do with the quirk effect flowing through her before deciding to touch a wall of the Yakuza mansion. The effect was instantaneous. Apparently Overhaul had been trying his best to reduce her into dust, because the moment her hand made contact with the wall, the building started to disintegrate, much of it collapsing into nothingness. Luckily only the front face of the mansion was affected, the effect quickly withering away before it could touch any of the downed crooks. The last hideout of the Yakuza was now well and truly ruined beyond recognition. Just to make sure, Stendhal made a small cut on an unconscious Overhaul's arm, his mask flipping upwards for him to lick the bloodied blade a second later. There we go. All of you, freeze. Hands in the air. Someone shouted from behind them. A clearly rookie hero was facing the group, one hand raised in warning. Kiri looked around, seeing that some parts of the street were still on fire. So were a few trees. Overall, this wasn't a very good look for them. You're all under arrest. Come quietly and face justice. The overconfident hero cried, his arm outstretched and aimed at them. He was so young, looking like a sidekick that had just been promoted. Tired fingers drifted towards a heavy revolver. Red Alert made a fist with his remaining arm. Wee woo. Wee woo. Wee woo. The massive robot's sirens began blaring. Son, I wouldn't be so hasty if I were you. Golden Gun said slowly. Hold your horses, Cowboy and Tin Man. I'll handle this. Ah, crap. Koichi said when Stendhal started walking forward. Kid. The vigilante began, a menacing aura permeating the air. You don't know a thing about justice. The first thing you did was try to arrest us. Why didn't you check on the surrounding civilians to see if they were okay? The sharp statement caused the young hero to hesitate for a moment until the wailing sirens of police cars and fire engines caused him to refocus. Payback pulled out 2 canisters from her pouches in that split second of indecision, pulling the pins. Time to leave, she said, casually tossing the pair of smoke grenades onto the ground. A cloud of gray smoke exploded from the canisters, leaving the young hero coughing and wheezing. When he reopened his eyes, they were gone without a trace. Police cruisers rolled in soon after, and the first thing they found was the unconscious form of Yakuza boss Chisaki Kai, also known as Overhaul. Easy with that needle. Eri awoke to strange noises coming from behind a door. At first she thought it had been a dream, but looking around revealed that she was somewhere else. This wasn't her bed. It was a nice, warm futon with a fluffy pillow, and the clinking of metal on glass could be heard from outside. The little crept towards the door and peeked through the gap, frightened at what she might find. People always used her. She feared that she would find herself in another lab, surrounded by knives and needles again. Her teary red eyes instead saw the group that had saved her before sitting at a dinner table, in the middle of patching themselves up after the fight with Overhaul. Ow! Koichi groaned, gritting his teeth while Kazuho continued to stitch his wound. Ouch! Sorry, she said hastily. Just hold still. Don't be such a baby. 'Tis but a scratch, Yumiko said, her cracked helmet placed on the table. She was holding a bloody piece of gauze to a deep cut on her temple and bandaging one of her arms. Everyone looked terrible, most of them covered in a myriad of burns, bruises and cuts. Even Kiri's immaculate hair was a little messy from the battle, the girl combing out fragments of stone and metal with her fingers. I'm gonna need a new katana. Stendhal inspected his frayed, jagged blade. Or maybe I'll keep it like this. Kiri sat quietly at the dinner table while everyone else was licking their wounds, pretty satisfied that everyone had made it out relatively okay and that Eri was now safe and sound. Red Alert sat next to her, the rickety wooden chair somehow supporting his huge metal frame. The robot looked like he was staring at his arm stump sadly, so she drew a smiley face into the soot and dust covering his chest plate. Wee woo, the robot said. Kiri patted his shoulder in response, bringing out a sandwich from her backpack and biting into it. The pack contained some stuff she'd liberated from the Yakuza mansion, her spoils of war. Searching through it, she handed Labrava a smartphone she'd looted off the barrier-making Yakuza, earning a surprised nod in response. Hey, where did you get that? Koichi blinked, noticing what she was eating. Wait a minute. Did you raid the Yakuza's fridge? Kiri said nothing but started chewing noticeably faster. Overall, I think we can consider this as a mission accomplished. Labrava said cheerfully. Great work, guys. Easy for you to say, you're not the one who got shot. Shin grunted, wincing when Labrava dabbed at his back with an alcohol swab. How's it looking back there? You're lucky the armor stopped all of them except some shrapnel. Labrava huffed. Golden Gun will live another day to ride off into the sunset. She tossed the ceramic Kevlar plate onto the table, showing how it had been cracked by the impact of multiple bullets. Shin grumbled, looking over his duster coat and frowning at the bullet holes in it. He turned a bit, and Eri gasped. The man's bare, muscled back was pitted with old scars and wounds, now with a few new additions from the battle earlier. He still kept his mask and hat on despite being shirtless. That's not entirely true, Shin said. The truth is, my power's been dwindling over the years. After Overhaul was defeated, I finally felt it go out like a candle. Starting tonight, I'm no longer Golden Gun. The rest of the table turned to him in stunned silence, and Eri felt herself tear up. In the end, Koichi was the one to speak up, his tone cautious. You lost your quirk? He asked hesitantly. But, despite what Overhaul said, their research on Eri wasn't completed. They couldn't have made the dequirking serum yet. No, this is an unrelated case. Perhaps it's better that I show you. Shin demonstrated by picking up an apple and pulling out a small knife from his boot, throwing the two objects into the air. His quirk activated and the knife curved to hit the apple mid-air while they were falling, but no longer did his projectiles possess the trademarked golden glow they were known for. That glow would have augmented the speed and power of anything he wished by leagues, but now, he was just left with the homing effect. It was almost like his quirk had been weakened. Your quirk devolved, Kazuho said, distraught. Oh, Shin-san. Heard it happens to some people with age, but this is the first time I've seen it with my own two eyes. Stendhal frowned underneath his mask, still hiding his face. Don't worry about it, felt it weakening for years. At least I was able to use the last of it to save one last life. Shin admitted, quartering the apple into slices. I was getting old anyways, so maybe it's time I retired from the vigilante lifestyle. But, your quirk, Koichi said, aghast. Shin, I'm so sorry. Quirks ain't everything, son. We live in a society that's so focused on quirks to the point where we aren't focusing enough on people. It's why them Yakuzas did those things to an innocent kid. Quirks are a part of you and can be a blessing or a curse, but never let them define who you are. Shin nodded. That goes for you too, Eri-chan. Eri flinched when the group turned towards her, peeking through the door, surprised to see that she was already up. The little girl somehow found the courage to open the door and walk towards them, Kazuho already pulling up a chair between her and Shin so that she could have a seat among them. Eri began, choking on the words. Tears started to flow freely down her face. Thank you, everyone. She looked around the table, vision blurred. Everything that she'd been through, everything, it was over. She didn't think this day would come, a day where she'd no longer be hurt by overhaul again and again. These people had risked their lives to save her, and now for the first time in years, she was free. Thank you for saving me. She sobbed with gratitude, large tears continuing to roll down her cheeks. Her crying stopped when she felt something on the top of her head, the small girl opening her eyes to see that Shin had given her his hat in an effort to cheer her up. It worked somewhat. He then gifted her one of the apple slices he cut up earlier, Eri sniffling as she bit down into the new snack. I assume we're going to lay low for now. Eri-chan, is it okay if you stay with us for the time being? Kazuho asked. Why yeah, the little girl nodded. Anywhere was better than going back to overhaul. What do we do after that? Hand her over to the cops. La Brava asked. No cops. Shin said immediately. I don't trust them, and I'm pretty certain there's at least a few crooked ones still working for the yaks. Where do you propose taking the kid then? Stendhal sheathed his blades, making sure they were out of Eri's reach. Musudafu. Shin nodded. I know a guy. The rat. Yumiko made a face, annoyed. He's got connections. We can get her somewhere safe with his help. HMPH, whatever. The magical girl then turned to La Brava, shooting her a look. Time to pay up, shrimp. I don't work for free. Okay, geez. I've already split what we've drained from the Yakuza's accounts so each of you will receive an equal sum. Wiring the funds, now. La Brava said, tapping on her smartphone. The group collectively checked their devices, but Koichi was the one to leap out of his chair at the sudden influx of wealth he found in his bank account. Holy, that's a lot of money. The Yakuza had this much. Shell companies and bribes, the works. La Brava huffed. There. Are we good, Miura-san? Very. Yumiko smiled, looking rather pleased. Looks like Hikio and I are going on vacation. Wee woo. Red Alert protested, waving his stump at her. Wee woo, wee woo. Relax, I'll get him to fix that before we go and you'll be good as new in no time. The young woman patted her robot buddy on the back. You did great. Eri asked softly, voice trembling. What's going to happen to me? You're going to meet a mouse bear dog person in a week or two. We'll relocate you to a secure location so that Overhaul won't be able to find you. Shin rubbed her head gently. He won't hurt you ever again, kid. Really? You promise? Eri whispered, her voice full of hope. I promise. Kiri felt something in the air change when Shin said that, blinking at the sudden odd feeling. It was like some sort of connection had formed between the old man and the child for a split second, disappearing immediately after manifesting. Before she could think about it, a mustached man appeared at the doorway, gazing at the group of battle-weary vigilantes in his kitchen blearily. Oh my. La Brava, why didn't you tell me we had guests? The man exclaimed in a rather high-class voice. Hold on, everyone. I'll go prepare some tea. Gentle, you should be resting. It's the middle of the night. La Brava huffed, pulling at his hand. Be right back, guys. In the meantime, help yourself to whatever you'd like. The couple went off, leaving the rest of them alone. Yumiko pulled out a bag of something and started munching on the contents, Stendhal heading over to the fridge and staring into it. No, not Stendhal, Kiri told herself. Now he was just Mr. Akaguro Chizome. What do you want, old man? Beer. Chizome grumbled. I would prefer a glass of orange juice if there's any. Shin replied casually. Miura-san, what are you doing? Kazuho asked, incredulous at the other girl's carefree attitude, especially after a life-risking battle with some of the most dangerous people in Japan. Having supper, duh. Gotta eat to keep your strength. No, I mean, this. It's one of my combat rations, MREs. Want some? She offered a small square wrapped in foil to them. It's chocolate. Kazuho shook her head but Kiri accepted, unwrapping the treat and breaking it in two to present the other half to a surprised Eri. It felt nice to share things with someone, and the chocolate was nice and sweet. La Brava came back after a while, actually preparing tea for them in gentle stead. What followed was a warm supper made by the short woman, accompanied by a debriefing. By the time they finished, Eri was asleep on the couch, Shin letting her keep his hat as a memento. The rest of the group decided to stay the night and close to Eri for the next few days, just in case the Yakuza had any kind of tracking quirk locked onto her. Kiri stared out the window at the night sky dotted with stars, standing still as a statue on the apartment's balcony. So much happened tonight, she was still processing it slowly. Replaying battles in her mind was something she often did to analyze past actions and moves, and today was no different. She still had so much to learn. A voice called out to her, interrupting her internal after-action report. Trouble sleeping. Kiri turned around to see payback, now just Yumiko, still dressed in her strange lacy yet tactical outfit. The blonde leaned against the balcony railing, letting out a small sigh. Me too. The things they were doing to Eri down in those labs, it wasn't pretty. I saw the data myself. Yumiko said, glancing down at the street. Poor girl experienced things that no kid ever should. The simulacrum made no response, simply content to listen to her ally. But enough about her. I've got a question for you. Yumiko stood up straight, frowning at her. Why are you here? Kiri tilted her head, then thumbed over her shoulder at the living room where Eri was still sleeping on the couch. Shin was there too, snoring softly on the floor next to her. Eri was still hugging his hat to her chest. Not what I meant. The legionary's voice lowered to a whisper. Why are you here? Where's your other half? Kiri's face was blank, but her thoughts were filled with genuine confusion. Judging by the look on Yumiko's face, the other girl has somehow thought so too. Maybe it's too early or you're too young. Powerful, but young. Yumiko shrugged, already turning away. I'll be taking my leave in the morning since Labrava already paid me. But if you ever need help, sister, come to Coruscant City. There you will find us, or rather, we'll find you. She walked away without another word, leaving Kiri behind with muddled thoughts. Sister. They had nothing in common, right? How strange. Still, she took note of the new information just in case the Legion was in that city. Perhaps one day the knowledge would come in handy. It was nearly a week later when Kiri floated into Koichi's apartment via the window, on her mission to watch her favorite Saturday morning cartoons as usual. Eri let out a frightened squeal when she saw her, hiding behind a large pillow and peeking out with wide red eyes. Kiri thought to say hello but decided to hold back since poor Eri looked so fearful of her for some reason. Kazuho flung the door open, still dressed in her pajamas. Whu, huh? Eri-chan, I heard you cry out. What's happened? Kiri froze, slowly pulling her head out of the fridge while still holding a bowl of assorted fruits. Oh, it's just you. Kazuho sighed, slowly walking over to Eri to reassure the girl. Eri-chan, this is Kiri-chan. She's, one of the neighbors. Apparently whoever's taking care of her isn't feeding her enough, so she raids our fridge from time to time. Don't worry, she only takes the cheap stuff, mostly the berries. Kiri blinked. Oh, right. This was the time Eri was seeing her as a child. Kiri trotted over to the other girl, waving her hand rapidly in what she assumed was a friendly motion. The white-haired little girl waved back hesitantly while hiding behind Kazuho's legs. You two get along, okay? Do whatever it is that you kids do. Kazuho said, rubbing her eyes. Be nice to each other, I'm going back to sleep. Kiri walked up to her, presenting a strawberry to the older girl. Kazuho glanced down tiredly before taking a bite, suddenly remembering what day it was. Oh, right, it's Christmas, she groaned. Merry Christmas, you too. I'm sure Koichi will come barging in here later with that dumb Santa outfit later like he does every year. Quote. Santa-san? Eri asked, eyes lighting up with interest. You two will get your presents then, just relax on the couch or something. With that, she left the two kids to their own devices. Kiri looked Eri up and down, guessing that she was about 5 years old. Though Eri shied away nervously, Kiri could see that she was taller than the other child. That made her feel a little better for some reason. Making her way over to the couch, she hopped up and flicked on the TV. The Adventures of All Might and Sir Night-Eye, Christmas Special. The TV blared. Eri climbed onto the couch slowly, sitting beside Kiri and opting to watch too. It wasn't long before the brunette picked up an apple from her bowl, pulling it apart effortlessly with her bare hands. She handed half her apple to Eri as a peace offering. For me. Thank you, Eri whispered, accepting the treat. Kiri nodded, tuning back to her show. Night-Eye, the city park's giant tree has been stolen by those dastardly villains. The cartoon All Might exclaimed heroically. We can't let them ruin Christmas for everyone. Quick, to the Mightmobile. Actually, because of recent budget cuts we had to downsize. The cartoon Night-Eye cleared his throat. It's the Mightmope now. To the Mightmope. An image of a comically large All Might and thin Sir Night-Eye were then shown riding off to the scene on a tiny electric scooter, prompting Kiri to let out a small giggle of amusement. Ho ho ho. Merry Christmas. A young man exclaimed, barreling through the door with a fake beard and Santa hat. Hello there, children who I totally do not know. Have you been good this year? Eri squinted at him. It was obviously Koichi, wearing a Santa hat and oversized red coat complete with a pillow stuffed near the midsection to give the illusion of a rounded belly. All in all, he looked ridiculous. Santa. Kiri said, stretching out her hands. Gimme. Of course, my young friend. Here you go, Koichi laughed when she thanked him for the gift. And here's a present for you too, Eri-chan, little girl. For the first time in years, the corners of Eri's mouth twitched upwards just the tiniest bit. Present day, location unknown. So that's your story, huh? Taken out by a bunch of nobodies. The speaker scratched at his neck, nails dragging across pale skin. How the mighty have fallen. It's like watching a boss from the first stage become a common mob late game. Cease your childish insults, Shigaraki Tamura. I won't be talked down to by someone who was handed everything by pure chance. Yet here you are, Overhaul. You are all that's left of the once great Yakuza. Shigaraki smiled behind his mask of preserved flesh. Then again, you were never great. Just a bunch of gangsters. It was funny to watch Overhaul seethe behind his mask. Shigaraki had the advantage here and he knew it. The Yakuza had been reduced to nothing after the assault on their headquarters. The majority of their members imprisoned, their money gone, and their research destroyed. One of Sensei's agents actually managed to retrieve an interrogation report that laid out all the juicy little details, revealing Overhaul's human experimentation on an innocent little girl. Somehow he'd escaped from incarceration, another testament to the incompetence or corruption of the police. Watch your tone, boy. I've killed people for less. Overhaul hissed. So you have. Is that supposed to impress me? Let's get this straight, Overhaul. Shigaraki said. You don't like me, and I sure as hell don't like you. Why should I even bother helping an NPC like you? Because I know where the girl is. Hosu City General Hospital. With my resources, and your league's Nomus, we can mount an assault and take her back. Ah, so that's what this is all about. What's in it for us, then? The veins on Overhaul's neck bulged when he clenched his jaw. Shigaraki smiled internally at the sight. I am willing to offer my services and men for your future plans if you help me get her back. Overhaul spat. We could work out a valuable business partnership. Shigaraki was quiet for a few moments, contemplating the idea. He leaned forward over the table, steepling his hands. Haven't you heard, old man? There are no more Yakuza left. They're gone. The Shi-Hasaikai are dead. There's nothing you can offer me, you're like one of those MMO players who tries to farm trash mats to sell to NPC vendors. With Eri, I can rebuild. No, you won't. Wanna know why? Because I won't be doing a damn thing to help you. Shigaraki smirked. That may not be the best course of action, Tamura. Kurogiri warned. Wait. A voice crackled from a nearby screen with the words, sound only. Let him speak. Thank you, Sensei. As I was saying, Overhaul, the League of Villains will not be aiding a lame, washed out, two-bit gangster with nothing to his name. Shigaraki continued. We won't be taking this low-level quest with no reward. You little, all for one, why does your brat refuse an offer of mutual cooperation? Overhaul snarled, fingers curling into hooks. This imbecile doesn't understand what's at stake here. The boy speaks for me, whelp. All for one said casually. Frankly, it's refreshing to see him taking charge for once. He is nothing but an arrogant fool with no plan. With Eri, we can change the world. All I need is your assistance and Nomus. Which we won't be providing. You see Overhaul, even if I am a villain who wants to tear down this shitty society, I still have standards. Shigaraki said. The villain's eyes unfocused slightly as he remembered walking through the streets, all alone and ignored until all for one found him. Little Eri, she'd probably gone through almost as much pain as he did if the reports were accurate. What Overhaul did to her was like a vivisection without anesthetics on a daily basis until she was rescued. A small part of Shigaraki saw his past when he saw her picture, those terrified red eyes mirroring his own. I may be a no-good, piece of trash villain, Shigaraki met Overhaul's infuriated gaze head-on. But I still know a child-abusing son of a bitch when I see one. It probably took all the effort Overhaul had not to lash out and attack Shigaraki right then and there. The disgraced Yakuza left soon after a string of curses, Shigaraki making sure he was well away from the bar before deciding to speak with his mentor again. Sensei, permission to use 3 Nomus. For what purpose, my apprentice? Overhaul just revealed where the girl is and when he's going to attack. I wanna screw up his raid by alerting the entire city, and hopefully he'll get caught in the crossfire and get third-partied. Oh ho. So you aim to rob him of his prize. Eliminating the competition while simultaneously securing a valuable asset. I'm impressed. No, I don't need or want the girl. Shigaraki said, scratching his neck again. I just thought it'd be funny to see him fail. All for One's low laughter was like bones rattling in a coffin, echoing through the cheap speakers and all around the room. Very well, Shigaraki Tamura. Permission granted. Are you sure, sensei? There is much we can achieve if we acquire the girl. If the supposed rumors of her power are true. It's fine, Kurogiri. He is young. He will learn. All for One smiled. Besides, I think the good doctor will be most pleased to finally have a field test for his most recent experiments. Let's see what you can do with them, Tamura. Yes, sensei. So you're saying that there's something going on with Midoriya-kun. I'm not just saying it, I have concrete proof right here. Irrefutable evidence. I think all of you should be more worried about the week-long internships that start tomorrow, Desuwa. Suyu sipped her milkshake, reveling in the chaos. They were sharing a table at the cafe and the girls of Class 1A were up to their antics again, and somehow their discussion had once again drifted over to her friend Midoriya Izuku. If Suyu didn't know any better, she'd say that they were just interested in all the drama that was surrounding him. Then again, they were teenagers. This has gone on far enough. Look, Jiro-chan. I like you, but you don't play by the rules. You're a loose cannon. Mina said in an overly serious voice, doing her best not to laugh. This little stunt of yours was the straw that broke the camel's back. Chief, we can get this guy. Just gimme a bit more time. Jiro exclaimed, playing along. I didn't want to have it come to this, but you've given me no choice. Mina frowned, steepling her hands. You're off the case. Turn in your badge and your gun. If she goes, then I'm going with her. Hagakure declared, defending her partner. Fine. Tell you what, the both of you can take a nice, extended leave of absence while I fix this mess. Hagakure's sleeves moved forward, and to their surprise there were 2 solid knocks when she supposedly placed her invisible gun and badge onto the table. Mina held the facade for a few more seconds until she couldn't take it any longer and burst into laughter, Jiro and Hagakure breaking into giggles at the same time. Thank goodness. For a moment I thought the 3 of you were actually arguing, Momo said, looking relieved. Don't worry, Yao Momo. I think they've just watched too much TV. Ochako laughed. Alright, we've had our fun. Mina wiped a tear of mirth away. Come on, let's see what you've got. For the record, I wasn't spying on him or anything, okay? Jiro said. They just came in when I was working and I thought it'd be cute if I could get a picture of the family. Several beeps echoed from their phones when she shared a picture on their group chat. It was Izuku and his younger siblings, the boy not noticing the camera while his sisters stared directly at it and made faces. Oh, it's little Kiri-chan and Mimi-chan. Ochako said, smiling. Ah, they're adorable. So that's what the other one looks like. Hagakure squealed. They look a little like him, too. One has his smile, and the other has his eyes. Is that Tokoyami-kun and that strange boy from the other class? Momo observed. It is. Ooh, he's carrying a baby. Mina cooed. I didn't know the 3 of them were friends. Apparently, neither did they. Jiro said. There was a lot of back and forth during their discussion, and even a little arguing. Before you ask, I didn't eavesdrop on them, that'd be rude. Interesting. What more did you learn? Mina asked. Well, from his interactions with those 2 kids, he behaves a bit more like their dad than their big brother. I can tell. That's so sweet. It's lovely to see that he has good paternal instincts. Hagakure trailed off when she caught the rest of the girls blinking at her. Look, I'm just saying. Single dads are hot. Moving on. Jiro said quickly before they could comment. If we were to go by Mina's theory, then they might actually be his daughters, who he treats like his siblings since they're all so young. Again with this theory, Suyu sighed. That doesn't make any sense at all. It'd mean Midoriya-kun did, well. Besides, who was the mother? Mothers. Plural. Remember Ochako-chan's encounter with that scary delinquent girl, and how little Mimi-chan didn't like her at all when they first met? Mina said. Did I tell you guys? Ochako stammered. Yeah, you totally did. You were so worried that you did something to make her hate you, remember? Mina replied. You even asked me if there was something on your face or if your hair looked weird. Anyway, I have a theory. Here we go again, Kiro. Suyu braced herself for another bout of insanity. My theory is that Midoriya-kun isn't as innocent as he seems. Maybe he messed around and, the 2 kids are the result. The thing that really interests me is the possibility that they're from 2 different mothers. Mina continued, speculating wildly. One of them is Kodai-san from 1B, and the other is that scary delinquent girl who was waiting for him outside school that one time. You said that she looked like she didn't like you either, remember? Ochako's eyes were wide as dinner plates. Ha wah wah wah. Deku-kun and both the Ice and Fire Queen. Oh my. I guess that means they. Momo's cheeks were a bright, burning pink. They really did it. Him, with a girl from another school and Kodai-san. I guess I don't have to spell it out for you. Jiro smirked. Midoriya-kun parked his Big Mac truck right in her little garage. Don't be ridiculous. Suyu huffed, though her cheeks were alight with a fierce blush as well. I've said it once, and I've said it before. There's no way this makes sense when you take their ages into account. I find it highly unlikely that he got two different girls pregnant at his age back then. Which brings us to our next point of discussion. Hagakure cleared her throat. You see, just the other day I was scrolling through my quoter feed. What does this have to do with Midoriya-kun's situation, Kiro? I'm getting there. Like I was saying, my feed. I happened to see Dark Shadow doing a stream thingy and playing some games, so I decided to just watch for a while. It's pretty cool to see a living Quirk doing normal stuff, hee. But check out this clip. She put her phone on the table for all to see. It was playing a video of Dark Shadow talking to someone. My Oni-chan wants to speak with your Oni-chan. It's important. Ah, that's Kiri-chan's voice. Ah, she's playing video games with Dark Shadow, they're friends. Ochako smiled. Can it wait? Brother Dearest doesn't like to be interrupted when he's brooding. Dark Shadow was saying. It's important, Kiri said. Oni-chan made a baby with someone. The clip ended, leaving the entire table silent. It wasn't long before the girls suddenly started talking again, now more confused than ever before. Baby. What, he did it again. Attaboy, Midoriya-kun. Oh, my, goodness. Order. There will be order in this court. Mina lightly smacked the table, mimicking a judge's gavel. You were saying, Lady Hagakure. Thank you, Your Honor. The invisible girl cleared her throat dramatically. Now, I wasn't quite sure what to make of this information until minutes before when Jiro-chan showed us that photo. Everyone kindly refer to Exhibit A, if you would. They glanced at the photo of the three boys and their siblings once again, Hagakure's gloved fingertip landing on their green-haired classmate. Now, let's go over what we all know about Midoriya-kun. The fact that he's apparently a secret playboy. Jiro asked dryly. We all know that he can't control his quirk well. But what if his quirk interferes with his personality? Hagakure declared. We all remember what happened before and during the sports festival. They did. None of them had actually seen Izuku swear or get angry like that until Monoma stood in front of their class the day before the sports festival. During his match with the blonde he seemed uncharacteristically vicious as well, a certain primal savagery in the way he moved and fought. I don't quite get what you're trying to imply here, Desuwa. Momo's eyebrows knitted in confusion. What does his quirk have to do with him, being a father? It has everything to do with it, considering that he can't control his quirk. Maybe because of that he has a hidden personality where he's a charming playboy that could get into any girl's pants if he wanted to. Hagakure pointed back to the photo. Zoom and enhance. Look at the cute little baby Monoma-kun is carrying around. Blonde hair like her brother, but doesn't her face look a little familiar? Especially those freckles. Ochako choked on her drink, coughing and sputtering while Suyu patted her back. Then that means, Midoriya-kun knocked up Monoma-kun's sister and that's his kid. Jiro looked stunned. Holy shit, dude. No wonder Blondie was so pissed off at him. Let me get this straight. Suyu sighed, trying to suppress her growing headache. You're suggesting that Midoriya-kun can't control his quirk, and apparently that means that he somehow has a hidden playboy personality which is also quick to anger. He flirted with some other girls before he entered UA, knocked them up, and is now trying to be a better person by taking responsibility and turning over a new leaf. Yes, that's precisely what I'm trying to say. Finally you guys get it. Hagakure's sleeves moved up and down in excitement. This also explains why Kodai-chan beat him up so badly during the sports tournament. She's probably mad at him for, well, everything. The custody thing, how he apparently has kids with other women. I can see it now. Jiro agreed. She would be like, you don't call, you don't write. I bet a jerk like you wouldn't even get the cap off the damn pen. Oh man, if I was her I'd be pissed too. Good to see that they've at least reconciled somewhat since they were eating together with their daughter that one time. This entire theory is the most ridiculous thing I've heard in my entire life, Kiro. Suyu deadpanned. What is this, a bad romance novel? Nothing is impossible. We live in a world where people can shoot laser beams from their eyes. Hagakure said, her gloved fingers forming rings where her eyes would be. It's also why he's so shy around us, because he respects us and doesn't want the same thing to happen again. Poor Midoriya-kun, thank you for controlling your urges. Www. Momo looked genuinely confused. But, Jiro-san. You told me that babies should only be made when a man and woman love each other very, very much. Whoa whoa whoa, don't quote me girl. Jiro said quickly. You know, accidents happen. Deku-kun is a father of 3 children. Ochako finally exclaimed, looking like she was on the verge of passing out. Think about it, it all makes sense. Hagakure nodded. This all explains how he's a dad at his age. See, I told you it wouldn't be weird if he'd tell them that he's their brother and not their dad since he's young. I think I watched a TV drama with a similar plot. How does that make any sense at all? Everyone knows that Midoriya-kun's quirk is some sort of super strength, Kiro. We've literally seen him break his arms with it. How did you even come to this super weird conclusion? Tsuyu challenged, exasperated. Occam's razor. Hagakure said proudly. The simplest explanation is usually the right one. Besides, recent studies have shown that people's personalities are clearly affected by their quirks. First of all, you've been reading those clickbait articles again. Second, I don't know what kind of roundabout logic you're using, but that doesn't seem very simple to me. Tsuyu retorted. I'm sorry, but I think you're jumping to conclusions in order to fulfill your fantasy of him being a tragic but loving single dad who wants to change for the better. Ooh. Momo sniffed. That's so sad. You have my full support, Midoriya-kun. I'm not. Hagakure seemed to be blushing as well, if the way her sleeves shot up to her face was any indication. All things considered, that baby is probably one of their siblings or cousins. Heck, maybe Monoma-kun is his cousin. I'm sure there's a rational explanation to all of this. Tsuyu said. Yeah, and apparently it's because sweet, innocent Midoriya-kun is actually a playboy who loves making babies. Mina laughed smugly, elbowing Ochako. Careful, Ochako-chan. What if you're next? Eek. Ochako squeaked, red as a tomato. Me and Deku-kun. A baby. Awa. Tsuyu rolled her eyes. Now their discussion was branching straight into fantasy territory with no hope of escape. She supposed it'd be fine as long as nobody got hurt. The last thing she wanted was for her friend Izuku to get falsely accused of crimes he didn't commit or anything like that. Finally, we have Exhibit B. Well, nobody actually got a photo of it, but we all saw it. Hagakure said. He was wearing a ring on his left hand, specifically on his ring finger. We all know what that means. What does it mean? Momo asked innocently. All of you were talking about it so much that day, but I didn't really see the significance. It's just a fashion thing, isn't it? A ring on that finger usually means that whoever's wearing it is married, Yaomomo. Jiro explained. Midoriya-kun is married. Momo whispered, both embarrassed and stunned. Oh my. Are you listening to yourselves, Kiro? For all we know, it really is a fashion statement and he doesn't know the ring finger equals marriage thing. Tsuyu tried. Then again, he is a teenage boy. You know how dense they can be sometimes. Jiro said. Okay, I can't actually refute that, Kiro. The words drifted into Ochako's head, and the image of a smiling Deku-kun flanked by Kodai, the scary delinquent girl, and a third veiled girl drifted into her mind. The girls were all wearing wedding dresses, clinging to their new husband happily. Ochako shook her head quickly to clear her thoughts, voicing her opinion instead. I'm sure there's a reason for all of this. The gravity-defying brunette blushed. In fact, let's just ask him. Correction, you mean you ask him. Jiro said. Me. Ochako blinked. Well, you are one of his best friends. Hagakure chipped in. You, Midoriya-kun, and Iida-kun always hang out together. I'd think he would be more comfortable talking to you than any of us. She does make a point, Momo agreed, nodding. This is such a mystery. There we have it, Ochako-chan. Your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to find out what's going on with Midoriya-kun. Mina declared, doing her best impersonation of an authority figure. More specifically, find out if he really is married with children. I can't believe we're actually saying this. Tsuyu sighed. I'll do it. Ochako said after hesitating for a second. I'm just doing this to make sure that Deku-kun is alright. Fair enough. We shall eagerly await your report, young Uraraka. Mina said, mimicking one of their teachers. Elia I acta est. Bless you. Jiro said. Gesundheit. Hagakure added. No. It's a Latin phrase, you uncultured swines. Mina turned up her nose, putting on her best snobbish look. Well, what does it mean then? Tsuyu asked, already grinning when Mina looked away sheepishly. I don't know, I just thought it sounded cool. The pink girl admitted, giggling. I do. It means, the die is cast. Momo said. It's something Julius Caesar said when he crossed the Rubicon with his army. How fitting. So it is. Tsuyu patted Ochako on the back. Guess you'll have to ask him after the internships are over. It looks like we have a long week ahead of us. With that, the girls drifted off into their regular gossip about school and the occurrences in their daily lives. Little did they know how right Suyu was, and it would indeed be a long, arduous week for Midoriya Izuku. Events were set in motion, powerful pieces moving atop the chessboard. The die is cast. Chapter 18 end.